The 10th year of catastrophe. The calamity that engulfed the entire blue planet is widely believed to have commenced on the day when the nation of Neon, in defiance of the vehement protests from neighboring countries, began discharging nuclear-contaminated water into the pristine sea. 3 months into this reckless act, a cataclysmic volcanic eruption ravaged Neon, unleashing ash, searing magma, and tsunamis triggered by the eruption, all of which conspired to obliterate the nation. Only a scant 5% of its populace managed to escape the devastation. Half a year following the volcanic eruption, visibility in the atmosphere of Blue Planet began to improve. Just as the citizens of the illustrious Huagua emerged from their homes to jubilantly celebrate the end of the disaster and prepare for the reconstruction of their homeland, an even graver catastrophe struck without warning. A supernova explosion occurred in a star located 8,000 light-years away, sending forth an extraordinarily potent gamma-ray burst that inexplicably altered its course, targeting Blue Planet, which was originally beyond its reach. In mere seconds, an ultraviolet flash enveloped the entire hemisphere, followed by an electronic pulse attack that paralyzed communications across the two directly impacted continents, severing their power supply. Simultaneously, all artificial satellites beyond the atmosphere of Blue Planet suffered catastrophic damage, losing contact with the surface. As the inhabitants of the two continents awoke from their slumber and ventured outside, they were met with a deluge of high-velocity mesons. All living organisms that came into contact with this meson flow experienced cellular penetration, resulting in the complete destruction of their DNA, transforming the realm into a veritable hell. Gamma-ray bursts not only caused the demise of a significant portion of life across two major continents, but also threw the magnetic field of the Blue Planet into disarray. Suddenly, two enigmatic elements emerged in the atmosphere, later designated by scientists from Huagua as Jiang and Jiang signifies brutal slaughter, a harbinger of death and decay. It represents the thunderous awakening from the mountains, the genesis of all life. Under the influence of these two elements, all organisms on the Blue Planet underwent a rapid and profound evolution, simultaneously challenging humanity, the apex of the food chain. Thus began the harrowing survival mode for the entirety of the Blue Planet. Xia Qing's mother perished during the 4th year of the calamity due to an insect plague, while her father fell victim to the beast tide in the 5th year. By the 10th year of the disaster, Xia Qing still remained. Bang! Wiping the sweat and lime from her face with her sleeve, Xia Qing rarely spoke. Uncle Zhong, I am leaving. Following the great evolution of all life on the Blue Planet, human bones became more resilient and muscles grew significantly stronger. Among the populace, a select few experienced transformations that rendered their physical capabilities several times, even a dozen times, more potent, thus becoming evolved beings. These evolved individuals seized a greater share of survival resources, enjoying far superior living conditions compared to the ordinary people who struggled on the brink of existence. Xia Qing emerged as a quadruple strength evolved being, which meant her strength was fourfold that of an ordinary person post-evolution. Although quadruple strength was not extraordinary among the evolved, it was sufficient to incite jealousy, fear, and sycophancy among the common folk. Typically, Xia Qing, the evolved one, maintained a stern demeanor and refrained from conversation, wishing to avoid the circumstances she now faced. However, she would no longer need to confront such scenarios in the future. It's not for hunting, it's to leave the safe zone. Xia Qing smiled, yet her long absence of joy rendered her expression rigid and particularly intimidating in Uncle Zhong's eyes. His eye, marred by a gaping wound, bulged with trepidation as he trembled and inquired, "Are there yet more hordes of evolved beasts approaching? Our base cannot withstand this onslaught." Was it not merely yesterday that the broadcast proclaimed we had driven the ferocious beasts away for hundreds of miles? Is another wave of evolved beasts truly imminent? Upon hearing Lao Zhong's words, the 4 ordinary individuals transporting stones were so startled that they nearly dropped their burdens, which threatened to crush one among them. Xia Qing, quick-witted and agile, seized the stone and gently set it down, brushing off the dirt from her clothes as she clarified, "No. I intend to cultivate the land." Cultivate the land? Cultivate the land. This notion had been broadcasted fervently for several days, Yet those who had managed to survive in this apocalyptic world for a decade were fiercely protective of their lives not. They wished to venture out into peril. Whispers had begun to circulate within the safety zone, suggesting that if no one volunteered to farm beyond its borders, ordinary people would. It would be forcibly dispatched to their doom. To their astonishment, someone indeed desired to go out and evolve human at that. Lao Zhong's son, Zhong Tao, had enlisted in the military of the Huisan base and was currently serving as a squad leader within the convoy. This was the reason for the Zhong family's relative prosperity within the safety zone and the impetus for Xia Qing to engage Lao Zhong in conversation today. Lao Zhong beamed with a face filled with crevices, exclaiming, "It is indeed his responsibility. It is not a burden at all, not a trouble in the slightest. Where is the land you intend to cultivate? Qing? I have not yet claimed it. I'm going to do so now." Having achieved her objective, Xia Qing ceased to waste energy in further dialogue with Lao Zhong and swiftly made her way to the task hall of the safety zone, circumventing a gathering of onlookers beneath the territorial electronic bulletin board, and positioned herself directly at the front of the office. "SK, what are you doing? Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served?" Upon seeing Xia Qing occupy the foremost position, several individuals beneath the announcement board became agitated, rolling up their sleeves and shouting as they approached. Xia Qing replied coolly, "If you wish to claim land, you must queue." Today marked the day for land allocation, which explained the multitude of onlookers. Although these individuals had yet to decide whether to claim land, they dutifully positioned themselves behind Xia Qing, forming a line. With the sight of a queue forming, the crowd beneath the announcement board immediately rushed over, eager to secure their place, regardless of their intentions to claim land. This commotion drew the attention of those within the hall, and a woman bearing a green badge, her face marred by 2 long scars, approached Xia Qing to greet her. "Are you planning to cultivate land?" Xia Qing nodded. "Sister Su, have you come to accept the task?" In the years following her father's passing, Xia Qing had often teamed up with Su Wan from the Danyang battle team for various missions. Su Wan, a warm-hearted individual, had already embraced Xia Qing as one of her own. Su Wan glanced around, ensuring there were no auditory mutants nearby, then lowered her voice to inquire, "Have you offended someone? I could speak to Danyang and have you join our team." It was unthinkable that anyone would willingly abandon the comforts of the safe zone and risk their lives for mere sustenance without having wronged someone. Xia Qing shook her head. "I haven't offended anyone. I simply enjoy this." Yet, one cannot embrace such passions without regard for their own safety. Just as Su Wan was about to speak, she was interrupted by the sound of a car braking and polished shoes high, hitting the ground outside the hall. It had been 10 years since the calamity struck, and only a few in the safe zone still wore fine leather shoes. Su Wan turned her gaze to the entrance, where a striking woman clad in a fitted leather jacket, impeccably clean and distinctly out of place, entered and strode purposefully toward her. Tang Lu, the niece of Tang Jingrong, the second-in-command of the Huisan base and the daughter of the renowned leader of the Shufeng team, Tang Jingfu, was considered the most troublesome woman in the entire safe zone. Anyone who crossed her path was bound to encounter misfortune. Su Wan, having incurred her wrath over a trivial matter, now sought to avoid her at all costs. Xia Qing's lips moved slightly as she whispered, "Sister Su, please go about your business. We shall gather again when time permits." With an air of impatience, Tang Lu approached the desk located on the western side of the hall, her expression disdainful as she lifted her chin and cast her eyes down upon the green badge adorning Xia Qing's chest. Xia Qing met her gaze briefly before calmly stepping back. "Humph," Tang Lu scoffed, reveling in her moment of superiority. After asserting her dominance, she retrieved a perfume-sprayed handkerchief and waved it in front of her nose. "What does that smell?" It's utterly unbearable. One would think they could manage a decent wash. Following the contamination of water resources by nuclear waste and the persistent acid rain that plagued the land for half a year, the aquatic resources of Blue Star could only be utilized after purification. However, due to the exorbitant costs of purification, water in the safe zone had to be exchanged for points. For ordinary individuals, even the basic necessities of food and water had become a luxury, leaving no room to squander precious points on bathing. The evolved being, Xia Qing, enjoys a slightly better existence than the average person. She manages to take a hasty bath once a week. However, today, she intentionally arrived in a state of disarray. Though she is somewhat gaunt, her face still possesses a certain beauty that she cannot allow the envious Tang let. A witness, nor can she let Tang Zhengrong and Tang Jingsu catch sight of her. Chapter 2. Area 3. Listening to Tang Lu's complaints, Xia Qing subtly lowered her head, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, her spirits soaring. She had anticipated the arrival of the Tang family, yet she was pleasantly surprised to find that it was none other than the esteemed young lady, Tang Lu. With the seemingly oblivious Tang Lu present, Xia Qing felt that her chances of acquiring the coveted plot of land had increased by 30%, making it nearly a certainty. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have wanted to shout with exuberance that today was indeed a splendid day. The onlookers in the hall were taken aback to see Tang Lu, in a rare display of humility, standing before an empty office desk waiting in line. This unexpected sight sparked a shift in perspective regarding the task of cultivating land in the safety zone, which was often regarded as a perilous endeavor. Soon, the queue of individuals seeking land swelled from over 30 to more than 100, the lengthy line weaving through the hall like a serpentine creature. Had it not been for the vigilant military personnel observing them closely, she would have had no reason to endure such an unpleasant atmosphere. As Tang Zhengrong emerged from the office area, his countenance darkened after more than an hour of displeasure. Tang Lu immediately straightened her posture, donning a compliant smile. Clad in modest attire, Tang Zhengrong feigned ignorance of his niece's presence and ascended the makeshift half-meter-high platform beside the desk to address the assembly. The residents of the safety zone were well aware that, in response to natural calamities, the agricultural system of our nation had collapsed over the past decade, rendering food shortages a critical issue that required urgent resolution. He expressed gratitude to everyone for heeding the national call, voluntarily coming forth to claim their land and contribute to the nation's food production efforts. As long as we stand united, we shall undoubtedly overcome all calamities, safeguard humanity's dominion on this blue planet, and restore our homeland. Xia Qing raised her gaze, calmly observing the seemingly gentle man who firmly occupied the second-in-command position at the Huisin base. Today, the proactive residents of the territory would receive special rewards from the base. Each person would be granted 2 months' worth of rations. Their allocated land would be exempt from taxes for 5 years, and the government promised to provide professional assistance. As Tang Zhengrong's voice fell, a wave of excitement surged through the hall and beyond, causing the line to swell with 2 additional curves. With the conclusion of these announcements, the number of individuals hastily queuing to claim their land significantly dwindled, and those still waiting began to waver in uncertainty. A tall man standing behind Xia Qing inquired loudly, "Mayor Tang, what constitutes a qualifying standard?" Tang Zhengrong smiled, stating that for the first 5 years, if the newly cultivated area of edible plants within the territory exceeded 2 acres annually, it would be deemed satisfactory. 2 acres a year is quite manageable. The man sighed with relief, and Xia Qing felt her previously taut nerves begin to ease. Just as Tang Zhengrong finished speaking, Tang Lu, who had been waiting impatiently, quietly urged the clerk seated at the desk to expedite the process. The fair-skinned male clerk promptly picked up the land use certificate and handed it to Tang Lu, saying, "Miss Tang, here it is. Please accept it. According to regulations, the first resident of the territory is entitled to an additional 2 months' rations. Kindly present this certificate at the desk on your right to collect your rations, supplementary materials, and seeds." Upon noticing the inscription No. 2 land on the land use certificate in Tang Lu's hand, Xia Qing stepped forward to the desk. The male clerk, without looking up, inquired, "Identification number? Name?" Xia Qing raised her voice and retort, "According to regulations, the top 3 can choose their own land and receive double rations, correct?" The man in third place exclaimed, attracting the attention of hundreds with his outcry, "Is it true that the top 3 can select their own land and receive double rations?" "Nonsense." The male officer frowned and looked up. Upon meeting the woman's cold gaze and the green badge she wore, he instinctively averted his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He knew if he denied the existence of such a regulation, this evolved woman would undoubtedly seize upon the fact that he had just given Tang Lu extra rations, causing a scene. If the matter escalated to Major General Qi, the commander of the base, he was uncertain what would happen to Mayor Tang, but he was certain he would lose his own position. His family of 4 relied solely on his job for sustenance. "Shut up." As Xia Qing spoke, Tang Lu, who was collecting her rations, turned to curse, but was silenced by a seemingly ordinary glance from her uncle, who passed by. Tang Zhengrong swiftly halted his thoughtless niece, approached the distribution desk, and quickly assessed Xia Qing with a smile, asking, "Is there indeed an incentive policy?" Which piece of land does the young lady wish to select? With her muddy fingers, Xia Qing resolutely pointed to a territory on the map, located to the north of the safe zone, featuring a narrow strip of blue water. Here, number 3, she declared. Choosing number 3 right off the bat, was she a member of the military or the Qinglong battle team? Xia Qing feigned ignorance and looked up, eloquently expressing her gratitude to Mayor Tang. However, as an evolved individual, I must venture to the most perilous and remote places to contribute more grain for my country. Tang Zhengrong's smile froze for half a second before he finally cast a glance at Xia Qing's identity badge, committing her name to memory. It was commendable that the young girl possessed such awareness. Zhang, please proceed with the formalities. With a sigh of relief, Officer Zhang promptly registered Xia Qing's personal information and printed the certificate for the usage rights of territory number 3. After confirming the details were correct, Xia Qing collected her rations and other supplies from the adjacent desk, then directly approached the eastern window of the hall, where she exchanged points from her identity card for 2 high-capacity mobile power banks. With the power supply still disrupted outside the safe zone, she needed the power banks to charge her phone. Upon entering the room, her dorm mate, Phone 1, a triple-evolved individual with heightened senses, immediately set down her makeup mirror, pinched her nose, and rolled her eyes as if she were about to vomit. Xia Qing, uninterested in engaging with her, unlocked the heavy iron box beneath her bed. Retrieving pre-packed bags of belongings to stuff into a large canvas bag, she then bent down to tidy the bedding on her single bed. Phone 1, still pinching her nose, exclaimed in surprise, "Are you really going to the territory? Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 3. How could this be possible? Phone 1 clutched the bag of rations tightly, insisting, "If you can't finish all this food, it will spoil. Which is such a waste. Just give me half. I won't take it for free. Here's the deal. If you manage to survive and even grow something, you can give me 30%, and I'll have my brother help you out. What do you say?" She looked triumphantly at the disheveled woman before her, noting, "My brother is a triple-speed evolved person." Xia Qing coldly raised her gaze and replied, "I can't afford it. Let go." The evolved beings of olfactory prowess cannot surpass those endowed with sheer strength. Unwilling to relent, Phone 1 greedily fixated on the grain bag, threatening, "Xia Qing, do not be ungrateful. My brother is part of the Su Feng battle team. There are countless ways to eliminate someone outside the safe zone. Do you truly believe that quadrupled strength is so remarkable? 3 ordinary men could easily vanquish you." After delivering her taunt, Xia Qing dismissed the pale-faced Phone 1, stepping out of the stifling dormitory with a refreshing sense of clarity. However, she had scarcely ventured far when she overheard familiar voices at the street corner plotting to rob her. As the repugnant laughter echoed, Xia Qing paused, her bags in hand, confronting the 4 ordinary men intent on assaulting her. "Is this a lamb delivered to slaughter?" Zhao Jia momentarily froze, then, in a surge of excitement, shouted and lunged at Xia Qing. The strength of a woman evolved fourfold equated to that of 3 robust men, a feat they had accomplished countless times over the past 5 years. Bang, 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 bang. Overcome with exhilaration, Zhao Jia had not even grasped the grain bag before Xia Qing delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall, landing on his comrade. "No." Zhao Jia gazed in terror at the dark, slender woman before him. "This is impossible. How can this be?" Countless avaricious and fearful eyes lined the road, captivated by Xia Qing's effortless overthrow of 4 imposing men, paralyzed with fear to approach. On the 3rd-floor window of the dormitory for junior evolved beings, Phone 1 stood in stunned disbelief as she witnessed Xia Qing traverse the perilous area with ease. "Xia Qing, my dear, allow me to carry that for you." Zhong Tao, who had long been waiting at the entrance of the safe zone, eagerly approached upon spotting the individual adorned with a green badge bearing the name Xia Qing. He rushed forward to assist her with the cumbersome canvas bag she clutched in her right hand, nearly losing his balance under its weight. How could it be so heavy? Xia Qing steadied the bag and handed over the grain sack in her left hand to the familiar Zhong Tao. "Tao Ge, what brings you here?" The grain sack, weighing over 60 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by Zhong Tao. "Our team has been assigned the task of escorting the territory leader. Where are you headed, sister?" "I'll accompany you." "All right," he said, leading Xia Qing to the side of a light truck. He opened the door and greeted the driver, Zheng Kuei, before inviting Xia Qing to get in. "This vehicle is headed to the north of the city. You can chat with your brother Kuei for a bit. We'll depart once it's full." "Thank you." Grateful for the chance to avoid the bumpy ride in the truck bed, Xia Qing gladly accepted. After exchanging pleasantries with the driver, Xia Qing, she effortlessly hoisted her canvas bag into the front passenger seat and settled in, holding her grain sack as she awaited departure. Once she was comfortably seated, Xia Qing produced a small tin box filled with tobacco and expertly rolled a cigarette using scraps of old book paper, offering it to Xia Qing. "Here, sister, have one. This is triple evolved tobacco. It'll certainly perk you up." In the aftermath of the disaster, those who survived tended to indulge in pleasures, smoking, drinking, and a hedonistic lifestyle. Xia Qing, however, refrained from smoking, politely declining. "This tobacco is too potent for me. I can't handle it." "You enjoy it, Kuei Gu." Women often preferred tobacco that had evolved to produce a fragrant aroma. Xia Qing struck a match, lit his cigarette, and took a deep drag. "Which area are you assigned to?" "Site number 3. Xia Qing had not engaged in casual conversation for an eternity. Noticing that Xia Qing remained silent, she added, "It's located 120 kilometers north of the city, near the Longpan Reservoir. It's quite a small reservoir. Perhaps you haven't heard of it, Brother Qing." Xia Qing exhaled a puff of smoke out the car window, remarking that the place was indeed pleasant and not far from the brigade station. Xia Qing's voice radiated an undeniable cheerfulness. Her choice of site number 3 was partly motivated by its proximity to the military base, allowing for swift assistance in case of emergencies. After finishing his slender cigarette, Xia Qing inquired, "Are you alone?" Xia Qing nodded, affirming, "Yes, solitude is serene." Having squeezed alongside 2 million people in a cramped safety zone for nearly a decade, she would have gone mad if not for the occasional respite during missions outside. With over 18 billion lives reduced to just over a billion, the world beyond the safety zone was desolate, teeming with beasts. Xia Qing's tone grew somber as he effortlessly rolled another cigarette to his lips. Huagua had become the nation with the highest survival rate amidst natural disasters on Blue Star. While many smaller nations had perished in the calamities, Xia Qing silently gazed at the 10-meter-high reinforced concrete walls of the safety zone, stained with large patches of dried dark red blood and the scorched remnants of countless battles between humans and beasts. Choosing not to speak further. "Little girl, I found you." A man who had been behind Xia Qing in the line for territory approached the car, greeting her warmly. "My name is Zhao Zhe. I've been assigned to site number 4. From now on, we shall be neighbors." Site number 4, located to the east of site number 3, was Xia Qing's second favorite choice. She cast a glance at the dozen individuals behind Zhao Zhe, fixated on her grain sack, and nodded slightly. Xia Qing maintained a cool demeanor, yet among the evolved beings, she was considered amiable. As Zhao Zhe attempted to engage her in further conversation, Zhang Tao approached with a group, urging them to board the vehicle, warning that lingering would result in their arrival being delayed until nightfall. Zhao Zhe and the others hurriedly rushed to the truck, while Zhang Tao settled between Xia Qing and Xia Qing, who promptly pressed the accelerator, causing the vehicle to surge forward. Chapter 4. The Lord's Authority. 2 months prior, during the expedition to cleanse the territory, Xia Qing had thoroughly familiarized herself with the area. The third territory spanned 6,000 acres, making it the third largest among the 200 plots that had been cleared to eradicate the harmful evolved creatures. The cultivable land within the territory was meticulously cleared and burned, while the 3 abandoned villages were treated with potent pesticides and insect repellents twice. Xia Qing was actively involved in the disinfection of the villages. Thus, even as darkness fell, she felt no trepidation as she ventured into the overgrown village, where the grass towered above her. Navigating through the towering weeds, she entered the most intact 2-story house within the village. After placing her sack in the living room on the first floor, she stepped outside to gather a few dry branches, closed the door, and ignited a small fire. She then examined the items she had retrieved from the hall. A primary purification filter capable of cleansing 200 liters of slightly polluted freshwater. 30 pounds of compressed ration sufficient for 4 months if rationed carefully, 6 pounds each of evolved wheat, mung beans, cotton, and small potatoes, along with 1 packet each of evolved pumpkin, cucumber, tomato, and eggplant seeds. If these seeds are properly cultivated, they could be ready for harvest in 4 months, with vegetables sprouting even sooner. Regrettably for Xia Qing, she did not receive any of the evolved sweet potatoes. Last year, while on a mission with the Qinglong battle team, she had been allotted a small portion of evolved sweet potato, and the exquisite taste still lingers in her memory. Since both food rations and seeds are distributed in bags, Xia Qing cannot ascertain whether all lords receive the same types of seeds. She must find a way to inquire about this. After organizing the seeds, Xia Qing retrieved her recently acquired old mobile phone. Upon powering it on, she noticed two green vertical lines on the screen, which flickered intermittently. This was quite normal. A phone that could still turn on after 10 years of the apocalypse is, in any case, a commendable device. On the phone's home screen, there was a Word document titled Complete Guide to Planting, which vividly detailed over 30 safe and optional crops, including sweet potatoes. Xia Qing did not delve into it further, but set the phone aside and took out a small, equally commendable radio issued by the base to the lords. Currently, within the Huisan base, signal coverage in the secure zone has been restored, yet the quality of communication falls far short of the standards before the calamity. Within the secure zone, the mobile phone can only be utilized for communication, messaging, and the Huisan base's task platform app. Outside the secure zone, the signal towers remain unrepaired, resulting in no mobile phone signal within Xia Qing's territory. After placing the base-issued phone and radio alongside her current device, she extracted the land use rights certificate and scrutinized the text on the back. Gradually, her eyes brightened. The broadcast repeatedly assured that the rights of the lords would be protected, yet they have failed to mention any specific protective measures. In the wake of natural disasters, the evolution of flora and fauna poses a terrifying threat to humanity. Yet, what breeds a deeper sense of despair is the brutality, plunder, and bullying inflicted by one's own kind. Among those who perish after enduring the calamities, at least 30% fall victim to their fellow humans. Xia Qing's father, for instance, was accidentally slain by an advanced evolved human during a beast attack on a secure zone. Xia Qing witnessed this harrowing event, but her lack of strength has left her unable to avenge her father's death to this day. In a time of scarcity where food and resources are limited, lords who possess provisions but stand alone become prime targets for many. Those lords lacking sufficient power risk having their hard-earned harvest seized, or worse, losing their lives. This reality explains why, despite the advanced evolved beasts having been driven away for hundreds of miles, many still hesitate to venture outside the secure zones to cultivate the land. To enable these lords to farm in peace, the base has pledged to provide round-the-clock patrols. Additionally, they have granted the lords a significant right. All resources within the marked boundaries of their land shall belong to them. Anyone who trespasses without the lord's permission will be deemed guilty of illegal intrusion and will face severe legal consequences. To safeguard the lord's personal safety, property, and other rights from ongoing unlawful infringements, any actions taken to prevent such violations, resulting in damage or even death to the transgressors, shall be classified as justifiable self-defense. In simpler terms, killing an intruder on one's land is without guilt. Is this not an opportunity for her to avenge her father's death? Xia Qing effortlessly snapped a tree branch as thick as her thigh and tossed it into the fire. She then stretched her arms wide and hoisted her enormous canvas bag, which weighed a staggering 200 pounds. This bag contained all of Xia Qing's possessions, a set of bedding, a sleeping bag, a collection of simple cooking utensils and spices, a large assortment of carpentry and electrical tools, 2 sizable bundles of construction materials, 6 knives, a small radio that had served her for many years, a powerful slingshot, and 150 books. Among the tomes were subjects ranging from horticulture and agriculture to animal husbandry, woodworking, electrical work, and home renovation. After her mother's passing, planning and preparing for a new life following the natural disasters became a cherished activity for Xia Qing and her father during their moments of respite. Following her father's death, this endeavor transformed into the primary motivation for Xia Qing's survival. On the 10th year of the calamity, she finally stepped out of her comfort zone to embark on a new chapter of her life. Xia Qing carefully placed each book into waterproof storage bags and retrieved a hidden mobile phone from her clothing pack. The mobile phone issued to the lord by the base could not connect with the outside world within the territory, but her phone could. Strictly speaking, this device was a satellite communication terminal, a graduation gift from her parents on the year the disaster struck. After the restoration of the only global satellite communication system in the 3rd year of the calamity, all satellite communication terminals became coveted resources. Within the Huisan safe zone, some individuals bartered their satellite phones for life-saving food and medicine, while many others lost their lives in the process. After the tragic murder of her father, Xia Qing was compelled to share a dormitory with strangers. She discreetly concealed her mobile phone, only daring to power it on when she felt assured of her safety. To revisit old videos and photographs, as well as to receive satellite messages disseminated by the national and Hui base headquarters, keeping herself informed of occurrences beyond Huisan base. The last time she activated the device was on New Year's Eve, and now, a full 16 days had elapsed. Now within her own domain, Xia Qing could confidently utilize her phone. Upon connecting to the communication satellite, her device swiftly received an overwhelming barrage of disaster alerts, news, and announcements. She meticulously perused each message, discovering that, much like the information previously obtained via the radio, the texts and brief messages echoed familiar content, save for one exception. 15 days prior, on the morning of the Lunar New Year, she had received a message from an unfamiliar number that had indelibly etched itself into her memory. Remarkably, just 3 minutes before that, her phone, which she was using within the safety zone, had also received a message containing identical content from the same number. Dear readers, the author wishes to clarify the nomenclature of biological entities within this narrative. As the book has yet to be published, this explanation is provided directly within the text. The evolution of all creatures on Blue Star is categorized into two distinct levels: ordinary evolution and extraordinary evolution. For ease of understanding, in subsequent references to biological entities, those that have undergone ordinary evolution will retain their original names, while those that have achieved extraordinary evolution will be prefixed with the term evolved, such as evolved potato, evolved snake, and so forth. Following this reasoning, advanced evolutionary beings that surpass the ordinary evolution of their species by more than fivefold shall be designated with the term advanced evolution, such as advanced evolution potato or advanced evolution snake. Chapter 5. The stranger's message outside the safety zone. Territories with a relatively high safety factor include the following. Apart from those surrounding the safety zone: 2, 15, 68, 113, and 166. The Tang family has expressed intent to claim 3 of these plots. As Xia Qing has been diligently monitoring the information regarding the territories, she is aware that the 5 plots listed in the message indeed possess a high safety factor, rendering the credibility of this information exceedingly high. Xia Qing has been covertly observing the Tang family and is cognizant of their ambitions regarding the territories. This awareness prompted her to arrive early at the mission hall to queue in anticipation of the Tang family's representatives. The highest authorities of the nation have mandated that all military bases and government entities collaborate harmoniously to expedite the resolution of the food shortage crisis by maximizing the utilization of arable land around the safety zone and swiftly advancing the pilot projects for territorial development. Under the vigilant oversight of the military at base Huisan, the Tang family dares not brazenly seize fertile land. They must perform their obligations with utmost diligence. However, no matter how thorough their FAAD, there are always fissures in their efforts. Xia Qing is determined to exploit these vulnerabilities to claim plot number 3, for it harbors vital resources necessary for her survival. After sending a message to her publicly accessible number within the safety zone, this individual swiftly utilized a communication satellite to send the same message to a number that Xia Qing had not used for 7 years. Regrettably, she remained unaware of this communication as her phone was turned off. Xia Qing's successful acquisition of plot number 3 can be attributed to the timely message. As for the identity of the sender and whether their intentions are benevolent or ulterior, the truth will eventually surface, and there is no need for haste. Xia Qing deleted the message once more, stifling a yawn as she nestled into her sleeping bag. She sought to rejuvenate her spirit, eager to embark on a new chapter of her life. The following morning, after diligently clearing the overgrown grass and shrubs in the courtyard, Xia Qing set forth from the village, a piece of rations clenched between her teeth. She traversed vast expanses of charred farmland heading north, circumvented a slender reservoir, and ascended a hillside. The cultivated land here is flanked by mountains to the northwest and the southwest, to ensure that the farmland remains undisturbed by evolved creatures. The base established a no-man's land, a buffer zone of at least 50 meters in width, serving as a transitional area between the untamed evolutionary forest and the cultivated fields. This buffer zone is regularly treated with insecticides to deter the evolved insects from crossing into the designated territory, to safeguard both the farmland and the Lord's security. An additional buffer zone exists between the cleared land and the cultivated fields. The 3,000 acres of forest cleared to the northwest of Plot 3 belong to this buffer zone, which has been incorporated into Plot 3's expanse, thus elevating its area to an astonishing 6,000 acres. The buffer forest has only eradicated harmful evolved organisms, leaving the vegetation lush and verdant, contrasting starkly with the charred earth below. Xia Qing used a stick to prod the underbrush as she climbed, taking 20 minutes to reach her destination, a small cave with a spring. This spring had been a serendipitous discovery during her team's forest clearing mission. The water from the spring trickled gently from the cave's interior, approximately half a meter deep and 30 centimeters wide, seeping silently into the ground through the crevices. Had it not been for a speedily evolved squirrel that suddenly darted out from the cave, Xia Qing might have remained oblivious to the existence of this hidden spring. In a bid to address the issue of potable water, the Huisan base has excavated 3 deep wells within the secure zone. Yet the water extracted is tainted and requires purification before it can be consumed, due to the exorbitant costs associated with purifying contaminated water. The mission board at the base perpetually displays a quest for unpolluted water sources. Every team, regardless of their assigned tasks outside the safe zone, invariably seeks out water sources as well. Over the past decade, 4 uncontaminated water sources have been discovered within the Huisan base's vicinity, all of which are springs emerging from the mountains. However, due to their limited yield, they can only sustain a handful of individuals. Xia Qing, who relies on her physical strength for survival, certainly does not belong to that privileged few. It is worth noting that not all mountain springs are tainted. Thus, when Xia Qing utilized her portable detection device and observed a green light indicating purity, she immediately designated that area as her top priority. Water is the essence of life. The clarity of the spring water is exhilarating. She relished the thought of drinking as much as she desired. Not only would she drink, but she would also use this water to wash her face. Such extravagance. After cleansing her face, Xia Qing chuckled as she cleared and expanded the stone cave. For those evolved in strength, this task is but a trifling matter. The sound of water flowing into the bucket from bamboo strips was music to Xia Qing's ears. Collecting water requires time, and as she stood up, she surveyed her domain. The Huisan base area is devoid of volcanoes and has not experienced significant earthquakes. Thus, its topography remains largely unaltered since before the calamities. Yet, within the dense forest, numerous evolved creatures lurk, capable of claiming lives with ease. Just 3 months prior, the mountains and arable lands within Xia Qing's territory were also overrun by them. The numerous deep pits left in the ground serve as testament to the fierce battles fought between humanity and these evolved beings for control over this land. After filling 2 20-liter buckets with water, Xia Qing tucked them into her oversized backpack and concealed the small cave with stones and branches to avoid detection. Upon reaching the edge of the reservoir, a shadow suddenly leapt from the water, lunging towards her face. With a swift motion, Xia Qing struck it, sending it flying 5 meters away, where it crashed against the rocks by the reservoir. After rolling a few times and becoming still, she felt a sense of amusement. The assailant was an evolutionary catfish, thicker than her arm. Like many carnivorous creatures that have undergone evolution, this catfish had incorporated humans into its diet and would actively initiate attacks. Had Xia Qing been caught by its razor-sharp teeth, she would surely have lost a significant chunk of flesh. Now, however, she deftly sliced off a small piece of the fish and placed it into her portable multifunctional detector, which promptly lit up green. This evolutionary catfish was indeed edible. She quickly tucked the fish into a basin of water to keep it safe from any soaring evolutionary raptors that might swoop down to snatch it away. While the water slowly filtered, Xia Qing retrieved the appropriate tools to scrape away the moldy, yellowed, and mottled walls of her 2-story dwelling, discarding the debris. She then scrubbed her large iron pot until it gleamed, boiled the filtered water, and indulged in a refreshing hot shower. After gulping down a cup of spring water, her stomach growling with hunger, Xia Qing armed herself with a knife and set off towards the large catfish. For her first substantial meal in this new territory, she was determined to feast on meat. Let me take this opportunity to provide an explanation regarding the biological classifications within this narrative. All creatures on Blue Star undergo evolution, which can be categorized into 2 types: ordinary evolution and evolution that surpasses the ordinary level. For the convenience of reading in the subsequent text, biological names will be referred to by their original names for organisms at a standard evolutionary level. For those with superior evolutionary levels, the term evolution will precede their names, such as evolutionary potato or evolutionary snake. Similarly, for organisms exhibiting advanced evolution exceeding 5 times the ordinary evolution of their species, the term advanced evolution will be affixed, as an advanced evolution potato or advanced evolution snake. Chapter 6. House repairs under the combined influence of the destructive elements and the nourishing elements in the atmosphere. A phenomenon has emerged throughout the evolutionary process of Earth's organisms that remains inexplicably enigmatic. The lower the biological hierarchy, the higher the degree of evolution. While humans have generally evolved at a rate of approximately double, many structurally simple invertebrates have evolved at a staggering rate of 8 times, significantly surpassing human evolutionary rates. Consequently, in the aftermath of natural disasters, Blue Planet poses several times greater danger to humanity than before. While the evolved beings of Blue Planet present life-threatening risks to humans, they also offer opportunities for survival. Organisms containing trace amounts of harmful radioactive elements, with the destructive element content not exceeding 5,000ths, can be safely consumed by humans. Researchers have designated these as safe foods. Current studies have validated 3 key points. First, the lower the content of the 2 types of elements, the more beneficial they are to the human body. Second, the higher the proportion of safe food in the human diet, the greater the ability to resist environmental pollution. And third, the efficacy of multiple evolved safe foods in enhancing human resistance is markedly superior to that of ordinary safe foods. Due to the inability of safe food to meet the dietary needs of the entire nation, WAGWA has classified edible organisms containing trace or negligible amounts of harmful radioactive elements, specifically those with a concentration between 0.5 and 1.5, as selectable food. When tested with detection devices, both safe and selectable foods illuminate a green light. The evolved catfish that Xia Qing has caught, if taken to the safe zone, could be exchanged for enough rations to sustain her for 3 months. Having grown weary of the coarse, compressed rations, Xia Qing now craves meat. In a swift motion, she skillfully prepares the catfish, chopping it into pieces and placing them into a pot with mountain spring water to boil. As for seasonings, she has only salt and chili powder at her disposal, and no vegetables. Wait, she possesses 6 pounds of evolved potatoes. However, she hesitates to consume them, for the comprehensive planting guide explicitly states that these potatoes contain only 2.5 harmful elements and have a low germination rate, ranging between 30 to 35. The 6 pounds of potatoes she has could yield an uncertain number of sprouts in harvest. Thus, she refrains from eating them. Soon, an enticing aroma of meat wafts from the pot. Xia Qing inhales deeply, confirming that the catfish she is stewing is even more fragrant than the stewed fish sold at the Safe Zone's cafeteria, with a notably reduced fishy odor. This catfish is likely to be safe food. Although her appetite has doubled since her evolution, she finds herself satisfied, having consumed only half of the hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds. Fortunately, it is February, and fish left over from lunch will remain fresh until evening. With an increasing supply of food on the horizon, she must devise a plan to set up solar panels and a refrigerator without delay. Before that, however, she must first find glass to repair the windows, safeguarding against the onslaught of mutated insects or serpents, rodents, and ants. Xia Qing gathered her large canvas bag and tools, resolving to survey the desolate village during the afternoon. Within the confines of Area 3, 3 villages were arranged in an inverted formation, separated by vast stretches of cultivated land. Xia Qing resided in the northern village, which lay near the mountains, flanked by 2 other abandoned settlements to her left and right. These forsaken hamlets had long been consumed by rampant vegetation. As Xia Qing pushed aside the overgrown weeds, she uncovered numerous bleached bones of both humans and animals, stripped clean. Such sights were all too familiar to her, leaving her desensitized after witnessing them countless times. By the 10th year, the building materials produced before the calamity had long surpassed their shelf life, rendering them unusable. The supplies she currently possessed had been procured from the safety zone. The disaster had obliterated the industrial production system of Blue Star, transforming what was once readily available at the touch of a smartphone into scarce commodities that were nearly impossible to find. Even the glass adhesive and sealing strips she had acquired were obtained solely due to her position as the construction team captain. After her father's death, Xia Qing, left vulnerable yet possessing striking beauty, aspired to live comfortably and with dignity in the safety zone. This required either extraordinary strength, powerful allies to whom she could entrust her safety, or the exchange of her own body for sustenance. Lacking exceptional power and trustworthy companions, and unwilling to sell herself, she chose to cut her long hair and darken her face to blend in with the construction team. While earning points was a secondary objective, her primary aim was to conceal her identity, learn construction skills, and amass materials that were unavailable on the market, preparing herself for a solitary existence beyond the safety zone. Certainly, within the construction crew, there were those who harbored designs against Xia Qing. However, after witnessing her formidable strength, they abandoned their thoughts. After the installation of the bright, gleaming glass, Xia Qing exhaled deeply. The house was finally secure. Seizing the remaining daylight, she took a shovel to the neighboring yard and excavated a grave for the remains of an adult, a child, and a dog, all of which lay beneath a shroud of overgrown weeds. These 3 had fallen victim to the lethal embrace of the evolved mistletoe, and from their postures. It was evident that the dog had desperately sought to save its master until its last breath. The seeds of the evolved mistletoe do not merely parasitize tree trunks. They can also invade animals and humans. If the host fails to detect and eradicate the parasite in a timely manner, they will soon be drained of their vitality and perish. Xia Qing vividly recalls her first encounter with a victim of the mistletoe, where she beheld clusters of vivid red berries adorning their lifeless form, a sight that epitomized nature's most terrifying calamities. Yet, over the years, repeated harrowing experiences have revealed to her that there are no limits to horror, only escalating degrees of it. Fortunately, humanity has developed certain self-protection measures. As long as one refrains from recklessly entering unexamined natural territories, they can avoid large-scale assaults by evolved creatures. After interring the family, Xia Qing methodically cleared the overgrown weeds and debris from the yard. The house, a two-story structure of reinforced concrete, had just completed its primary construction when it was beset by acid rain and biological evolution. The secondary structure and windows had yet to be installed. Fortunately, the roof is constructed with resin tiles, and the homeowner has taken every possible measure to safeguard the property. Otherwise, after enduring 6 months of relentless acid rain, not only would the concrete have suffered, but even the steel reinforcement would have been corroded. Xia Qing resolved to utilize this space as her storage area for various large yet non-essential items, such as farming tools, furniture, timber, and construction materials. After organizing everything, she took another look around, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet she realized the necessity of acquiring a guardian creature to watch over her domain. A high-level evolved dog or a large goose would suffice, with a preference for the latter due to its herbivorous diet. However, she acknowledged that this was merely a fleeting thought, as finding a trainable high-level evolved animal is exceedingly rare. Xia Qing did not consider herself fortunate enough to stumble upon one in her territory. Thus, she prioritized cultivating her land instead. Chapter 7. The Triad of Evolved Beings. Once the windows were secured, the room became snug and restful, allowing Xia Qing to sleep soundly. After a night of peaceful slumber, she dreamt of a high-level evolved cow that wandered into her fields and refused to leave. In her dream, she harnessed it to a plow, capable of tilling 50 acres in a single day. Upon waking, Xia Qing couldn't help but smile at the thought. How wonderful it would be to have such a cow. Cows do not require fuel, which is a significant advantage given the soaring prices of diesel and gasoline, making them unaffordable for the average person. After washing up with spring water and enjoying a piece of rationed bread for breakfast, Xia Qing shouldered 3 water buckets and set out to fetch more. The previous day, she had consumed and utilized an entire 20-liter bucket of spring water for drinking, cooking, and washing. The 2 additional buckets were salvaged from a half-destroyed kitchen cabinet at a nearby village, their lids securely fastened, making them suitable for cleaning and reuse. After vanquishing 3 venomous snakes, Xia Qing arrived at the entrance of a cave, only to discover that the stone blocking the entrance had been dislodged. Gripping her machete tightly, she listened intently and observed her surroundings with keen eyes, confirming that within a 50-meter radius, there were no large animals aside from herself, a few sparrows, and several snakes, which put her somewhat at ease. Her ability to survey the area was attributed to her status as a tri-system evolved individual. In addition to her strength, both her vision and hearing had undergone evolution. Although she had not undergone formal testing in a laboratory, by comparing herself to other evolved beings, Xia Qing surmised that her auditory and visual enhancements were no less than level 4. Furthermore, her physical strength was not merely level 4 as reported, but an impressive level 6. Thus, Xia Qing was not a mere beginner among the evolved, but rather a senior tri-system evolved individual. Such multi-system evolved beings are exceedingly rare. Among the 2 million inhabitants of the Huisan base, there were only 12 dual-system evolved individuals and merely 2 tri-system evolved individuals, whose identities and evolutionary directions remained undisclosed. Xia Qing was aware that one served in the military, while the other had relocated to the research institute at the Hui main base. Fearing that his daughter might be captured for experimentation after her tri-system evolution, Xia Qing's father had only reported her strength evolution. This tri-system evolution had enabled Xia Qing to evade danger time and again over the years, serving as her assurance in venturing beyond the safety zone to cultivate the land. At the cave entrance, where she had left her water bucket the previous day, clear tracks of 3 types of animals were evident. One was avian, another belonged to a weasel, and the last was either a goat or a deer. The birds could be disregarded, the weasel being a natural enemy of mice. should be preserved, while the goat or deer, she was their predator and would claim it. If Xia Qing could locate the spring, the mountain's creatures would undoubtedly be aware of it as well. After the water in the reservoir was contaminated, the clever animals flocked here to drink from the spring, which seemed entirely reasonable. Xia Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings and soon made a new discovery. On a branch 2 meters away, several strands of white fur hung. Given their length, curled shape, and resilience, combined with the footprints, it was undoubtedly a sheep. Xia Qing felt an overwhelming desire to do nothing else today but guard the cave and await the arrival of the sheep. It had been many years since she last tasted lamb. Within the stone cave, the depression she had excavated beneath the spring was devoid of any accumulated spring water, as it all flowed through the cracks in the stone, which did not surprise Xia Qing in the least. If any water could be retained, or if the spring water were to flow outward, the search teams would have discovered this place long ago. She placed her bucket into the pit to collect spring water, then examined the flesh of 3 venomous snakes, delighting in the discovery that one of the snake's meats displayed a green light. This brought Xia Qing immense joy, further fueling her desire to wait for the sheep that would come to drink. However, for today, the presence of this snake was sufficient. While gathering water, she took the opportunity to select and test the wild vegetables she recognized. It wasn't until all 3 buckets were filled that she found 7 small wild plants. Although a brief boil would only yield a single bite, Xia Qing was thoroughly satisfied with her harvest. With 4 acres of land cleared, she could plant all the seeds distributed by the base. Xia Qing chose a plot of land located merely 100 meters from the waterflood control wall, where irrigation would be convenient, and the presence of the wall offered protection against potential flooding from the river. The first step in leveling the land was to turn the soil and remove any large stones, tree roots, grass roots, and visible pests. Xia Qing adjusted her straw hat and set to work. To her astonishment, as she began to turn the soil, she discovered that beneath the thick layer of grass and ash, numerous tender shoots had already begun to emerge. Xia Qing was unable to distinguish the various tender shoots, and upon discovering that they all bore red signals, she treated them all as weeds. Without the aid of machinery or oxen, relying solely on human strength for cultivation, Xia Qing demonstrated the advantages of a formidable evolutionist. Although she had broken 4 iron shovels in a single morning, she managed to clear 2 acres of land. At this rate, she would complete the clearing of 4 acres by the end of the day, filling her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Xia Qing, Xia Qing. Upon seeing her, Zhong Tao leaped from the vehicle and waved at her, deliberately refraining from stepping into her territory. Hey there, little sister. Xia Qing smiled and approached. Are you here for an inspection, Tao Ge? Zhong Tao looked at Xia Qing, who appeared significantly fairer than before, and after a moment of surprise, he inquired with a grin. Indeed, I was inspecting a few nearby plots yesterday. Today, I thought I'd come down to this side of the mountain. Is everything all right? Everything is fine, Xia Qing replied, handing him a grass-woven bag containing a snake. I was fortunate enough to catch a snake while clearing the hillside this morning. Zhong Tao quickly waved his hand. That won't do. Snake meat is a delicacy. You should keep it for yourself. Xia Qing resolutely pushed the bag forward. I do not eat snake meat. Seeing that she was not merely being polite, Zhong Tao accepted the bag and handed it to Zheng Kuei, who was smoking nearby. He then expressed concern. I remember the mountain was cleared quite thoroughly. Are there many snakes? Should I report this and send someone to clear it again? Not many. There's no need to send anyone. Xia Qing firmly declined, then handed Zhong Tao a note with her phone number written on it. This is my phone number. What is your number, Tao Ge? As the team leader of the vehicle squad, Zhong Tao was equipped with a satellite phone. Zhong Tao reported his phone number and, lowering his voice, inquired, Sister, do you possess a satellite phone? Upon seeing Xia Qing nod, he immediately broke into a grin, finding it much more convenient. She could call him whenever there was a matter to discuss. There are 2 important things I need to clarify with you. Firstly, make sure to listen for the base broadcasts every evening from 7 to 8. Secondly, the troops will regularly patrol the isolation zone and the buffer forest area on the mountain. When they arrive, they will greet you, and you must agree before they can enter your land. Xia Qing pressed for further details. Will the patrols be conducted by those stationed at the regiment headquarters? Yes. Wait. Zhong Tao suddenly realized he had inadvertently revealed a secret he shouldn't have. Feeling guilty, he glanced around before quietly asking Xia Qing, Sister, how did you know there are people at the regiment headquarters? Xia Qing chuckled, I guessed. I know nothing. Zhong Tao scratched his head and laughed as well. It's enough that you know this. Just make sure not to speak of it outside. Alternatively, I could provide your number to the patrol team, making it easier for them to contact you. That works. In the decade of natural disasters, the military has made tremendous sacrifices to protect the people, earning the trust of all groups. Xia Qing added, please do not mention to anyone in the safe zone that I have a phone. Understood. Just as Zhong Tao was about to take his leave, he spotted someone sprinting towards them from the east. He immediately raised his weapon, positioning himself protectively in front of Xia Qing. Halt. If you come any closer, I will shoot. Captain Zhong, don't shoot. It's me. Zhao Zhe from plot number 4. The tall Zhao Zhe hurriedly approached, panting as he grasped the vehicle, and inquired, Captain Zhong, we have a person bitten by a venomous snake. Do you have the anti-venom? Yes. Where is the individual? Replied Zhong Tao, greeting Xia Qing before promptly leading Zheng Kuei and Zhao Zhe to rescue the victim. The fourth plot lies to the east of the third, nestled within a sizable buffer forest. As spring heralds the revival of life, it is not unusual for snakes to emerge. However, if the assailant was indeed a venomous serpent, the situation would become dire. Around 3 in the afternoon, Xia Qing received a text from Zhong Tao. A venomous snake has claimed the life of one in the fourth plot. The base has decided to conduct a thorough re-examination of the buffer forest. Captain Tan Junjie will oversee plots 1 through 10. Rest assured, they are our own. In recent years of natural disasters, there have been daily fatalities from attacks by evolved creatures. Xia Qing's primary concern was the impending search of the buffer forest scheduled for the following day. She needed to devise a plan to conceal the spring while ensuring she captured the sheep before the searchers arrived. If the sheep were caught outside her territory, it would no longer be her responsibility. Upon reaching the mountain, Xia Qing found that the stones blocking the cave entrance had not been disturbed, and there were no fresh hoofprints on the ground. After placing a bucket inside to collect water, she chose not to guard the cave for the sheep, but rather to follow the hoofprints in pursuit of its whereabouts. Xia Qing discovered that the sheep had ventured beyond her buffer forest, crossing the isolation zone into the evolved forest. The danger level of the unmonitored evolved forest had increased, making it certain that she would not capture the sheep today. She would have to wait until the following morning to try again. Early the next day, before she could corner the sheep, Xia Qing received a call from Tan Junjie. The danger assessment team had already commenced their operations, expected to reach the third plot by 10 o'clock, and inquired whether she had encountered any evolved venomous snakes or other hazardous creatures within her territory. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing killed 2 snakes yet still could not wait for the sheep. So she sealed the cave and ventured to the isolation zone beyond the buffer forest, armed with a machete and a slingshot, to await the inspection team. Before the inspection team arrived, she heard a commotion emanating from Area 2 and leaned in to listen intently. It turned out that the inhabitants of Area 2, having heard about fatalities from venomous snake bites, demanded that the inspection team conduct a thorough check of their area. However, the inspection team explained that their current mission was to patrol the isolation zone and the buffer forest, excluding the cultivated fields. The residents of Area 2 were dissatisfied and erupted in uproar. This mountainous region sprawled in a reclining S shape, with Area 1 located on the southern side of the U-shaped bend of the rolling hills, encompassing both cultivated fields and buffer forest, similar to Area 3. Area 2 lay to the east of Area 1, entirely comprised of farmland. Areas 3, 4, and 5 were situated on the southern side of the N-shaped bend, featuring both buffer forest and cultivated land. Consequently, Area 2 was relatively safer compared to Areas 1, 3, 4, and 5, which was also the reason why the individual who sent Xia Qing 2 text messages highly recommended it. The lord of Area 2 was Tang Lu, who, of course, would not personally tend to the fields. It was someone dispatched by the Tang family who was arguing with the inspection team. The Tang family had long been arrogant at Base Hui San and would certainly not regard the small inspection team with any seriousness. Xia Qing listened quietly, eager to see how Captain Tan would respond. I am currently executing my duties. If you do not stand aside, I will treat this as a violation of the law. Hearing Tan Junjia's authoritative shout and the sound of bullets being chambered, a smile crept onto Xia Qing's lips. Tan Junjie adhered to principles and acted strictly according to orders, which was a favorable circumstance for her. Upon spotting 7 soldiers clad in camouflage protective gear in the distance, each adorned with a green badge, Xia Qing's spirits lifted. A formidable inspection team composed of 7 evolved individuals. Captain, look ahead. There stands a lady bearing a green badge. She must be Xia Qing from Sector 3, a level 4 strength evolved, age 25, and single. Silence. Tan Junjie barked. Everyone, maintain decorum. Yes. The 6 team members responded in unison. At this distance, speaking softly meant that non-auditory evolved individuals would not overhear, so Xia Qing stood quietly, feigning ignorance. Tan Junjie approached her, removing his protective mask to salute. I am Tan Junjie, captain of the 6th Danger Inspection Team. After reviewing his credentials, Xia Qing took the initiative. Captain Tan, I am Xia Qing from Sector 3, a Level 4 Strength Evolved. I have previously executed 6 clearing missions in the Evolved Forest before exiting the safety zone and wish to accompany you in patrolling the Sector 3 Buffer Forest and Isolation Zone. The clearing missions in the Evolved Forest had been announced for 3 months, with each outing lasting 10 days. Xia Qing had survived 60 days of tasks and remained in good health, indicating that although she was merely a junior strength evolved responsible for transportation and disinfection, she possessed considerable capability in handling danger. Moreover, since she sought to accompany them in her own territory, Tan Junjie had no grounds for objection. You may follow behind me. Understood. As they walked, Xia Qing began to share details about the buffer forest in her territory. I have inspected the northern slope twice, eliminating 5 snakes, and found no other threats. I have yet to examine the western slope. Xia Qing is the most formidable among the 50 lords of the northern district. Yet she is also the one most susceptible to peril. The stronger one's abilities, the greater the confidence, leading them to actively explore their surroundings, thus heightening the likelihood of encountering danger. I have taken note of that. Thank you, Captain Tan. Xia Qing obediently responded, donning her protective mask, which she deemed unnecessary, yet felt compelled to conform as the inspection team all wore theirs. Upon entering the buffer forest, a member of the team behind Tan Junjie exclaimed, pointing down the hillside. Miss Xia, did you really turn over such a vast expanse of land by yourself near the reservoir? Xia Qing recognized this as the individual who had earlier referred to her as girl. Just call me Xia Qing, she replied. I am an enhancer of strength. Aside from my considerable physical power, I possess no other exceptional skills, and I can only excel at such laborious tasks. The team member introduced himself as well. Sister Xia Qing, I am Su Ming, a Level 3 visual enhancer. Your work in turning the land is remarkable. Did you cultivate it before the calamity? Xia Qing shook her head. I reside on the outskirts of the city, and my family only has a small vegetable garden, so I haven tea truly farmed. However, over the past few years, I have frequently worked in the cultivation area of the safe zone, which has allowed me to acquire some skills. At 9 o'clock, a disturbance was noted approximately 45 meters away, likely a snake or lizard. An auditory enhancer within the squad alerted everyone to remain vigilant. Tan Junjie immediately commanded, all personnel on high alert. Xia Qing, stand behind me. Numbers 3, 4, and 5, proceed to investigate. Xia Qing stepped back further behind Tan Junjie, observing Su Ming and the other 2 as they scoured the 9 o'clock direction. After a few rustling sounds, the trio soon returned, carrying a patterned snake measuring over a meter in length. Su Ming cheerfully handed the snake to Xia Qing, saying, Sister Xia Qing, it's a vegetable snake. Before Xia Qing could shake her head, she heard Tan Junjie mention the regulations. All resources within the territory belong to the Lord. With no further objections, Xia Qing placed the snake into her backpack. The inspection team completed their search of the western buffer forest, capturing a total of 6 snakes and 2 evolutionarily advanced venomous centipedes, each approximately the length of an arm. The sight of the evolved centipede sent shivers down Xia Qing's spine. After thoroughly examining the northern buffer forest twice, the inspection team found no dangerous creatures and took their leave, preparing to enter Area 4. Xia Qing, holding her backpack, inquired of Tan Junjie, Captain Tan. May I exchange this meat for seeds? Chapter 9. Evolved sheep bartering has become the primary means of resource exchange since currency has lost its value. This time, Tan Junjie did not refuse, asking, what do you wish to exchange? Xia Qing cautiously probed, do you have sweet potato seeds? Tan Junjie nodded, instructing a young team member known as Tiger to calculate. Yes. The young man promptly retrieved a testing device and scale, carefully assessing and weighing the captured animals before efficiently providing the points. 5 red lamp snakes weighing 5 pounds earned 100 points. 1 evolved red lamp snake weighing 4 pounds earned 120 points. 1 yellow lamp snake weighing 1.5 pounds earned 75 points. And 2 medicinally viable evolved venomous centipedes weighing 6 pounds earned 300 points, totaling 595 points. The inspection team utilized an advanced testing device, significantly superior to Xia Qing's ordinary apparatus. The advanced detection device is no larger than the palm of one's hand. It not only distinguishes between edible and inedible organisms, but also reveals the levels of harmful substances, indicating safe and viable food with green and yellow lights respectively. Tan Xuanjia inquired, gazing at the detector. The sweet potatoes from the military are safe to consume. These points can be exchanged for either 2 sweet potatoes or 6 sweet potato seedlings. Which would you prefer? With 100 points required for a single safe sweet potato seedling, while the price is steep, it is indeed worth that value. As Xia Qing had no prior experience with sweet potato cultivation, she opted for the more secure choice, saying, "I choose the sweet potato seedlings." Captain Tan, if I manage to hunt another animal, may I exchange it with you for more seedlings? Tan Junjia nodded, issuing a caution, "Do not venture beyond the isolation zone." Understood. Xia Qing responded enthusiastically, though her heart seemed distant. After Tan Junjia led the team eastward into the number 4 buffer forest, Xia Qing proceeded south along the narrow valley that separated the 2 buffer forests, marking the boundary between the 2 plots of land. Before long, she heard Su Ming quietly suggest, "Captain, it must be quite challenging for Xia Qing to farm alone. Let us give her a few more sweet potato seedlings." Tan Junjia retorted, "Are you willing to use your points for that?" Silence ensued. Xia Qing smiled softly and, upon exiting the buffer forest, removed her protective mask and hurried towards the 4 acres she had recently tilled. With the addition of 6 sweet potato seedlings, she would need to cultivate an extra half acre. After a simple lunch at home, Xia Qing, like an indefatigable top, set out to tidy up the 2 desolate courtyards to the west. The remains were gathered and buried in a pit. The wild grass was burned to create potassium fertilizer, and usable items were stored in the eastern warehouse, while construction debris lay piled up. Thus, she found herself with 2 gardens conveniently located near her home. Concerned that an evolved individual from the inspection team might hear the sound of the spring water, Xia Qing deliberately circumvented the grove surrounding the mountain spring. She wished to keep the drinking spring within her territory a secret, exercising great caution each time she fetched water, carefully concealing the drinking bucket within her backpack. At 7 o'clock, the usual broadcast began, first relaying inspiring news from various regions of Huagua, followed by updates and announcements from Base Huisan, which Xia Qing listened to attentively. The announcement indicated that the temperature would rise by 8 degrees over the next 3 days, followed by the first heavy rainfall of the year. After the rain, it would be suitable for sowing spring wheat, urging everyone to seize the moment and not miss the planting season. She had already tilled her land in advance. Lying in bed, Xia Qing smiled nonchalantly, deciding to till another plot for wheat after the rain, knowing that the already prepared land would not go to waste. It would eventually be sown. She contemplated exploring the evolution forest to the north of Plot 3 during the 3 days before the rain. Last winter, Base Huisan had extended the quarantine zone outside the safety area by 70 kilometers, and since then, no one had ventured into the evolution forest beyond this boundary after the natural disasters. This uncharted territory, untouched by humanity, was fraught with both peril and allure. And with her current scarcity of food, Xia Qing found herself particularly susceptible to temptation. The buffer forest and the village within her territory had already been thoroughly scouted by humans. All animals had been exterminated, and the plants had been screened and examined, leaving no room for unexpected discoveries. With determination, she set her plan into action. The next day, rising early, Xia Qing gathered her equipment, traversed the buffer forest and quarantine zone, and entered the densely wooded evolution forest. After the natural disaster, the temperature fluctuations across the 4 seasons of the blue planet have widened by at least 15 degrees. However, the resilience of evolved plants to cold has also improved, leading to a verdant landscape by mid-February. Most animals, on the other hand, remain entrenched in their original habits, hibernating through the winter. They await the rise in temperature and the abundance of rain to emerge, engage in activities, and reproduce. These 3 days are considerably safer than the ones to come. Yet, Xia Qing remains vigilant, with her senses heightened, cautiously navigating inward with a machete in hand. She discovers that this evolved forest was once within the realm of human activity before the calamity, as evidenced by the terraced fields on the hillside and the collapsed structures atop the flat, expansive summit. In such areas, the likelihood of encountering edible plants is significantly higher than in untamed forests untouched by human cultivation. The safe food that the exploration team has located primarily derives from these cultivated regions. An hour and a half later, Xia Qing experiences a stroke of fortune. She uncovers several small green shoots, signaling a positive detection. Carefully, she clears the soil surrounding the shoots, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Ginger. A sprouted piece of ginger. She quickly retrieves it, mindful that evolved plants may undergo changes when removed from their native environment. Thus, she excavates the surrounding soil along with the ginger, securing it in her backpack to preserve its growth conditions as much as possible. After traversing 3 more terraces, she manages to catch 2 snakes, frighten away a swarm of rats and squirrels, and crush several insects that attempted to bite her. Finally, she achieves her second bounty, a cluster of green garlic sprouts. Essential for cooking, she now only lacks 1 ingredient. However, for the next hour, as she scours the terraced fields and the collapsed courtyard, she finds no sign of scallion sprouts. Could it be that the scallions have yet to sprout? Xia Qing continued her exploration and discovered a towering Chinese tun tree beyond the collapsed courtyard wall, preliminarily identifying it as an edible plant. Surrounding the tree, the tender shoots of the tun had been gnawed away by an unknown creature. After meticulously inspecting the tree for concealed snakes and insects, Xia Qing ascended the branches to pluck a cluster of deep red shoots. She squeezed the sap into the testing device, and within mere seconds, the green light illuminated, confirming its edibility. What a delightful surprise to find such a sizable edible tun tree. Xia Qing beamed with joy, having entered the territory just 5 days prior. She had smiled more in this brief span than in the past 6 months combined. Just as she harvested a few more clusters of the shoots, she heard the distinct sound of a large animal stirring 30 meters away. There was no time to flee. Xia Qing pressed her back against the tree trunk and held her breath to observe. The noise grew increasingly closer until a filthy, white-furred sheep emerged from the lush grass. This sheep was quite large, likely an evolved species. Upon examining its hooves, Xia Qing was almost certain this was the very creature that had come to her territory to unearth stones for a drink from the spring. So, the sheep she had awaited in the cave had come to find her under the tree? Gripping her machete tightly, she prepared to launch a surprise attack. The sheep raised its head, accurately locking its gaze on the concealed Xia Qing, its eyes narrowing slightly. To Xia Qing's astonishment, she detected a palpable disdain reflected in the sheep's gaze. Could it be that this sheep was one of the rarest evolved beings, a cerebral evolution? Chapter 10. Wild boar. Under Xia Qing's watchful eye, the evolved sheep approached a small tun tree, lifted its head, and with a decisive snap, bit off the freshly sprouted tender shoots at the top of the tree. Xia Qing cast a glance at the young tun tree, its branch bitten off, before her eyes widened in astonishment at the sheep with a rather irksome expression, incessantly chewing. Could it be that this sheep had evolved its dentition? After swallowing the tender shoots of the tun, the little-tailed sheep lifted its head to gaze at Xia Qing. Noticing her immobility, its eyes narrowed even further as it retreated a few paces, pawing the ground with its front hooves, and then charged towards the large tun tree. Bang! Xia Qing clutched the violently shaking trunk, her heart racing in tandem. No need for speculation. This was a sheep of remarkable strength evolution. Was it attempting to shake itself loose from the branch? This was her first encounter with an evolved sheep. Did such creatures consume meat after their evolution? Bang! The evolved sheep slammed against the trunk once more. Observing that Xia Qing remained steadfastly clinging to the trunk, it abruptly turned. Its spiraled horns aimed at the basket that rested at the foot of the tree. Xia Qing's heart fluttered in fear, and she shouted, "No!" Seeing the sheep halt in its tracks, she quickly added, "Brother, we can discuss this amicably. Please, don't charge." Although the sheep did not charge, it began to paw the ground, preparing for another assault. Without hesitation, Xia Qing plucked 2 clusters of tun shoots and tossed them. "Brother, enjoy these tun shoots. They are far more delectable than ginger or garlic." The evolved sheep ceased its preparations, lowered its head, and delicately picked up the 2 clusters of tun shoots, consuming them. Witnessing the sheep's fondness for the tun shoots, Xia Qing promptly tossed several more clusters, enticing it away from her precious basket. Uncertain of the sheep's appetite, she was astonished to find that this evolved creature devoured over 100 clusters of tun shoots before finally reclining contentedly on the ground, no longer intent on ramming the tree or eyeing Xia Qing's basket. Evolutionary animals can be categorized into 2 distinct types. One type absorbs more destructive elements than nurturing elements, resulting in a temperament that is irritable and highly aggressive. The other type absorbs more nurturing elements than destructive ones, thereby retaining its original characteristics. The sheep, having satisfied its hunger, seemed to embody the nurturing evolution. Xia Qing felt a sense of relief as she filled her backpack with a bounty of tender Chinese tune buds and then leaped down from the tree, continuing her exploration with the basket in hand. The evolved sheep, resting beneath the tune tree, cast a glance at Xia Qing before resuming its drowsy repose. Bah! Upon noticing Xia Qing's departure, the sheep suddenly bleated. Bah! Were you not just well fed? Bah! I'm leaving now. I shall bring you more next time. Xia Qing replied as she turned to depart, only to be taken aback as the sheep stood up, pawed the ground, and directed its spiral horns towards her. How dare you? Xia Qing's temper flared, and she set down her basket and the tune saplings, adopting a stance. Come on, let us see who possesses greater strength. The evolved sheep charged fiercely towards Xia Qing, lifting its front hooves and thrusting its head forward to ram her with its spiraled horns. Xia Qing raised her hand to block, shouting, "Open!" However, the sheep was not pushed aside. Instead, it sent her sprawling. Xia Qing executed a backward roll and sprang to her feet, chastened. You wish to eat the tune buds? Bah! Very well. She then emptied her backpack onto the ground, inviting it to feast. The sheep cast a disdainful glance at Xia Qing before lying down beside the scattered tune buds, leisurely ruminating. With no match for the sheep's strength, Xia Qing climbed back up the tree and gathered another half basket of tune buds before descending once more. As the evolved sheep stood up and fixed its gaze upon her, Xia Qing poured some spring water into a broken jar and offered it to the sheep, saying, "Are you tired from eating? Have a drink." The sheep lowered its head to sniff and then began to drink. It had been an eternity since she had felt such unbridled joy. Although she lacked the strength to overpower the evolved sheep, Xia Qing possessed a weapon, which gave her a certain degree of confidence in slaying it. Yet, this sheep was astute and robust. Xia Qing did not wish to kill it, but rather to nurture it, should her efforts prove futile. She contemplated harvesting the tender shoots of the Chinese tune and venturing into the evolved forest for more, as her observations indicated that aside from this sheep, no other large animals had traversed that hillside. After successfully cultivating her vegetables, Xia Qing retrieved the shoots of Chinese tune that had been soaking in salt water, blanched them in boiling water, chopped them finely, seasoned them with salt and chili powder, and then sealed them in sterilized glass jars. These 2 jars of spicy Chinese tune would suffice for her sustenance for an entire month. This morning had been exceptionally fruitful. Allowing Xia Qing to indulge in a rare luxury, she poured a bit of oil and stir-fried a generous portion of Chinese tune, savoring it alongside her compressed rations until she felt thoroughly satisfied, then reclined on her chair. Life had never been so comfortable. To maintain such comfort, however, required diligence. After tidying up the kitchen, Xia Qing secured the door and, with 2 water buckets in tow, made her way to the back mountain. She placed the buckets beneath the spring and used stones to block the spring before traversing the isolation zone, donning her protective mask as she entered the evolved forest. In an effort to avoid the greedy sheep guarding the tune trees, she chose to explore the northern part of the evolved forest near plot number 4. The valley, with its ponds and dense thickets, was exponentially more perilous than the hillside. Just as Xia Qing was about to abandon her search, she faintly heard the grunt of a wild boar near the pond. Wild boar meat. The little wild boar, the meat she could seize. Xia Qing, enticed by the prospect of flesh, gritted her teeth and stealthily descended the mountain with her cleaver in hand. The commotion caused by the wild boar grew increasingly pronounced, and by the pond appeared a brown-black sow, her weight estimated at over 300 pounds, encrusted with thick mud. Such a beast, with its formidable bulk, would prove impervious to the bullets of a hunting rifle, and the cleaver in her grasp was of little hope in comparison. Nevertheless, her target was not the adult boar. Xia Qing's gaze shifted to the playful piglets frolicking beside the large sow. Chapter 11. Food. Xia Qing first tossed a small stone into the pond, observing that the sow merely lifted her head to glance at the water's surface before resuming her foraging in the mud, while the piglets continued their rambunctious play without interruption. What did this signify? It indicated that in this valley, there were no natural predators of the wild boars, resulting in their diminished wariness. But now, a predator has arrived. Xia Qing swiftly seized the evolved snake that had descended from a tree branch to bite her, deftly stowing it in her leather bag, and continued her approach towards the wild boars from downwind. With her enhanced auditory senses, Xia Qing's stealth had increased exponentially. Even as she crawled within 5 meters of the wild boars, they remained oblivious to her presence. This proximity signaled that it was time to act. Drawing forth some rope and sticks, she fashioned 3 rudimentary snares before quietly maneuvering to the upwind position. Grasping a stone weighing over 50 pounds, she hurled it forcefully at one of the piglets. The piglet's shrill cries pierced the air, prompting the sow to rush over to investigate. While the other piglets scattered in panic, 3 of them became ensnared, squealing in distress, and the sow could only attend to one. Xia Qing, grinning with glee, assessed the 3 captured piglets and discovered 2 were red and 1 was green. The only one still alive was the green one. The base has long aspired to expand the breeding of livestock, particularly the swift-reproducing and meat-abundant domestic pigs or wild boars. The value of this edible wild boar is incomparable to that of ordinary consumable animals. This is a golden pig. No, gold has lost its worth. This is a pig of merit. Xia Qing provided the pig with grass and water, then promptly contacted Zhong Tao to address the deceased red light wild boar and the evolved snake in her bag. As she hummed a tune, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Zhong Tao. Brother Tao, do you have a precise biological testing device? I have 2 red light wild boars weighing a total of 130 pounds, 1 dead and 1 alive. Xia Qing's testing device could only distinguish between edible and inedible organisms, while an advanced device could differentiate between safe food, selectable food, and inedible food. Previously, while in the safe zone, Xia Qing had hesitated to spend 800 merits on an advanced device, but now it was time to exchange. Yes, I'll be there in an hour. An hour. This suggested that Zhong Tao was not far from her location. Xia Qing sent him another message. Please bring some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The announcement last night stated that in order to facilitate the Lords, patrol vehicles would carry daily necessities, which could be exchanged with merits or supplies. Additionally, to ensure the safety of the Lords, information regarding their material exchanges would not be made public. Today, luck was on Xia Qing's side, allowing her to improve her circumstances. Soon, a light truck, stirring up a cloud of dust, halted beneath the sign for Area 3. To her surprise, she saw the inspection team, led by Tan Junjie, disembark alongside Zhong Tao and Zheng Kuei, with a basket in hand. Xia Qing felt a slight tension in her scalp as Zhong Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister, you are truly impressive. Where's the wild boar? Let us weigh it together with Brother Kuei. Tan, Kuei here. Xia Qing first greeted Tan Junjie, and then pulled out a tightly bundled wild boar and several snakes from her backpack. As Zhong Tao took hold of the boar, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It surely weighed around 70 pounds. Kuei, step on the scale. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Zheng Kuei lifted the weighing scale, revealing that the live wild boar weighed 73 pounds, while the deceased one weighed 72, and the snakes totaled 30 pounds. Zhong Tao swiftly tapped on the calculator, astonished to find the total came to 865 points. My goodness, that's equivalent to what a girl would earn in a year within the safe zone. How much oil, salt, and vinegar do you require? Despite acquiring a substantial amount of points, Xia Qing wished to remain modest, requesting 4 bags of salt and a jug each of the other condiments, all of the finest quality. The amount she had settled on drew envious glances from Zhong Tao, who couldn't help but salivate. These seasonings were freshly sourced from the processing factory, totaling 790 points, leaving a remainder of 75 points. Should it be transferred to your card, or should we procure additional supplies? Upon hearing that Zhong Tao had only the finest goods, Xia Qing eagerly inquired. What else did you bring, Tao Go? Zhong Tao quoted the prices. Compressed rations were 20 points per pound, soothing capsules at 100 points per box, along with a selection of common medications. Additionally, there were staple foods available from the military for exchange. Wheat flour at 20 points per pound, cornmeal at 13, and rice at 37. The evolutionary warriors in the military were well treated. Those without family often exchanged surplus supplies, which were typically consumed internally. To Xia Qing's surprise, she had the chance to benefit this time, and she quickly asked, Tao Go, is the exchange of food not recorded? Zhong Tao was aware of Xia Qing's concerns and cheerfully clarified that this transaction was a private matter, not recorded. The transaction did not involve the card reader at the safe zone's task hall, so she need not worry. With provisions at hand, Xia Qing could hardly maintain her composure and promptly produced her points card, asking if 20 pounds would suffice. Such a large quantity. Zhong Tao discreetly glanced at Tan Junjie, and upon seeing his silence, nodded in agreement. That will require deducting 1325 points from your account. He first utilized a public handheld card reader to transfer 75 points to Xia Qing's card, then produced his own reader to deduct 1,400 points before calling out to Zheng Kuei, Kuei Z, help with the loading. After Xia Qing received the 2 hefty bags, The previously silent Tan Junjie spoke up, inquiring, "Where did you capture that wild boar?" His imposing demeanor was reminiscent of Xia Qing's middle school homeroom teacher, instilling a sense of pressure in her. Tan Junjie did not engage further, but solemnly warned Xia Qing that trespassing into the evolution forest could provoke large animals or swarms of insects to invade her territory. If only her domain were endangered, it would be manageable. However, if other lords were affected, it would be beyond her capacity to bear. Xia Qing immediately stood tall, assuring Tan that he need not worry. "I frequently accompany the team into the evolution forest for hunting and understand the boundaries. I would never provoke evolutionary creatures that I cannot handle." After Zhong Tao and Zheng Kuei departed in their vehicle, Xia Qing was left to confront the serious Tan Junjie alone. After waiting for a few seconds without hearing Tan Junjie speak, Xia Qing began to recount the matter of the evolved sheep. "Captain Tan, I possess a powerful evolved sheep wearing a collar, which roams in my territory and on the hillside to the north. If you happen to encounter it while hunting wild boars, could you perhaps let it be? It is a herbivorous evolved creature that poses no threat as long as it is not provoked." Chapter 12. Blood Prophet Tan Junjie fixed his gaze upon Xia Qing, resembling a commander observing a disobedient soldier. All evolved creatures outside the territory are not protected by the territory law, including those with collars. "Understood," Xia Qing replied loudly. Then inquired softly, "Captain Tan, if I clear that hillside, could it be considered part of my territory?" In the aftermath of the natural disaster, the vast lands of Huagua are sparsely populated, and no one desires the areas teeming with evolved creatures. Tan Junjie scrutinized Xia Qing in silence for a few seconds, asking, "What resides on that hillside?" Understanding the implications, Tan Junjie pressed his brow and countered, "How many wild boars have you captured in total?" "Well, living ones. Suitable for consumption?" "Indeed." Tan Junjie paused for a moment before asking again, "Are they male or female?" Tan Junjie proposed a condition, to exchange this small wild boar for the hillside and your sheep. Hesitant about his plan to raise smaller pigs in exchange for substantial points, Xia Qing suggested her own terms. "May I clear the hillside myself? Are you truly considering that tree as a treasure?" Tan Junjie remarked, observing Xia Qing's gaunt and discolored face. He assured her, "It is too perilous for you to go alone. We will only eliminate the harmful creatures and will not disturb anything on that hillside." Xia Qing's face instantly lit up with joy, sealing the deal. "Thank you, Captain Tan." After she departed with the provisions, Tan Junjie retrieved his mobile phone to report the situation upwards. He then requested permission. "I apply to lead the team into the evolution forest to capture wild boars." "Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." That evening, she planned to treat herself to rice, but before nightfall, there was a significant task she needed to attend to. Xia Qing cut a piece of red cloth from an old garment and fashioned it into a collar. After awkwardly stitching the words Xia Qing of Plot 3 onto it, she ventured back into the evolution forest. Uncertain if the sheep was a consumable creature, she decided against eating it. Instead, she wished to keep it as a laborer and preserve the tree that continuously provided tender shoots of tune. Upon reaching the hillside, Xia Qing indeed spotted the evolutionary sheep lying beneath the tree, half closing its eyes while observing her. The two exchanged glances for a moment, after which Xia Qing generously poured half a pot of water into a weathered jar, which the sheep had licked clean. The evolutionary sheep regarded her with half-closed eyes, remaining motionless. When it finally rose to drink, Xia Qing stealthily took a step closer. The sheep showed no response, so she ventured another step. Just as she produced the collar, the evolutionary sheep suddenly lunged at her, and Xia Qing quickly dodged aside. The two began a playful chase, circling the large tune tree in a dizzying dance. After what felt like an eternity, Xia Qing managed to climb up the tune tree. Though the sheep's agitation had yet to subside, it continued to ram the trunk with a resounding thud, uncertain of the pain inflicted by its spiral horns. Xia Qing felt as though she might be tossed from her perch. Not only did the sheep exhibit a temper, but Xia Qing had her own. Drawing her machete, she swiftly severed a branch with a couple of decisive strikes and cast it aside. Immediately, the evolutionary sheep abandoned its assault on the tree and turned its attention to the tender shoots at the tip of the branches. The evolved sheep, indeed, fell for the bait, eagerly pursuing Xia Qing in hopes of nibbling on the tender shoots of the tune tree. As the chase ensued, one person and one sheep dashed about, until the sheep came to a halt after breaching the boundaries of the evolutionary forest. To prevent the incursion of evolved beings into the buffer forest, a wide isolation strip of 50 meters had been generously dusted with a powder that repelled such creatures, a scent that the evolved sheep also detested. However, this particular sheep seemed to believe it could quench its thirst at a spring within its territory. And under the irresistible dual temptation of spring water and tune tree shoots, it was hard to believe the sheep could resist. Xia Qing, wielding a tree branch, crossed the isolation strip into the buffer forest, and indeed, the evolved sheep bounded after her, leaping past the barrier. Upon entering the northern isolation zone of Area 4, the visually evolved human Su Ming rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Team Tan, Brother Yang. I just saw Sister Xia Qing carrying a tree branch with a sheep coming from the evolutionary forest into the buffer zone of Area 3. Tan Junjie turned around, casting a cryptic glance at Yang Jin, who was clad in camouflage protective gear, with his brows and eyes dark as ink. Yang Jin fixed his gaze on Su Ming for a couple of seconds before donning his protective mask and setting off. Yes. The 20-plus members of the Qinglong team simultaneously donned their masks, following Yang Jin into the evolutionary forest. Su Ming felt somewhat bewildered and grabbed his teammate Chao Xianyun. Did you notice how Brother Yang looked at me just now? It felt as though he was appraising my worth in points. You've rarely been right. But this time you are. Chao Xianyun, an evolved human with quadruple auditory abilities, replied as he put on his protective mask. Since when did you acquire a sister? Huh, what? Su Ming was even more perplexed. It's just Xia Qing from Area 3. We just saw her yesterday. Indeed. Su Ming immediately straightened up and shouted as he donned his protective mask. The resounding roar of Su Ming echoed into the buffer forest of Area 3. Xia Qing, who was plucking tender shoots of Chinese tune to feed the sheep, turned her head towards the north. With a resounding thud. It was as if this forest belonged to it alone. Perhaps, before this hillside was cleared, it truly was the domain of that sheep. Xia Qing removed her mask and smiled. A large group of individuals far more formidable than herself had ventured into the evolution forest to hunt wild boars. If it wished to survive, it should remain still and refrain from wandering. The evolved sheep squinted its eyes, ignoring Xia Qing and continuing to ruminate. Xia Qing abandoned her intention of placing a collar on it and casually pinched a cluster of Chinese tune shoots. Upon measuring with her newly acquired advanced detector, she was astounded. The deep green contained less than 1,000th of harmful elements, an exceptional safe plant. No wonder the sheep guarded that tune tree. Even Xia Qing wished she could move under the tree to reside there, trading a small green light wild boar for over 1,000 acres of hillside, along with an exceptional safe plant and an evolved sheep, was a tremendous bargain. Although land may not hold much value now, the continuously sprouting leaves of superior trees are indeed precious. Even without considering the evolved sheep as a bonus, she had profited immensely. Chapter 13. Who is the boss? Upon returning home, Xia Qing first checked on her precious little wild boar, only to find it huddled in a corner, refusing to eat or drink. She promptly replaced its water with fresh spring water and offered it Chinese tune shoots. It was imperative that nothing happened to it under her care. After showering and enjoying a hearty meal of rice mixed with spicy tune, Xia Qing blissfully reclined on her bed, utterly enamored with her newfound life of independence and freedom. As she lay down to sleep, the northern valley of Area 4 was illuminated, where several individuals clad in camouflage protective gear surrounded 12 wild boars, 3 large and 9 small, undergoing examination after being anesthetized. Zhuang Ming hurried to report the exhilarating results to the 2 team leaders. Among the 3 large boars, 1 female, currently nurturing piglets, had a blood test indicating a green light, while among the 7 small ones, 1 showed a green light and another a yellow light, including the one that was captured. There were a total of 3 edible piglets. The green-lighted female and the red-lighted male had produced 2 green-lighted piglets, indicating the high stability of the female's genetic traits, making her suitable for breeding. Zhuang Ming immediately concurred. Indeed, Captain, given the proximity of this location to our camp, raising pigs here would be quite effortless. Accessing pork would be far more convenient. Tan Junjie also found the proposal feasible and made a phone call for instructions, which indeed garnered support from higher-ups. They decided to enclose the area for pig farming and would arrive with machinery in 2 hours. Yunzi and Mingzi remained to tend to the wild boars, while the rest took a half-hour to rest before accompanying me to meet the machinery. Understood. More than 20 soldiers expressed their enthusiasm. Tan Junjie then inquired of Yang Jin. What are your plans? Yang Jin flicked off a leech that had landed on his protective suit and replied, I'll follow your arrangements, securing a long-term meat supply. Do you still lack meat? Tan Junjie chuckled knowingly. Yang Jin smiled and shifted the topic, asking, Is the order to clear just this valley? Or should we clear the entirety of the territories north of areas 3, 4, and 5? Yang Jin preferred to remain silent, and Tan Junjie did not press further. The northern area of Plot 3 was incorporated into the territory, designated as a breeding center for wild boar. That evening, a coordinated effort was initiated to establish a quarantine zone, with the aim of clearing hazardous wildlife by dawn, ensuring completion before the rain arrived. For forest quarantine vehicles, accompanied by over 40 personnel, effortlessly carved out a new, 50-meter-wide isolation belt along the undulating terrain north of plots 3, 4, and 5 within a single night. The following morning, as Xia Qing ventured to the northern hillside to fetch water, she noticed smoke rising from within the evolution forest to the north. Had Tan's team already captured the wild boar and commenced their cleanup in the evolution forest? Before she could investigate further, she received a call from Tan Junjie, who informed her that a team would be dispatched to capture the boars. Xia Qing inquired first about the land use certificate for the new plot assigned to her, emphasizing the importance of clear communication and transactions. She expressed her gratitude to Tan Junjie. Zhuang Ming, after pricking the skin of a piglet to obtain a few drops of blood for testing, smiled broadly, revealing his teeth in delight. Indeed, the green light boar exuded vitality. Is there a connection between these two matters? Xia Qing asked. Are we also clearing the valley of wild boars? I see smoke over there. Zhuang Ming cheerfully responded that the base intended to establish a wild boar breeding center there, and the northern quarantine belt was already completed. They planned to enclose the area north of plots 4 and 5 before moving on to clear the hillside north of plot 3. Establishing the breeding center would signify enhanced security for their territory, much to Xia Qing's delight. She added, if you find yourselves overwhelmed, I can manage the clearing of that plot myself. Sufficient, the task will certainly be completed within 2 days. After Zhuang Ming spoke, he curiously inquired of Xia Qing. Sister Xia Qing, are you well acquainted with Captain Yang of the Qinglong team? Captain Yang Jin, the leader of the Qinglong team, ranks second in overall combat strength at the Huisen base and is a figure of considerable renown. As a level 7 speed evolver, he possesses striking looks, drawing attention wherever he goes. However, Xia Qing not only harbored no feelings for him, but also wished to keep as far away as possible. Any woman who approached Yang Jin would inevitably be regarded as a thorn in Yang Lu's side. Thus, Zhuang Ming's sudden question piqued Xia Qing's vigilance. I am not familiar with him and have had no dealings with him. Why do you ask? Nothing, just a casual inquiry, Zhuang Ming replied, scratching his head before taking his leave with the little wild boar. Although the top 2 teams at Huisen base are ostensibly neutral, their affiliations are quite clear. The Sufing team, led by Tang Jingxiu, naturally adheres to Tang Jingrong, while the Qinglong team, under Yang Jin's command, maintains closer ties with the military. This is due to Yang Jin and the majority of his team members having been military academy students prior to the cataclysm. Under Yang Jin's leadership, the Qinglong team operates with a markedly cleaner style than the Sufing team, enjoying a high reputation within the base. Everyone prefers to team up with them for missions. Xia Qing has also participated in missions with the Qinglong team, albeit only under the leadership of its core members. She had no desire to be involved with Yang Jin. Before she could ponder further, she heard the sound of pounding footsteps approaching rapidly. Xia Qing immediately dropped her backpack and assumed a ready stance. An evolved goat with spiraled horns leapt from the woods, charging directly at her. Xia Qing summoned every ounce of her strength to meet the challenge head-on. Bang! Xia Qing was defeated, stumbling back 3 steps before colliding forcefully with a tree. Had it not been for her evolved physique, she would have surely sustained an injury from the impact. As she rose to her feet, she noticed the evolved sheep retreat a few steps before charging at her once more. Xia Qing steeled herself, ready to confront the creature. Today, she would demonstrate who truly reigned as the sovereign of Area 3. Though her strength paled in comparison to that of the sheep, she possessed wit. As the sheep charged at her again, Xia Qing deftly sidestepped, seizing the horns of the creature and bellowing, "Get away from me." With a mighty heave, she flung the evolved sheep aside, sending it crashing against a rock. Dazed for a couple of seconds, the sheep finally blinked its eyes wide open and let out a distinctive, furious bleat before lunging at Xia Qing. It was the first time Xia Qing had ever heard such an enraged sound from a sheep. However, she showed no sign of mercy. Get away. Crack. Once more. The evolved sheep was hurled by Xia Qing, colliding with a tree trunk as thick as a thigh, snapping it in two. Bah! The sheep stood up, shaking its head before charging at Xia Qing again. Get away. Bang. Leave. Bang. Scram. Bang. Chapter 14. Xia Qing gets injured in the realm of combat. The evolved sheep was indeed less cunning than Xia Qing, yet its stamina and brute strength were formidable. After the 35th time the evolved sheep rose to charge at her, Xia Qing, with aching arms, climbed atop a boulder in surrender, declaring, "You're impressive. You're the boss. Let us call it a truce, for I have other matters to attend to." The evolved sheep halted, gazing at Xia Qing for a moment before collapsing onto the ground with a thud, panting heavily with its mouth agape. Exhausted, it turned out, Xia Qing collapsed onto the stone and laughed. After regaining her composure, she leapt down from the rock, retrieved her water bottle, and took a few sips. She then inquired of the evolutionary sheep, who still lay beside the stone, "Big sheep, would you care for some water?" The evolutionary sheep, now rightfully referred to as Big Sheep, squinted at Xia Qing with an air of haughty superiority that belied its ovine nature. Not wishing to engage in a battle of wits, Xia Qing poured water into its bowl and stepped back a couple of paces. Big Sheep rose to drink half a bowl of water, then turned its gaze toward the trampled remains of a young tune tree, its expression decidedly unkind. Was it hungry? A bleat reminiscent of a typical sheep prompted Xia Qing to relent, as she produced a collar, suggesting, "How about we put this on?" However, as Big Sheep began to dig its hooves into the ground once more, Xia Qing prudently retracted the collar, thinking to herself that if it were to be captured and consumed by Tan's team, it would have no one to blame but itself, having fought alongside one another. A bond of mutual understanding began to blossom between Xia Qing and Big Sheep, while the latter's ire and wariness towards her seemed to wane. Together, they traversed the buffer forest and isolation zone, entering the evolutionary forest. Once within the forest, Xia Qing slowed her pace, allowing Big Sheep to outstrip her. Observing its familiarity with the terrain, she decided to trail behind it. Before long, Big Sheep indeed led her onto a game trail. Xia Qing chuckled, noting the width of the path and the hoof prints. "Did you carve this out yourself? How did you evade the venomous snakes and insects?" Curious about the flora, she pinched a blade of grass, extracting a purplish-red sap. To her astonishment, her advanced testing device indicated that it was a food source only marginally inferior in quality to the young tune shoots. Had it not been for the voracious appetite of the elder sheep, Xia Qing would never have thought to inspect this peculiar-looking grass. Now, however, she had acquired yet another variety of vegetable, for which she expressed her gratitude to the elder sheep. While the elder sheep grazed, Xia Qing busily cut grass. And when the elder sheep ceased its meal, the duo ascended the hill together. The elder sheep lifted its head to gaze at the tune tree, remaining still. "All right, I shall go and pluck some. You wait here." Yesterday, Xia Qing had already gathered all the buds within reach, but today she had different plans. She meticulously prepared a bamboo pole over 4 meters in length, binding her gleaming sickle from the backpack to the pole, and began to slice the tender tune buds from above. As she saw clusters of buds cascade down, the elder sheep bleated joyfully and bent down to feast. After harvesting all accessible tune buds and satisfying the elder sheep, she was left with a substantial bag. The elder sheep, lying on the ground, showed no intention of departing. Xia Qing, with a decisive flair, waved a cluster of tune buds in front of the elder sheep's nose, then shouldered her bounty and descended the mountain. Before long, she heard the sound of thudding footsteps behind her. A smirk crept upon her lips as she stifled a laugh. The elder sheep had gone to drink from the spring, and Xia Qing took the opportunity to lay out some tune buds and half a basket of purple leaf grass for it, while she began to tidy up the trees that had been broken during their playful tussle. Though a significant portion of the forest lay in ruin, it would surely flourish anew after 3 days of rain. With impending rain on the horizon, she needed to gather more firewood. Cooking with wood was never as convenient as using electricity or gas. Solar panels were not sold to individuals within the safe zone. Xia Qing pondered what materials she could barter with to exchange for 2 solar panels from Tanjunjie. Not only is she busy with cooking, but she also cannot constantly rely on power banks obtained through material exchanges for charging, as it proves to be impractical. Rain is forecasted for the day after tomorrow, and for the past couple of days, Xia Qing has been exceptionally busy, hardly able to catch her breath. She must gather and properly store all usable items from the 3 desolate villages to prevent them from being damaged by the flooding caused by the mutated creatures after the rain. Collecting supplies, of course, carries its own dangers. When Zhong Tao arrived to deliver the land use certificate, he was taken aback by her appearance. "What happened to you, sister?" The protective mask was cracked, one side of her face swollen, and she was covered in mud. Xia Qing briefly explained that she had encountered a nest of mutated poisonous scorpions. Dealing with mutated poisonous scorpions is no small feat. It could easily cost one their life. Zhong Tao looked at Xia Qing in fear. This territory is not suitable for just anyone to cultivate. There are antidotes in the vehicle. Shall I fetch you some? The forecast indicated rain would begin tomorrow, and they would be unable to venture out until it ceased. Having already consumed the antidote, Xia Qing handed over a leather bag. Tao Gu, calculate how many points these scorpions are worth. As Zhong Tao gazed at the writhing canvas bag, his scalp tingled in apprehension. Are they all alive? Indeed. 17 exceeding 10 centimeters, 36 between 5 and 10 centimeters, and I did not meticulously count those below 5 centimeters, but there are certainly no fewer than 100. Goodness. Zhong Tao swallowed hard. Catching so many live scorpions, no wonder Xia Qing ended up like this. According to the public exchange rate for poisonous scorpions at our base, that totals 820 points. The venomous scorpion is capable of producing antidotes, thus commanding a price higher than that of other common poisonous insects. Xia Qing was well aware that Zhong Tao had not hesitated to charge her. She exchanged for a vial of antidote, a bottle of deworming tablets, and a protective mask, using the remainder of her points to procure a waterproof tarp for the roof. Zhong Tao chuckled, remarking on her extensive exchanges. No wonder you can't seem to save your points. With no relatives to care for, what was the purpose of hoarding points? Xia Qing merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Zhong Tao, having reached a similar conclusion, scratched his head and turned to retrieve the supplies. After washing away the dark red pigment from her face, the swollen abrasions on her fair skin became distinctly pronounced. Her injuries were not a result of the scorpion's sting, but rather from being struck by a steel bar that had fallen from the building above while she was capturing the creature. Fortunately, her strength and quick reflexes had spared her from being trapped beneath the debris. Aside from her face, Xia Qing bore several bruises. Yet no fractures occurred thanks to the protective gear she wore, which had also prevented any skin lacerations, thus eliminating the need for treatment. While bleeding, scarring, and disfigurement are minor concerns, the paramount issue is preventing infection. After the evolution of bacteria and viruses, even a seemingly insignificant wound could prove fatal. Chapter 15. The Reign of Death. After applying medication to her wounds, Xia Qing donned her clothing and protective gear, securing a new mask before carrying the tarp to cover the eastern scaffold. The roof of her small building was thoroughly covered with synthetic resin tiles to withstand acid rain, and the windows were tightly sealed, making the tarp unnecessary there. Having covered the scaffold, Xia Qing then turned her attention to constructing a sheep pen, naturally intended for the lead sheep. Though occupied with the village cleanup in recent days, she had not neglected to gather purple clover and tender shoots from the mulberry tree to feed the lead sheep. This morning, Xia Qing took it to witness the brutal scene of the military clearing the evolved forest, ensuring it understood the terror of humanity and refrained from recklessly jumping out to confront them. In this territory, where could be more suitable than her home? She could already sense the increasing humidity in the air, suggesting that rain might fall tonight. She must prepare all necessary supplies before it arrives. After placing the water bucket in the cave, Xia Qing lifted her newly woven backpack and inquired of Captain Yang. I'm going to gather purple leaf grass. Will you join me? Not going? Then I shall depart. Xia Qing traversed the buffer forest alone, entering the quarantine zone. She cast a longing glance at the sturdy barbed wire of the breeding center before donning her protective mask and stepping into her new domain. This territory had already been cleared by the danger assessment team, reducing the risk factor. Yet, with wounds on her face, Xia Qing dared not take chances. She located the area where purple leaf grass thrived most abundantly and began to harvest a few handfuls when she heard the sounds of human activity. Soon, she recognized Su Ming's voice calling out, "Sister Xia Qing." Su Ming sprinted towards her, followed by 6 team members. Though they were all wearing protective masks, concealing their features save for their eyes, Xia Qing could discern that Captain Tan was absent today, and she secretly sighed in relief. Sister Xia Qing, you are harvesting purple perilla? Su Ming continued to engage in conversation. Is this purple perilla? Xia Qing paused her gathering to respond. Yes. I appreciate all your hard work these past few days. It's no trouble at all. It's our duty, Su Ming replied as he approached her quickly. Sister Xia Qing, with so much you've gathered, what do you plan to prepare? The hue of this grass is undeniably peculiar. Recently, Xia Qing has been exceedingly busy and has yet to ponder how to consume it. Thus, it is currently being harvested solely to feed the sheep. Chao Xianyan, noticing Xia Qing's unfamiliarity with the grass, stepped forward to elucidate its nature to her. Although it may not appear so, it is indeed a variant of the evolved perilla. When subjected to heat and briefly blanched, it transforms into a vibrant green, rich in nutrients, and serves as a primary component of our base's nutrient solution number 3. Following the calamities that beset humanity, food scarcity has rendered the unpalatable compressed rations and nutrient solutions the two principal means by which we sustain ourselves. Yes, blanching and serving it cold is quite delectable. Su Ming leaned in from behind Qiao Xianyan, just as Su Ming was about to decline. Qiao Xianyan reached out to accept it. All right. Should anything arise in the future, Sister Qing, do not hesitate to call upon us. Hey. Su Ming's eyes widened as he was about to voice his thoughts, only to be pulled away by Huzi and Qiao Xianyan. I am Lao Qiao. Silence. As they distanced themselves, believing Xia Qing could no longer hear them, Su Ming, in a fierce manner, removed his protective mask. Lao Qiao, you didn't even inquire what Sister Qing wishes to exchange before accepting it outright? What if we don't have anything to offer? Qiao Xianyan shot a disapproving glance at the fool. Do you want to eat it? Absolutely. Another team member, Huzi, chimed in. Xia Qing disregards the dark green tender shoots of the tune and comes to harvest the perilla. What do you think of its quality? Su Ming delivered a playful punch to Huzi. It surely surpasses the tune shoots. Huzi has become quite discerning. Get lost. The warrior tiger seized Su Ming's arm and flung him aside. Tiger, and the others. Su Ming pondered. I wonder if Sister Xia Qing still needs sheep. I can help. I can too. I can. Xia Qing, with a hint of disdain, retorted. If you do not behave, I shall expel you. There are plenty willing to serve as my sheep. The lead sheep, squinting, noticed that Xia Qing had ceased her provocation and approached to graze. Xia Qing placed a bundle of grass on the bamboo rack in the sheepfold, aware that rain was imminent. To avoid getting drenched, it would be wise to remain indoors. The lead sheep stood in the courtyard, squinting for quite some time, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the grass and ventured into the sheepfold. In the first-floor living room, Xia Qing smirked in triumph, cut a piece of waterproof cloth, and constructed a small greenhouse for the ginger and garlic she had planted in the west courtyard. Although the hillside where she had dug the ginger and garlic was now hers, no one could ascertain whether the land still bore edible crops. Even if it did, one could not predict whether a downpour would render them inedible. Should a rainstorm laden with harmful elements occur, it would pose a severe challenge to all life on Blue Star. If the seedlings perished, there would be nothing more to be done, for she had exerted all her efforts. This sound vexed her. Chapter 16. The lead sheep goes out of control. Even before the rain began to fall, she felt a growing irritation, knowing without testing that the elemental content in this impending rain was undoubtedly alarmingly excessive. At this moment, the significant advantage of the safe zone becomes evident, having undergone thorough and repeated cleansing. The safe area allows its inhabitants to remain untroubled by the large-scale assaults of toxic gases or venomous creatures during the reign of destruction, except for the perimeter guards. Others need not don protective masks. However, should the intensity of the destructive rain escalate to its utmost level, another peril looms within the safe zone. An excess of destructive elements can lead to emotional instability in those with diminished resilience. If the rain persists for over an hour, individuals with low resistance, if not administered calming capsules in a timely manner, may succumb to injuries or even fatalities resulting from brawls or self-harm. Moreover, many may feign madness amidst the chaos, engaging in rampant destruction and looting. During the summer of the 8th year of calamity, an unexpected downpour of destructive rain lasted for an hour and a half, claiming the lives of over 800 individuals in the Huishan base, which once boasted a population of 200,000. In that tempest, Xia Qing dispatched 2 men who sought to take advantage of her. Reflecting on these memories, Xia Qing felt a wave of agitation wash over her. Taking a couple of deep breaths to steady her emotions, she proceeded to collect some rainwater for analysis. Confirming that the concentration of destructive elements indeed reached the highest danger level, marked in red. The base must be in a state of heightened alert, with everyone on edge. Fortunately, within her territory, she need not worry about treachery, focusing solely on defending against the sudden attacks from evolved creatures. Holding an umbrella, Xia Qing ventured to see Boss Yang, finding it comfortably nestled in the hay, seemingly unaffected by the destructive rain. Boss Yang's evolutionary level is on par with her own, undoubtedly possessing commendable resistance to the rain. Otherwise, it would not have survived thus far in the perilous evolutionary forest. As time ticked away, an hour and a half passed, and Xia Qing's chair remained unfinished, with darkness enveloping the sky. The relentless downpour persisted for an hour and a half, undoubtedly transforming the safe haven into a veritable inferno. Xia Qing hurled a discarded leg of a stool into the flames, recalling the individual to whom she had intended to send a text message. Upon retrieving her phone, she discovered the absence of any new messages and thus extracted her night vision device to survey the state of the yard. To her astonishment, the meticulously maintained yard had sprouted a dense layer of grass shoots. The flora, thriving amidst the torrential rain, contained an excessive amount of toxic elements, potentially evolving into unforeseen dangers. 3 days hence, she could only speculate what ghastly form her yard would assume. Cursing under her breath, Xia Qing donned her protective suit and mask, determined to ascertain the condition of the ram, old sheep. Just as she opened the door, she was met with the sound of old sheep gasping and scraping its hooves in the barn. Was it on the verge of losing control? Xia Qing adopted the calmest tone she could muster to soothe old sheep. Steady now, we need to take your medicine. However, before she could finish her sentence, old sheep bellowed and charged towards her, its head capable of creating a hole in the ceiling. There was no escaping. She braced herself for the impact. Bang! The collision of human and sheep sent mud and water splattering in all directions. Seizing the moment, Xia Qing attempted to wrap her arms around old sheep's neck in an effort to trip it, but the beast's strength was magnified, surpassing its usual might. Xia Qing was flung away, landing on the newly sprouted grass. As she rolled to evade old sheep's charge, she realized it was not aiming for her at all. Instead, it crashed through the hastily erected wall of the yard, careening into the outside world, creating a cacophony of thuds. If this continued, even if old sheep emerged unscathed, the walls of the entire village would surely collapse. The soothing capsules are a specialized medication designed to alleviate emotional instability caused by harmful elements. Their effects are akin to those of potent neurosedatives, inducing drowsiness and a sense of lethargy shortly after consumption, thereby easing feelings of depression and agitation while mitigating potential harm. However, improper use or excessive dosage may lead to a myriad of adverse reactions, including toxicity and addiction. Under normal circumstances, Xia Qing would prefer not to administer them to Boss Yang. With his eyes closed and unresponsive, Boss Yang lay there. Xia Qing thoroughly examined his bones, ensuring there were no fractures before feeling relieved. She first fetched a bucket of purified water to wash away the mud on her protective suit, then proceeded to boil a large pot of water. Boss Yang, already so dirty that his fur was nearly indistinguishable, was now completely caked in mud, providing Xia Qing an opportune moment to clean him while he remained immobile. Unbeknownst to Xia Qing, Boss Yang had slightly opened his eyes, his gaze following her movements. After mixing the water in the large aluminum basin with disinfectant and insecticide, Xia Qing gently lifted the limp Boss Yang and placed him into the bath. The moment he touched the water, Boss Yang opened his eyes wide, his mouth agape but unable to produce a sound, and his limbs twitched slightly, evoking a sense of pity. Noticing the brightness in his eyes, Xia Qing felt reassured, allowing his head to rest on the edge of the basin as she began to wash him. Rest assured, I am not boiling you. Rather, I am cleansing you of the harmful rain and, incidentally, eradicating parasites. Perhaps sensing Xia Qing's goodwill, or perhaps enjoying the bath, Boss Yang's once wide eyes gradually returned to their normal shape before finally closing gently. Fortunately, the disturbance caused by Boss Yang today allowed Xia Qing to discover the parasites infesting him. A large bath towel could only dry the sheep halfway. Xia Qing administered a deworming pill and tossed 2 logs into the fire, allowing the sheep to gradually warm itself by the flames. After a series of tasks, it was already 8 in the evening, and the rain outside had ceased without her noticing. Dressed in protective gear and armed with night vision goggles, Xia Qing ventured outside to inspect the perimeter, ensuring there were no lurking threats before returning to prepare dinner. She crafted a fragrant soup with white flour and perilla leaves, the steaming broth dispelling the cold dampness. Sitting beside the fire, she gently stroked the soft, resilient wool of the elder sheep, overwhelmed with happiness to the point of tears. Chapter 17. Companions. After indulging in the comforting moments with the sheep, Xia Qing meticulously sprayed disinfectant into the gaps of the doors and windows, as well as the drainage outlets of the bathroom and kitchen, sealing them tightly. She then laid out her sleeping bag on the opposite side of the fire in preparation for rest. The soothing capsules had a typical effect duration of 10 hours on an average person, but considering the frailty of the evolving sheep, it would likely last no more than 6 hours. Concerned that it might become restless and cause damage to her home once the effects wore off, Xia Qing decided to keep vigil. As she dozed in and out of sleep, the fire gradually dimmed. The elder sheep, awakening with a slight twitch, stood up and shook its fluffy, curled wool before stepping back a few paces from the fire. Instantly alert, Xia Qing emerged from her sleeping bag and stood up, her gaze fixed on the elder sheep. Bah! Though the sheep's bleat was weak, it sounded like that of a normal sheep, prompting Xia Qing to breathe a sigh of relief. Was it seeking to go outside? The elder sheep squinted and raised its head, sniffing the air before trotting towards the kitchen with a rhythmic clatter of its hooves on the tiled floor. Xia Qing, perceiving its lack of intent for conflict, consented to share the space for the night. However, she warned, should it dare to relieve itself indoors, she would not hesitate to make a meal of it. The great sheep, known as Old Sheep, remained still, eyes half closed. After a brief period of lying on its side, it shifted its position. Upon hearing the movement, Xia Qing promptly opened her eyes to find it extending its forelegs forward, its head and neck gradually lowering to rest upon them. Excluding the weight of its head, the formidable horns alone must weigh at least 10 pounds, yet it seemed unconcerned about the strain on its slender legs. Xia Qing stifled a silent chuckle and closed her eyes once more to sleep. Old Sheep alternated its gaze between Xia Qing and the fire, taking a considerable time before finally closing its eyes. The two, one human and one sheep, slumbered until dawn, with Old Sheep being the first to awaken. As it stood, the sound stirred Xia Qing from her slumber, prompting her to rise and open the door to let it outside. After Old Sheep relieved itself in the courtyard, it turned to graze upon the evolutionary perilla that Xia Qing had placed on the shelf in the sheep pen. The weeds in the yard had surged in growth overnight, now towering above Xia Qing's calves, yet Old Sheep's demeanor suggested no imminent danger lurked in the vicinity. For breakfast, Xia Qing prepared 2 fragrant pancakes infused with Chinese tune, their taste remarkably delightful. After savoring the pancakes, she reflected on the seemingly plump yet bony Old Sheep. She retrieved her treasured book on sheep husbandry. Cross-referencing the illustrations and descriptions within, Xia Qing confirmed that Old Sheep belonged to the small-tailed Han breed. She meticulously examined the breed's characteristics, unable to suppress her laughter. The book extensively extolled the exquisite flavor of small-tailed Han meat, their rapid reproductive capabilities, and the exceptional quality of their wool, concluding with a brief mention of their remarkable adaptability to various environments. Indeed, it is quite formidable, otherwise. The leader of the sheep would not have survived for a decade in the apocalypse, with a height and weight surpassing that of an adult ram from the Book Mountain by 1.5 times. Following evolution, many creatures have experienced a significant increase in size, humans included. During the grand evolution of life on Blue Star, the evolutionary characteristics of humanity are delineated by the age of 25. Those who have surpassed this age will not exhibit notable physical changes after evolution. Conversely, those under 25 will witness a conspicuous growth spurt. When Xia Qing underwent her evolution at 16, she stood at a mere 161 centimeters. Yet now at 25, she has reached a height of 177 centimeters. She inexplicably senses that she may continue to grow taller. The broadcasts have proclaimed that, post-evolution, not only does height increase, but lifespan extends as well. However, this remains merely research data. In the face of natural disasters and harsh conditions, how many can truly live to see their natural end? As for the concentrated feed, Xia Qing perused the page on the husbandry of the little-tail Han sheep and discovered that several formulations included corn and salt. Do sheep truly require salt? Her gaze shifted to her grain storage. She possessed cornmeal, yet felt reluctant to part with it. Perhaps she would reconsider once her circumstances improved. Xia Qing then noted several types of forage that are highly nutritious for sheep, committing their names and appearances to memory. After her meal, she donned her protective gear and began uprooting the grass in her yard. The rampant grass, thriving in the torrential rain, needed to be uprooted entirely. Otherwise, the roots would continue to propagate and disrupt the environment. After eliminating a nest of highly destructive evolved ants, the rain began to fall once more. Xia Qing rinsed the mud from her protective suit with half a basin of purified water placed under the eaves. Just as she was about to open the door to enter the house, the old ram trotted over. Xia Qing remained still, her gaze fixed upon its soiled hooves. It was only when the ram began to impatiently paw the ground with its front hoof that she sighed and opened the door to let it inside. What alternative did she have? Engaging in another tussle that would only result in more mud? She had no desire to exert herself further. Besides, the ram did not relieve itself indiscriminately and bore no peculiar odor, so allowing it inside posed little issue. Upon entering, the ram settled beside the extinguished hearth, squinting as it ruminated. Xia Qing sprayed some insect repellent and secured the door tightly. shedding her protective suit and mask, hanging them on a makeshift rack by the entrance. Turning around, she discovered the ram chewing on the grass it had brought back from its stomach, its eyes fixed on her protective suit, as if contemplating taking a bite. Immediately, Xia Qing glared at it, warning, "What are you staring at? You absolutely cannot bite this, otherwise I shall stew you." The ram, still squinting, continued to gaze intently while ruminating. Xia Qing took up a broom and swept away the ash and debris from the stone floor, then gathered dry firewood to ignite a flame. The primary purpose of lighting the hearth was not merely for warmth, but to dispel the dampness within the house and drive away any invasive insects. Surely, it could not comprehend her words. Though its ancestors were domesticated, it was pure wild, having scarcely encountered humans. "How old are you?" she mused aloud as she warmed her hands by the rising flames, continuing to lament, "If only we had sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and peanuts, then we could roast them to enjoy." After the passing of her father, Xia Qing seldom engaged in idle chatter. Today, listening to the rain outside while keeping watch over a flickering fire with the great sheep, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a fierce desire to express herself. "Have you ever seen sweet potatoes in the evolution forest? They are truly delicious." The great sheep squinted at the dancing flames, seemingly unafraid of the fire, though it dared not approach. Once warmed, Xia Qing retrieved a half-finished chair from the tool shed and resumed her work. Although this rain lacked a high elemental content and did not irritate her as yesterday's had, idleness was still unwelcome. Upon completing the chair, Xia Qing sat upon it to test its stability. It was solid and splendid. At last, she had crafted her first piece of respectable furniture. Noticing the great sheep's gaze fixed upon her chair, she cheerfully asked, "What do you think? Not bad, right? I learned from the carpenters in the construction team at the safe zone, and not a single nail was used." Rising, she approached the window to inspect the yard, only to curse under her breath. "Just when I pulled them out, they grew back." Chapter 18. The sound of Feng Wen's cry. Xia Qing helplessly ran her fingers through her short hair. "Great sheep, grazing should be your forte, right?" With a clatter, she heard the sound of the great sheep moving and turned to see it headed straight for the chair she had just completed. She hurried over, lifting the chair. "No, please don't. It can't withstand your hoof. I worked hard to make this." Seeing the great sheep tilt its head, fixated on the bamboo chair, Xia Qing suddenly grasped its intent. "Do you want one too?" "No problem. There is plenty of bamboo. I'll make one for you right away." With that, Xia Qing carried the bamboo chair toward the tool room located to the north of the kitchen, searching for materials and tools. The quaint building, upon first glance, appears to house 3 rooms on each floor. However, in truth, it accommodates 5. The rooms on the eastern and western sides are divided from north to south, with the 2 northern rooms featuring rear windows that allow for ample natural light. The southwest room on the ground floor serves as the kitchen, while the northeast rooms on both the ground and second floors are designated as bathrooms. Xia Qing has transformed the northwest room, adjacent to the kitchen, into a tool room, which is filled with various implements she salvaged from the safety zone, alongside useful supplies she has gathered in recent days within her territory, in preparation for crafting new furniture. She has not hesitated to harvest bamboo. After hauling out several lengths of bamboo and applying her saw and drill, she constructed a legless tatami bed made of bamboo for the elder sheep, placing it in its resting area. She sat upon it to test its comfort, proclaiming, "This is yours. Lying here will keep you warm and dry." The elder sheep seemed to grasp that this was intended for it, squinting thoughtfully for a moment before settling on the tatami, positioning itself at a distance from Xia Qing. Wishing to stroke the sheep but concerned that she might provoke it into a destructive frenzy, Xia Qing returned to the tool room to retrieve a large bundle of slender, semi-dried grass, beginning to weave a cushion. In the wake of disaster, resources are scarce, compelling most individuals to learn the creation of household items that do not require exchange for points. The elder sheep, with its eyes narrowed, stepped upon the cushion with its hooves, as if ready to contest its authority. Xia Qing mused, "Such a small cushion, and yet you find it uncomfortable?" With a hint of determination, she resolved to craft another for it. Seated upon her cushion, she listened to the soothing sound of rain while perusing a book, only to be interrupted by the grumbling of her stomach. It was time for lunch. With no bountiful harvest to speak of that day, Xia Qing reluctantly refrained from consuming rice or flour, opting instead for 2 blocks of compressed rations, which she enjoyed with warm water. After just 2 days of consuming genuine meals, Xia Qing felt that the compressed rations were rather abrasive to her throat. Nevertheless, she spared not a morsel, even devouring the remnants before washing them down with several gulps of warm spring water. It was then she noticed the old ram had approached her, sniffing inquisitively. Standing tall, its head was elevated above Xia Qing, who was seated on a small bamboo chair, not wishing to be gazed down upon by a mere sheep. She scooted her chair back slightly. "Are you full as well?" The ram sniffed again, bringing its head closer to her hand. Xia Qing chuckled, pondering whether it enjoyed the taste of compressed rations. It made sense, given the calamity that had led to the collapse of the agricultural system on Blue Star. Now, whether leaves or roots, anything edible was transformed into sustenance by humanity. The majority of the compressed rations consisted of plant roots, stems, and leaves, augmented by a modicum of essential salt for humans, much to the ram's delight. Xia Qing ventured into the kitchen to chop some evolved perilla and subsequently opened a sealed packet of compressed rations, crumbling it into the grass before presenting it to the ram. "Here you go, your special feed." The ram lowered its head to sniff and, indeed, began to munch heartily. Observing its enjoyment, an ingenious idea suddenly struck her. Having consumed her provisions, it ought to assist her with work. Once the weather cleared, it would plow the fields. Feeling quite comfortable on the tatama mat, Xia Qing decided to turn over and continue reading about sheep husbandry. After perusing through the book, she turned her head to discover that the old ram had closed its eyes and fallen asleep. She felt an irresistible urge to pet the sheep. But the moment her hand brushed against its wool, the ram startled awake, causing Xia Qing to jump in surprise. A lone figure and a sheep exchanged glances for a brief moment. Summer Qing, refusing to stoop to the sheep's level, chose to yield first. "The rain has ceased. Shall we venture outside?" she proposed, then donned her protective gear. Upon stepping out, she discovered that the grass in the yard had only grown to ankle height, its growth noticeably slower than the previous night. This was attributable to the lower toxicity level of the morning's rainfall compared to that of the night prior, a fortunate development. Summer Qing proceeded to the west courtyard to inspect the transplanted ginger and garlic. Fearing the prickly or toxic nature of certain weeds, which might ensnare or bite her, she meticulously navigated the area, clearing away the bothersome flora while walking. The effort to traverse a mere few dozen steps took her an arduous 10 minutes. Although the plants had not been directly nourished by rain, the previous night's red-level toxic rain had dramatically increased the concentration of harmful elements in the air, potentially triggering biological mutations. As she peeled back the protective covering, she indeed found 1 ginger and 2 garlic plants that had undergone mutation, having not only grown significantly taller, but also altered in color and shape. Summer Qing uprooted the mutated seedlings, feeling not disappointment, but an unexpected joy. For despite the 2 bouts of toxic rain, the majority of her ginger and garlic had survived. The rain had persisted intermittently for 3 days. 1 deluge of the highest red alert level, 2 of orange, 1 of yellow, with the remainder classified as blue. By the end of these 3 days of toxic rainfall, Summer Qing's territory was entirely cloaked in vegetation. The areas she had diligently tended to, her yard and pathways, were in the best condition, with grass only reaching mid-calf, whereas the untended regions were engulfed in grass exceeding 2 meters in height, completely obscuring her. With the sun now shining, the concentration of harmful elements in the air diminished while the levels of beneficial elements rose. Consequently, the growth of mutated organisms slowed, favoring the development and activity of beneficial life forms. Basking in the warm sunlight, Xia Qing caressed the lone white ram amidst the boundless array of vibrant mutated flora. Her spirits lifted. "Boss, let us commence our work." With compressed rations as bait, she was finally able to grasp the wool, a joy that eclipsed the dreary 3 days of relentless rain. "Let us clear a path first. We need to fetch water and gather perilla and tender Chinese tune shoots. The mushrooms after the rain?" Xia Qing was not keen on risking poisoning. The ram, however, displayed no inclination to tread the damp, soft grass, standing motionless in the front. Clad in protective gear, Xia Qing did not press the creature, for she lacked the means. She promised herself that once her sister had accumulated enough points, she would redeem a set of evolved canine protective gear for it, and later, perhaps a customized outfit for the ram. With a sprayer on her back and a sickle and machete at her side, Xia Qing set off. Upon connecting, she had yet to hear Zhong Tao's voice when a piercing wail echoed through the line. This sound was all too familiar to Xia Qing. It belonged to Fengwen, her dormitory mate for over 4 years. Fengwen's distress was palpable. Was it due to her brother Feng Teng's misfortune? Or perhaps an incident involving her beloved leader of the Qinglong battle team, Yang Jin? Chapter 19. A vow of retribution. The cacophony on the phone diminished, indicating that Zhong Tao had moved away from the source of the commotion. as Xia Qing discerned his heavy footsteps. These sounds were markedly louder than usual, accompanied by a dragging gait, leading Xia Qing to surmise that Zhong Tao was exceedingly fatigued. Indeed, his voice was hoarse. "Qingmei, can you hear me? What is the situation on your end? Are there any dangerous evolved creatures you cannot handle? Do not overestimate your capabilities. If you find yourself overwhelmed, simply confide in me. While I may not be able to reach you directly, I can certainly enlist the help of others." Confirming that Xia Qing is still alive, I hurriedly purchased a fine clock. Lien responded promptly, but could not refrain from expressing his grievances to Xia Qing. "You have no idea. The safe zone has descended into chaos, with over 6,000 lives lost." Xia Qing listened intently until he concluded, then she ended the call, her thoughts drifting back to the individual who had sent her a message. If that person could access internal information, they were likely faring well within the safe zone, and should be safe from harm. Stowing her phone away, Xia Qing began to pull weeds while simultaneously exterminating pests, snakes that moved with remarkable speed, spiders the size of a palm, scorpions as long as her fingers, and moths with faces as large as her own. Though it was easy to feel overwhelmed by the lurking dangers in the vast, overgrown grasslands, Xia Qing found a profound sense of happiness amidst the peril. After uprooting the last few meters of grass, she emerged from the village to the edge of the cultivated land, her eyes brightening at the sight before her. The soil, thoroughly cleared and scorched, concealed far fewer seeds than those found in the village, resulting in a patch of grass that was significantly sparser. Additionally, the ash from burnt vegetation had a suppressive effect on invasive species, allowing the invasive grass to remain shorter than Xia Qing herself, thus making it easier to manage. Her gaze extended outward, taking in the buffer forest, where the vegetation had noticeably thickened. Among the newly sprouted flora, one could only speculate how many were hazardous mutated plants and how many concealed dangerous mutated creatures. The buffer forest was now several times more perilous than before the rain. Xia Qing's discerning gaze settled on a particular tree, her brow furrowing in concern. Had it not been for her visual evolution, had she not frequently observed the trees within her territory, she may not have discerned that within the western buffer forest stood a towering tree, now in its prime, thriving once more despite the ravaging rain. Generally speaking, plants in the seedling and juvenile stages possess the highest probability of rapid growth when confronted with destructive rain, as their seeds or saplings are incapable of shielding themselves from the multifaceted assault of harmful elements present in the air, water, and soil. Conversely, mature plants exhibit stabilized life indicators, enabling them to withstand such attacks, while those in a state of overall decline hasten their demise upon encountering destructive rain. The existence of adult humans capable of undergoing multiple evolutions must stem from exceptional physiological traits in certain aspects. The same principle applies to that towering tree undergoing a second evolution in the distance. This particular evolution is especially perilous. In the 7th year of the apocalypse, as Xia Qing accompanied the Liangqing team on a hunt in the evolutionary forest, they were suddenly beset by destructive rain. A mature tree experienced another evolution, emanating a scent of profound hallucinogenic properties, its influence extending over a diameter of 4 kilometers, leading the animals within to engage in mutual slaughter under the sway of illusions. Even more terrifying was the fact that this scent could permeate the filters of the protective masks employed by humans, affecting their minds. In that crisis, 26 individuals, including the captain and vice-captain of the Liangqing team, perished, resulting in the near obliteration of the team. Chen Dongyong, the third-in-command of the Liangqing team, rallied the exceptional evolved individuals to establish the Dongyong team, which now ranks 10th within the base, while the Liangqing team has dwindled to a minor squad, unable to penetrate the top 30. At present, Xia Qing stood at a distance, acutely aware that the formidable tree within the buffer forest was beyond her capability to confront. She was so engulfed in trepidation regarding the tree's sphere of influence that she dared not advance any further. Before she could dial Zhong Tao, a call from Captain Tan arrived. He spoke with his characteristic seriousness and brevity, inquiring whether there were any abnormalities in Zone 3. Captain Tan immediately pressed on, asking where she was and if she was unharmed. Upon receiving her confirmation, his tone grew even more grave as he issued a command for her to remain in place. "I will dispatch personnel to handle the situation. You are not permitted to participate." The words unspoken were abruptly silenced. Before Xia Qing could collect her thoughts after the call, a deafening crash resonated from downstairs, causing her building to shudder in response. She swiftly secured the window and raced down the stairs. only to find that the notorious sheep had rammed her double-lock security door to the ground. As if that were not enough, the mischievous creature had the audacity to trample upon her door. To make matters worse, it squinted at Xia Qing as if she had committed some grave betrayal against it. Xia Qing inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury, as she cautiously assessed the sheep's current state, fearing it might have undergone a calamitous evolution due to an excess of destructive elements within, or worse, been manipulated by the suddenly evolved tree. "Old sheep," she called. "Moo." The sheep bellowed angrily, forcefully scraping its hoof against the opulent door handle, resulting in a resounding crash as it broke. Xia Qing's anger surged, and through gritted teeth, she retrieved a compressed ration from her pocket, questioning the sheep's desire for it. The sheep's eyes instantly widened, and it bleated in response. Upon hearing the sound of the leader's clapper, Xia Qing erupted with fury, hurling her rations to the ground and charging forward with a fierce shout. "Damn it! If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I shall no longer bear the surname Xia." Chapter 20. As long as I am not embarrassed, the incessant buzzing of her phone broke the silence. Yet Xia Qing lay on the ground, utterly disinclined to move. With a feeble voice, she called out, silly hat," and answered the call. "Yes, master." A rare cheerful tone, reminiscent of a post-disaster rarity, emanated from the pocket near her heart. "Hello." Team Tan's voice came through, laced with urgency and the sound of footsteps. Xia Qing, wiping the sweat from her eyelashes, she gazed at the washed-out blue sky. "Team Tan, the evolutionary trees in the western buffer zone of Area 3 have been cleared, and the entire buffer zone has been inspected. I heard sounds of battle from within your territory. Where are you? What is the situation? The fighting has already ceased." "I am fine, Team Tan. There is no need for you to come and check. Everything is normal." "Normal?" "Yes." Su Ming slowly removed his protective mask, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit a goose egg inside. Meanwhile, the leader of the sheep, panting heavily on the ground, belatedly realized the arrival of others. He sprang up, shaking off the mud from his head, and positioned himself protectively in front of Xia Qing, presenting his muddy horns to the group of evolutionary beings that had stormed into their territory. Xia Qing raised her hand to wipe the mud that had splattered onto her goggles from the sheep leader, only to find her gloved hand caked in even more mud, rendering her protective goggles utterly unrecognizable. Now, there was no need to show her face to anyone. Whispering to herself 3 times, "Only I am not embarrassed. The embarrassment belongs to others," Xia Qing calmly rose, standing beside Yang Laoda, casually wiping the mud from her gloves onto its horn. To her surprise, upon noticing someone approaching, Yang Laoda's first instinct was to protect her, a flicker of conscience, perhaps. Unable to contain himself, Su Ming erupted in laughter. As Xia Qing caught sight of Yang Jin amidst the crowd, the only other individual remaining unbent, her mind went blank. How did he end up here? The battle was fierce, and the opponent was formidable. Tanjunjie was scanning the surroundings, but as he took a step forward, the evolutionary mud sheep beside Xia Qing scraped a line in the dirt with its front hooves, emitting a threatening moo. Xia Qing immediately stood upright. "Thank you, Team Tan." Tanjunjie nodded, turning to command. "Fall back." "Team Tan." Xia Qing called softly, "Could we keep today's incident under wraps?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the expressionless captain of the Qinglong battle team, Yang Jin, standing next to Tanjunjie. She felt a wave of gratitude towards him for being the only one on site, aside from herself, who had not removed his protective mask. Had he done so, it would have rendered her even more foolish. She recognized him by the calmness in his eyes behind the goggles and his remarkable physique, truly unforgettable. Nonetheless, despite her gratitude, she wished to remain inconspicuous, not wanting Tang Lu, the master of Zone 2, to learn that Yang Jin had entered her territory. Nor did she wish for her blunder to become a source of amusement at Base 3. Rest assured, as Tanjunjie led the team along the straight path cleared by Xia Qing, his shoulders trembled in unison with those of the other team members. Yet Yang Jin stood resolutely upright. The rhythmic sounds of splashing and thudding filled the air as Yang Laoda traversed through the mud and crossed the threshold into the house. It was only then that Xia Qing turned over and raised her head. Noticing that Yang Laoda was about to devour the compressed rations she had angrily thrown to the ground, she hurriedly scrambled over, exclaiming, "Wait." There's a vacuum pack before she could finish her sentence. Yang Laoda swiftly tilted its head back and swallowed the compressed food whole, then trotted off to the bathroom. After a brief interval, Yang Laoda emerged, squinting at Xia Qing. Was it looking to take a bath? Xia Qing couldn't help but laugh, removing her protective mask and allowing her laughter to grow louder until Yang Laoda, in a fit of irritation, began to scrape its hooves and gesture with its spiral horns. Only then did Xia Qing manage to say, "Just wait a moment, I'll boil some water for you." At that moment, her heart was entirely captivated by the imposing evolutionary tree nearby, and she truly hadn't paid attention to Yang Laoda's whereabouts. In Xia Qing's eyes, this house, this courtyard, this territory belonged to her, while in Yang Laoda's perspective, it was its domain. Thus, if it wished to enter the house, it would simply do so. Closing the door? Just open it. However, it had just rained, and did it not realize the myriad of perilous evolutionary creatures lurking outside? How could they sleep soundly without a door? Did it want to become host to a multitude of parasites? In response to Xia Qing's persistent inquiries, Yang Laoda lounged comfortably with its eyes half closed, indulging in its bath. Over the years, Xia Qing had encountered countless vexing situations, each time managing to respond with calm indifference. Today, an inexplicable surge of anger led to a confrontation with the formidable sheep leader, causing me to forget even the urgent matter of Team Tan's impending arrival to cleanse the mutated tree. This is decidedly unusual. It must be that tree exerting its influence over her. After washing the sheep, Xia Qing immediately set about repairing the fallen gate. I am grateful for the sturdy nature of the security door and the cracks in the wall. Thus, although the door was knocked down, with a bit of tidying up and reinstallation, it could still serve its purpose adequately. This cement, infused with pest-repellent properties, boasts double the corrosion resistance, rendering it a rare and valuable material. Even Xia Qing, the team leader of the Safety Zone's construction crew, possesses but a single small bag of it. Originally intended for the blade's edge, yet it has now all been repurposed for the door's repair. Once Xia Qing secured the door, she prudently propped it up with 2 or 4 wooden sticks for additional support, before calling over the sheep leader, who was basking in the sun while nibbling on grass. "Come here and give it a try," she beckoned. The sheep leader squinted at Xia Qing, remaining still. Xia Qing produced a morsel of food, enticing it closer. The entirely snow-white sheep leader approached eagerly, and Xia Qing broke off a piece of the treat for it. Then, she deftly pulled down on the modified door handle and pushed it inward, demonstrating, "See? The door opens this way. You only need to open it. Closing it is unnecessary, as it will shut itself. Give it a try." The gluttonous sheep leader paid no heed to the door, fixating solely on Xia Qing's hand. Xia Qing broke off another piece of the morsel and fed it to the sheep, then grasped its front hooves, using them to push the reclosed door open. "Now remember this, all right?" The sheep leader, chewing on the treat, squinted intently at the door. Chapter 21. Was her face white or crimson? Xia Qing did not harbor any expectations that the sheep leader could remember how to open the door with its rectal brain in one go. Instead, she opted to leave the door ajar, dousing the entrance with ample insect repellent, then donned her protective mask. "We have run out of water. I will continue to clear the path. Will you accompany me or stay at home?" The sheep leader remained silent, and Xia Qing did not anticipate any response. With the insect sprayer strapped to her back, she set off once more. As for the damaged courtyard wall and sheep pen resulting from her tussles with the sheep leader, that could be addressed at a later time. Upon exiting the village, Xia Qing was pleasantly surprised to discover that Team Tan had entered the village via the northern hillside buffer forest, clearing a path over a meter wide with their handheld brush cutters. Xia Qing gazed enviously at the military's complete equipment, and after spraying insect repellent along the way, she withdrew her sickle to clear the path to the mountain spring cave. Placing a sprig of perilla before the sheep leader, she said, "Eat up. You are not the master, I am your ancestor." The sheep leader, showing no hesitation, stood up to continue feasting. After placing the sprayer in the tool shed, Xia Qing hoisted 4 water buckets and carried a large water tank to fetch water. During the 3-day rainy period, she and the sheep leader had not been frugal with their water usage, and both the tank and buckets were nearly empty. Casting a sidelong glance at the sheep leader, she asked, "Thirsty?" If one disregarded its expression, the sheep leader, with a mouthful of the purple grass, was quite a sight. Xia Qing turned and continued her walk outside the village. The sheep leader moved more swiftly than she, having already quenched its thirst, was now grazing beside the stone cave. After placing the water buckets inside the cave to fill them, she plucked 2 blades of the green grass that the sheep leader was munching on, which had grown to the height of her palm. Upon inspection, they indeed proved to be safe, marked with a green light. As Xia Qing was about to praise the sheep for its voracious appetite, she noticed an evolved leech writhing on the branch above the sheep's head. Being ensnared by such a large leech would certainly pose a problem, yet Xia Qing remained still, curious to observe how the sheep would handle the situation. The sheep, adorned in a thick coat of wool, presented a challenge for the leech to find a suitable spot to latch on. But it had chosen the sheep's head and launched itself forward. Just as the leech was about to descend upon the sheep, it shifted to the side and, with a swift kick, sent the leech flying. Having endured several kicks herself, Xia Qing was well aware of the formidable nature of the sheep's hoofs. She stepped forward and swiftly dispatched the 30-centimeter-long leech with a single strike, burying it in a hastily dug hole. Evolved leeches could indeed be consumed when accompanied by the green light, and even if they were not, they could be used for medicinal purposes. However, Xia Qing found the thought of such a creature repulsive. She would prefer grazing on grass rather than consuming it, and had no desire to stow it away in her leather pouch, especially since a single leech was hardly worth any significant points. With her current prosperity, Xia Qing was unwilling to endure the disgust for just a meager gain. It wasn't that she was opposed to immediately tending to the fields for planting. The soil was simply too saturated and inaccessible for the time being. Therefore, she opted to first tidy up her home. The courtyard walls had been toppled by her and the sheep, so she decided to clear the debris and enclose a larger area. The eastern side, with its scaffolding, and the western side, home to the vegetable garden, were all incorporated into the new enclosure. Xia Qing proceeded to the western courtyard, relieved to find that despite the chaos, her makeshift rain shelter remained intact, and the ginger and garlic sprouts within were thriving. She lifted the rain cover, cleared away the small weeds that had sprouted beneath the ginger and garlic, and then uprooted the rampant grass and saplings in the second courtyard. As for the 2 saplings of Chinese tune that she had intended to transplant beside the spring, she had momentarily forgotten. She would check on them again in the afternoon. After a busy morning that extended past noon, Xia Qing finally managed to tidy up her expansive courtyard, transforming it into a gleaming haven adorned with a charming red brick pathway that brought her immense satisfaction. With her tasks for the morning completed to perfection, she could now indulge in her lunch. She rinsed the mud off her protective suit, shed her drenched clothes, and took a refreshing shower before heading to the kitchen to prepare her meal. A small pot of rice porridge, a dish of cold mixed perilla leaves, and the staple food of compressed rations comprised her humble feast. Just as Xia Qing set the freshly cooked meal on her newly crafted dining table, the boisterous sheep, known as Old Yang, trotted along her newly laid brick path into the courtyard. Stop! Xia Qing halted Old Yang from entering the house, gesturing for it to rinse its dirty hooves in the basin by the door. Old Yang, fixated on the dining table, obligingly allowed Xia Qing to clean its hooves before making a beeline for the table. Accustomed to this voracious behavior, Xia Qing placed a bowl of mixed perilla leaves with a small piece of compressed food on the ground, saying, "This is for you. Eating too much compressed food will upset your stomach, so take it easy." Outside, Old Yang devoured its meal voraciously, and by the time Xia Qing finished her own, the sheep had licked its plate clean and was sprawled on its tatama mat, eyes closed in repose. Exhausted from her morning's endeavors, Xia Qing reclined on the newly crafted bamboo bed opposite the fire. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers northwest in the military dormitory at Camp No. 3, Su Ming lay on his bed, laughing uncontrollably as if he were experiencing a fit of laughter, causing the bed to tremble. Below him, Tiger kicked the bedboard high, exclaiming, "How long are you going to be this ridiculous?" As Su Ming bounced up and down with the bed, he poked his head out to grin at Tiger, chuckling, "I can't help it. It's been 10 years since I've encountered something so amusing." Tiger recalled the scene of Xia Qing and the sheep lying in the utterly destroyed courtyard, struggling to suppress a laugh, yet maintaining a facade of seriousness to reprimand Su Ming. The captain had strictly instructed them not to speak of it outside. "Mingzi, keep your lips sealed. After all, Xia Qing is a young lady who values her dignity." Beside him, Chao Stinyan squinted and asked Mingzi, "Did you notice Xia Qing's face today? It was quite pale, wasn't it?" Tiger sensed something amiss. Pale? Wasn't it purplish red? After a decade of natural disasters, many had suffered disfigurement due to acid rain, poisoning, and warfare. Thus, upon seeing Xia Qing's purplish skin, Chao Xianyun had assumed she bore the scars of poisoning. But now it seemed she was quite astute. As a power-evolved individual, Tiger believed that this form of evolution was the least valuable among all. Her ability to survive independently without relying on men spoke volumes of her intelligence and the hardships she must have endured. Chao Xianyun chimed in, recalling that Zhong Tao mentioned she worked in the construction team at the safe zone. A power-evolved woman, engaging in the most laborious and dirtiest of tasks. Su Ming no longer laughed. Her solitary venture into agriculture signified that she was likely the last of her family. Chao Xianyun concluded, "She doesn't seek attention. She simply wishes to live a good life alone." Lao Chao's observation was indeed accurate. Xu Ming nodded in agreement, assuring them, "Rest assured, I shall not speak of this to anyone." Currently, she was not alone. She had a rather intriguing evolved sheep. This morning, the sheep stood protectively in front of Xia Qing, seemingly regarding her as one of its own. After a morning spent inspecting the buffer forest, the tiger cub let out a great yawn and closed its eyes to sleep. Chapter 22. Sheep plowing. She utilized the 5 days to clear the overgrown weeds and venomous insects from 3 villages, also uprooting the invasive species that had thrived in the 30 acres of the most fertile and level land near the reservoir. Of course, she only removed the invasive plants that had grown wildly during the rain. The sparse grass seedlings beneath them were yet to be attended to. Aside from what the lead sheep was willing to consume, the rest remained. However, Xia Qing decided against further cleaning and opted to begin plowing directly. Standing at the edge of the field, she took out a handful of tender Chinese tune sprouts, shaking them and calling out, "Big boss, would you like some tune sprouts?" The lead sheep, busy nibbling on grass in the field, immediately rushed over. Seizing the opportunity while it was engrossed in eating, Xia Qing fitted it with a specially designed plowing harness. This harness was crafted in the style of a dog walking vest, ensuring that the sheep could not escape and would not be harmed. Once the equipment was secured, Xia Qing turned the bamboo pole attached to the tiller, causing a cluster of tune sprouts to sway enticingly in front of the lead sheep's head. Due to the language barrier, the means of communication between Xia Qing and the sheep were limited to 2, food and confrontation. With the bait set, she called out loudly, "Big boss, your moment to shine has finally arrived. Let us get to work." After consuming the tune sprouts on the ground, the lead sheep leaned forward to reach for the ones dangling in front, only to find them just out of reach. It stepped forward in pursuit of the sprouts, which moved further away, provoking the sheep's stubbornness. As it continued to stretch, the harness tightened, and the 3 plowshares dug deep into the soil. Xia Qing grasped the handles of the tiller, commencing the plowing. This 3-blade tiller was designed to be pulled by a tractor and did not feature handles. After Xia Qing unearthed it from the ruins of the village, through meticulous modifications and repeated adjustments, it transformed into the present sheep plow. With just 1 round, nearly an acre of land was cultivated, a remarkable improvement compared to Xia Qing's previous method of turning the soil shovel by shovel, leaving her unable to conceal her delight. When the lead sheep had his fill of the tender shoots of tune and was preparing to express his displeasure and cease work, Xia Qing promptly replaced the bait. A small piece of grain dangled before him, invigorating the lead sheep's efforts exponentially. In just over an hour, 30 acres were plowed, consuming merely 1 piece of grain and a handful of tune shoots. Xia Qing removed the harness from the diligent sheep and tended to him with water and grooming, ensuring he was well fed and content. The lead sheep, having feasted and been pampered, lay lazily at the edge of the field, casting a proud gaze upon Xia Qing as she continued her labors. After clearing away the uprooted tree roots, grass clumps, and stones, she stood up, observing the magpies, sparrows, and crows feasting on the insects in the freshly turned soil. Her spirits dampened. The birds devouring the insects would allow her crops to flourish. And with the first day of work after the rain going so smoothly, a bountiful harvest seemed promising. However, her mood soured upon hearing the evening broadcast informing her that these birds not only consumed insects, but also dug up seeds from the soil. Shortly thereafter, the broadcast introduced countermeasures, as experts from our base's planting research center recommended 2 methods to the lords. First, mixing insect repellent powder with seeds before sowing, which would not only deter birds, but also prevent soil-dwelling pests from damaging the seeds. Second, using a 3-tiered scent derived from cinnamon or camphor tree sap, diluted in a 1:10 ratio with water and sprayed over the sowing area, effectively repelling most bird species. The simultaneous application of both methods would yield even greater efficacy. Experts caution all lords against the folly of hastily scattering seeds upon the surface of the soil. The optimal depth for sowing wheat lies between 3 to 5 centimeters, with appropriate spacing. For cotton, to enhance germination rates, seeds may be soaked the night prior, though care must be taken to regulate water temperature. Xia Qing leaned against the table, a candle flickering as she diligently took notes. Prior to the natural calamity, the urbanization rate in Huahua had surpassed 70%, with the majority of arable land entrusted to large-scale, specialized farms. Over the decade of disaster, the elderly, who possessed agricultural knowledge yet lacked resilience, gradually perished, leaving many lords ignorant of farming practices. Thus, despite the availability of the comprehensive guide to cultivation on the lord's mobile devices, the base persistently broadcast detailed agricultural knowledge each day. Having worked at the cultivation center within the safety zone, Xia Qing was familiar with the fundamental processes of farming, yet she dared not be complacent. The cultivation center operated under a rainproof shelter, while the current conditions necessitated open-air planting. Following the torrential rains, mutated plants exhibited rapid growth, severing the transport links between the safety zone and the territories. Xia Qing's 2 power banks failed to recharge in time, compelling her to prioritize the battery for daily broadcasts. Her phone was reserved solely for calls, and she opted to forego the comprehensive guide to cultivation in order to conserve power. Xia Qing neatly stored her notebook and settled onto the tatami, her thoughts drifting to the content of the broadcast as she tended to the sheep. For 5 days, the broadcast from Base Hui San had not mentioned the death toll resulting from the recent torrential rains. Xia Qing conservatively estimated it surely exceeded 7,000. Although specific casualty figures were withheld, the announcer recounted touching stories with heartfelt emotion each day. Today's broadcast recounted the heroic deeds of the Sufeng squad, who sacrificed 6 of their own to safeguard public facilities and property from malevolent forces. Xia Qing speculated that among the fallen, there must be Feng Tong, which explained Feng Wen's profound sorrow during her conversation with Zhong Tao. Feng Wen's tears were not merely a reflection of her bond with her brother. Rather, they stemmed from the loss of her support following Feng Tong's demise. Her lamentations were a desperate plea for the acquisition of essential resources for survival. As for the cause of Feng Ting's death, it certainly could not be attributed to the reasons stated in the broadcast, for Feng Tung had always been the swiftest in fleeing danger. The broadcast's mention of malevolent forces raised questions about their audacity to confront the Su Feng squad and the second-in-command of their base, Tang Jingro. Before Xia Qing could ponder further, Chief Yang stood up and skillfully exited through the door. Over the past few days, he had learned to use his host to operate the door, ensuring the safety of their home. Xia Qing decided to shift her focus away from Feng Wen and instead retrieved seeds, following the method taught in the broadcast to soak them. She utilized a combination of filtered water and the superior quality spring water. While in the safe zone, like most others, Xia Qing had grown vegetables in pots. Despite her diligent care, a majority of the vegetables had thrived excessively under the torrential rains, leaving little for consumption. However, after transplanting ginger and garlic sprouts in her territory, she discovered that only 3 out of 17 sprouts had perished following the red torrential rains, a mortality rate lower than that observed in the planting center's greenhouse of the safe zone. Upon analysis, Xia Qing concluded that the low mortality rate was likely due to her use of spring water during transplantation, with the quality of the soil also contributing. To validate her hypothesis and ensure safety, Xia Qing prudently resolved to utilize both types of water. In the 30 acres of cultivated land, one variety was sown using filtered water, while another, utilizing spring water, was turned over before and after the rain. To ensure that the water temperature consistently remained between 30 C and 40 C, Xia Qing resorted to gauging the temperature with her own body heat, sacrificing a night's sleep in the process. Chapter 23: Solar Energy After Spraying. Xia Qing discovered that not only did the birds refuse to approach due to the scent of the evolved camphor tree leaves, but even the dominant ram had fled. This alleviated her concerns about the ram damaging the crops, since cotton and mung beans were sown with wide row and plant spacing. 1 acre was dedicated to cotton and half an acre to mung beans. Wheat, on the other hand, was sown in rows, and 6 pounds could only cover 2/10 of an acre, prompting Xia Qing to plant it all in the 30-acre section. Once the sowing was completed, more than 90% of the tilled land remained vacant, but there was no rush. The potatoes had yet to sprout and could not be planted. However, she decided to nurture the seedlings of 4 vegetables, pumpkin, cucumber, tomato, and eggplant, in her home garden before transplanting them. In addition to the vegetable seedlings, she had 6 sweet potato sprouts. Furthermore, she contemplated exploring the higher slopes, beyond the spring waters, within the newly acquired territory of 1,500 acres, searching for edible plants to transplant. Xia Qing envisioned a delightful meal featuring 3 dishes, prompting her to indulge in an extra bowl of rice for lunch. In the afternoon, just as she was preparing to venture into the new territory with the ram, she received a call from Ting Tan. Xia Qing initially thought it was about the sweet potato sprouts being ready for planting, But to her surprise, it was even better news. The base had decided to install solar panels in the territories bordered by buffer forests. Her territory, being on the outer edge and having a buffer forest, met the requirements. Xia Qing leaped with joy, eagerly wondering when it would be her turn for plot number 3. An hour later? Certainly. May I assist you in transporting the solar panels? Very well. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing affectionately patted the head of her loyal sheep. The leader. Old leader, we shall have electricity soon. Electricity. The sheep, with a look of disdain, shook its head while Xia Qing twirled in excitement. The one responsible for installing the solar panels at Zone 3 was the evolved being known as Tiger. Without requiring Xia Qing's assistance, he effortlessly carried the large boxes into the village and swiftly mounted 2 solar panels on the slanted roof of Xia Qing's home. Subsequently, he imparted crucial information on maintenance. Although this equipment was produced prior to the natural disasters, it remains functional. Sister Xia, do not forget to clean the solar panels regularly. It is advisable to cover them during torrential rains, hail, or snow. Moreover, it is paramount to safeguard the wires from being gnawed by insects. In the aftermath of the calamity, numerous insects on Blue Star evolved formidable biting capabilities, with some even resembling rodents, developing a penchant for gnawing. Wires and cables became their favored targets. Original rodents, such as mice and squirrels, have similarly evolved terrifying gnawing abilities. This explains why, after a decade of apocalypse, conventional communication and power grids among human bases have yet to be restored, not due to inability, but rather due to exorbitant construction and maintenance costs. Compared to these challenges, the drastically reduced human population post-disaster has far more pressing matters to attend to. Xia Qing quickly inquired, "Can I encase the wires and steel pipes for protection?" Tiger nodded affirmatively, stating that if she could indeed encase them, it would be even better. "Sister Qing, do you have steel pipes?" "Yes, I have tools as well. Once we generate electricity, I will set everything right." Over the years, Xia Qing had accumulated an array of tools, including a welding gun and rods. To my surprise, the previously reticent Huzi proved to be quite enthusiastic. 2 solar panels could generate a maximum of 5 kilowatt-hours in a day. Equipped with a welding torch, I instructed my sister to bring the steel pipes, which I would weld before heading to Area 1. Xia Qing, showing no hesitation, took out a steel pipe to encase the wires securely, ensuring the outdoor circuitry of the solar equipment was well protected. The thickness of the steel pipe was sufficient to deter evolved insects. We merely needed to be cautious of the evolved rodents and squirrels. After Huzi calibrated the power generation equipment and livestock batteries, he reminded Xia Qing to ensure that the doors and windows were tightly shut when using lamps or flashlights at night to avoid attracting moths and other insects. Almost all insects exhibit phototropism, and attracting dangerous evolved insects could lead to complications. Xia Qing was acutely aware of this. When she lit a fire in the living room at night, she would use sturdy wooden boards to cover the windows, preventing any light from escaping. As I escorted Huzi out of the territory, Xia Qing inquired why the base had consented to install solar equipment in the territory. Solar power is a coveted and scarce resource within the safe zone. Huzi sighed and explained that there were 30 territories on the outskirts of our safe zone, bordered by buffer forests. Following the calamity of the rainstorm, 13 territories were besieged by mutated plants and animals, resulting in 56 fatalities and 8 severe injuries. In the aftermath of the natural disaster, medical resources were insufficient, and the time from severe injury to death was merely a few days. Xia Qing had anticipated casualties in the wake of the rainstorm, but had not expected the situation to be so grave. Fortunately, due to her timely communication with the inspection team to eliminate hazards, Area 3 remained the only outer territory that experienced high-risk mutated attacks without any casualties. Thus, the general, defying the consensus, ordered the installation of solar panels and walkie-talkies in the outer territories to ensure that in times of peril, the lords could promptly contact for assistance. After making this declaration, Huzi explained to Xia Qing why she was not provided with a walkie-talkie. The quantity was limited, and since she already possessed a satellite phone, it was replaced with 10 secure sweet potato seedlings. Xia Qing beamed with delight, and Huzi expressed gratitude to Team Tan on her behalf. As Huzi, burdened with a stack of solar panels, heard Xia Qing's laughter, his face and neck flushed crimson, though fortunately concealed by his protective mask. Xia Qing inquired further whether the walkie-talkies were frequency mode or channel mode. She mentioned owning a professional frequency mode walkie-talkie with a 10-kilometer communication range. Huzi cleared his throat, confirming that they were indeed frequency mode. utilizing the 438,500 frequency to contact patrol and security personnel. The lords could communicate amongst themselves using the 439,500 frequency. Xia Qing could use the walkie-talkie to reach out to the lords of several nearby territories, but she was cautioned to remain vigilant. You are alone. One must always be wary of others. Xia Qing took note of the frequency, assuring him, I understand. I will not allow myself to be in danger. Beyond the safety zone. The atmosphere thickened with suspicion among individuals. Although Xia Qing was adjacent to territories 1, 2, and 4, an unspoken understanding prevailed, with each party maintaining their distance and refraining from interference. To alleviate Xia Qing's concerns, Huzi discussed the circumstances surrounding the neighboring territories. Aside from the somewhat overbearing individuals from Territory 2, the others seemed relatively safe for the time being. He suggested that if Xia Qing felt bored, she could open a channel to engage with them about agricultural practices. Xia Qing has spent several years in the cacophonous safe zone, but now everyone is relishing the tranquility. However, it is also imperative to communicate via the intercom with neighboring territories to inquire about the seeds they have received and the edible flora discovered within their domains. If she could exchange for those she lacks, it would be even better. This lack of communication has its drawbacks. Xia Qing remains unaware that Area 1 is now deserted. What is to become of Area 1? Chapter 24. The inhabitants of Area 2. Once the solar panels and intercoms are properly configured, there will be individuals ready to receive them. Although perilous, the territory harbors numerous advantages. Huzi hefted the solar panel toward the isolation zone of Area 1. Xia Qing halted, concealing herself behind a tree. Soon, Huzi too heard footsteps and placed the large wooden box containing the solar panel upon the ground. 6 employees from the Tang family residing in Area 2 ascended the hillside, rushing into the isolation zone, loudly beckoning Huzi, asserting that they had come to install the solar panels and urging him to follow as they had cleared a path. One rather stout individual, incensed, exclaimed, "Why is that? Are the lives of ordinary people not valued?" Another countered, arguing vehemently, Area 2 lacks a buffer forest. We are adjacent to Areas 1 and 3. Should a danger arise and mutated creatures breach the isolation zone and buffer forest, it would take but 5 minutes for them to invade Area 2. Just the other day, a caterpillar from Area 1, if it had gone unnoticed, could have swiftly crawled into Area 2. Tiger nodded. I will report the situation you mentioned. The incident at Site 1 occurred because they underestimated the toxicity of the caterpillar and failed to wear protective clothing. You must adhere to outdoor work standards and don your protective gear properly. Seeing that Tiger was unyielding, the personnel from Site 2 sought a compromise. Even if we cannot install solar panels, surely we can at least have a walkie-talkie? It is imperative that we can report any danger immediately. Tiger's expression darkened. The command issued by the base headquarters this morning is already known to you, which implies that you possess instant communication devices and do not require walkie-talkies. Yet even so, the personnel from Site 2 intended to persist in their demands. Tiger, growing impatient, hoisted the box and prepared to leave. The members of Site 2 were infuriated. Captain, are we really just letting him go like this? The previously silent captain of Site 2 spoke up, his tone equally harsh. He is armed. Even if he were not, should we take action against him, the military would have us subdued within an hour, leaving us utterly defenseless. Another individual complained. They are deliberately targeting our Tang family. This desolate place offers nothing of value. I truly wish to leave at once. The irate voice chimed in again. Captain, the brothers are restless. Can we not go find the women at Site 3 for some relief? Ah, relief? Very well. Xia Qing drew out her machete, the blade glinting sharply in the light. Should you wish to avoid death, approach at your own peril. The leader's voice grew increasingly impatient. Those who intended to target Xia Qing were undeterred. After all, she was merely a power-evolved individual, and the brothers believed they could easily handle her. Frustration consumed me, and regret weighed heavily on my heart. My temper flared, and the voices around me diminished significantly, with only Xia Qing managing to discern their presence. As I listened to their footsteps fade into the distance, I stepped out from behind the tree and began my descent down the familiar path. After my departure, the captain of the Tang family team in Area 2 paused, twitching his ears, while I inspected the buffer forest for any evolved caterpillars. My thoughts lingered on that group of individuals in Area 2. They posed little threat and could be dealt with openly given the right opportunity. However, the captain was a different matter. He possessed intelligence. The lordship system, introduced to expand agricultural land, necessitated the safeguarding of lords venturing beyond the safety zone. Hence, the territorial law not only delineates the rights entitled to lords within their domains, but also stipulates severe penalties for any criminal acts that infringe upon the safety of their persons and property. Should anyone dare to harm a lord, the base would promptly dispatch an enforcement team comprised of advanced, evolved humans and their canine counterparts. Although the ubiquitous surveillance cameras had been dismantled, the advanced enforcement teams were far more formidable than cold, unfeeling lenses. They could apprehend a perpetrator within 2 hours, provided they detected the scent of an unfamiliar presence within the territory. The only exceptions to this swift justice were if the criminal were to be reduced to ashes or escape by air. Thus, those who wished to remain unscathed would think twice before provoking a lord. While I harbored no concerns for my own safety, my thoughts were consumed with worry for the alpha sheep. Should the inhabitants of Area 2 become aware of the alpha sheep's existence, they would refrain from intruding upon my territory to capture it, yet they would undoubtedly devise strategies to lure it beyond the borders. The alpha sheep, despite its formidable strength and obstinate nature, could easily be tempted away by the mere offering of a morsel of food. The most thorough solution is to enclose one's territory. However, her expanse of 7,500 acres stretches over 9 kilometers in perimeter, a feat she currently lacks the capability and resources to achieve. Therefore, the most prudent course of action at present is to ensure that the lead sheep accompanies her, remaining within the confines of her territory. It would be splendid if the lead sheep could comprehend her words. Upon arriving at the new territory, the first stop for the lead sheep is the Perilla. The evolved Perilla has suffered significant losses due to the harvesting by Xia Qing, and following the rain, it has endured further damage, leaving only half of its original yield. Xia Qing refrains from harvesting the Perilla and continues her ascent towards the terraced fields. Along the way, she diligently clears away the obstructive evolved organisms that hinder her view. She eliminates animals and uproots plants to dry in the sun, intending to incinerate them upon her next visit. Otherwise, they would become a rampant nuisance. The summit of the slope is merely a few acres in size, once home to 5 households. Beyond to the north lies a buffer zone, followed by a 50-meter gentle slope that leads to an uncleared evolved forest, characterized by increased steepness and dense foliage. Standing within the buffer forest, Xia Qing gazes northward, unperturbed by the presence of any large evolved creatures that might pose a threat, for beyond this mountain lies the encampment of Team Tan. Thus, despite its designation as an evolved forest, it has undoubtedly been surveyed. Otherwise, they would not dare to establish the wild boar breeding center on the eastern slope of her territory. Xia Qing, momentarily coveting the robust wire fencing of the breeding center, then resumes her search for edible plants and usable resources on the slope. Chapter 25. The Lords. This new hillside hosts 5 abandoned farmhouses. During her initial visit, Xia Qing conducted only a cursory examination. Today, she intends to embark on a thorough search. The collapsed stone walls and houses were all cleared away for meticulous inspection. Rusted tools with broken wooden handles were salvaged, restored and polished. They might still serve their purpose. Damaged kitchenware was gathered. Even if irreparable, the components could be repurposed as spare parts. Fabric items that had not yet succumbed to mildew were collected. After thorough washing and disinfection, they could be fashioned into mops. The mutated centipedes that had been gnawing at the surroundings were seized for drying and exchange. The evolved meat insects? They were incinerated. After clearing 5 courtyards, the salvage materials surprisingly towered higher than her, filling Xia Qing with immense pride. What thrilled her most was the discovery of 3 clusters of scallion sprouts hidden beneath a collapsed stone wall in a vegetable patch, with over 30 sprouts visible, and the potential for more to emerge. Scallions, indeed, were a staple in every household garden. Xia Qing meticulously packaged the materials, then washed her hands to test the scallion sprouts for harmful elements. 2 yellow indicators and 1 red light. That was sufficient to bring her joy. She longed to remove her protective mask and savor the long-missed flavor. However, reason prevailed. She carefully protected the 2 clusters of scallions with fencing, watering them with spring water and spraying insect repellent. Summoning the eldest sheep beneath the tune tree, she offered it a morsel of food, entrusting it with 2 bags, each weighing over 100 pounds. Stifling a laugh, Xia Qing hoisted the largest bag, clutching the tender shoots of tune and perilla in one hand while wielding a hatchet in the other. She followed closely behind the sheep, ever ready to fend off any evolved creatures that might threaten them, as they traversed the isolation zone between their new territory and the original one. They encountered a danger assessment team approaching from the northern side of Sector 4. The eldest sheep immediately dropped the bags, positioning itself protectively in front of Xia Qing, ready to defend against any approaching threats. The Tan Junjia squad. Xia Qing waved her machete, greeting the inspection team. At such a distance, calling out while wearing a protective mask would be quite laborious. After driving them away, Boss Yang relaxed his stance, squinting at Xia Qing. Immediately, she spoke sweetly, praising the formidable leader who instinctively knew to protect her and safeguard their territory upon the approach of others. What would I do without you? Boss Yang lifted his head and glanced at the bags on the ground. As the human and the sheep entered the buffer forest, Chao Stianyan, endowed with auditory enhancements, finally spoke. They've gone far. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Qing is truly impressive, managing to have the sheep assist her in gathering supplies. Not only that, Huzi chimed in, she's cultivated 30 acres of land within her territory, all plowed by the sheep. The crowd admired her. This sheep was more useful than their military dogs. Typically uninterested in such trivial discussions, Tan Junjie inquired of Chao Stianyan, what do you call the sheep? Boss, sheep boss. Chao Stianyan replied with a mischievous grin, eager to bring Jin Gu over to eavesdrop. The members of the Qinglong battle team also referred to their captain as boss. Young boss. Indeed, Chao Stianyan laughed even louder. This is none of your concern, just focus on guiding us. Humph. Su Ming scoffed. Turning east after reaching the northern side of the Iron Net Walls isolation zone and entering the buffer forest on the northern side of Xia Qing's new territory. Equally exhilarated were the lords of the 4th, 5th, and 6th blocks, equipped with solar panels and intercoms. After listening to the base's broadcast while plugged in, Xia Qing activated the fully charged intercom, tuning it to the private chat frequency of the lords at 439500. Indeed, a rugged voice soon echoed through the device. Brothers and sisters from plots 3, 4, 5, and 6, are you there? Are you there? We are here, we are here. Xia Qing's keen hearing discerned the voice of Zhao Zhe from plot 4. The questioner immediately rejoiced, oh my, after more than half a month, aside from the camouflage patrollers, I finally hear voices from outside the territory. This is Quang Qingwei from plot 6. Which plot are you from, brothers? I'm from plot 5, Chifu. Upon hearing this voice, Xia Qing raised an eyebrow. Chifu was also a member of the construction team, though not from Xia Qing's squad. She was aware that he had also claimed land, but did not realize he was so near to her. Quang Qingwei from plot 6 began to share news. Brothers, have you heard? Everyone from plot 1 has perished. Fortunately, I have many people and ample equipment, so we were spared. Xia Qing silently chuckled. Quang Qingwei was not only sharing information, but also cautioning those around him against harboring ill intentions. Indeed, those who had survived until the 10th year of the calamity were no ordinary individuals. What? Exclaimed the voices from plots 4 and 5 in unison. Quang Qingwei sighed. I heard this from a soldier brother who was installing solar panels. I wanted to ask if anyone knows how they met their demise. The channel fell silent for a moment before Xia Qing once again heard a familiar voice. They were killed by a venomous mutated caterpillar. Quang Qingwei, noticing more people had joined, promptly inquired, Brother, which plot are you from? Plot 2. Tanghuai. The channel fell silent for a moment before Quang Qingwei inquired. I recall that there is no buffer forest at Site 2. Did Brother Tang bring his own walkie-talkie? Just moments ago, he had addressed him as brother. But upon realizing it was Site 2, Quang Qingwei instantly altered his address to brother in a more respectful tone. Tanghuai, with an air of nonchalance, replied, I inadvertently packed one while tidying up. The channel lapsed into silence once more until an unfamiliar voice leisurely interjected. I also brought one along. Site 7, Zhang San. Xia Qing, the name resonated. Seriously? Quang Qingwei resumed. How does Brother San charge his walkie-talkie? I'm at Site 6, right next to you. I have solar power. You can come over to charge it. Xia Qing chuckled as he stirred the campfire. Did you hear that, big boss? Site 6 just installed solar panels and is already in business. The sheep boss remained silent, squinting at the walkie-talkie while Xia Qing solemnly warned. You absolutely cannot bite or kick this. Otherwise, I shall cut off your rations and evict you. The sheep boss continued to fixate on the walkie-talkie, while Xia Qing stared back, neither willing to concede. As the standoff persisted, Zhang Sen's voice leisurely emerged from the walkie-talkie. I too possess a solar panel. Brothers, what seeds did you receive? Would anyone like to trade? Upon hearing the mention of seeds, Xia Qing immediately shifted his focus from the sheep boss, pricking up his ears to listen intently. Chapter 26. Exchange the lords expressed great interest in this matter, each reporting the varieties of grain and vegetable seeds they had received. To their surprise, they discovered that everyone had received the same quantity of 6 pounds, consisting of wheat, mung beans, cotton, and potatoes. The seeds are packaged in sets of 4, consisting of pumpkin, cucumber, and eggplant, though the latter is not entirely uniform. Number 2 and number 6, akin to summer green, are tomatoes. Number 4 and number 5 are green beans, with number 5 being chili peppers. Both the green beans and chili peppers are desired by Summer Green, prompting her to press the intercom button and speak up. In plot number 3, Summer Green has tomato seeds, but they have already been sown. Once they sprout, she intends to exchange one for one with green beans and chili peppers. Suddenly, Huang Qingwei heard a woman's voice, taken aback, swore, and hastily apologized. "My apologies, miss. I misspoke. I was behind Zhao Zhe in the task hall. Do you remember me? I was 4th and missed out on the double rations by 1. Summer Green. I don't recall. This was because Summer Green had received double rations, leading to her being used as a punching bag by young Lady Tang, who scolded Tang Huaixin severely. He then chimed in, "I believe Summer Green's suggestion is excellent. Exchanging seeds is less practical than exchanging normal seedlings." Chi Fu from plot number 5 expressed his agreement, followed by Zhao Zhe from plot number 4, and then Huang Qingwei from plot number 6, who stated, "This is fairer." Zhang San from plot number 7 leisurely voiced his support as well. "If my people are unable to cultivate a single seedling, I can purchase them with points or exchange for medicine." Tang Huaixin immediately inquired, "Brother Zhang, what kind of medicine do you have?" Tang Huaixin promptly responded, "All right, I will make the exchange. How shall we calculate it?" After deliberating and establishing that any seedling would uniformly cost 100 points, Summer Green posed a question. "Has anyone discovered edible plants within their territories that could be exchanged? I possess a variety of basil that is devoid of radioactive elements, with a content of harmful substances measuring at a mere 0.3 per thousand." Upon receiving Xia Qing's message, the lethargic Zhang San was instantly invigorated, declaring, "I will exchange. I desire to trade with medicine. You may set the price. Is 7:30 tomorrow morning suitable? The meeting place shall be beneath the signpost at Zone 3. Foods with a harmful substance content below 0.5 per thousand are deemed safe, and the lower the concentration, the more beneficial they are to one's health. Who could resist a mere fraction above that threshold?" Huang Qingwei promptly joined the conversation, stating, "Xia Qing, I have a green light elm tree. In a few days, once the elm seeds have matured, would you agree to a trade of 3 pounds of seeds for 1 pound of basil?" He only mentioned the green light aspect without discussing the harmful substance content, which was detected by a basic testing device. It may be safe food or simply an optional choice, making the 3-to-1 exchange quite reasonable. Chi Fu also chimed in, "Xiao Xia, I am Chi from the 3rd construction team. I possess green light leeks. Would you consider trading 10 leek seedlings for 10 rooted basil seedlings?" Tang Hui followed suit, offering chicken mushrooms with a harmful substance content of 0.2 per thousand, proposing a trade of 1 pound of mushrooms for 1 pound of basil. Before Xia Qing could respond, Zhang San interjected once more, "I desire all of your offerings. Choose any medicine with my points." Zhao Zhe added, "I wish to exchange leek seedlings and basil seedlings using sprouted green light ginger." The channel buzzed with excitement akin to a heated argument. Huang Qingwei took the lead, suggesting, "Let us proceed one by one. Xia Qing, please state what you wish to exchange and the terms of the trade." Xia Qing began, "I am willing to trade everything except the mushrooms, but I do not accept direct exchanges. The inspection team may facilitate the transaction once the quantities are agreed upon the night before. They will deliver the goods during their first pass through the territory the following morning." The high-quality and safe food, the chicken mushroom, was unexpectedly dismissed, prompting Tang Hui to swiftly change his stance, offering to exchange 3 tails of lamb, which contained a trace element at a mere 0.8 parts per thousand, for a pound of perilla. 3 tails of lamb for just a pound of perilla? This was indeed characteristic of the Tang family. The optional meat, with a trace element content of 0.8 parts per thousand, had a price of 50 points per pound in the safe zone. Similarly, safe vegetables also started at 50 points per pound. However, her perilla, boasting a concentration below 0.2 parts per thousand, was priced at no less than 100 points per pound. Xia Qing, disinterested in lamb, firmly rejected it, inquiring if there were any alternatives. Tang Hui frowned at his team members, observing their fidgety demeanor, and clenched his teeth before pressing the intercom button again. stating that a complete set of new Level 1 outdoor protective gear was priced at 1,500 points in the safe zone, in exchange for 15 pounds of perilla. This seemed more reasonable. Xia Qing pressed the button, negotiating for 12 pounds, with the stipulation of 1 pound per transaction, no more than once a week. As too much would not grow, you provide the protective gear first, by limiting the exchange to 1 pound of perilla at a time. Xia Qing aimed to create the impression that her territory had a scarcity of perilla, thus deterring any covetous thoughts. Tang Hui, in agreement, finalized the deal. I will deliver the protective gear to the inspection team tomorrow morning, and you will provide me with 1 pound then. We can discuss further arrangements later. After Tang Hui concluded, Zhang San immediately followed suit, stating he wanted both the meat and the chicken mushroom in exchange for medicine. With each item written down, Xia Qing's smile broadened, and by the end, she was beaming with joy, having significantly increased her vegetable stock by 5 varieties. Xia Qing refrained from proposing a trade for the tender shoots of Chinese tune due to their alarmingly low content of toxic elements. If they were to be brought into the safe zone, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, exposing the spring in the third territory, which could no longer remain concealed. Once revealed, with her current capabilities, she would be unable to safeguard the Chinese tune trees, the spring, and the formidable leader of the sheep. The spring might be manageable, but the Chinese tune trees are situated on the hillside, a fact she had already discussed with Tan Junjie, making them impossible to hide. Should Tan Junjie wish to engage in a trade, it is permissible, but he must guarantee her confidentiality. There is another individual who could potentially assist, namely the one who sends her information about the territory, provided she verifies the person's identity and intentions. At the break of dawn the following day, Xia Qing unearthed 15 rooted perilla plants, selecting the larger ones, and harvested 1 pound from those that had not been nibbled by the sheep. 5 perilla plants were exchanged for a sprouting piece of Jerusalem artichoke from the 4th territory, while 10 were traded for 10 seedlings of chives from the 6th territory. Half a pound was exchanged for an antidote, and another half for protective gear. The nature of these exchanges indicates that both the 4th and 5th territories are grounded in diligent agricultural practices, trading seedlings for seedlings. The individuals from the 6th territory, though somewhat shrewd, also possess aspirations of establishing roots here. The 2nd and 7th territories are affluent, lacking in resources. The 2nd territory belongs to the Tang family, while the origins of Zhang San from the 7th territory remain unclear. Hearing the distant footsteps of the inspection team, Xia Qing greeted the sheep leader and proceeded towards the newly established isolation zone on the northern side, holding the perilla plants. Qingjie. From afar, Su Ming waved enthusiastically at Xia Qing. Just as she raised her hand in response, the sheep leader sprang forward, positioning himself defiantly before her, embodying an unwavering guardian stance. Xia Qing chuckled softly as she affectionately ruffled its head, whispering sweet words of praise. You are the best, big sheep. I'm so touched that you emerged to protect me without even finishing your meal. Just then, she overheard Su Ming quietly inquiring of Chao Xianyan. What is Qingjie saying to the sheep? Be quiet, came the admonition from Tan Junjie. Xia Qing, keeping her head lowered, raised an eyebrow, confirming that Chao Xianyun's auditory evolution was not as advanced as her own, which she estimated to be no less than level 4. In Chapter 27, titled Evolutionary Mouse, Su Ming approached and said, Sister Xia Qing, this is something from the people at Zone 2 entrusted to us to bring you. As he drew near, he removed his protective mask, revealing a broad grin, and handed over a bag containing protective clothing. Respecting the presence of big sheep, Su Ming wisely refrained from encroaching on Xia Qing's territory, fearing he might be unceremoniously toppled by the formidable sheep. It was indeed peculiar that this seemingly unruly creature could discern the boundaries of Xia Qing's domain. After soothing Big Sheep, she stepped forward to accept the protective gear, passing over a basket in return. Thank you for your trouble. It is no trouble at all. Ensuring the safety of our Lord is our duty, Su Ming replied. Noticing the basket contained 4 plants, each labeled with a number carved into tree bark, unmistakably designated for her. Sister Xia Qing is indeed clever. I shall deliver the basket to you beneath the signpost shortly. As they passed the farmland, Big Sheep expressed disdain for the scent of camphor sap, keeping its distance. Xia Qing cheerfully approached, but her smile abruptly transformed into a look of fierce determination. She set down her load and seized a machete, confirming that a 2-square-meter plot of cotton had been ravaged. The signs indicated that it was the work of mice. Damn it, let us raid their den and eradicate them. Digging a small pit over 2 meters deep at an angle towards the mouse hole, was merely a matter of a few minutes for the strength-evolved individual, Xia Qing. Upon shoveling away the final clump of earth, her fury erupted upon discovering a family of mice alongside a pile of gnawed cotton seeds. Two oversized rodents, each twice the size of an ordinary mouse, were equally enraged, baring their elongated fangs, each exceeding 2 centimeters, as they lunged at Xia Qing. With a swift strike, she cleaved the 2 rampaging rodents into 4 pieces that fell to the ground, and in a fluid motion, she wielded her shovel to eradicate a nest of smaller mice, discarding their remains on the earth. The circling magpies descended immediately, snatching away the corpses of the mice. After clearing a modest patch of weeds, the inspection team arrived. Su Ming cheerfully handed a basket to Xia Qing, when suddenly, a team member spoke up, detecting the scent of evolved mice. There was no need for inquiry. This individual was an evolved scent tracker. Xia Qing took the initiative to explain, stating that she had discovered a nest of mice in the farmland, comprising 2 adults and 6 young ones, all of which had been exterminated. Evolved mice pose a significant threat, and Tan Junjie inquired as to the type of evolution. Xia Qing shook her head, indicating uncertainty. They were twice the size of normal mice, with elongated teeth, yet their strength and speed were rather ordinary, as they were known to dig up cotton seeds to feed the young. Given the size of their teeth, it was likely a case of evolved biting power, though they had been vanquished before they could manifest their abilities. Tanjunjia asked if assistance was needed, for it was the duty of the inspection team to combat evolutionary threats that the leaders could not handle. Xia Qing, capable of managing the situation herself, politely declined, expressing gratitude to Tan for his offer, stating that she would reach out if she found herself unable to cope. 16 sweet potato seedlings will be delivered in 3 days. Please make sure to prepare the land in advance and ensure that all rodents are eradicated. Xia Qing immediately acknowledged, yes, thank you, Team Leader Tan. Zhao Zhe from Field 4 and Chi Fu from Field 6 are both quite sincere. They delivered the chive seedlings and Jerusalem artichokes with their original soil, ensuring the root systems remained unharmed. Naturally, the perilla seedlings Xia Qing provided were treated with equal care. Xia Qing planted all the seedlings in her home garden. Similar to the ginger, she meticulously split a whole Jerusalem artichoke tuber into 5 separate plants, watering them with spring water and then spraying the surrounding area with camphor leaf juice to deter sheep. After successfully planting her crops, Xia Qing abandoned her plans to clear the weeds and instead took up a shovel to conduct a thorough search for rodents. With her enhanced visual and auditory senses, she accomplished her task with remarkable efficiency. By the end of the day, she had traversed 500 acres of farmland, unearthing 13 nests of mice, both normal and evolved. The remaining task of clearing the weeds from over 1,900 acres of land must commence immediately. Despite having spent the entire day dealing with rodents, Xia Qing's appetite in the evening remained unaffected. If such trivial matters could disrupt her enjoyment of meals, she would not have survived to this day. As she turned on the radio, Xia Qing shared her rations with the sheep herder while listening to the broadcast. To her surprise, there was no mention of the lords being urged to eradicate the rodents. Could it be that only her territory was plagued by mice stealing seeds? Curious about the situation in nearby territories, Xia Qing activated her intercom. As soon as she did, the coarse voice of Quang Qingwei from Field 6 erupted. Damn it. They've stolen 2 acres of my wheat seeds in one night. It breaks my heart. He lamented, I haven't accomplished anything today, just digging and catching mice. I lost cotton seeds too. It's a complete disaster. Zhao Zhe lamented about his brother's protective suit being gnawed by rats. Zhang San, leisurely, remarked that fortunately, he had not yet planted anything. Tang Hui added that he too had been too busy to pay attention. The two of them. After a moment of silence in the channel, Quang Qingwei inquired, Old Qi, Xia Qing, how are things on your end? During the night patrol, there were either auditory or olfactory evolved beings in the territory or those equipped with night vision goggles. Xia Qing surmised it was likely the latter, as auditory and olfactory evolved beings could find decent jobs within the safe zone and would not take the risk of venturing out to farm. Chi Fu was the most diligent farmer among them. Zhao Zhe proposed that since the rats were stealing seeds and ruining crops, and evolved rats could even harm people and damage the solar panel wires, they needed to be eradicated completely. Indeed, we must collectively eliminate this menace. However, even as a group, achieving thorough extermination will not be easy. Quang Qingwei expressed his frustration. Zhang Ge, do you have any rat poison? Zhang San, still languid, yet exuding an aura of menace, replied, no. If any of you dare to use poison that could cause secondary poisoning, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate all of you with it. The channel fell silent for quite some time. Suddenly, Zhang San, in a businesslike manner, greeted Xia Qing. Xia Qing, I have an evolved cat that specializes in hunting rats. I could bring it to your territory to deal with the infestation, and in return, you can compensate me with 2 weeks' worth of perilla. The others. The cat is acceptable, but not the person, Xia Qing declined, asserting her strength in handling the rats with ease. Huang Qingwei hastily conferred with Zhang San. Zhanggu, bring the cat to my place. And once my elm trees yield their seeds, I will share 10 pounds with you. Transaction completed. Zhang San's voice radiated joy. Tang Hui was also curious about Zhang San's evolved cat. Brother Zhang, what level of evolution does your cat possess? Chapter 28. Germination rate. After the grand evolution of Blue Star's biology, the evolutionary multiples of animals surpassed those of humans, rendering many creatures that once posed no threat to humanity exceedingly dangerous. Domesticated pets can generally be classified into 2 categories: the ordinary pets that have evolved to depend on humans for survival, and the advanced evolutionary pets. The relationship between ordinary pets and their human guardians remains largely unchanged from the bond that existed before natural disasters. However, the connection between advanced evolutionary pets and their owners is contingent upon the strength of the owner. Either the owner possesses the power to dominate the evolved creature, compelling it to submit, or a form of transaction or emotional bond is established, resulting in a partnership. Xia Qing and Boss Young exemplified this partnership dynamic, and she too was intrigued about the nature of Zhang San's relationship with his evolved cat. Unlike dogs, cats are animals that humans have kept for over 3,000 years, yet have not fully domesticated. Xia Qing, along with the other lords, shared this curiosity. Their ears perked in interest. Regardless of how Tang Hui explained that the lamb had been fine when it left his hands, Zhang San remained silent, likely having turned off his device. Xia Qing, too preoccupied to pet the lamb, retrieved the protective clothing she had exchanged from Area 2 and meticulously inspected it under the firelight, only feeling reassured once she confirmed its integrity. 3 days later, when Huzi came to deliver sweet potato seedlings to Xia Qing, he inquired, Sister Qing, have the mice in your territory been cleared out? Xia Qing nodded, stating that she had conducted 2 rounds of extermination, and it should be clean now, as no mice had been seen digging up seeds in the past few days. That is well. Seeing Xia Qing fixated solely on the sweet potato seedlings, without sparing him a glance or uttering a single word, Huzi could only depart, feeling somewhat disheartened. As time passed, she naturally became aware of Huzi's burgeoning interest in her. However, she harbored no such sentiments for him, and thus handled the situation with unambiguous decisiveness. The sweet potato cultivation method sent by Tan Junjie suggested that the best soil for planting sweet potatoes is well-drained and fertile sandy loam. Unsure of how to accurately assess the soil's fertility, Xia Qing opted for a relatively elevated sandy area near the reservoir. Since the sweet potato seedlings had no soil clinging to their roots, she first soaked the root ends in mountain spring water for half an hour before planting them in the field. After adequately watering them with the spring water, Xia Qing sat by the field, gazing affectionately at the 2 rows of short sweet potato seedlings. As the chief sheep returned from grazing on the hillside, it approached, sniffing curiously and opening its mouth as if to bite. Xia Qing swiftly grasped its horn, issuing a stern warning that such an act was absolutely forbidden. The chief sheep narrowed its eyes, vigorously shaking its head to dislodge her grip, and pawed the ground, assuming a stance of aggression. Xia Qing raised an eyebrow, ready for a confrontation. Seizing the opportunity while it posed theatrically, she quickly sprayed the area around the sweet potato seedlings with a protective concoction, warding off pests, birds, and sheep with the scent of camphor tree essence. Moo. Enraged, the chief sheep stomped its hooves and charged towards Xia Qing. She deftly turned, leading the chief sheep away from the farmland, then set down her sprayer to confront it head-on. Bang! The collision between the enhanced strength of the human and the enhanced strength of the sheep resonated, sending shockwaves that made the leaves tremble. Then, as expected, the frail Xia Qing was knocked flying by the formidable ram. However, she executed a swift turn in midair and landed gracefully on her feet. Undeterred, Xia Qing charged forward once more, deftly sidestepping the lethal horns and grasping the spiraled antlers, demanding, "Get away." With a resounding crash, the ram, having yet to learn its lesson, collided forcefully with the ground, rolled, and sprang back up, only to collide again with the onrushing Xia Qing. The struggle between the girl and the ram wreaked havoc within a 50-meter radius, leaving chaos in their wake. "Get away," countless times. Xia Qing seized the ram's spiraled horn again, exerting herself fiercely. Yet this time, her efforts were in vain. As she clutched its horns, the ram stomped its hind legs, altering its momentum, and delivered a powerful kick to Xia Qing's abdomen. She instantly released her grip, desperately evading, but still found herself struck by its hooves. Collapsing to the ground, the ram, poised for another assault, raised its head and squinted at the fallen Xia Qing. In truth, Xia Qing, who was not feeling much pain, sat on the ground, removed her protective mask, and donned a mask of feigned agony. I concede, you're the boss. The ram, satisfied, turned to ascend the hill. What now? I'm tired of fighting. I'm going to drink water. Xia Qing followed closely behind, sharing the same intent. After both had quenched their thirst, they rested beside a stone. The ram squinted, appearing in good spirits, while Xia Qing maintained a smile, having thoroughly enjoyed their bouts. Not only did she grow stronger, but so did the ram. In the face of the evolutionary beasts that emerged after the cataclysm, enhancing their strengths was essential for survival, enabling them to achieve their aspirations. Xia Qing rose, stretching languidly as she surveyed her domain. The 2,000 acres of farmland, which had recently been engulfed by a myriad of colors, now filled her heart with an indescribable joy. Wait. Xia Qing focused her gaze on the fields where seeds had been sown. Noticing the unmistakable uniformity of green, the mung beans had sprouted. She exclaimed in delight and hurried down the slope. The elderly dog, startled by her sudden movements, leapt up but soon lay back down, resuming its chewing. Among the wheat, mung beans, and cotton seeds sown on the same day, it was the mung beans that emerged first. Upon closer inspection, Xia Qing discovered that the mung beans soaked in spring water exhibited a significantly higher germination rate compared to those soaked in filtered water. The tender, pale yellow sprouts breaking through the soil brought her immense joy, and she wished to squat by the earth and gaze at them forever. Following the sprouting of the mung beans, the wheat and cotton gradually pushed through the surface as well. Once no more seedlings emerged, Xia Qing meticulously recorded her findings and concluded, the germination rate of seeds soaked in spring water indeed surpassed that of those soaked in filtered water. The germination rate for seeds soaked in filtered water hovered around 40, consistent with what was described on the radio. In contrast, the germination rate for seeds soaked in spring water reached an impressive 60, although 60 was a far cry from the over 97 germination rate prior to the natural disasters. This figure filled Xia Qing with elation. However, the 10 years of hardship endured due to the calamities quickly restored her composure. Not counting the spring located within her territory, there were still 4 publicly known, uncontaminated springs within the Huishan base. The simple method of soaking seeds in spring water to enhance germination rates must have been discovered long ago. The reason for the lack of public announcement likely stems from an insufficient water supply from the spring. Additionally, it may be due to the subpar performance of crops soaked in spring water when faced with later challenges from adverse weather. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the potatoes she had set aside according to the broadcast instructions had yet to sprout. This left Xia Qing wishing she could immerse the potatoes in the spring water overnight to hasten their germination for immediate planting. That evening, Xia Qing opened the private chat channel of the Lords, eager to hear about their seed germination rates, only to be greeted by a familiar voice. I am the new Lord of Plot 1, Luo Pei. I look forward to your guidance. Startled, Xia Qing sat bolt upright. Luo Pei. Thud. In her surprise, she inadvertently pulled harder on the sheep, causing the leader of the sheep to kick her off the tatami mat. Now, not only was she astonished, but her thigh also throbbed with pain. Without time to settle the score with the sheep leader, Xia Qing quickly pressed the intercom button. Captain Luo, I am Xia Qing, the evolved powerhouse of Plot 3. I have previously undertaken multiple missions with your team. Just moments ago, she had suspected it was merely a case of sharing a name. They could never have imagined that Luo Pei, the formidable sharpshooter of the Qinglong team, renowned for his tenfold visual evolution, would be here to cultivate crops. Luo Pei's calm voice resonated once more. Greetings to you all. Xia Qing, it has been a while. Due to visual impairment, I no longer serve as the captain of the Qinglong team. You may simply call me by my name. At 34, Luo Pei was 9 years her senior, making it inappropriate for her to address him by his name. Thus, Xia Qing opted for Brother Luo, and Quang Qingwei, along with the others, followed suit in calling him brother. In this realm where strength reigns supreme, one must not concern themselves with the ages of others, whether they are older or younger than Luo Pei. Even if Xia Qing were to address him as Uncle Luo, they would not hesitate to follow suit. Zhang San leisurely spoke. I am Zhang San, of Plot 7. Following him, Tang Hui chimed in, and I am Tang Hui of Plot 2. Luo Pei's voice resonated with warmth. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Have everyone sown their seeds? Have they sprouted? Is there anything of particular concern? Xia Qing discerned that Luo Pei wished to divert attention from himself and promptly pressed the button to share her experiences in detail. Plot 3 has been fully planted and the seeds have germinated, with a sprouting rate of approximately 40. We must be vigilant against birds and rodents. In my experience, a mixture of 1 part camphor tree leaf juice to 9 parts water offers the best deterrent against birds without harming the seedlings. Rodents must be sought out and eradicated completely. As soon as Luo Pei arrived, Xia Qing unleashed a torrent of words, recounting the discussions from the previous week, which deeply impressed the other lords with her respect for Luo Pei. Chi Fu of Plot 5 also contributed, stating, "My sprouting rate is quite similar to Xia Qing's. If we can preserve these sprouts, our harvest this year will be secure. It is expected that more rain will come in 2 months. We must endure it to ensure a fruitful yield." Zhao Zai's voice bore a hint of frustration, followed by Huang Qingwei's various complaints, to which Luo Pei occasionally responded. After concluding their private conversations and shutting off the intercom, Xia Qing lay on the bamboo bed, gazing at the soot-stained ceilings, lost in silence for a considerable time. Her unease caught the attention of the sheep leader, who squinted at her for a moment before rising, circling the fire, and leaping onto Xia Qing's bamboo bed. Xia Qing had yet to comprehend its intentions when her bamboo bed emitted a piercing protest, succumbing under the weight of the formidable Yang Laoda. Yang Laoda promptly leapt aside, and for the second time that evening, Xia Qing found herself on the floor. Letting out a sigh, she expressed her gratitude earnestly. "Thank you, esteemed leader of the Yang family, for coming to comfort me." Due to Luo Pei's impaired vision, Xia Qing opted for a direct phone call. Having accompanied Luo Pei on numerous missions with his team, she was well aware of his contact information and confirmed that he was using a satellite phone. The call connected swiftly, and Xia Qing introduced herself, stating her purpose. "Brother Luo, this is Xia Qing, and this is the mobile number I am currently using. In my territory, there is a safe source of food, namely the evolved perilla and tender green ash. Shall I have the inspection team bring some to you tomorrow morning?" Luo Pei's voice, imbued with warmth, contrasted sharply with his previously stern demeanor, as if he were an entirely different person. "Thank you. If I can cultivate something good in my land, I shall send some for you to taste as well. I did not anticipate that we would be so close once we ventured beyond the safe zone. Once I have tidied up, I would like to invite you over for a visit." Although Xia Qing frequently accompanied his team on missions, her role primarily involved logistics and transportation, leaving her with few opportunities to converse with Luo Pei and little to discuss. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she ended the call and nestled into her bed, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Yang Laoda. "Leader, we have a splendid neighbor now. I feel much more at ease. However, how could Captain Luo's eyes have been injured? What kind of severe injury would compel him to leave the safe zone? How could Yang Jin and the others have agreed to this?" The following morning, Xia Qing arrived early at the isolation zone on the northern side of the new territory. After reporting to Team Tan that everything was in order, she entrusted the basket to Su Ming, the social butterfly of their squad, requesting him to deliver it to Site 1. Su Ming, grinning widely, accepted the basket, noting that Sister Qing's craftsmanship had improved remarkably, even featuring a lid this time. Xia Qing chuckled, attributing her skill to practice. Of course, with such a strong aroma, who could possibly miss it? Su Ming, feeling tempted, wondered aloud whether Sister Qing had developed feelings for Luo Gu, given their amicable relationship. "Fool," Chao Xianyun muttered under her breath. Sister Qing mentioned that Site 3 was cleared with the battle team. Think back to last year's evolutionary forest cleanup in this vicinity. Who was in charge of that task? It was Luo Ji's team. Hu Zi interjected, explaining that it was entirely normal for Sister Qing to be acquainted with Luo Gu, as she had accompanied his team on missions. "You lot are such simpletons," Su Ming exclaimed in frustration. "Have you not considered why Sister Qing chose Luo Gu out of all the available teams? Surely, it must be because she harbors feelings for him. Though he may be a few years her senior, he is certainly not lacking in handsome features, possesses formidable skills, and remains unmarried." "Enough, Su Ming," Tenjunjie interjected sternly. At that moment, Xia Qing was pleased to hear Su Ming's pain scream. Chapter 30. The El Money Steam Bun. The Qinglong battle team was formed by students from the A Military Academy. Before the calamity, Tan Junjie served as an instructor at this academy, and the core members of the Qinglong battle team were his former students. Some vegetables. According to the regulations of the Azure Dragon team, Tan Junjie passed the basket to his teammates for a meticulous inspection before seeking out his old comrade, Luo Pei. Luo Pei had only led the team to Area 1 for 2 days, yet the courtyard had transformed completely from its previous state under the prior lord. The area was meticulously cleared of debris, with not a single blade of grass in sight, presenting a bright and open appearance. Luo Pei, basking in the sun on a lounge chair with a cloth covering his eyes, stirred upon hearing footsteps. Has the round already concluded so swiftly? He mused. Considering there were only 10 plots of land, Tan Junjie placed the basket beside Luo Pei and settled into a chair that had been moved by the team members. Tan Junjie and Luo Pei were classmates and comrades in arms. Following the great evolution of Blue Star, Tan Junjie had developed a level 4 speed ability, while Luo Pei had attained a level 10 visual capability. As their strengths diverged, their paths also altered. Yet, the camaraderie forged over a decade remained steadfast. Despite Luo Pei's injuries, Tan Junjie concealed his own discomfort, presenting the contents of the basket. This is the evolution of purple perilla in the shoots of Chinese tune from Area 3, courtesy of Xia Qing. The elemental content of the purple perilla is 1. 3. And the shoots are likely even lower. Luo Pei gingerly lifted the lid of the basket, and upon inhaling the fragrant aroma of the shoots, he remarked, "It is hard to believe that such low-content edible plants could be overlooked while clearing this area of the evolution forest. Are these freshly sprouted this year?" Tan Junjie clarified. "No, they are not from the section you cleared. They were grown on the hillside north of Area 3. I exchanged that hillside with Xia Qing for a small green wild boar. Did Yang Jin not mention anything about Xia Qing to you?" It appeared that Yang Jin had indeed omitted any mention of Xia Qing to Luo Pei. Tan Junjie refrained from speaking excessively and took out an advanced detection device to analyze the tender shoots of the Chinese tune. To his astonishment, the toxic element content was a mere 0.025 parts per thousand, indicating that consuming more would be beneficial for one's health. His daughter, Tin Qi, currently exhibited a speed of evolution 3 times that of the norm. Being young, she had further potential for development, and consuming safe foods would greatly aid her growth. Tan Junjie stowed away the detection device and mentioned that he would exchange supplies with Xia Qing for Qi. She had not bartered the Chinese tune shoots with other lords, so he advised against discussing this matter in the private chat channel among lords. Luo Pei scoffed, thinking him as loquacious as others. "By the way, if you lack what she desires, just let me know." In his pursuit to acquire the Chinese tune for his daughter, Tan Junjie was determined not to use military supplies. Although Luo Pei had ventured beyond the safety zone, he remained a core member of the Qinglong battle team, making the procurement of resources more accessible than for Tan Junjie. Tan Junjie, unreserved, asked, "Who else should I consult?" He then inquired about any activity from the Tang family in the eastern number 2 field over the past few days. "There has been none. Nor do they dare to act. Although I am nearing blindness, I still possess the strength to crush a few ants." The voice of the old comrade was calm. Yet Tan Junjie detected a hint of anger. Yang Jin and Xie Yu were undoubtedly scheming, and he assured, "You are certainly not blind. Spend some time studying the territory law. The 7 individuals documented in the number 2 field are listed as ordinary people, but they likely harbor skilled eavesdroppers. Exercise caution to avoid falling into their trap." Luo Pei nodded. "You need not worry about me." Tan Junjie suggested he take it easy and chuckled. "You could spend more time with Xia Qing. She has a power-evolved goat named Goat Boss, who has quite the temper and a unique personality, making her rather amusing." In the presence of veteran team members, Tan Junjie spoke just as much as Su Ming. Luo Pei let out a laugh, remarking that Goat Boss was a delightful name. Luo Pei did not disturb Xia Qing and continued to quietly recuperate within her territory, while Xia Qing busied herself in her own domain. After 5 days, as the temperature rose once more, the eyes of the evolved potatoes finally became discernible. Xia Qing cut the potatoes into pieces according to the eyes, rolled them in wood ash to ensure the cut surfaces were coated, and allowed them to dry for half a day before planting them in the soil. The soil requirements for potatoes are similar to those of sweet potatoes, so Xia Qing planted the potatoes next to the sweet potatoes. The steamed buns were simply too delicious for Xia Qing to continue clearing the weeds and tidying the yard. Instead, she coaxed the sulking Goat Boss to find some elm trees. There were still a few elm trees within her territory. First, on the western hillside, Xia Qing snapped off a branch laden with elm seeds and presented it to Goat Boss. "Here, boss, give this a try." Noticing Goat Boss turn away disdainfully, Xia Qing knew, without testing, that the seeds from this tree were inedible. She discarded it and moved on to the next tree. After more than an hour of searching, she transitioned from the western hillside to the northern hillside and then to the high ground of her new territory, collecting over a dozen elm branches. All the elm trees within her domain were inedible, and Goat Boss's expression grew increasingly displeased. Xia Qing did not feel particularly disheartened, as this was merely the expected state of affairs. If edible plants were so easily found, there would not be so many who perished due to a lack of food. Xia Qing gathered tender shoots of tune for Chief Yang, instructing him to dine beneath the tree while she ventured to the desolate garden on the high slope to inspect her scallion sprouts. Since this area had already become her domain, Xia Qing prudently refrained from relocating the scallion seedlings. Instead, she meticulously cleared and fenced the garden, allowing them to flourish in their original spot. Indeed, her 2 clusters of yellow lantern scallions had sprouted numerous delicate shoots, as slender as needles. With contentment, Xia Qing squatted in the garden, weeding while counting the sprouts. As she counted, an unsettling notion took root in her mind. How peculiar! These scallion sprouts bore an uncanny resemblance to the leek seedlings that Chi Fu had bestowed upon her. What a delightful surprise! With a scallion leaf clenched between her teeth, she watered the seedlings with spring water, humming a cheerful tune. However, her melody was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching from the direction of the wild boar breeding center. Chapter 31. The human-powered water wheel. He must be seeking her out. With the intention of obtaining the tune shoots, Xia Qing removed her muddy gloves and retrieved her phone. As expected, Tan Junjia halted in the buffer zone north of the new territory number 3 and called Xia Qing. Xia Qing, is this a convenient time? I would like to exchange some tune shoots and perilla with you. Since delivering the tune shoots to Luo Pei, Xia Qing had been waiting for them to barter with her, yet 5 days had elapsed, leading her to believe they might no longer require safe vegetables. A gentle smile graced Xia Qing's face. Certainly, how many does Team Tan desire, and what will you offer in return? Tan Junjia inquired directly, what do you wish for? Such a bold inquiry, could it be that she could request anything? Xia Qing articulated her deepest desire. I wish for a water pump to draw water from the reservoir for irrigation. Tan Junjia paused for a moment, deliberating with Xia Qing. The pump could either be powered by oil or electricity, both of which were inconvenient for her. How about I arrange for someone to construct a human-powered water wheel for you? The grand circular water wheels depicted in history textbooks, aren't they susceptible to being gnawed by evolved insects? After a brief hesitation, Xia Qing inquired, is there a version powered by sheep? That afternoon, Xia Qing received a call from Tan Junjia, confirming that a sheep-powered option was indeed feasible, but the strength of your sheep is rather formidable, and I do not possess the means to withstand its relentless antics on the components. If it is human-powered, it would require little effort on your part to operate. The appeal of not needing electricity or oil is undeniable, so let us proceed with the human-powered option. I appreciate your assistance, Tan. How shall we arrange the exchange? Tan Junjia proposed a trade of 1 human-powered water wheel for 4 pounds of tender elm shoots and 2 pounds of perilla. This was significantly lower than Xia Qing had anticipated. She readily agreed. I hope, Tan, that you will keep this confidential, as I do not wish for others to discover that my territory possesses edible elm shoots. Tan Junjia promptly acquiesced, expressing his own desire for future opportunities to exchange safe food with her. The components would take a few days to transport from the safe zone, and I will reach out to you once they arrive. Xia Qing inquired if they would be delivered by Zhang Tao. Indeed, the roads have become clearer. Should you require any supplies, Zhang Tao can bring them over. After ending the call, Xia Qing refrained from contacting Zhang Tao as her points were depleted, and she had no materials available for exchange, having traded a set of protective gear with Tang Huai. She was reluctant to use perilla for bartering within the next 3 months. As for elm shoots, she currently wished to exchange solely with Tan Junjia and Luo Pei. Regrettably, Luo Pei exhibited no interest in the tender shoots of the Chinese tune. After a moment of reflection, Xia Qing found this quite reasonable. Even if injured, Luo Pei, once the 3rd strongest fighter of the Qinglong faction, would not lack for resources and would hardly regard a few clusters of tune shoots with any significance. As the day progressed, fortune smiled upon her unexpectedly. Xia Qing opened her phone and, utilizing the plant images from the Complete Guide to Planting, meticulously compared them to the diminutive sprouts she had discovered in a narrow, elongated terraced field, confirming the identity of this plant. Peanuts. With great excitement, she retrieved her testing device and, upon examination, discovered that this 6 or 7 square meter terrace was indeed home to a flourishing crop of yellow lantern peanuts, causing her hands to tremble with exhilaration. It was astonishing to realize how beautifully the peanuts grew. Fortunately, the terrace was situated in a remote location with a steep incline. Had it been otherwise, these charming little sprouts, more striking than succulents, would have long been devoured by the goats. According to the Complete Guide to Planting, densely packed peanut sprouts do not thrive and require thinning and transplanting. Once she had finished tidying up, Xia Qing stood upright, gazing at the 3 plots of peanut fields with a beaming smile. It was as if peanut-filled pies had rained from the heavens. She now possessed 220 peanut plants. Peanuts bloom in spring and bear fruit in autumn, withering away in winter. They had come to clear the evolution forest last winter, precisely during the peanut's dormant phase, which implied that there could also be peanut sprouts down in the valley. As Xia Qing descended with a light-hearted step, she envisioned the delightful days of savoring boiled peanuts in the autumn, nearly bursting with uncontainable excitement. In the following days, Xia Qing meticulously explored her territory of 7,500 acres and indeed discovered 2 small patches of peanut seedlings. Regrettably, the tests revealed a red light, indicating that the levels of toxic elements were excessively high, rendering them inedible. Although no further edible peanut sprouts were found, Xia Qing experienced a more gratifying bounty: 25 yellow light soybean seedlings, 36 green light garlic sprouts, and 52 green light spinach plants. Overwhelmed by her harvest, she feared forgetting the locations of these plants, so she sketched a simple map of her territory, marking the positions of the edible plants. After marking, Xia Qing made a new discovery. The arrangement of all the green and yellow light plants she had found formed a shape reminiscent of a small stream flowing down the mountain. The most crucial resource in her territory, a spring, also lay along this stream. Lacking knowledge in geology, Xia Qing boldly speculated based solely on intuition that this edible plant corridor, resembling a stream, might indicate the path of underground spring water. If this hypothesis were to hold true, Xia Qing's gaze extended along the edible plant corridor, looking towards the unexplored evolution forest beyond the isolation zone that she had not sketched. If her conjecture was correct, could it mean that there existed another corridor of edible plants within the evolving forest of the northern mountains, which gradually ascended? This thought lingered in Xia Qing's mind throughout the night, filling her with increasing excitement. The next morning, as she stood at the back window on the 2nd floor gazing northward, her eyes followed the ascent along the mulberry trees and the high slope of the desolate courtyard, reaching up towards the towering mountains in the distance, before she gradually calmed herself. Even if her conjecture holds true, and the untainted mountain spring flows from high altitudes, the edible flora that resides within the evolutionary forest consists merely of weeds and wild vegetables. These one-year herbaceous plants, alongside towering trees such as pines, mountain peaches, hickories, and wild persimmons. It is now spring, and with the fruit still far from ripening, her venture into the evolutionary forest would yield no tangible rewards. Furthermore, although she lacks expertise in geological structures, Xia Qing is aware that mountain springs may not only descend from lofty heights, but could also emerge from the crevices of the mountains deep within the earth. Chapter 32. Human-powered water bicycle. Upon rising early the next day, Xia Qing consumed 2 rations for breakfast and promptly made her way to the potato and sweet potato fields. Crouching by the edge of the field to listen attentively, she accurately pinpointed the locations of pests within the soil. With a deft motion of her small spade, she unearthed the most damaging pest to plant roots: the evolved grubs. 4 evolved magpies circled overhead, drawing 4 dark lines as they swooped down to vie for the insects, leaving a few feathers to gently drift down and land at Xia Qing's feet. These 4 magpies were the avian overlords of her territory. Fortunately, their diet remained unchanged post-evolution, and they refrained from directing their sharp beaks and claws at Xia Qing, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. The grubs in question are the larvae of the golden beetle. Upon evolution, the golden beetle displays stunning colors, and its biting strength is formidable. A level 3 evolved golden beetle can sever a wire or plastic tube as thick as a finger in a single bite. If the main root of a seedling is grasped by these evolved grubs, it faces certain demise. The evolved grubs have developed a resistance to the insecticides and pesticides employed by Xia Qing, necessitating manual eradication. After listening to the broadcast, Xia Qing added a new task to her daily routine: the removal of grubs. Each sweet potato seedling and every budding potato in the field was a treasure to her. making this her primary site for pest control. Should the grubs dare to threaten her precious plants, she would not hesitate to end their existence. Although the evolved grubs possessed enhanced biting strength, their movement in the soil was sluggish. Once Xia Qing meticulously cleared the area surrounding her sweet potato and potato fields. Ensuring that the grubs could not burrow beneath the seedlings before dawn, she proceeded to tend to her grain fields. By the end of her work, evolved magpies had feasted and taken to the skies, leaving only 2 great egrets waiting for their chance to dine on insects. These 2 egrets had recently arrived in her territory, settling in a small grove of water cypress trees by the reservoir. Last winter, while clearing the evolved forest, she had encountered a particularly formidable water cypress that had developed a terrifying offensive capability, capable of shooting out extremely hard leaf needles when provoked. Had it not been for Luo Pei's timely intervention to address the anomaly, Xia Qing might have become a pincushion. If these 2 great egrets had arrived last winter, they would have surely left no bones behind. After plowing through the fields, Xia Qing began to assess the concentration of toxic elements in her seedlings. She discovered that the seedlings irrigated with spring water, despite being filtered and soaked in the same manner as those watered from the reservoir, contained slightly over 1,000th less toxicity. The lower the concentration of toxic elements within the plants, the lesser the likelihood of them succumbing to toxic rain. With a reduced toxicity rate, her potential harvest would increase. The possibility that spring water could diminish the toxic element concentration in seeds and seedlings filled Xia Qing with delight. Regrettably, her spring was too diminutive to irrigate the entirety of the farmland. Xia Qing stealthily ascended the northern slope of the reservoir to inspect her newly discovered soybean sprouts, garlic shoots, and spinach. While the soybean sprouts and garlic shoots were inedible, the spinach offered a delectable option with its tender leaves. Edible plants marked with green lights invariably attracted the attention of the formidable sheep leader. After luring the sheep leader to the northern slope with enticing perilla, Xia Qing sprayed the spinach with an evolved camphor leaf solution and commenced her analysis of the plant's toxic element content. The small grasses encircling the soybean and garlic sprouts predominantly displayed yellow lights, whereas the grasses surrounding the spinach revealed a significant presence of green lights. Using wooden sticks of varying lengths as markers, Xia Qing meticulously traversed the slope, examining every plant, from diminutive grasses mere centimeters tall to towering trees reaching over 10 meters. Her diligent efforts bore fruit, as she uncovered a gently curving slope, over 5 meters wide and stretching more than 130 meters, leading up to the spring. Although the majority of plants within this area were not included in the human diet, many exhibited yellow lights. And the red light plants within the zone had relatively low toxic element content, generally ranging from 15 to 25 parts per thousand. In the absence of alternative food sources, these plants could serve as a makeshift sustenance without posing immediate danger. The noticeable increase of green light plants near the spring explained the sheep leader's preference for grazing in that vicinity. However, the region above the spring did not conform to the characteristics of the zone, being predominantly populated by red light plants with elevated toxic content. Traversing the direct isolation zone between the old and new territories, extending from the patch of evolutionary perilla to the elevated area adorned with parasol trees. A steep slope measuring over 5 meters in width and 120 meters in length revealed an abundance of yellow light plants, followed by red light species, with green light varieties being the rarest. The botanical assessment spanned 2 days, yielding results that exhilarated Xia Qing to the point of wanting to float like seaweed. She had acquired 2 slopes totaling nearly 2 acres, which she affectionately named the cultivation zones. Beyond these, her gaze shifted toward the sweet potato seedlings and potato fields. She yearned to excavate the sweet potatoes and potatoes, replanting them in this newfound area. However, lacking sufficient planting experience, Xia Qing hesitated to act impulsively. She abandoned the idea of relocating the sweet potatoes and potatoes, instead enthusiastically cleaning the cultivation zones. Weeds? Uproot them, dry them, and incinerate. Red light shrubs? Chop them down, dig out the roots, dry them, and burn. Red light trees? Saw them off, excavate the roots, dry them, and incinerate. Various harmful evolved insects? Exterminate. Evolved snakes, frogs, and centipedes? Capture them alive. She would wait for Zhong Tao to arrive with the replacement reagents for the testing device, as hers had run out. Stones of all sizes were cleared away. What to do about the inadequate soil depth? Dig to augment it. While Xia Qing was industriously engaged within the territory, she received a call from Zhong Tao. "Sister, are you there? Tiger and I are coming over to install the water cart. I am, Xia Qing nodded. The evolved human, Tiger, was not only skilled in solar panel installation but also adept at setting up water carts. He was a technician, while she was merely a laborer. Xia Qing poured the soil from her backpack into the newly established terraced fields of the cultivation zones, and, after transporting the captured, evolved animals to the reservoir, it wasn't long before Tiger and Zhong Tao arrived. Upon seeing the old bicycle that Tiger was carrying, Xia Qing was momentarily taken aback. Thus, Tan Junjie spoke of a human-powered water wheel, ingeniously modified from a bicycle. Could these two concepts truly intertwine? Would she be pedaling alongside the reservoir? The danger level near the reservoir appeared minimal, as none donned protective masks, allowing Zhong Tao and Huzi to clearly observe the astonishment etched on Xia Qing's face, which prompted their laughter. Zhong Tao, with a jovial demeanor, inquired whether the young lady was unable to envision what a water wheel looked like. Unlike her usual composed and incisive self, Xia Qing found herself genuinely bewildered, struggling to conjure an image. Chapter 33. The reason Luo Pei exited the safety zone. Huzi secured a bicycle wheel, devoid of its rubber tire and reduced to its rim, onto a thick wooden plank measuring over 2 meters in length, with a width akin to his palm. He then anchored the board into the reservoir, ensuring that the water reached the rim. Subsequently, he connected 2 iron pipes using a T-joint to form an elongated tube, affixing it to the dam of the reservoir. A nylon rope, adorned with several circular plastic discs, was threaded through the iron pipe, linking the wheel submerged in water to the rear axle of the bicycle. Finally, Huzi elevated the bicycle frame, securing it firmly on the shore. As Huzi mounted the bicycle and began to pedal, Xia Qing witnessed the water from the reservoir being drawn through the nylon rope by the discs, flowing through the iron pipe and gushing out from the T-joint. This spectacle truly opened her eyes. It was as if she were pedaling a bicycle, causing the water to ascend through the pipe. The faster she pedaled, the more swiftly the water emerged. This contraption proved far more convenient than using a bucket to draw water for irrigation. Understanding dawned upon her. This was remarkably efficient. Standing by, Xia Qing nodded repeatedly, unable to suppress her admiration. Who could have conceived such an ingenious idea? Truly brilliant. In the aftermath of natural disasters, the acquisition of oil and electricity becomes exceedingly challenging, thus making the exchange of points remarkably valuable. This manually operated water wheel is perfectly suited for her needs. Receiving praise from Xia Qing, Tiger's face flushed with embarrassment, lowering his head in shyness. There exists a water hammer pump, powered solely by the kinetic energy of flowing water, which could also draw water without relying on oil or electricity. However, that apparatus is more complex, requiring numerous components that are difficult to disassemble. Positioned near the water, it risks damage from evolving rodents, and furthermore, its water output is not as efficient as this device. I overheard Team 10 mention that Sister Qing wishes for the big sheep to operate the water wheel. Observing Xia Qing's genuine interest, Tiger produced a modified pair of pedals resembling those suitable for a sheep and a large seat, swiftly attaching them to the bicycle and adjusting the seat to its lowest setting. The big sheep is quite clever. If Sister Qing can manage to have it sit on the bicycle, it will undoubtedly learn to pedal. Resting leisurely beneath the tall parasol tree on the high slope, the big sheep chewed contentedly, while Xia Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement by the reservoir. Tiger cautioned Xia Qing that although he had chosen the sturdiest frame, it might not withstand the big sheep's unpredictability, advising her to be cautious. Xia Qing nodded with a smile. Zhong Tao, with a cheerful demeanor, suggested that there was no need to extend the outlet with a long pipe, as the distance from here to your plot is merely 300 to 400 meters. We could simply raise the earth and construct a channel to facilitate the flow. Xia Qing, preferring not to burden them, insisted that she would handle the construction of the water channel herself, confident that she could complete it in half a day. Zhao Tao, no longer holding back, engaged in light conversation with Xia Qing while Tiger fine-tuned the water wheel. Captain Luo of the Qinglong battle team had also ventured out of the safe zone, residing in this vicinity. Have you met him? Zhao Tao inquired. Xia Qing acknowledged that she was aware of his arrival, but had yet to encounter him. Zhong Tao arrived from the safe zone, well informed. Taking the opportunity, Xia Qing sought to inquire about the situation. Why was Captain Luo not remaining in the safe zone? Upon mentioning Luo Pei, Zhong Tao's expression ignited with fury. Following the calamity, high-risk evolved plants and avian species emerged in the eastern evolution forest. When Captain Luo undertook the mission to eliminate them, He fell victim to some treacherous scoundrel's scheme, succumbing to synthesized poison. In the face of disaster, the highly skilled visual evolution sharpshooter, Luo Pei, represented the strongest force in base Hui San against the onslaught of evolved flying beasts. Whoever orchestrated the poisoning of Luo Pei, regardless of their motives, deserved the most severe retribution. Xia Qing's body tensed, her gaze sharp. If Captain Luo had been poisoned, why hadn't he remained in the safe zone to detoxify? This thought only intensified Zhong Tao's ire. To counteract the synthesized poison, Captain Luo required a significant amount of uncontaminated water. It was unknown which despicable individual spread rumors, claiming it was for treating his injuries. The base had already requisitioned all the uncontaminated water from the hospital, and even diverted the water meant for cultivating superior evolved crops in the planting center. Tens of thousands in the safe zone were incited to storm the headquarters of the Qinglong battle team, demanding an explanation from Leader Yang regarding Luo Pei's fate. Damn it! Xia Qing barely restrained herself from cursing. Was this the doing of Su Feng's faction? Who else could it be but those rascals? Zhong Tao's indignation grew as he continued to vent. When the ordinary citizens could not breach the defenses of the Qinglong battle team, Su Feng's rascals pretended to charge and to maintain order, attempting to break through, only to be swiftly dealt with by Leader Yang, who eliminated a few of them, sending the rest fleeing in terror. Bah! Those scoundrels! The untainted water has been used by Captain Luo. How infuriating! Does he truly believe I am oblivious to this? Tang Lu, who regards others with disdain, has been bathing in. Xia Qing exchanged the evolved creatures she captured for reagents and offered 2 small bundles of evolved perilla as a token of gratitude before they were allowed to leave her territory. Xia Qing could surmise the rest without needing Zhong Tao's explanation. The Shufeng team, intent on preventing Luo Pei from recovering, spread rumors that incited discontent and unrest within the safe zone, compelling Luo Pei to exit it. However, Luo Pei's departure from the safe zone was not a surrender of treatment. Rather, it was a strategic move to facilitate healing. Given the capabilities of the Qinglong team, Xia Qing had no doubt they could procure the unpolluted water required for Luo Pei's detoxification, albeit at a considerable cost. The weakening of the Qinglong team directly bolstered the Shufeng team. The stronger the Shufeng team became, the more difficult it would be for Xia Qing to avenge her father. Xia Qing coaxed the elder sheep to carry soil, raising a path level with the farmland, and subsequently constructed a water channel leading to the fields before firmly embedding her shovel into the earth. The enemy of my enemy is a potential ally. In the afternoon, Tenjunji arrived at Xia Qing's territory to collect exchanged supplies. She handed him the tender shoots of Chinese tune and perilla, inquiring about Luo Pei's condition. Captain Luo's injuries. Are they improving? This implied that recovery was not imminent. The toxic effects of the amalgamated poison must be addressed swiftly, as prolonged exposure would inflict greater harm upon the afflicted. It seems the untainted water procured by the Qinglong team is insufficient. Chapter 34. Trading with Luo Pei. After bidding farewell to Tanjunjia, Xia Qing ascended the hillside to sit beside the elder sheep, who was guarding the spring. She retrieved her phone and dialed Luo Pei's number. Captain Luo, I've discovered some spinach in the field and would like to bring you a sample. There's no need. I shall come over. It's just a few steps away. Xia Qing refrained from summoning the members of the Qinglong battle team or requesting the inspection team to relay the goods. Instead, she carried the basket of vegetables across the quarantine zone and greeted Wei Qingdong, who awaited her outside the buffer forest of Area 1. Dong Gu. Wei Qingdong was responsible for external communications and task scoring for Luo Pei's team. Having often accompanied Luo Pei on missions, the two were naturally acquainted. We cannot leave our posts without authorization. I must trouble you to deliver the supplies, he remarked, clearly looking more haggard than before, his smile forced. He gestured for Xia Qing to follow him, continuing, the vegetables must be inspected before I can hand over the supplies. Will you accompany me? It appeared that there were eavesdroppers present. Xia Qing nodded, her voice steady. Very well, but only this once. Henceforth, all transactions must occur directly across the quarantine zone, or the deal is off. Area 1 boasted 2,000 acres of buffer forest, over 1,900 acres of arable land, and 2 desolate villages. A narrow river, more than 3 meters wide, flowed in from the west, traversing the cultivated fields between the 2 villages and heading south towards Area 8. They had thoroughly cleared the villages, and with her keen hearing, Xia Qing detected several muted breaths concealed behind the walls she passed and among the trees. This indicated that the Qinglong battle team had indeed not abandoned Luo Pei, affirming the feasibility of her transaction. The courtyard where Luo Pei resides is laid with smooth red bricks, barren and empty, presumably to facilitate the movements of the visually impaired Luo Pei. After inviting Xia Qing into the yard, Wei Chendong quietly explained that the auditory evolved beings in Area 2 were eavesdropping, making conversation in the buffer forest inconvenient. Thus, there was no issue in the village. Luo's team is unable to come out to greet you. Please understand. Xia Qing nodded and followed Wei Chendong into the living room, which was adorned with whitewashed walls and simple furnishings. Upon seeing the figure seated in the armchair, she was momentarily stunned. The individual's eyes were covered with white gauze, and his lips were a dark shade of purple, while his exposed skin bore a toxic red hue akin to Xia Qing's. His face and hands were so emaciated they seemed almost unrecognizable. Could this truly be Luo Pei? Luo Pei, reclining in the armchair, slightly lifted his head and inquired with a smile, "Xia Qing has arrived?" His voice was as tranquil as that heard through a walkie-talkie. Despite having grown numb to life and death over the years, Xia Qing could not suppress the ache within her heart. This was, after all, Luo Pei, the very person whose silhouette, carrying a sniper rifle on every mission, brought her a sense of reassurance. "Come and sit," he said, displaying a resilience that belied the torment inflicted upon him by the toxins that rendered him unable to stand. Remarkably, he still possessed the spirit for jest. "So, does my complexion appear pleasing?" Luo Pei, ever strong-willed, wished to evoke no sympathy. Nodding in agreement, Xia Qing remarked, "Well, it is certainly more agreeable than purple or green." Luo Pei's laughter grew a touch louder, though Xia Qing could distinctly discern his frailty. "At least it's not green. Otherwise, I would surely be the subject of ridicule. By the way, the perilla and the tender shoots of the Chinese tune you sent last time were exceptionally flavorful. I was just thinking of swapping for some more. And fortuitously, you have come. Have you discovered spinach in your field once more? It was only recently that I noticed it. With a cadmium content of 3 parts per thousand. Due to the limited quantity, I merely plucked a few leaves." After Xia Qing spoke, Wei Chendong, carrying a basket, inquired with a smile, "Xia Qing, does this bottle contain wine? It must hold at least 1.5 liters. Given that Luo Pei had been secretly ambushed and injured, the members of the Qinglong team were undoubtedly on high alert, thoroughly investigating anyone or anything that approached him. Xia Qing remained silent, instead producing a piece of paper inscribed with the words, "Uncontaminated water." Wei Chendong's eyes widened as he leaned closer to Luo Pei, whispering something in his ear. With his hand, now devoid of flesh, Luo Pei slowly supported himself on the chair, gesturing invitingly towards Xia Qing before allowing a team member who had been standing beside him to assist him into the adjacent room. This room had been converted into a soundproof chamber, lacking windows and featuring soundproof panels on the walls, ceiling, and floor. Once the door was securely closed, Wei Chendong eagerly inquired, "Xia Qing, where did you obtain this water?" Xia Qing, disregarding his gaze, quietly replied, "Luo team, let someone first test the water quality. I only possess a cadmium detection device, so I am unaware of whether this water is suitable." Xia Qing countered, "How much is required to heal Team Luo's injuries?" To Xia Qing's knowledge, the 4 springs already discovered at Base Huisan did not possess a significantly greater water yield than those within her own territory, making it impossible to extract 15,000 liters for Luo Pei's use. It was no wonder that Luo Pei's condition had deteriorated to such a state. After calculating her own water supply, Xia Qing nodded, acknowledging that within 4 months, she could exchange 15,000 liters, which equates to 125 liters per day. Not only was Wei Chendong stirred, but even Luo Pei was moved. He raised his hand and slowly removed the gauze that had covered his eyes, fixing his crimson gaze upon Xia Qing. His voice was hoarse, "Why did you save me?" The energy of evolution concentrated primarily in Luo Pei's eyes, and as a result of the toxin synthesis, his eyes had suffered the most damage. After just a few seconds of staring at Xia Qing, tears began to flow from his eyes. Such a trivial matter hardly constituted a condition. Luo Pei closed his eyes, which felt as if pierced by needles, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Did this include Yang Jin and Xie? Chapter 35, Yang Jin. Leader of the Qinglong battle team, Yang Jin served as the captain of the Qinglong battle team, while Xie held the position of vice captain. When Xia Qing sought out Luo Pei, she had not anticipated that she could keep it from the two of them. "Do you have a clean container to hold water? Once it is completely dark, I will find an opportunity to deliver today's water." Xia Qing opted to bring it herself, Wishing to conceal the source of her water, Luo Pei nodded, confirming he had a suitable container. What kind of weapon do you desire? Xia Qing refrained from responding immediately, suggesting they discuss it further after verifying the water's efficacy. All right. Despite the tears flowing from his closed eyes, a smile graced Luo Pei's face. If there are any evolved individuals with a level of no less than 5 in vision and hearing, inform me before your arrival. I will divert their attention and have Wei Chengdong wait for you at the location where you were just picked up. After Xia Qing agreed, Luo Pei expressed his sincere gratitude. Xia Qing, from now on, your affairs will be my own. As long as they do not contravene the law, feel free to command. Captain Luo, you are being overly gracious. My exchange with you is solely to safeguard my territory. The matter of the spring water, though concealed for a time, cannot remain hidden indefinitely. Xia Qing originally intended to collaborate with the military when the truth threatened to surface. However, upon discovering that Luo Pei was injured and required water, she pivoted to ally with the Qinglong battle team. This team, not affiliated with any faction within the base, enjoys greater autonomy. With the territorial law and the formidable Su Feng battle team as adversaries, it is evident that the Qinglong battle team, if not foolish, would recognize that collaborating with her is far more advantageous than killing her to seize the spring water. After Wei Chengdong escorted Xia Qing away, the team doctor entered to report the findings of the spring water analysis. This water not only exhibits an almost negligible content of toxic elements, but also boasts a nearly perfect ratio of trace elements such as selenium, strontium, and metasilicic acid. Moreover, the content of beneficial elements surpasses that of the best spring at the base by 20%. If there is sufficient volume, I am confident that I can completely neutralize the poison afflicting Brother Luo. From a level 10 visual evolver to a tortured soul nearing blindness, Luo Pei received this news with surprising calmness. He dispatched 3 individuals to the periphery of Territory 3 to safeguard Xia Qing, instructing them to prevent anyone, except for the inspection team, from approaching without her consent. Remember, this is protection, not surveillance. Do not enter Territory 3. Once the doctor departed, Luo Pei allowed his excitement to surface. His emaciated hands slowly rose to cover his dark red face, while the tall man beside him also reddened around the eyes. In a bid to save Luo Pei from the poison, Yang Jin departed from Base 3 with 2 squads, heading to Base 1 to negotiate with the fire battle team, who controlled the spring. Luo Pei shook his head, adamant that the existence of Xia Qing's spring water must remain confidential. Our deal with the fire battle team cannot be terminated. Wei Chengdong scratched his head, pondering that the Fire Phoenix team would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike us hard. Luo Pei slowly smiled, wondering if Yang Jin would truly be the one to suffer. Of course not. With a chuckle, Wei Chengdong added that even if the boss succumbed to the allure of the Fire Phoenix, he would not be the one to bear the brunt. Before Wei Chengdong could finish his thought, a member of the auditory evolution team, tasked with guarding, rushed in and knocked on the door. Luo Go, a helicopter is approaching. What? Wei Chengdong leaped up, hastily exclaiming, Luo Go, I'm going out to take a look. As the helicopter drew nearer, its iron blades slicing through the air emitted a thunderous roar, causing the local lords to cautiously seek refuge behind various sturdy shelters, their eyes nervously gazing upward. Xia Qing, while soothing the startled sheep leader who was ready to charge towards the aircraft, utilized night vision goggles to observe the small helicopter, its red lights flashing as it descended into Area 1. Yang Huai, witnessing the same scene, immediately dialed Su Pin, the vice-captain of the Su Feng team. Su Pin's indifferent voice echoed through the phone. A small helicopter, even if filled to the brim, how much water could it possibly carry? Why not let Yang Jin see a glimmer of hope before snuffing it out? Isn't that far more entertaining? You truly are remarkable. Your words cut right to the chase, Yang Huai complimented, his face darkening as he ended the call. The visual evolution member, Zhou Sun, anxiously inquired, Boss. The vice-captain isn't suggesting we blow up the helicopter. Is he? Blow up what? Get out there and keep monitoring, Yang Huai scolded Zhou Sun away, maintaining his stoic demeanor and silence. The appearance of Yang Heng bore a resemblance to Yang Huai by about 60%. He spoke up, revealing that Luo Pei required several tons of water for his antidote. In a bid to assist him, Yang Jin had clashed with the base and led a team through the evolution forest to procure water for the antidote. If Luo Pei were a member of our team, I wonder how the captain would respond. Tang Jingshu would not only refrain from wasting pristine water, more valuable than gold, on a life, But he would also exploit Luo Pei's demise to extract the last vestiges of his utility. Leaning back in his chair, Yang Huai fixed his gaze upon the dim yellow bulb overhead. After the helicopter landed and the cabin door swung open, Yang Jin emerged carrying 2 large water tanks. As the rotor blades accelerated and the aircraft thundered off towards the northwest, Wei Chengdong rushed over to take the water tanks, exclaiming, "Boss, where did this helicopter come from? You're truly impressive." Yang Jin remained steadfast. "You can't lift it." "How is Luo Gu?" "He," holding up, Wei Chengdong replied, not wanting to show off. And he trotted ahead to lead the way. Yang Jin strode into the room, set down the water tanks, and removed his night vision goggles, only to find Luo Pei seated in a recliner, his eyes bloodshot. "Luo Gu, haven't you taken a medicinal bath?" Luo Pei inquired with a smile. "What do you need from the fire? Are you still thanking Suyu?" Suyu, the vice captain of the Azure Dragon Squad, was a level 3 cerebral evolutionist. If Yang Jin and Luo Pei represented the main combat force of the Azure Dragon Squad, Suyu was its intellect. Exhausted from 2 continuous days and nights of water retrieval, Yang Jin lit an evolution cigarette to rejuvenate himself, having exchanged it for weaponry. "Only weaponry?" Luo Pei expressed skepticism. Yang Jin took a drag from the cigarette. "I led a mission with them once. The spoils were theirs." "What about that bottle from the afternoon?" Yang Jin glanced at Luo Pei. "Where did the water come from?" Luo Pei instructed the team doctor to step outside before confiding in Yang Jin about Xia Qing's access to the spring water. The specifics had yet to be discussed with her, and he suggested that perhaps Yang Jin could accompany Chengdong for a visit. Noticing Yang Jin's silence, Luo Pei further elaborated that despite her youth, Xia Qing possessed a keen intellect, fully aware of her desires and grateful for kindness. Otherwise, she would not have brought the spring water. Xia Qing was unlike those women within the safe zone who harbored ulterior motives. He should not intimidate her with a cold demeanor. Yang Jin extinguished his cigarette, a faint smile gracing his lips, acknowledging her clarity of purpose. Luo Pei reclined quietly on the lounge chair, sensing that Yang Jin's reticence was somewhat unusual. Chapter 36, Terms of Exchange at the Appointed Hour. Xia Qing ensured that no one was monitoring within a 200-meter radius before shouldering a water tank containing over 100 liters into the western buffer forest. The spring on her mountain yielded approximately 300 liters daily, and over the next 4 months, Luo Pei would require nearly half of that supply. This marked her most significant exchange since leaving her territory. Handing the life-saving water tank to Wei Chengdong, Xia Qing lowered her voice, reminding him that it would be the same time tomorrow. Wei Chengdong, feeling a deep reverence for Xia Qing, gingerly accepted the water tank and inquired, "Our team leader Yang wishes to discuss the matter of treating Brother Luo's injuries. Would that be acceptable?" As darkness fell and she observed a plane landing at Site 1, Xia Qing surmised that Yang Jin had arrived and anticipated he would indeed seek her out. She nodded calmly, indicating her agreement. Xia Qing had already detected human breaths within the buffer forest of Site 1, initially believing they were merely there to fetch water. But she was surprised to find it was none other than Yang Jin, the leader of the Qinglong battle team. Under the moonlight, even clad in camouflage protective gear, the impressive physique of Yang Jin, the leader of the Qinglong team, was unmistakable as he emerged from the buffer forest. In Xia Qing's mind, a singular thought prevailed. The leaders of their respective teams were truly 2 entirely different species. Although her own leader was not particularly loquacious, he possessed a genuinely kind heart. Wei Chengdong, apprehensive that Xia Qing might be intimidated by their leader's stern demeanor, emphasized his point before shouldering the water tank and departing. Yang Jin was indeed commendable. Had he brought the Qinglong team to base Huisan, the already domineering Su Feng team would have become even more overbearing, making Xia Qing's circumstances considerably more challenging. It was the first time in over 5 years that Xia Qing had spoken with the formidable leader. Having previously erased from her memory the incident when Yang Jin and Tan Junjia had come to their territory to eradicate the mutated trees in the western buffer forest. Witnessing her altercation with the sheep leader, gazing at Xia Qing through his night vision goggles, Yang Jin scrutinized her intently before removing them, and, emulating her introduction, stated, "I am Yang Jin, the captain of the Qinglong team. May I enter your territory to converse? Luo Gu requires medical attention, and within Area 1, there is no suitable place to speak." Though she was not fond of others encroaching upon her territory, the necessity of negotiating with the Qinglong team took precedence over safety considerations. "Of course, young captain, please follow me. The mountain path is treacherous. Make sure to wear your goggles." Xia Qing could not afford such high-end equipment as night vision goggles. She only possessed a basic handheld night vision device. Nonetheless, under the faint moonlight at 3 in the morning, her remarkable visual acuity rendered any supplementary equipment unnecessary for traversing the night path. Returning home was out of the question. Xia Qing led Yang Jin to a relatively intact room in a desolate village within the western buffer forest. The term relatively complete implies that the room still possesses walls and a ceiling. Xia Qing had sealed the window of the room, designating it as one of her hiding spots in times of danger. She invited Yang Jin inside, and then blocked the narrow entrance, barely allowing one person to pass. With a wooden plank, once she had ignited a fire to illuminate the space, she intended to invite Yang Jin to sit on the only makeshift seat, a rough wooden stump beside the flames. But upon turning around, she found him already seated on a stone on the opposite side. His face, illuminated by the firelight, appeared even more appealing than under the sun, and what was even rarer was the sense of tranquility she could perceive emanating from him, akin to the vast sky. This feeling of serenity was exceedingly scarce in the chaotic societal order and crises that followed the grand evolution of the Blue Star's life forms. It was no wonder that the proud Tang Lu would persistently pursue him. Not only Tang Lu, but many women from the Huisan base were enamored with Yang Jin, including the renowned female leader of the illustrious Fire Phoenix team from the Hui base, Deng Yufeng, who had also taken a liking to him. When the Fire Phoenix visited Huisan base, Tang Lu foolishly attempted to provoke her and was promptly put in her place, much to the amusement of everyone at the base. Hearing others refer to him respectfully as you, Yang Jin did not stir any particular feelings within him. But when Xia Qing addressed him in such a manner, Yang Jin felt an overwhelming desire to seize that word, to twist and turn it into a form that she could never reclaim or utilize again. Though his mind was awash with thoughts, Yang Jin's expression remained stoic as he cut straight to the chase, inquiring, "What weapon do you desire?" Lacking extensive knowledge about weaponry, Xia Qing humbly sought Yang Jin's counsel, stating, "My aim is to ensure my own safety and that of my territory. What weapon do you deem appropriate?" "My territory spans a total of 7,500 acres, of which 3,000 acres comprise arable land, 3 villages, and a reservoir, while the remaining 4,500 acres are covered by a buffer forest on the western and northern slopes. Within this domain, it is solely inhabited by myself and a genetically evolved sheep, with no intentions of increasing the population." Upon hearing her decision to refrain from adding more inhabitants, Yang Jin was unsurprised, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. "What is the combat capability of your sheep? Can it communicate with humans and execute commands?" Xia Qing felt a twinge of unease. The sheep had undergone a strength evolution, its level of enhancement rivaling that of a 5th-tier evolved human. It possessed a degree of intelligence regarding food-related matters, able to comprehend simple commands, though its willingness to comply depended on its mood. A genetically evolved animal that requires food as an incentive to perform tasks is hardly reliable. Yang Jin promptly proposed alternative solutions for the protection of the territory. The first option involved enclosing the entire area with an electrified iron fence. The second option entailed deploying a 10-member medium-sized squad from the Qinglong battle team to guard the perimeter of the third territory, intercepting all potential threats. The third option would station a 10-member medium-sized squad at the first territory, ready to follow your orders at any time. The first option's equipment and installation would be our responsibility, while the latter 2 options would provide protection for a duration of 1 year. The prospect of an electrified iron fence was enticing, yet the subsequent maintenance costs were prohibitively high and too conspicuous. Xia Qing swiftly made her choice. "I select the third option." Anticipating her decision, Yang Jin continued to present the most suitable plan for her safety to ensure your protection. "We will provide you with a handgun, an automatic rifle, and a long-range sniper rifle, along with 300 rounds of ammunition for each type. In addition, there are 3 sets of the finest protective gear, 2 for you and 1 for the evolved canine, which can also be utilized by the sheep." The protective equipment for the sheep was a temporary addition by Yang Jin, as Xia Qing holds a deep affection for her sheep. Regardless of the utility of the evolved sheep, what she desires is a companion, one with whom she need not worry about betrayal or harm. Yang Jin understands Xia Qing's preference for evolved animals over humans as companions. No matter how advanced animals become, their minds lack the complexity and intricacy of human thought. Chapter 37. The deal. During the years of calamity, the state of Huag still strictly prohibits its citizens from unlawful possession of firearms. Of course, one may carry a rocket launcher outside the safety zone without issue, but upon entering the safety perimeter, one must undergo stringent inspections. Thus, Xia Qing has consistently relied on a machete and a slingshot as her weapons. After the significant evolution of Blue Star's fauna, to combat the existential threats posed by these evolved creatures, registered combat teams within the safety zone are permitted to wield weapons, provided they adhere to strict regulations. Violations result not only in the confiscation of weapons, but also in severe penalties. While Xia Qing is allowed to carry weapons for farming outside the safety zone, she lacks both points and purchasing avenues, prompting her to devise a method of exchanging uncontaminated spring water with the Qinglong combat team. Her goal is to acquire a sniper rifle and 200 rounds of ammunition, but she was taken aback by the conditions Yang Jin proposed, which far exceeded her expectations. Steadying her rapidly beating heart, Xia Qing gazed into Yang Jin's eyes through the flickering flames and inquired, "What quantity of spring water do you wish to trade for these pieces of equipment and weaponry?" Xia Qing's caution brought a sense of delight to Yang Jin. Could the resources at hand elevate the total volume of spring water from 15,000 liters to 17,500 liters? The additional 2,500 liters would suffice for Brother Luo's consumption during his recovery. While there exists no definitive experimental data demonstrating that humans benefit from drinking unpolluted spring water, it is not due to the water's inefficacy, but rather the scarcity of sufficient quantities for experimentation. The advantages of pristine spring water for humanity are not a binary question, but rather a matter of the extent of those benefits. For a year-long exchange, 10 members of the Qinglong battle teams evolved security personnel, 3 sets of top-tier protective gear, 3 firearms, and 900 rounds of ammunition, coupled with the expert tutelage of sharpshooter Luo Pei. In return for 17,500 liters of spring water over the next 4 months, was quite suitable for Xia Qing. Renowned for his frugality, Yang Jin's reputation as a miser became evident in this transaction, allowing Xia Qing to tangibly appreciate the value of the spring water. In dealings with a formidable figure, although Xia Qing internally expressed agreement with the highest regard, he maintained an outward demeanor befitting a major player, nodding calmly to signify the deal was concluded. After adding 2 logs to the fire, Yang Jin broached the subject of another potential exchange, stating, "I have another proposition. I wonder if it piques your interest." Various essential resources flashed through Xia Qing's mind, his expression inscrutable. "Please, do elaborate," he invited. Yang Jin presented his proposal, explaining that if Brother Luo were to remain in Zone 1 for detoxification, the spring water within Xia Qing's territory would inevitably be exposed, disrupting his way of life. Therefore, he wished for Brother Luo to enter Xia Qing's domain for treatment. He brought only 4 individuals, who could reside in this house or any location you arrange. Apart from collecting the supplies needed by Brother Luo and fetching water, they would never venture beyond the boundaries you delineated. Once Brother Luo regains his mobility, he will commence your shooting instruction, assuring that he will lead you away after 4 months. Should you still be untrained by that time, Brother Luo shall remain in Territory 1 to continue your lessons until you are proficient. The micro-tiller, diesel, and saplings resonated deeply with Xia Qing. What more needed to be said? Unable to contain her excitement, Xia Qing nodded vigorously, sealing the deal. This village would be under Brother Luo's jurisdiction for the next 4 months. For safety's sake, could Brother Luo and his team come over now? Yes, to ensure that the transportation of supplies and medicine from Territory 1 to Territory 3 goes unnoticed, may we dig a tunnel from Brother Luo's residence to Territory 1? The tunnel will be promptly filled in after Brother Luo departs. Yes, Yang Jin smiled. Very well. Should any issues arise subsequently, you may consult directly with Brother Luo. Yang Jin's smile was so charming that Xia Qing nearly invited him to stay for a late-night meal. Thankfully, her rationality remained intact, and she sent Yang Jin out of the territory before dawn. The Qinglong battle team exhibited formidable operational capabilities. Half an hour later, Luo Pei was stealthily carried into Territory 3. Shortly after dawn, a small helicopter lingered in Territory 1 for 20 minutes before taking off. 2 hours later, Tang Hui dialed the phone of Su Pin, the vice-captain of the Su Feng battle team. Yes, it has been confirmed that Luo Pei was taken away by Yang Jin via helicopter, and now the first territory is unguarded. The people inside have begun to clear the wild grass, turn the soil, and cultivate the land. Yes, we have already sent someone in to check, and it has been confirmed that Luo Pei is not within the territory. Yes, the helicopter headed west, and there was only one. After hanging up the phone, Tang Hui, in high spirits, called his brother Yang Hong. "Let us go hunting. Today we shall roast meat and enjoy some drinks. On the fourth day since Luo Pei moved into the territory, 6 saplings and 2 strawberry plants were stealthily delivered to Xia Qing's domain by the Qinglong battle team. Xia Qing planted them in the already tilled cultivation area and generously watered them with spring water. In order to collect enough spring water for planting trees, Xia Qing had been conserving water for the past few days, even reluctant to use it for cooking porridge. The saplings were 1 year old, standing between 1 to 2 meters tall, while the strawberry plants had merely 5 leaves. Xia Qing was so unwilling to pluck a single leaf or break a branch to extract sap for testing that she could not determine whether the seedlings were green or yellow lights. To prevent the chief sheep from nibbling on the seedlings, Xia Qing took the risk of venturing into the evolved forest to cut branches from the spiky evolved jujube trees to create a fence, thereby protecting the saplings. After completing the fence, Xia Qing felt immensely joyful and called Luo Pei's new phone number, bringing along a basket of vegetables to pay a visit. Indeed, as Yang Jin had promised, Luo Pei had remained quietly in the village for 4 days, even choosing to fetch water at night, without disturbing Xia Qing's life in the slightest. Within the third territory, there exist 3 villages arranged in a triangular formation. Xia Qing resides in the northernmost village, while Luo Pei occupies the southwestern one. The southeastern village remains uninhabited for the time being. Xia Qing intends to clear it out when she finds the opportunity, with the aim of raising some chickens, ducks, and geese, contingent upon her ability to catch or trade for them. Luo Pei has made his home in the courtyard where Xia Qing is negotiating terms with Yang Jin. Upon entering, Xia Qing realizes that, although the exterior appears unchanged, they have excavated several underground chambers beneath. The entrance is conveniently located within the very room she stands in. When did they undertake this excavation? And where did they dispose of the earth? The walls of the basement not only boast moisture-proofing and sound insulation, but are also equipped with electric lighting and various sophisticated medical apparatuses that seem utterly incongruous following a natural disaster. When were these installed, and how were they transported here? Observing Xia Qing's bewilderment, Wei Chodong cannot help but smile broadly, revealing his gums. With his eyes covered, Luo Pei beckons Xia Qing, urging her to come and sit. After just 5 days of ample spring water treatment, Luo Pei is already able to sit upright. Xia Qing hands the basket of vegetables to Wei Qingdong, her voice laced with amusement, remarking on the evident effectiveness of Luo Ji's treatment. "It is all thanks to your blessings," she adds. Luo Pei beams sincerely. The agricultural machinery is rather bulky, and he must find a suitable opportunity to transport it across Minglu. The firearms and ammunition have already arrived. Given that you are a power evolver, I chose a compact submachine gun, an automatic rifle, and a non-automatic sniper rifle for you. Wei Qingdong opens the long wooden crate he brought in, revealing 3 new guns exuding the scent of machine oil. Although Xia Qing is not an expert on weaponry, she immediately recognizes the sniper rifle in the box, identical to the one Luo Pei carried on their mission. This is undoubtedly a remarkable find. Luo Pei continued his introduction, noting that to maintain discretion, all 3 firearms were equipped with attachments designed to minimize sound, flames, and smoke, securely stored within a case. Today, Qingdong would instruct you on the use of a handgun. For now, you may keep the defensive weapon, and I shall teach you the remaining 2 once my eyesight has improved. Thank you, Brother Luo, and I appreciate your assistance, Brother Dong. Xia Qing refrained from mentioning her previous experience with a rifle during a mission with the Dongong combat team, as that antiquated homemade firearm paled in comparison to the 3 before her. Chapter 38. Marine evolved creatures ashore. Wei Qingdong invited Xia Qing into the living room, where he taught her the disassembly, maintenance, and operation of the handgun, a fully automatic model specifically designed for special forces, available only to core team members within their ranks. Its shooting stability and precision are unparalleled among handguns. The weapon features a detachable stock, which, when affixed, allows for sustained fire with shoulder support. After securely closing the door, Xia Qing swiftly removed her protective suit and admired the impressive submachine gun she had just acquired for quite some time before beginning to inspect the 3 sets of protective clothing she had received. The heaviest set consisted of a full-seal gas-tight suit, complete with a mask, gloves, and boots, as well as an isolated breathing protection device, suitable for high-risk, unknown environments where both respiratory and dermal hazards were present. This standard gear for vulnerable researchers venturing beyond the safety zone is not publicly available for purchase, even with accumulated points. Although donning the fully sealed gas-tight suit restricts vision and hearing, It serves as a vital lifeline in environments fraught with unknown dangers. The second set comprises a modular protective suit, which also includes boots, gloves, a protective mask, and night vision goggles. The design and color of this protective suit are identical to the one Yang Huai provided her. However, a mere touch reveals a significant distinction. Xia Qing boldly asserts that this suit's protective capability is at least 3 times stronger than those available on the market. As she dons the fitted camouflage suit, stretching her arms and legs to experience its flexibility, she confirms that the one Yang Huai had given her pales in comparison, rendering it practically worthless. Naturally, the patched-up, one-piece suit she had just removed appears even more inferior beside this one. After securely placing her handgun in the front pocket of the protective vest, she discovers that this pocket is not designed for rations, but specifically for firearms, an exceptionally thoughtful design. When she ventures into the evolution forest, she will wear this suit. Contentedly, Xia Qing removes the protective attire and sets it aside, then inspects the gear belonging to Boss Yang. In addition to night vision goggles, protective eyewear, bulletproof vests, and gas masks, Boss Yang astonishingly possesses an infrared camera, a natural light camera, and a walkie-talkie. Just as she conceals her firearm, the doorknob is turned by Boss Yang's hoof. Bang! The door is forcefully pushed open, and Boss Yang storms in, narrowing her eyes at Xia Qing. With a scrape of her hoof and a slight bow of her head, she presents her spiraled horns. Well then, the sedative has proven ineffective. Xia Qing shifts to a more substantial offering, asking if the rations are to her liking. Bah! Instantly, Boss Yang raises her head, altering her tone to a more inquisitive one. Xia Qing deftly enters the kitchen, chopping some tender spring shoots and grass, then opens a tin cabinet to retrieve 2 blocks of compressed rations. She crushes a small portion and mixes it into the forage, placing it on Boss Yang's dining table. The great sheep, lost in his meal, devoured the food with fervor while Xia Qing sat cross-legged beside him, savoring her rations accompanied by the mountain's spring water, sharing in their joy. Old master, we have profited from this transaction. We now possess firearms and 3 sets of top-tier protective gear, the kind that cannot be purchased even with points. These 3 outfits symbolize 3 additional lives for us, 2 for me and 1 for you, as I alone shall wield the gun, she chuckled, downing a hearty gulp of spring water to wash down her dry rations, her laughter echoing like that of a fool. After finishing his meal, the great sheep's gaze fixated on the provisions in Xia Qing's hands. In the garden, upon hearing the commotion from inside, Xia Qing broke into a broad smile. The vegetable seeds she had sown a fortnight ago had sprouted, thanks to her soaking them in spring water, yielding a germination rate 20% higher than those of Lords 4, 5, and 6. As for the crops in plots 1, 2, and 7, she remained oblivious to their status. Nearby, the garlic and ginger sprouts in the adjacent bed had grown to the height of her palm. As long as the delicate seedlings could withstand the next 2 months without encountering heavy rain, she would reap a bountiful harvest. Particularly, the ginger, of which there were only 6 precious plants in her territory, needed to be safeguarded at all costs. She later discovered over 30 additional garlic sprouts, bringing her total to 44, and optimistically estimated that by May, she would be able to enjoy garlic shoots. Her mind wandered to the fragrant dishes of garlic shoots with meat and meat dumplings, for such delicacies required meat. Following the techniques imparted by Wei Qingdong, she aimed her 4-pound submachine gun at a large elm tree 150 meters away. In the hands of a power-enhanced individual, the weapon felt as light as a toy. Her exceptional visual acuity allowed Xia Qing to clearly see the large magpie perched upon the elm branch, blissfully unaware. Its eyes closed. She aimed her gun at the plump body of the magpie for 5 minutes before finally putting it away. Her hesitation stemmed from the fear that the sound might attract the attention of nearby territorial creatures, as well as the fact that she possessed only 300 rounds of ammunition, each one too precious to waste. She resolved to wait until Luo Pei could teach her to practice shooting, as the bullets used for training would not count against her limited supply. That evening, as Xia Qing dined with Yang Laodao while listening to the radio broadcast, she was struck by the unusual nature of the news, typically focused on cheerful tidings. The broadcast devoted 5 minutes to detailing the severe challenges faced by the southern Guiqing base following the evolution of marine life. This revelation sent Xia Qing's nerves into a heightened state of tension. The great evolution of terrestrial life on Blue Star was primarily influenced by the 2 elements of harm, while the evolution of marine life resulted from the combined effects of nuclear contamination and these same elements. Consequently, The peril posed by the evolution of marine organisms was both profound and unfathomable, far exceeding that of their terrestrial counterparts. This was a key reason why several major coastal cities in Huagua had been abandoned, now mere ghost towns. Who would have anticipated that? In the 10th year of natural disasters, evolved marine species would venture ashore and continuously expand their territory, posing a threat to the Xia Qing base. The news failed to address crucial questions such as how these creatures came ashore, what species had emerged, and their primary methods of attack, leaving listeners in a state of frustration. After the broadcast, Xia Qing promptly switched her intercom to the Lord's frequency and heard Quang Qingwei discussing the issue of marine life encroaching on land. In the southern Xia Qing region, there were only 6 bases, yet 3 of them were under threat. Should the safety zones of these 3 bases fall, a significant influx of refugees would undoubtedly head north in search of safety. This was precisely the concern that weighed heavily on Xia Qing's mind. Chapter 39. The evolution of the kittens. Tang Hui let out a cold snort, remarking that it was pointless to worry over trifles, even if there were refugees. They would likely flee to Base 1 and Base 5. Following the grand evolution of life forms, humanity had abandoned their original homes in a desperate bid for survival, clustering together to establish bases. In the 2 to 3 years following the onset of natural disasters, countless bases were constructed across Huagua. Yet as the mutated creatures and environmental conditions deteriorated, only 44 remained. To facilitate management and coordinated defense, these 44 bases were divided into 4 clusters. The northern cluster, comprising 7 bases known as the Baiqing Base Group, the western cluster, consisting of 10 bases called the Lanqing Base Group, the central cluster, also with 10 bases, referred to as the Huiqing Base Group, and the southern cluster, which includes 6 bases known as the Guiqing Base Group. As the name suggests, Base 3, where Xia Qing resided, stands as the 3rd largest base within the Huiqing Base Group. To the south of Base 3 lie Bases 1 and 5, while 500 kilometers southwest of Base 5 lies Base 3 of the Guiqing Cluster, the most threatened by marine life. Indeed, as Tang Hui had pointed out, should Base 3 fall, the refugees would inevitably surge northward, prioritizing Bases 1 and 3. However, Quang Qingwei remained uneasy. Brother Tang, I recall that Base 3 houses 2.5 million people. Even if 2 million managed to escape, a significant portion would head north towards the Huiqing base, and Bases 1 and 3 would be unable to accommodate nearly 1 million refugees. I suspect they would selectively receive them, compelling the remaining refugees to continue north. Xia Qing nodded in agreement. At present, every base was teetering on the brink of subsistence, and admitting hundreds of thousands of individuals would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Before Tang Hui could respond, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the channel, asserting that such matters should be handled by the higher-ups, rendering any concerns on their part futile. We simply need to cultivate our own land and ensure that we do not succumb to starvation. As his voice fell, Tang Hui immediately inquired, Huzi, are you intending to farm? The individual from the first zone muttered angrily, I am Huzi Feng, dispatched to lead the task force stationed at the first zone. What of farming? If you continue to babble nonsense, I will personally pay you a visit and blow your brains out. The crowd. Compared to the abducted Luo Pei, the newcomer at the first zone indeed had a rather irritable temperament. Huzi Feng, a 5th-level visual evolved individual, had been sent to protect Xia Qing and lead the team in the 3rd zone. This mission suited his expertise in long-range sniping perfectly. Xia Qing was exceedingly pleased with her future security captain for the next year. Due to the unexpected nature of the situation, Tang Hui, who had misspoken, dared not utter another word. The channel then resonated with the languid voice of Zhang San. I am Zhang San from the 7th zone. Has anything delectable been discovered in the 1st zone? Zhang San eagerly placed his order. Once peanuts are collected, I want as many as you have. Xia Qing chimed in. I need ginger. Her supply of ginger was woefully inadequate, with only 6 plants. Qi Fu and Zhao Zhe spoke simultaneously, Brother Feng. I am Zhao Zhe from the 4th, 5th zone, and I also require ginger. They dared not compete for what Zhang San desired, but sought other items instead. Before the calamity, they had run a fruit shop. After the disaster, they had engaged in material procurement within the safe zone. As they emerged from their territories, Quang Qingwei promptly inquired, Brother Feng, as you are new here, you may not be aware that we had previously agreed to exchange vegetable seedlings on a 1-to-1 basis, where they can be purchased at 100 points per seedling, with materials exchanged at a discounted rate based on safe zone prices. What materials can Brother Feng provide? Xia Qing sat up, her fingers resting on the intercom button. How absurd that a gas-guzzling tiller should require 50 vegetable seedlings in exchange. No one seemed interested. It was far more economical to rely on manual labor. The path ahead was about to unfold. Xia Qing pressed the button, echoing the sentiments of Quang Qingwei and the others, calling out to Hu Zifeng, "Brother Feng, this is Xia Qing from Plot 3. I wish to propose an exchange. I possess garlic, perilla, tomatoes, pumpkins, eggplants, and cucumber seedlings. The perilla and garlic can be transplanted now, while the others will be ready in about half a month. Additionally, in just over a month, I will have spinach seeds available for trade. The growth cycle of spinach is approximately 40 days, and during its later stages, it bolts and produces seeds, which can be sown again to yield more spinach." Xia Qing skillfully negotiated. "My spinach is classified as a green light safe food. Would 5 seeds for 100 points be agreeable?" "Indeed," replied Hu Zifeng, and no sooner had his words settled than Zhang Sen interjected, "Xia Qing, this is your third brother speaking. How many of your green light spinach do you have? May I exchange for them now? You may set your own price." Chifu chimed in, "Xia, it's me, old Chi. I too desire spinach seeds. Can I offer vegetable seedlings in return?" "Sister, I want some as well," called Zhao Zhe, joined by Quang Qingwei, plunging the channel into a frenzy. Zhang San unveiled his trump card. "Xia Qing, my evolved cat has given birth. Kittens." Xia Qing felt a surge of excitement, but before she could respond, Tang Hui jumped in. "Third brother, I want a cat. You may name your price." "Scram. I refuse to trade with Plot 2. After Zhang Sen scolded Tang Hui, he amiably inquired of Xia Qing, "Xia Qing, would you like a little kitten? Once my cat gives birth, you may choose whichever you desire." The prospect of fluffy kittens immediately overshadowed the allure of Yang Laoda. Xia Qing felt an overwhelming excitement. Yet she replied, "Third brother, I certainly wish for a cat. However, I possess only a few stalks of spinach. If I were to uproot them for an exchange with you, I would be left without seeds. Moreover, evolved cats are challenging to care for. What method do you employ to keep them? If they must be confined to a cage, then I would rather not have one. A cat before evolution is a master over humans, while an evolved cat ascends to the status of a supreme emperor, not something one can simply keep. Confined in a cage, it would drive one to despair." Zhang Sen added, "I can also offer you a home food dehydrator and a fully automatic vacuum packaging machine in exchange." Xia Qing discerned Zhang San's intent. "Third brother, does that mean I must also exchange food packaging bags with you?" Zhang San chuckled with delight. "Indeed, you could purchase them from the patrol team, but I assure you, mine are of the finest quality. In this age where fungi and bacteria have rapidly evolved, preserving food has become increasingly difficult. The dehydrator, which can swiftly dry food, and the vacuum packaging machine, which creates a dry environment to prolong shelf life, are precious commodities in the safe zone, often unattainable at exorbitant prices. To possess both would allow one to dehydrate and seal fresh vegetables, preserving them for months." Zhang San was truly making a significant investment for the sake of spinach. While Xia Qing felt a surge of desire, she remained exceedingly cautious, for her spinach truly consisted of only a few stalks, and she could not guarantee that after a torrential rain, they would still flourish. It was imperative to retain them all for seed production. "Could we exchange after the spinach seeds yield the next batch?" Zhang San is quite accommodating, and it is indeed possible. However, both my cat and supplies are in high demand. If you wish to make a reservation now, a deposit in spinach is required. There is no need to uproot the plants. Simply pluck the edible leaves. Chapter 40. The multifunctional micro-tiller. After some haggling, Xia Qing successfully exchanged 30 spinach leaves for a deposit on a cat and 2 household machines, also facilitating the acquisition of a farming machine and diesel. Xia Qing intended to use the green light spinach seeds to barter for supplies from other territories. Additionally, with a pistol and a formidable security team, her territory's safety had significantly increased, rendering her spinach less vulnerable to theft. Should anyone dare to pilfer, it would serve as a warning to others. Following her successful transaction, a fierce competition erupted in the group over Zhang San's supplies and the yet-to-exist evolved kitten, while Xia Qing lay in bed, amused by the commotion. After more than an hour, Hu Zifeng, having secured a kitten, turned off the communicator, still relishing the excitement of farming. A teammate quietly remarked, "Brother Feng, Zhang San from Plot 7 must be quite extraordinary. In a year of calamity, when most struggle to secure enough food, one who can afford to feed a cat with fish and meat is certainly not ordinary." Hu Zifeng was aware of Zhang San's identity, yet he could not disclose it. He merely cautioned his team, stating that regardless of Zhang San's affiliations, as long as he was at odds with the Tang family, he would not pose a threat to them. The team member chuckled and saluted. Brother Feng, what if Zhang San's cat only gives birth to one kitten? With a fierce glare, Hu Zifeng demanded, then give birth to one. Within the confines of Domain 2, Tang Heng analyzed the information acquired that evening. Luo Pei had been dispatched by Yang Jin for detoxification, ensuring his survival, yet his abilities would undoubtedly be compromised. Remaining in the Qinglong battle team would subject him to exclusion. Hu Zifeng, being a trusted confidant of Luo Pei, emerged to secure the retreat. A decision both reasonable and justifiable. In Domain 3, only Xia Qing remained, accompanied by an evolved sheep. Her desire to exchange for a farming machine appeared quite logical. However, the discovery of green lamp perilla and spinach in the newly established buffer forest of Domain 3 was undeniably tantalizing. Tang Hua yawned. Do you think there are no new discoveries in other domains? Just wait and see. The first trouble will surely arise from the ostentatious Domain 3. Tang Heng suspected that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Those who had survived until now were far from foolish. He speculated that Xia Qing intended to use the two varieties of green lamp vegetables as a bargaining chip to secure protection from Zhang San. Tang Huaixian halted midway, contemplating, if her spinach aligns with his tastes, he might indeed send someone to safeguard her. If that were the case, it would be wise to refrain from disturbing Xia Qing's red lamp evolved sheep. Offending Zhang San would yield no benefits, and they must swiftly devise a plan to quell his ire. Reflecting on the lamb meat they had sent over, Tang Heng's suspicions deepened. It was likely that the inspection team had spoiled the meat. Tang Hui slumped into his chair, conceding, even so, what can we do? The Tang family stirs up trouble everywhere, and since they cannot retaliate against the higher-ups, they will vent their frustrations on lowly figures like us. Let us just sleep. After Tang Heng reclined, he whispered, Brother, let us inspect our territory tomorrow, once we obtain the green light plants. I refuse to believe that Zhang San wanted to make a trade. He possesses valuable goods. Tang Hui, disinterested, replied, I have a mission to execute. You may take your team. At the break of dawn the next day, Su Ming arrived, driving a vibrant red tiller, stopping excitedly beneath the sign for plot number 3. Qingjia, this is the equipment from plot number 1 that we were tasked to deliver, and 2 accessory boxes will arrive shortly. The multifunctional tiller resembled a compact track tractor, despite standing only at a height of 1.6 meters. Its fiery red body paired with black tracks and imposing headlights exuded an aura of coolness. Xia Qing immediately recognized it as a machine operated and maintained by dedicated personnel at the planting center in the safe zone. Such machinery had only been something she could observe from a distance during her time working there, with little chance to even touch it. And now, she owned one. When Hu Zi and Chao Xianyun arrived, carrying the 2 hefty accessory boxes, Xia Qing was astonished as they meticulously assembled everything according to the manual. With 11 functions, this machine surpassed the capabilities of the one she had seen at the planting center. As long as there was sufficient diesel, this equipment could replace 10 robust laborers. Xia Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was eager to take it for a spin. Not only was Xia Qing thrilled, but Su Ming and the others shared her enthusiasm. Su Ming grinned as he proposed to Xia Qing. How about we let Hu Zi install the accessories, and we can take turns testing them? All right, I appreciate your efforts. Xia Qing replied, acknowledging that she only knew how to drive a car, albeit without a license and rather recklessly. Although the tiller came with a manual, she did not believe that merely reading it would suffice to master the art of operation. It was not arduous, not in the slightest. Su Ming eagerly claimed the driver's seat, beckoning, Tiger, hurry and bring the excavating shovel. Operating an excavator is a dream cherished by many during their childhood. Now that the bulldozer blade and rotary tiller had been installed, they decided to test these 2 attachments first. Chao Xianyun reminded Xia Qing, Sister Qing, your sheep is coming over. Xia Qing had already heard the commotion. However, the position of the lead sheep and the sounds it made were beyond the range of ordinary hearing, hence she feigned ignorance. Upon Chao Xianyun's alert, Xia Qing turned and rushed towards the lead sheep, engaging in a cordial and friendly exchange regarding the intruding machinery and the 3 unexpected visitors. Su Ming was taken aback to see the normally irritable lead sheep not clashing with Xia Qing. He turned away, astonished. Old Chao, what did Sister Qing say? That stubborn sheep is behaving so obediently? The words Xia Qing had spoken were beyond Chao Xianyun's capacity to voice, so he simply urged Su Ming with a stern expression. What are you dawdling for? If you can't drive, get down. I'll take over. Have you forgotten who brought it here? I could do it with my eyes closed, and I would outshine you. Disregarding the peculiar interaction between Xia Qing and the lead sheep, Su Ming swiftly turned the key to start the tiller. As the engine's sputtering echoed in the third territory, the vigilant observer, the quintuple vision evolved individual Wang Sun, reported quietly to his companion Tang Huai. The inspection team has delivered the tiller and 2 large boxes into the third plot. I cannot see the situation inside due to the grass wall. Between Area 2 and Area 3 lies a straight dirt road, 10 meters wide, oriented east to west. On the southern side of this path, dense grass walls, more than 3 meters wide and taller than a person, have been erected to shield against prying eyes. Thus, taking advantage of the geographical position, Xia Qing is able to gaze from the northern sloping woodland, observing the happenings within Area 2, while Tang Huai and his companions, positioned in the lower ground, cannot peer through the grass walls to ascertain the situation in Area 3. Reconnaissance relies not merely on sight. The auditory-enhanced Tang Huai, endowed with 5-fold hearing, clearly discerns the conversations occurring within Area 3, including how Xia Qing is soothing the sheep, without any anomalies noted. Concealed atop a tree in the buffer zone of Area 1, the visual enhancer Hu Zifeng extracts his phone and sends a message to Wei Qingdong. Upon receiving the message, Wei Qingdong puts away his phone and informs, Lao Gu, Tang Huai, and the others have left the territory heading east. They are likely heading to the eastern hunting grounds. Lying calmly on the surgical bed, Luo Pei issues a directive, commence. Within Area 3, the generator in the basement of the second-floor derelict village begins to hum to life. Yet its noise is completely drowned out by the throaty rumble of the micro-tiller. The 4 individuals revolving around the tiller are utterly oblivious to the generator's operation. Chapter 41. Discovery of the Watchers. The mini-tiller resembles a large, multifunctional toy vehicle for children, captivating the 4 youthful adults in their 20s. After each member has taken turns experimenting with various attachments, they confirm that this machine is indeed remarkably efficient, albeit rather fuel-consuming. Given the soil conditions of this plot, the fuel consumption for plowing 1 acre with a 2-shank plow is approximately 3 to 4 liters, significantly higher than that of the sheep tiller. Xia Qing joyfully resolved to employ sheep power for tilling the land, while utilizing a micro-tiller for other extensive agricultural tasks, and she would personally undertake the miscellaneous chores. The micro-tiller was the most valuable piece of machinery Xia Qing currently possessed. To ensure the proper storage of this machine, she converted the room located in the southwest corner of the first floor of the eastern courtyard's scaffold building into a garage. Utilizing salvaged red bricks, stones, and steel bars from the 3 neighboring villages, she transformed the scaffold structure, which had only been cast into its primary form, into a 2-story warehouse complete with walls, windows, and doors. Due to the limited materials she had ingeniously assembled, her grand warehouse bore a resemblance to Howell's moving castle from the outside. However, this was merely a facade. The interior of her warehouse was far less lavish than that of Howell's abode. Inside, it was merely sprayed with insect repellent, stocked with moisture-absorbing charcoal, and remained entirely in its original bare state. This castle, though unsuitable for habitation, was perfect for storing supplies. As Xia Qing turned off the micro-tiller, the generator in the basement of the southwest village also ceased its operation, thanks to the ample electricity stored in the batteries. The lights in the operating room remained illuminated for an additional 8 hours before finally extinguishing, signaling that it was already the early hours of the morning. While Xia Qing dreamt of operating the micro-tiller, the lead sheep stood outside the garage, its head lowered, seemingly lost in thought. Today, she aimed to repair the road leading from her home to the reservoir and the fields. Concerned about the micro-tiller's fuel consumption? No worries. She had 200 liters of diesel. Running low on diesel? Not a problem. She could always barter supplies for more fuel. Contentedly, Xia Qing maneuvered the micro-tiller out of the garage and parked it securely, before shutting the garage door and applying insect repellent. Suddenly, she heard the urgent sound of the lead sheep's hoofs. Alarmed, she realized the lead sheep was charging towards the machine. Xia Qing quickly turned around, but she was unable to outpace the lead sheep. The creature has ascended the tiller, claiming the driver's seat and squinting defiantly. The leader of the sheep remains unyielding, firmly entrenched in his position. Summer Qing alters her tone, attempting to entice him. The leader shall not sulk any longer. Come down, and I shall offer you some tender spring shoots. With a bleat, the leader of the sheep immediately leaps down from the tiller, standing before Summer Qing. It seems she has discerned that this glutton does not wish to commandeer the tiller, but rather seeks to manipulate her with it. Having already indulged in ample spring shoots, she can afford to share a bit more with the leader. Once spring is past, the nitrate and nitrite content in the shoots will increase, rendering them less palatable. Within the territory, there are 5 varieties of edible vegetables: spring shoots, spinach leaves, perilla, chives, and scallions. After 10 years of subsisting on coarse grains, Xia Qing has begun to be discerning in her tastes. Hearing the sound of machinery from the 3rd territory, Su Ming and his companions gaze on enviously, while Wei Qingdong, from the underground level of the desolate village, cheerfully starts the generator to charge the battery for a while longer. The distance from Xia Qing's modest dwelling to the stone bridge across the small river to the north is 470 meters. She smooths out the path she has carved with her digging shovel and then compacts it. This process is incredibly therapeutic, leaving Xia Qing feeling rejuvenated. Upon noticing the sheep, she is not angered, as she was seeking someone to share the joy of driving. Since she is alone in the territory, sharing with the sheep is quite acceptable. Thus, Xia Qing shuts off the tiller, allows the leader of the sheep to take the driver's seat, and while chattering away, she proceeds to remove the right side cover of the tiller's seat, retrieving a small metal box containing a wrench and pliers. With great efficiency, she places a large wooden lounge chair on the iron cover that can support the weight of the leader, layering it with a cushion of straw. Once the reclining chair was assembled, without the need for Xia Qing's encouragement, the elder sheep immediately took his place, claiming the more comfortable seat. Xia Qing cheerfully started the engine and continued to operate the tiller to repair the road, while the elder sheep reclined in his designated seat, both satisfied with their respective arrangements. The inhabitants of the 2nd territory had grown indifferent to the faint sounds of the tiller. Yet those in the eastern 4th territory were filled with curiosity. They even climbed to the highest pine tree on the northern edge of the 4th territory's buffer forest to survey the happenings within the 3rd territory. Approximately 1.5 kilometers away, they spotted a machine the size of a cat moving slowly. Zhao Chong, perched in the tree, retrieved his binoculars and adjusted the focus. Initially, he observed the excavating shovel of the tiller, but as he slightly shifted the binoculars backward, he was startled and let out a scream, tumbling from the height of several meters, his cries echoing into the 3rd territory. This was not the voice of Zhao Ze. Xia Qing promptly picked up the radio and contacted Tan Junjia, saying, "Captain Tan, this is Xia Qing from the 3rd territory. Just now, someone in the buffer forest of the 4th territory was spying on my territory with binoculars. Upon being discovered, they fell from the tree." Xia Qing concluded the communication and resumed roadwork. Why use the radio? Because conversations on the radio can be overheard by others on the same channel. Xia Qing intended to amplify the incident. Moreover, the cost of satellite phone calls is not insignificant, and Xia Qing preferred to save where possible. According to the territory law, if a lord is caught spying on another territory, they incur a penalty of 500 points, lose their material discount privileges, and have their tax exemption period reduced from 5 years to 3 years. Should hired personnel within a lord's territory be discovered spying on other lands, in addition to the aforementioned penalties imposed on the lord, the hired individuals will be expelled from the territory and subjected to a deduction of 500 points. Those unable to meet the point requirement will be compelled to perform labor and shall be forever barred from competing for grade A and B positions within the secure zones. In times of chaos, stringent measures are imperative. 500 points equate to the 2-year income of an ordinary person who dares not venture beyond the safety of the zone. In times of disaster, when sustenance is scarce, common folk possess no savings. The compulsory labor tasks for those who cannot accumulate sufficient points involve repairing defensive walls or clearing mutated forests, which to the average individual is tantamount to a death sentence. Chapter 42. Greenlight Clover. Tan Junjia refrained from mentioning Zhao Chong again, instead discussing with Xia Qing the exchange of supplies. "May I trade for another batch of Chinese tune sprouts? 1 liter of diesel for 1 pound of sprouts," he proposed. Xia Qing confirmed that Tan Junjia was unaware of her dealings with the Qinglong battle team. Otherwise, he would not have suggested such an exchange. The terms he offered were quite reasonable, and Xia Qing readily agreed. "Of course, Team Tan, how many pounds would you like to exchange?" Xia Qing was uncertain, as the sprouts were not abundant at present. "Let me wait a few days until I can gather more, and we can trade as much as is available." Thinking of his daughter, Tan Junjia revealed a gentle smile, his voice softening. "All right, I will bring a portable scale and the diesel for an on-site exchange." "Good," Xia Qing replied succinctly. She had an ample supply of sprouts and could always use more diesel. After a brief silence, Tan Junjia could not resist warning Xia Qing. "Just be cautious not to overharvest." Xia Qing, lacking experience in cultivation, pondered for a moment before asking, "Will overharvesting kill the trees?" In the collection of cultivation materials she gathered, there was no mention of the techniques for planting Chinese tune trees. Nor were there any insights in the comprehensive planting guide provided by the base. Xia Qing realized that when she first arrived at the territory, she had harvested the first shoots. Now, only the second shoots remained on the trees, indicating that she needed to leave 2 or 3 leaves intact. Another detail that piqued Xia Qing's interest was the use of the word cut by Tan Junjie. The Chinese tune shoots she had previously exchanged with him were plucked. And given Tan Junjie's meticulous nature, his choice of wording was undoubtedly intentional. Thus, the use of scissors was preferable to merely pinching or clipping. After noting this observation, the routine news broadcast concluded for the day, reporting that the majority of the bases in Huaguo were faring well, while the coastal bases faced dire circumstances. After listening for several days, Xia Qing was becoming desensitized. She turned off the radio and switched on the intercom. As anticipated, the channel was silent that evening. After a 5-minute pause, Zhao Zhe from Plot 4 broke the silence, asking, "Xia Qing, are you there?" Zhao Zhe earnestly apologized, stating that today's events were truly regrettable, as he had failed to manage the people within the territory properly. He assured her that this would undoubtedly be the first and last occurrence of such an issue. As a gesture of goodwill, he offered her 20 plants of green light alfalfa as an apology. Although Xia Qing had never mentioned her evolved sheep in the Lord's Channel, it was not unusual for Zhao Zhe, whose territory bordered hers, to be aware of its existence. As the sheep frequently wandered within her territory, and there were individuals in his area utilizing binoculars to observe. Regardless of whether his action stemmed from a sincere desire to avoid conflict, fear of her possessing a firearm, or some deeper implication, Xia Qing accepted his offer. All right. After Xia Qing's agreement, her entanglement with Zhao Zhe was considered resolved. Zhang San immediately spoke up. "Zhao Zhe, I would like 20 stalks of green alfalfa as well, along with a choice between a food dryer or a vacuum packing machine." Zhao Zhe responded courteously, "Brother San, I only have 8 stalks of green alfalfa left. Would it be acceptable for me to use alfalfa leaves as a deposit for these 2 machines?" The demand for food drying and packaging machines was prevalent across every territory. Yet Zhao Zhe's claim of having only 8 stalks of alfalfa seemed dubious. How could he possess such a plethora of machines? Could it be that he was not only knowledgeable in pharmaceuticals, but also in machinery manufacturing? Xia Qing made a note of this in her notebook. Chi Fu, who had always been proactive in farming, remained silent. Kuang Qingwei inquired, "Brother San, would 3 tails of green leeks suffice for the deposit? Once the next batch grows, I can supplement with the remaining 2 tails. Could the rest of the leeks serve as a deposit for the kitten?" After being exposed by Zhang San, Kuang Qingwei chuckled awkwardly. "All right, it's up to you, Brother San. I shall harvest the leeks tomorrow." Xia Qing recorded the green leeks next to Kuang Qingwei's name, noting that one could harvest 3 tails at a time, and she drew a question mark to signify uncertainty regarding the quantity of green leeks he possessed. She then turned her pen upward to the entry for Chi Fu in plot number 5. This section documented the presence of leeks in Chi Fu's territory. Among the 10 he had previously exchanged with Xia Qing, 3 were green. Thus, his silence at this moment did not stem from a lack of deposit, but rather an abundance of food dryers and packing machines. Through the exchanges on the Lord's Channel over the past half-month, Xia Qing confirmed that Chi Fu had made ample preparations for farming outside the safety zone. She pondered whether he possessed a substantial amount of building materials. If so, she wished to negotiate with him for some pest control putty to paint the walls. However, this matter is not suitable for discussion on the channel. After concluding the topic of the deposit, a voice, gritty like crushed ice, emanated from Hu Zifeng of Area 1. "If any scoundrel dares to monitor Area 1, I'll blow his head off." The existence of Tang Huai was rendered irrelevant. Today, as communication among the lords was at an end, Xia Qing turned off the intercom and began to examine the edible plants discovered within her territory. Garlic, leeks, peanuts, ginger, and Jerusalem artichokes all reproduce through roots or bear fruit underground, thus still sporadically surviving a decade after the calamity. Alfalfa, a perennial herb, is easy to cultivate and seeds prolifically. Spinach and scallions have short growth cycles and also yield abundantly, allowing them to endure as well. However, other common vegetables prior to the disaster were either too delicate or their fruits and plants were ravaged by birds and insects, making long-term reproduction unfeasible. It seems unlikely to find even a trace of them in the territory after 10 years of disaster. Therefore, to seek out edible plants one must venture into the evolution forest. Xia Qing marked a line beneath the bamboo in her notebook. April is the season for spring bamboo shoots. Although there are no bamboo plants in her territory, the evolution forest to the north of Area 1 possesses them. The bamboo she uses for furniture is sourced from that very forest. She had tested it and confirmed the presence of mature bamboo with yellow shoots. Thus, upon entering April, she is likely to unlock a new vegetable, though she wonders what the taste of the evolved bamboo will be like. Just as Xia Qing closed her notebook, she received a text from Hu Zifeng inquiring, "Miss Xia, do you need us to keep an eye on Area 4? The initial agreement between Xia Qing and Yang Jin stipulated that the security team would be stationed in Area 1, ready for her summons at any time. Very well. Please inform us once the schedule is confirmed. Furthermore, we aspire to venture into the evolved forest to forage for bamboo shoots. Might we join forces with Miss Xia?" Chapter 43. The sheep lord who moved Xia Qing at the break of dawn the following day. The inspection team delivered 20 green light alfalfa plants. Xia Qing gazed silently at the tender green seedlings, roots and soil intact, nestled in the grass pouch. The hue of these seedlings was indeed far more vibrant than that of the evolved perilla, yet she pondered whether this was truly alfalfa and not clover. Or could it be that the scientific name for clover was simply alfalfa? Xia Qing retrieved her phone to consult the comprehensive guide to cultivation, where she found images of evolved alfalfa for comparison. The small leaves of a mature alfalfa plant, over a meter in height, bore an impressive resemblance, around 90% similarity, to the leaves of the seedlings in her pouch. She decided to set aside her musings about the identity of the alfalfa and, adhering to the key points outlined in the guide, planted the seedlings in the terraced fields above the evolved perilla, encircling them with branches of evolved jujube. Should these alfalfa seedlings thrive and subsequently yield seeds, she envisioned sowing them across the entire terrace next year, allowing the sheep lord to indulge in alfalfa as freely as he relished perilla. The mere thought of the coming year filled Xia Qing with exhilaration. Following the calamity, the majority of the lower-class populace merely existed day by day, devoid of any semblance of planning for the future. Xia Qing was an anomaly among them. While in the safe zone, she had dreamed of rebuilding her home. Her visions of the future were but ephemeral hopes, shrouded in uncertainty as to when they might materialize. Yet now, standing upon her own territory, contemplating her future, she was filled with a profound sense of grounding. With a gentle motion, she ruffled the curly locks of the sheep leader, her heart brimming with excitement as she extended her arm to sweep across the entire territory. "My beloved, behold, this is the empire I have built for you." The sheep leader, unfazed by the exuberance of summer's youth, continued to feast. As March drew to a close, it was time to transplant the seedlings, marking the season when lords exchanged their crops. To ensure fairness, each lord was required to first assess the toxic element content of their seedlings, confirming their quality before any exchanges took place. Other lords announced in the channel that their seedlings predominantly displayed yellow indicators, with a few red and the rare green. In contrast, Summer's field bore 90% yellow and 10% green, with no red indicators. However, she chose to conceal the existence of her green seedlings, claiming instead to possess a few red ones. During exchanges with her fellow lords, Summer exclusively excavated yellow seedlings. Her initial offerings included 10 plants each of tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, and pumpkins destined for the first plot. The basic functions of the wall paint and putty after the natural disaster, aside from mere decoration, had been enhanced to include pest resistance. These two building materials had become highly sought after, unattainable by ordinary folk. During her time with the construction team, Summer had only received these materials by weight, preventing her from accumulating any. She initially intended to trade for putty with Chi Fu, only to discover he had no stock available. A few days prior, she had overheard Hu Zifeng discussing their plans to construct houses within the First Territory, prompting her to propose an exchange. To her astonishment, the proposal was accepted, reaffirming her admiration for the formidable prowess of the Qinglong team. Once she had completed planting the seedlings and harvesting bamboo shoots, Summer resolved to seize the opportunity before the next toxic rain to repaint her small building, transforming her house into a true home. Due to the abundance of pumpkins, cucumbers, and eggplants in various territories, Xia Qing found herself with an excess of seedlings, 20 pumpkin sprouts, 25 cucumber seedlings, and 30 eggplant plants. To ensure the successful cultivation of these seedlings, she meticulously applied all the planting techniques she had mastered. In her endeavor to enrich the soil with nutrients, Xia Qing utilized the well-rotted sheep and bird manure she had collected from her territory, applying it generously to the vegetable patch. Once the transplanting was complete, she lovingly watered the seedlings with the mountain spring water she had saved. Now, it was time to witness their vitality. In the days that followed, Xia Qing wished she could reside in the vegetable garden. The lords of territories 4, 5, and 6 were even more diligent than she, keeping their pagers on 24 hours a day to exchange insights on vegetable cultivation. Zhang San from Plot 7 displayed no interest in anything but eating and was offline during the day. Hu Zifeng from Plot 1 remained vigilant, keen to stay informed of Xia Qing's movements and needs. Meanwhile, Tang Huai from Plot 2 kept his device active to monitor Hu Zifeng's updates, though the two hardly exchanged words. At noon, the sun bore down mercilessly, causing the newly transplanted seedlings to droop, with half of them bending at the waist. Xia Qing felt a pang of concern. Adhering to the methods taught by Qi Fu, she delicately propped up the drooping seedlings with small branches. If not for her understanding that the seedlings required sunlight, she would have hastily constructed a shade for them. As evening approached and the sunlight grew less intense, the majority of the small plants perked up once more, lifting their leaves, much to Xia Qing's delight. The following morning, the previously drooping seedlings stood upright again, prompting Xia Qing to twirl with joy. However, by noon, the little plants once again succumbed to the heat, their leaves and heads drooping. Xia Qing squatted by the field, a frown etched on her face as she sighed deeply. On the morning of the third day, the cycle continued anew. Xia Qing oscillated between excitement and anxiety, to the extent that the elder sheep suspected her of being ill. It brought a mouthful of grass and placed it beside the planting area, nudging the sour juju branches to coax Xia Qing out to graze. Xia Qing, unable to find an outlet for her pent-up frustration, misunderstood the elder sheep's intentions, believing it sought to nibble on the seedlings. In a fit of defiance, she dashed out to confront it fiercely. Although she achieved a historic victory over the elder sheep with overwhelming advantage, it did little to elevate her spirits. She remained by the seedlings, sighing heavily. Could this grass be edible? Observing the elder sheep's steadfastness, Xia Qing later inquired through Tianjunjie and discovered that this unremarkable vine, known as the evolved white-haired chicken dung vine, possessed properties that could alleviate abdominal pain from indigestion and relieve skin itching. Enlightened by this revelation, Xia Qing realized the elder sheep had believed her to be unwell and had gone out of its way to gather medicinal herbs for her. Deeply touched, she plucked a few leaves of alfalfa, which she had been reluctant to taste herself, and prepared a special meal for the elder sheep as a gesture of gratitude. Thanks to the elder sheep, a valuable herbal resource, the evolved white-haired chicken dung vine had been added to the specialties of her territory. Despite its rather unappealing name, it held considerable worth. The entire plant, including roots, stems, and leaves, when dried, could astonishingly fetch 40 points per pound. When time permitted, Xia Qing resolved to harvest some to dry in exchange for points, intending to purchase compressed feed for the elder sheep. 6 days after transplantation, 10 seedlings in the terraced fields perished, with cucumbers suffering the highest mortality rate. Xia Qing attributed this to the fragility of the cucumber sprouts. Their delicate skin seemed to contain nothing but water, wilting under the sun and toppling with the slightest breeze. She adamantly refused to acknowledge that 2 of the seedlings had been inadvertently broken while she was propping them up. Nearly half of the seedlings in plots 1 and 2 had died, and plot 7 remained unplanted, likely facing a similar fate. The circumstances surrounding the territories of 4 and 6 are quite akin to those of Xia Qing, while the condition of plot 5 is the most favorable, having suffered merely the loss of 2 saplings. This is attributed to Qi Fu's extensive experience in agriculture prior to the natural disaster. In Chapter 44, entering the evolutionary forest to dig for bamboo shoots, Qi Fu utilizes a walkie-talkie to elucidate the forthcoming key points regarding the planting of seedlings. He emphasizes the importance of not watering daily, advocating for a balance between dry and moist conditions, and the necessity of regularly spraying the essence of the evolutionary camphor tree to deter rodents. Observing a seedling with healthy leaves that, despite not being nibbled, appears yellow and wilted, indicates a likely issue with the soil. Squatting by the edge of the field, Xia Qing diligently notes Qi Fu's instructions in her phone's memo app. Zhao Zhe inquires, "Qi Gu, what specific issues are we facing?" Qi Fu responds with palpable frustration. "As we are all pioneering the initial cultivation and have employed insecticides and fungicides, the pathogens in the soil should be minimal. The primary culprits are most likely the evolutionary grubs and the evolutionary soil silkworms. His tone is laced with irritation. The most vexing scenario arises when one digs into the soil only to find that the roots have been gnawed upon, yet the pests have already fled, leaving the weakened seedlings further compromised. Each night, lords are driven to exasperation over this matter. As an auditory evolutionist, Xia Qing exploits her acute hearing to meticulously survey the vegetable garden, farmland, and the surrounding area within a radius of several meters, ensuring no disturbances arise from these issues. Rather than succumbing to frustration, she has fostered amicable relations with the 4 evolutionary magpies and 2 evolutionary egrets residing within her territory. The 2 egrets, having recently relocated, have constructed a nest in a small grove of water firs on the northern side of the reservoir. After years of abstaining from egg consumption, Xia Qing eagerly anticipates the day her neighbors lay their eggs, so she may indulge in a clandestine feast. Although there are no other evolutionary comparisons for the large tun tree, Xia Qing is exceedingly pleased with its yield, carrying 2 oil barrels. She briefs Tanjunjia about the schedule for the following day. I will be leaving the territory for half a day. I've arranged for someone from Area 1 to help guard the territory in exchange for supplies. The territory is abundant with various crops, and the essential resources at home are steadily increasing, necessitating a human presence. Hence, Xia Qing is employing her security team for the first time. She informs Tanjunjia in advance to prevent any misunderstandings should he encounter individuals from Area 1 in or around Area 3 during his patrol. Tanjunjia nods and departs, refraining from inquiring about the nature of her exchange with Area 1 or her reasons for leaving the territory. Naturally, Xia Qing does not pry into how Tanjunjia is managing the tun sprouts either. Curiosity can be perilous for humanity, as it was before the calamity and remains so after. Cats pose no threat, as most have evolved to become quite formidable, capable of satisfying their inquisitiveness. After arranging her plans with Hu Zifeng for the next day, she begins to discuss their outing with Boss Yang. I'm going to dig up bamboo shoots tomorrow. Will you join me? It's south the same bamboo grove where we used to cut bamboo. You've been there before. Following the chicken dung vine incident, Xia Qing perceives Boss Yang to be more astute than she initially thought, prompting her to engage more with him, hoping that one day he will truly grasp her intentions. Boss Yang, however, remains unperturbed, continuing to lounge on the tatami, lost in thought. The tatami mat is adorned with a grass mat, a creation of Xia Qing to alleviate her boredom while tending to the seedlings. Upon this mat rests a comfortable large grass cushion, thoughtfully designed and crafted by Xia Qing as a gesture of gratitude towards the esteemed old sheep for its care. Judging by old sheep's expression, it appears quite content. However, upon observing its somewhat mischievous demeanor, Xia Qing's inclination towards indulging in fresh lamb diminished significantly. With a soft smile, she bid the creature good night. After Xia Qing fell asleep, old sheep, with its spiral horns, nestled its large head against the elevated edge of the grass mat and slowly closed its eyes. At the break of dawn, after inspecting the area for pests, Xia Qing welcomed the Hu Zifeng team into her domain. This team, composed entirely of 10 male evolved beings, had left one member to guard the first territory while the others had gathered. Among the 9 present, 4 remained in Xia Qing's territory, while the remaining 5 accompanied her into the evolution forest to forage for bamboo shoots. Xia Qing harbored no concerns about the Guardian's potential mischief in her territory, for the team selected by Yang Jin would not tarnish their own reputation. Furthermore, this was not the first encounter Xia Qing had with this team. The Hu Zifeng team frequently collaborated with the Luo Pei team on various missions. Despite Hu Zifeng's intimidating appearance and boisterous nature, he was always the first to charge into danger, and the team's points were allocated based on each member's contributions. Thus, they operated as a cohesive unit, never having betrayed one another, which made them worthy of trust. Old Sheep squinted at the group standing within the isolation zone, while Hu Zifeng's team curiously scrutinized the formidable guardian of Xia Qing's abode, resulting in a moment of mutual silence. Observing Old Sheep's stillness, Xia Qing waved her hand, indicating her intention to proceed alone, leaving the guardian to watch over the home. As Xia Qing traversed the isolation zone, preparing to enter the evolution forest, the leader of the sheep unexpectedly called out. Having become accustomed to the leader's vocalizations, Xia Qing discerned a warning within that single utterance. The leader sensed potential danger lurking ahead and thus cautioned her against proceeding. Upon hearing this, Xia Qing implored the remaining team members to prevent the leader from venturing into other territories. Although it was a red light animal and not suitable for consumption, Disturbing the inhabitants of other lands could lead to undesirable consequences. Listening from his hiding place in Zone 2, Tang Hui sighed silently. Were it not for the sheep being classified as a red light creature, he would have relished a delectable roast lamb by now. Once the team led by Hu Zifeng had moved further away, the visually evolved individual, Zhou Sun, lowered his voice to report to Tang Hui. Boss, Hu Zifeng has taken the team along with Xia Qing to the evolution forest to forage for bamboo shoots. Should we follow? Today, it's a rare occasion that the micro-cultivators in Zones 1 and 3 are silent. I intend to seize this opportunity to gather insects. This task is undoubtedly more exhilarating than eavesdropping. Miss Xia trails closely behind me, and the entire team remains vigilant, maintaining formation. Although Hu Zifeng is unaware that the spring water was provided by Xia Qing, he is cognizant of Luo Pei's recovery under her care. Thus harboring profound gratitude and respect for her, speaking with utmost courtesy, Xia Qing expressed her thanks, utilizing the headset integrated within her protective mask to remind Hu Zifeng that this is the optimal season for bamboo shoots, urging everyone to remain cautious of potential dangerous creatures that may inhabit the bamboo grove. My sheep possesses an acute sensitivity to peril. Its absence indicates the presence of threats it wishes to evade. Based on Xia Qing's experience, when delectable flora reaches maturity, it tends to attract evolutionary creatures with a penchant for such plants. The creature that delights in consuming bamboo may indeed be the evolved giant panda. Summer Qing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Her senses heightened as she endeavored to capture the silhouette of the black and white figure. It is said that the giant panda, after its evolution, should still retain its black and white coloration, correct? Chapter 45. The bamboo leaf dart of evolved bamboo. Even with the well-equipped Hu Zifeng's team entering the forest, it took them 2 hours to safely reach their destination. Double the time Summer Qing had previously spent harvesting bamboo before the rainstorm. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, she observed numerous bamboo shoots emerging from the ground, invigorating her spirit as she awaited Hu Zifeng's command. Hu Zifeng conducted a cautious reconnaissance of the area before issuing orders, instructing the team to first lightly slice the tips of the bamboo shoots to test for any threats, particularly the possibility of evolved bamboo beetles or evolved nocturnal moth larvae launching surprise attacks, as well as the danger posed by bamboo leaf darts from above. Once he confirmed that both the team members and Summer Qing were adequately prepared, Hu Zifeng led them into the bamboo thicket in search of edible bamboo shoots. For each shoot encountered, Summer Qing meticulously sliced a small portion with her knife, ensuring there were no evolved creatures ready to strike before extracting the sap for testing. After detecting 12 red signals, she finally identified a yellow one. Rather than immediately commencing excavation, she first listened intently and scanned her surroundings, ensuring there were no lurking dangers within the soil or nearby. Once satisfied, she swiftly used her military shovel to clear the earth and cautiously probed the bamboo's roots, confirming that it would not unleash bamboo leaf darts before decisively severing the shoot's roots. With remarkable speed, she peeled the bamboo shoot and tucked it into her bag. Having ventured so far, the intent was to carry away as much as possible, promptly discarding any inedible portions. This particular bamboo shoot, once stripped, weighed 6 pounds, bringing a smile to Summer Qing's face as she continued her search and excavation. Observing Xia Qing, Hu Zifeng nodded discreetly, acknowledging her prowess as a power-evolved individual. Her speed and strength were indeed well-suited for arduous tasks like digging. After 2 hours of steady advancement, Xia Qing had already collected 7 yellow bamboo shoots, filling an entire bag. As she secured the bag on her back, she heard a teammate softly exclaim over the intercom, "Green light." The discovery of a green bamboo shoot suggested a high likelihood of encountering more by following the bamboo's roots. The team promptly converged towards the source of the call, and after confirming the soil posed no danger, they began to excavate. After 3 shovelfuls, they had yet to reach the shoot's base. 5 more shovelfuls later, they uncovered a shoot that was already as long as an arm, yet the root remained elusive. Xia Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of such a large shoot, wishing fervently to pull that teammate up and leap down to dig herself. Upon finally reaching the root and confirming that this bamboo shoot exceeded the length of an adult's leg, everyone beamed with joy. Even if they only harvested this singular shoot today, it was a significant gain. Hu Zifeng meticulously surveyed the surrounding bamboo before decisively commanding, "Close the copper shields, deploy the protective umbrellas, and everyone take shelter beneath them, utilizing iron shields for protection. Dajiang, keep an eye on the ground beneath you." One teammate retrieved a compact iron umbrella from their backpack, seemingly small, yet upon deployment, its diameter exceeded 2 meters, capable of sheltering 6 individuals beneath its canopy. Xia Qing and Da Jiang positioned themselves at the center while the others surrounded them. Hu Zifeng continued issuing orders. Miss Xia, chop the shoot. Aim to sever it with a single stroke and avoid cutting the bamboo root to prevent undue stress on the plant. Understood. Xia Qing wielded her machete and struck at the junction of the shoot and the root, executing the task with ease. For someone of her strength, it was a mere trifle. The blade struck with precision, triggering the mechanisms of the bamboo. Observing the quivering bamboo whips, Hu Zifeng immediately commanded, everyone, crouch down and shield yourselves with iron. The sound of the wind breaking echoed as countless bamboo leaf darts struck the umbrella and the surrounding shields, creating a cacophony of thuds. The launch of the bamboo leaf darts was merely a reflex of the evolved bamboo. Fortunately, its evolutionary level was not high enough to lock onto a target, and after a wave of indiscriminate attacks, it ceased fire. Tonight, bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat would be on the menu. Despite his fierce demeanor, Hu Zifeng was quite pleased. Miss Xia, do you require canned meat? The price of canned meat is exorbitant, and of course, Xia Qing has no stock. Might I trade with you? Certainly. A 340-gram can of pork in exchange for 2 pounds of evolved perilla? Deal. A fair transaction, and Xia Qing felt immensely satisfied. Hu Zifeng's smile widened as he was incessantly persuaded by Zhang San and Tang Hui to acquire the evolved perilla, their words making his mouth water. After retrieving the iron umbrella, Xia Qing gazed at the patches of deep green bamboo leaves embedded in the earth and couldn't help but feel a shiver of dread. Thankfully, she had not chosen to cut this evolved bamboo before the rain arrived. Otherwise, she would surely have been injured. Xia Qing was curious about how Hu Zifeng had determined that this particular bamboo, sprouting bamboo shoots, was of an aggressive evolutionary nature. However, as she was not yet well acquainted with him, she felt hesitant to inquire further. Upon confirming that the evolved bamboo was a green light plant, the 6 of them followed its bamboo whips and discovered 13 additional green light bamboo shoots, though none were as substantial as the first. After excavating 13 green bamboo shoots, Xia Qing lifted her head and noticed that the leaves of the mature, evolved bamboo were nearly bare. However, they had not harmed the roots of the bamboo. With just a few days or a rain shower, its strength would be restored. Those who dared to touch its shoots or roots would be met with a barrage of darts. Perhaps this explains why no animals dared to nibble on the bamboo shoots. As the harvesting team prepared to conclude their work, Xia Qing heard a rustling noise emanating from the surroundings. Animals were approaching, and in considerable numbers. The sound was not that of giant pandas. As she straightened up, she heard Hu Zifeng command, enemy alert, formation. Xia Qing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Hu Zifeng was a dual-evolved individual with both auditory and visual enhancements? The 4 team members quickly faced outward, shielding Xia Qing in the center alongside Hu Zifeng. Gripping a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, Xia Qing refrained from showing off, standing firmly in the middle while keeping her gaze fixed ahead. Soon, the source of the noise revealed itself, a group of bamboo rats. It seemed they had long coveted the green bamboo shoots, but were too intimidated by the bamboo's defensive capabilities to make a move. Upon realizing that Xia Qing and her team were taking the shoots away, these creatures became agitated. Despite their round bodies and short legs, these evolved rodents were remarkably swift. And with Xia Qing's current marksmanship, hitting them was out of the question. She quickly lowered her gun and gripped her machete tightly. Hu Zifeng, a level 5 visual evolver, had completed his reconnaissance. 200 meters away, at the 12 o'clock position, he spotted a colony of evolved bamboo rats, 30 in total, with at least 10 exhibiting enhanced speed. Miss Xia, protect the bamboo shoots on the spot. De Jiang, be alert to any movements at your feet. I'll handle the speedy ones. The rest, eliminate the rodents. He instructed. Upon activating the melodious sound of the insurance, Hu Zifeng's sniper rifle swiftly discharged its first bullet. Xia Qing observed as a speed-evolved bamboo rat, leaping rapidly among the bamboo poles 50 meters away, was struck and fell to the ground. The team members also fired rapidly, despite the bamboo rat's impressive speed. It continued to be hit and collapsed, unable to approach at all. Xia Qing felt reassured and, alongside De Jiang, remained vigilant of the movements beneath them. The bamboo rats were known to burrow, potentially launching an underground assault. Distinguishing sounds amidst the chaos proved challenging, a skill Xia Qing had honed for survival. Upon hearing the sound of an animal digging nearby from the northwest, approximately 10 meters away, Xia Qing noticed, out of the corner of her eye, that De Jiang, the auditory evolved member, had not reacted. It seemed that De Jiang's auditory evolution level was inferior to her own. She tightened her grip on the machete in silence, awaiting the entrance of the evolved rat into De Jiang's auditory range. When the bamboo rat burrowed within a 4-meter radius, De Jiang finally spoke up, indicating 11 o'clock. For meters, 20 centimeters underground, a team member swiftly lowered their weapon, and with a resounding shot, the digging sounds from beneath the soil ceased. Chapter 46. Distribution of spoils. In less than 10 minutes, Hu Zifeng's team had eliminated over 50 evolved bamboo rats. Throughout the ordeal, Xia Qing's sole responsibility was to stand in the center of the group, safeguarding the bamboo shoots in the bag. In truth, the entire team was collectively protecting her and the shoots. This situation contrasted sharply with the dangers Xia Qing had faced during previous missions. Members of the combat team executing missions outside the safety zone could generally be categorized into 3 groups: the main combat force, internal logistical personnel, and temporarily recruited external support staff. Xia Qing did not belong to any combat team and had consistently participated in missions as an external support member. In times of peril, both the auxiliary logistics personnel and the internal logistics team members must swiftly seek refuge among the fully armed main combatants. The main combatants bear the responsibility of safeguarding the logistics personnel and auxiliary staff. However, in uncontrollable situations, it is often the unspoken protocol of many teams to abandon the auxiliary personnel as bait, facilitating the retreat of the team. Thus, Xia Qing is meticulous in her selection of teams, striving to avoid alliances with such groups. She opts to undertake missions with teams like that of Luo Pei and Su Wan, as these squads regard auxiliary personnel as equals. Her decision not to join a combat team stems from 2 reasons. Firstly, a combat team serves as both a shield against danger and a shackle to freedom. Secondly, even within a team, evolved individuals often find themselves undervalued and receive scant points. Additionally, as a tri-faceted evolved individual, she fears that prolonged association with the same group would lead to her true identity being revealed, which could result in her being captured for research. Xia Qing harbors no grandiose ambitions. She seeks merely to live a stable and secure life. With the combat mission concluded, it is now her turn to take action. Hu team, may I take the lead in clearing the battlefield? She inquires. Hu Zifeng, aware that Xia Qing had previously accompanied Brother Luo's team on missions, nods in agreement, assigning her to work alongside Guantong to clean the area while the others remain on guard. Guantong quickly retrieves a stack of vacuum-sealed bags and disposable gloves from his protective vest and hands them to Xia Qing. Miss Xia, let us expedite the process of sealing all the bamboo rats in bags, while remaining vigilant against snake attacks. This task is one Xia Qing knows all too well. She deftly collects the evolved bamboo rats, placing them into bags to be sealed by Guantong, who prepares a small vacuum sealing machine for preservation. A bamboo viper, drawn by the scent of blood, slithered down the bamboo stalk, intent on devouring the bamboo rat before Xia Qing. With a swift strike, Xia Qing rendered the serpent unconscious and placed it in a vacuum-sealed bag. Suddenly, she noticed movement 3 meters overhead. However, she remained unfazed, for Hu Zifeng stood vigilant beside her. Hu Zifeng raised his hand to seize the descending venomous snake and handed it to Xia Qing. Once more, she struck it down, bagged it, and passed it to Guantong for sealing. A live specimen was worth more than a dead one, not to mention that even a nearly 2-meter-long, arm-thick evolved snake, no matter how formidable, would succumb without air. In less than 5 minutes, the battlefield was cleared. Guantong, a member of the Strength Evolution team, hoisted a large bag containing the bamboo rat and snake, then slung the heaviest bag of bamboo shoots onto his back. Xia Qing, also a Strength Evolutionist, picked up another bag of shoots taller than herself, hoisting it onto her back while carrying 2 additional bags in her hands, standing beside Guantong. Hu Zifeng and the other 2 members donned smaller backpacks, forming a protective circle around Xia Qing and Guantong as they retraced their steps out of the evolved forest. The journey lasted 7 hours, during which no one removed their protective masks. When hunger struck, they would bite down on the straw beneath their masks to sip the nutrient solution. The flavor of the nutrient solution was exceptionally unpleasant. Yet it provided a rapid replenishment of sustenance, an essential supply for the team during their missions in the evolved forest. Once they exited the forest, Hu Zifeng removed his mask and discussed with Xia Qing, suggesting, Miss Xia, the bamboo shoots you harvested are yours. As for the remaining shoots, snake and bamboo rat, shall we divide them according to the safety zone's regulations? Xia Qing took off her mask and agreed. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. There is no need for such formality, just call me Xia Qing. Would that be satisfactory? Canned goods were hastily gathered resources. Xia Qing was unaware of how much they had brought out of the safe zone. She did not take much, and her fields yielded only a couple of pounds of the evolved perilla. Regrettably, she had not encountered the evolved giant panda. The spoiled sheep, sensing that Xia Qing was withholding food, squinted and gestured with its spiral horns, scraping its hooves. To delve 15 miles in search of bamboo, it necessitated a well-equipped team of evolved individuals. Within the second territory, only Tang Huai and Zhou Sun remained, neither of whom were particularly adept in combat. Zhou Sun, undeterred, approached Tang Huai and implored, "Boss, shall we trade some supplies for bamboo shoots with the first or third territory?" The eagerness for food was palpable in his voice. Freshly bathed, Xia Qing shivered at the sound, deftly bypassing the spoiled sheep. "No, these bamboo shoots are hard-earned. We must conserve them." The sheep, realizing it would not be fed, began to scrape its hooves, determined to resolve the matter through force. Xia Qing, preferring to avoid conflict, swiftly stored the remaining bamboo shoots in the metal cabinet in the kitchen and secured it with a lock. The spoiled sheep ceased its protests, understanding that the contents of that cabinet would eventually be shared with it. After more than half an hour, Xia Qing acquired 1 yellow lantern bamboo rat, 4 red lantern bamboo rats, and 20 pounds of green lantern bamboo shoots, successfully trading them for a can of meat. Hu Zifeng explained to Xia Qing that out of 50 bamboo rats, only 8 were yellow lanterns. With a total of 136 pounds of green lantern bamboo shoots and 53 pounds of red lantern snakes. "I have kept the snakes. Your share has been compensated with 4 pounds of green lantern bamboo shoots." The purpose of this exchange was to express gratitude for her allowing Luo Pei to receive treatment within the third territory. Though these supplies were all encased in vacuum-sealed bags, the meat could hardly last 3 days. Xia Qing glanced at the time and stood directly on the isolation line, waiting for the patrol team to pass by. Chapter 47. Green light bamboo shoots. When Tan Junjie and his team reached the isolation line outside the western buffer forest of Area 3, Xia Qing took the initiative to greet them. "Captain Tan, could I trouble you to convey a message to Zhang San in Area 7? I wish to exchange supplies with him." Tan Junjie glanced at the oversized backpack Xia Qing carried, nearly as tall as she was. "You wish to exchange now?" Xia Qing nodded. "I have harvested green light bamboo shoots. If he agrees to the exchange, could you please relay my phone number to him?" Zhang San was a glutton with ample supplies, making him a suitable candidate for a long-term trade, hence Xia Qing's desire to share contact information. She was confident that, despite the absence of ground-based stations, Zhang San must possess a satellite phone. "I'll ask him." Tan Junjie took out his phone and dialed Zhang San's number. Once connected, Xia Qing, with her evolved sense of hearing, accurately detected Zhang San's irritation. "You better," Tan Junjie calmly interrupted him. "We've discovered green light bamboo shoots in Area 3. Do you wish to trade?" "Yes." Zhang San's tone shifted from a storm to a rainbow in an instant. "Where's that Xia Qing girl?" Tan Junjie hesitated for a moment, and Xia Qing, suppressing a chill, leaned closer to the phone to present her terms. "Brother San, this is Xia Qing. Today, I acquired green light evolutionary shoots, but I haven't tasted them yet, so I am uncertain of their flavor. I would like to exchange for a dehydrator, a packaging machine, and 200 sealed bags. How many pounds of fresh bamboo shoots would you require?" Xia Qing emphasized that the green lights and fresh produce were sufficient to entice Zhang San. 10 kilograms would suffice. "Is it possible to exchange now? Should you have Tan Junjie bring it over, or shall I send someone to retrieve it?" "Tan will deliver it." "I kindly ask Sengu to hand over the exchange supplies to Tan." After speaking, Xia Qing stepped back and presented 10 kilograms of sealed green bamboo shoots. Hu Zifeng provided her with 2 bags of green bamboo shoots, each weighing 10 kilograms, requiring no weighing. Tan Junjie patrolled along the isolation belt. Passing the northern side of Area 3, the iron mesh wall of the wild boar breeding center, and the northern edges of Areas 4, 5, and 6. Before reaching the northern isolation belt of Area 7, the disheveled Zhang San rushed over anxiously, inquiring about his bamboo shoots. Tan Junjie retorted, asking about the machine and the sealed bags. "Give it to him, hurry." Zhang San urged his 2 burly bodyguards behind him. The bodyguards handed over the machine still encased in its packaging to Tan Junjie. After confirming its accuracy, Tan gestured for Chao Xianyun to deliver the bamboo shoots to Zhang San. Tan Junjie smiled and continued the patrol with his team. Su Ming muttered softly, This person really is. I advise you not to speak ill of him. Otherwise, you might not even know how you met your demise," was the warning. Xiao Xianyuan handed the large box containing the dehydrator to Su Ming and strode quickly to catch up with the captain. As they passed Area 3, Tanjunjia handed the machine to Xia Qing, inside which was Zhang San's phone number. Although he has a bad temper, he is not fundamentally a bad person. After the great biological evolution, the conditions for human survival have drastically deteriorated. Those who have survived until now have each taken lives to stay alive. Who hasn't committed selfish acts at the expense of others? Thus, receiving the assessment of not being a bad person after a decade of natural disasters is indeed a rare commendation. You cannot go anywhere. Why is that? After a day out, Xia Qing was already so famished that her stomach felt like it was pressing against her back. The enticing aroma of rice wafting from the pot made her belly rumble. She swiftly prepared a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, accompanied by a refreshing plate of perilla. Additionally, she concocted an exquisite meal for the grand sheep using perilla, fragrant chimonanthus buds, and staple food, presenting it on its dining table. Her own meal was the most abundant she had enjoyed since moving into the territory. No, it had been 5 years since her father's passing. The flavor of the bamboo shoots was simply delightful. After both she and the sheep licked their plates clean, Xia Qing leaned back in her chair, savoring the lingering aroma in the air while engaging in casual conversation with the grand sheep. Did I make the right choice going to the bamboo forest? If I hadn't gone, would you have had such exquisite bamboo shoots to eat? She cast a triumphant glance at the grand sheep, only to find it squinting its eyes, fixated on the metal box in the kitchen. Still hungry? Dream on. Xia Qing efficiently cleared away the dishes and brought the food dehydrator and vacuum packaging machine into the kitchen. This vacuum packaging machine was identical to the one related to Guantong, and Xia Qing knew how to operate it. However, she had never used a food dehydrator before and needed to familiarize herself with it. Indeed, Zhang San was not a bad person. He had sent not only a brand new machine, but also an instruction manual. Xia Qing opened it and read intently. This food dehydrator measured 48 centimeters in length, 41 centimeters in width, and 51 centimeters in height, weighing 25 pounds. It could hold 12 layers of stainless steel mesh trays at once. With a temperature control range of 30 to 90 degrees Celsius and a timer from 0 to 24 hours, it was capable of dehydrating fruits, meats, seafood, and vegetables. Given that the ocean had been contaminated with nuclear wastewater, seafood was no longer safe to consume, making the other 3 options precisely what Xia Qing needed to dehydrate and preserve. She currently lacks fruits, yet in the terraced fields of her plantation, 2 strawberry plants have already blossomed with 6 delicate white flowers. Xia Qing, feeling a sense of satisfaction, continued to peruse the drying times for various foods, falling into silence. Although the drying time reference chart made no mention of bamboo rats, known also as bamboo pigs or bamboo martens, one could infer their drying time from that of pork slices. Thus, even if one were to slice the bamboo rat meat into 0.5 centimeter thin pieces, it would still necessitate an 8-hour drying process at a temperature of 60 degrees Celsius. The drying time for bamboo shoots could be referenced from that of ginger, requiring 7 hours at the same temperature. Slicing was not an issue, nor was the capacity of the oven. The real challenge lay in the insufficient electricity generated by the 2 solar panels on her rooftop. Xia Qing picked up her phone to contact Zhong Tao, confirming that he would come to collect the goods the following morning. After which she abandoned the task of processing the red light bamboo rats and opened the sealed bag of yellow light bamboo rats instead. Xia Qing was unaware of how large bamboo rats could grow before the natural disasters, but this yellow light evolved bamboo rat weighed an impressive 22 pounds, certainly larger than those prior to the calamities. This bamboo rat should yield about 16 pounds of meat, which would translate to 8 pounds of dried meat. 8 pounds. Although Xia Qing had never tasted bamboo rat, and was unaware of its flavor, any meat that could facilitate her evolution was undoubtedly valuable. 10 years ago, during the grand evolution of the Blue Star, humanity experienced a significant division at the age of 25. Those under this age had a higher probability of undergoing rapid evolution, and individuals below 25 would see an elevation in their evolution levels after undergoing transformation. The energy acquired by humans was derived from edible food, with a need for balanced and reasonable nutritional combinations. Chapter 48. Does the iron rooster have feathers? After placing the bamboo rat meat into the dehydrator, adjusting the time and temperature, and pressing the switch, Xia Qing hummed a little tune while switching on the radio to listen to the evening news broadcast. She continued to peruse the manuals for the dehydrator and vacuum packaging machine. The news offered little of value. The base's weather forecast indicated no rain or significant insect plagues in the next 5 days. However, today's agricultural report surprisingly focused on methods to eradicate the evolved rats. Xia Qing raised an eyebrow, closed the manual, and activated the intercom. The first to speak today was Zhao Zhe, who was consulting Chifu about composting. It is well known that inorganic fertilizers are produced through chemical or physical processes and contain one or more essential nutrients for crop growth, commonly referred to as chemical fertilizers. Organic fertilizers, on the other hand, are derived from animal excreta or plant and animal remains rich in organic matter, which are transformed into fertilizer through fermentation and decomposition. Before the great biological evolution on Blue Star, chemical fertilizers were the primary source for cultivating crops. However, post-evolution, the application of chemical fertilizers, designed to rapidly replenish the essential elements required by various plants, has paradoxically become a culprit in the mutation of crops, with organic fertilizers emerging as the sole option to foster the growth of evolved crops. When the topic of agricultural knowledge arose, Chifu began to speak animatedly. We do not raise livestock or poultry. With just a few people in our territory, we cannot accumulate much manure. The safe zone does not sell organic fertilizers. Do you know how many pigs are raised at the wild boar breeding center north of plots 4 and 5? I wonder if they sell pig manure. This conversation was far too unappetizing, and Xia Qing was grateful that she had eaten early today. Chifu immediately fell silent, while Huang Qingwei cheerfully inquired, "What did you have for dinner tonight, third brother?" Xia Qing understood that Zhang San's words were directed at her. Not only her, but also Hu Zifeng, who was savoring stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, was aware, as was Tang Huai, who was indulging in fried insects. However, Tang Huai could not admit his knowledge, for that would implicate him. Hu Zifeng deferred the decision to Xia Qing, as she was the one who had first discovered that patch of bamboo forest. Xia Qing chose not to engage with Zhang San's comment immediately. Instead, she waited until the casual conversation concluded before dialing his number. "Third brother, this is Xia Qing from number 3 plot," she introduced herself. Zhang San's tone was exceedingly serious and direct. "How many green lantern bamboo shoots do you still have?" "Xia Qing, name your price." Xia Qing responded candidly. "I have 10 pounds left, which I intend to keep for myself. However, I have 30 pounds of yellow lantern bamboo shoots available for trade. Would you be interested?" "Not at all," Zhang San promptly declined. "If the green lantern shoots cannot be traded, can we negotiate for the location where you found the bamboo?" Xia Qing proposed her terms. "Certainly. That bamboo forest spans at least 100 acres. Today we only explored about 10 acres and discovered 1 green lantern bamboo. I would like to exchange the location for 2 solar panels, along with the necessary wiring and batteries. Would that be acceptable? The evolutionary forest is not owned by anyone, and such a vast area of bamboo cannot remain concealed." Even if Xia Qing refrained from informing Zhang San, he could deduce the general direction and scope, and within a couple of days, send someone into the evolutionary forest to locate it. Thus, Xia Qing sought to barter this location for something of tangible value. If it were anyone else, they would likely refuse, but Zhang San, who relished delicious food and lacked for resources, was no ordinary individual. Xia Qing had thoroughly prepared to haggle with Zhang San, but to her surprise, he readily agreed. "Of course, I shall provide you with an entirely new solar energy system." "Where are the bamboo shoots?" Xia Qing precisely described their location, in the evolution forest to the north of Zone 1. "Follow the creek in the ravine that borders Zone 1 and Zone 3 for 15 miles northward." Zhang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. Tomorrow, I will instruct the inspection team to transport the items to you. Once my cat gives birth, I shall send you pictures." The following day, as Huzi finished installing the solar panels for Xia Qing, Zhang Tao arrived. Xia Qing handed him 4 sealed red lamp mice and, in accordance with market prices, exchanged 10 pounds of yellow bamboo shoots with both Zhang Tao and Zheng Kuei. With the red lamp mice and the accrued points, Xia Qing procured some reinforced vacuum food packaging bags, while the remaining points were converted entirely into waterproof tarpaulins. Zhang Tao could not contain his curiosity. "Sister, what do you need so much waterproof tarpaulin for?" Xia Qing explained, "I plan to construct a rain shelter for my vegetable garden. Otherwise, a single torrential downpour could obliterate my seedlings." "Indeed, you are quite willing to invest. However, it makes sense. It would be disheartening to see the seedlings you painstakingly cultivated ruined by a harsh storm." Zheng Tao began to share the latest news in our northern district. Not far from the safe zone, a territory suffered a calamity. The vegetable seedlings they had nurtured for over a month were completely ravaged by mice. In the Western District, two territories faced a similar fate. One lord, having lost his seedlings, attempted to steal from a neighboring territory and was brutally beaten to death. With an ample supply of stored electricity and food packaging bags, Xia Qing cleaned both the green and red bamboo shoots with spring water, then sliced and dried them. The spring water used to clean the bamboo shoots is not to be wasted. Xia Qing carries it up the hillside to nourish her saplings. She has planted apple and jujube trees in the elevated cultivation area, not far from the fragrant tun tree. A few days ago, the apple trees began to bud. Holding a book titled Apple Cultivation Techniques, Xia Qing meticulously compared the buds on the branches and confirmed that the two trees bore a total of 13 flower buds, indicating that she might enjoy apples this year. However, the book advises against allowing newly transplanted saplings to bear fruit in their second year. It is preferable for them to grow for a year before fruiting in the third. Yet, having not tasted fresh apples in a decade, she hesitates to prune the flower buds. The book pertains to apple trees before evolution. Post-evolution, fruit trees should be stronger. And fruiting in the second year should not pose a problem, perhaps, even if she refrains from letting them bear fruit. It would suffice to admire the blossoms for a couple of days before snipping them off, wouldn't it? Xia Qing's troubled gaze shifted from the apple tree to the bare jujube tree, her brows furrowing in distress. Alas, it has been half a month, and the two jujube trees remain unchanged, showing no signs of budding. If the jujube trees were to perish, could she persuade Yang Jin to compensate her for two more? Is there anything to be gained from a miserly person? After watering the trees, Xia Qing descended with the bucket, arriving near the spring. In a small terraced field 5 meters down from the spring, she has planted 2 grapevines and 2 strawberry plants. The strawberries have already begun to bloom, and the grapevines have sprouted delightful little leaves. Once they grow a few more leaves, Xia Qing would be willing to pinch off a leaf to test the toxic element content. Chapter 49. Reuniting the team. Although she is yet to measure the toxic element content of the exchanged saplings and strawberry plants, Xia Qing remains optimistic. Firstly, it is due to the fact that Luo Pei remains within her territory, nursing her wounds with the water from her spring, which undoubtedly signifies the quality of the seedlings provided by the Qinglong battle team. Secondly, her choice of location for planting these seedlings is exceptionally astute. The 2 small Chinese tun seedlings that Xia Qing transplanted from beneath the large tun tree to the spring's edge have thrived, remaining vibrant green, indicating that the soil conditions in this vicinity are remarkably conducive to cultivation. However, the 5 tun seedlings she relocated to the edge of her yard met an unfortunate fate. They were crushed by a wall that collapsed during a scuffle with Yang Laoda, resulting in the loss of all. Taking advantage of the moment while collecting spring water, Xia Qing surveyed her vegetable garden and discovered that the majority of the transplanted seedlings were flourishing, prompting her to daydream about an abundant harvest of fruits and vegetables. She tightened the lid on her water bucket and stowed it in her backpack before crossing the babbling stone bridge to water the sweet potato and potato seedlings. After a month of growth, the sweet potato vines had exceeded half a meter in length, branching out delightfully, each exhibiting a healthy green hue. The potatoes had grown to the height of her palm, yet their seedlings displayed a reddish tint, leading Xia Qing to question whether she had indeed received true potato seedlings, as those from the cultivation center did not resemble this. Through communication on the Lord's channel, Xia Qing learned that other Lord's potato seedlings exhibited similar characteristics, speculating that the base had provided all Lords with yellow light potatoes, while the cultivation center offered green light varieties, hence the color discrepancy. Despite her dissatisfaction with both the color of the potato seedlings and their growth rate, Xia Qing diligently watered each one. Should other lords become aware of her mindset, they would surely deem her a proponent of frivolous comparisons, as their potato seedlings stood in stark contrast, barely reaching finger height. After watering the potatoes and sweet potatoes, Xia Qing went to inspect the wheat seedlings, mung beans, and cotton, only to discover that they all required irrigation. Due to Luo Pei's excessive water consumption, Xia Qing was unable to gather enough spring water for the fields. Therefore, whether it was the plots soaked in filtered water or those in spring water, irrigation would have to rely on the water from the reservoir. Zhang San invited Hu Zifeng's team to join him and his team in the evolution forest to dig for bamboo shoots. Hu Zifeng called to ask if Xia Qing wished to team up with them. Zhang San was seeking an 8-member team, and with 2 individuals remaining to guard the 3rd territory and 1 to protect the 1st, Xia Qing's addition would complete the group. The harvest this time was sure to exceed that of the last, and if she participated, resources would be distributed according to the contributions of the logistics personnel. Naturally, Xia Qing agreed, but she clarified that she would only be an auxiliary logistics member this time, and there was no need for special treatment from Hu's team. Understood. Hu Zifeng reiterated that aside from her essential personal supplies, the rest would be prepared by their team. The dehydrator was still functioning normally as Xia Qing carried a large bundle of thick bamboo poles from the tool shed to the yard, where she began crafting the framework for a rain shelter. The sheep leader lay beside her, squinting in the sunlight. Xia Qing opened the intercom to listen to the other lords chatting. Chi Fu still harbored designs on the wild boar breeding center, noting that pigs can consume, excrete, and root around, particularly excelling at manure production. He had heard there were over a dozen pigs there, and they were not engaged in agriculture. Huang Qingwei deemed the idea unfeasible, asserting that the breeding center fell under the jurisdiction of the base's security zone. If he could conceive such a notion, surely the inhabitants of the security zone could as well? The manure from the breeding center undoubtedly belonged to the planting center. It would be prudent to contemplate alternative strategies. Xia Qing concurred with Huang Qingwei's viewpoint and pressed the button. Gu, aside from animal dung, can we utilize leaves and grass for composting? I recall reading about this method. Zhao Ze immediately chimed in. Is that really possible? Xia Qing, your knowledge is quite impressive. Ever since the Zhao Chong spying incident, Zhao Ze had been subtly trying to ingratiate himself with Xia Qing, who feigned ignorance. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Qingwei inquired, the green light food that San Gu consumed yesterday, was that something you provided for him? I knew it. No one else in our vicinity possesses such skills except for you. Xia Qing continued the conversation. In addition to the four of us, there are over a dozen other lords in this area. They also possess a fair share of valuable resources. Huang Qingwei was astonished. You can actually connect with other lords? How do you manage that? Which ones? Zhao Ze quickly added, Xia Qing, you are truly remarkable. With a swift motion, the formidable Xia Qing cleaved a several-meter-long bamboo pole, choosing not to respond. Chi Fu then spoke up. In the past, leaves could be used for composting. But that is no longer feasible. I heard from the people at the planting center that after the great biological evolution, dead leaves harbor numerous microorganisms and insect eggs that cannot be destroyed at normal fermentation temperatures. Therefore, organic fertilizer must now consist solely of the excrement produced after animals consume food. However, with Xia Qing's suggestion, an idea struck me. Zhao Ze promptly inquired, what idea? Xia Qing set down the split bamboo pole and pressed the button. I've heard of it, but never witnessed it. Sunxia, a year younger than Xia Qing, belonged to a family of ordinary, evolved individuals. Fortunately, prior to the cataclysm, he resided in the city that housed the Huishan base's safe zone. Thus, the Sun family was spared the harrowing ordeal of frantic escapes and poignant farewells, making them among the luckiest individuals in the initial year of the disaster. Once the safe zone was established, the Sun family continued to inhabit their home until the scarcity of resources and provisions compelled his father to accompany a team outside the safe zone on missions to earn points. Chi Fu sighed, pondering when they would finally regain signal. With a signal, he could call Sunja to inquire about procuring earthworm castings. Xia Qing refrained from further comment as Huang Qingwei from Plot 6 excitedly shared news. I just heard the sound of a vehicle and thought it was the patrol team arriving. When I rushed out to check, guess what? It was a contingent from Third Brother's territory, a full vehicle of individuals clad in camouflage protective gear and armed with firearms, quite impressive. Third Brother surely was no ordinary person. Zhao Ze quickly joined in. Xia Qing set down her machete, realizing why Zhang Xin had not dispatched anyone to the evolution forest to gather bamboo shoots today. He was short-handed and needed to transfer personnel from the safe zone. After finishing with the bamboo splitting, Xia Qing began to assemble the bamboo frame. Given that vegetables typically grow no taller than a person, a rain shelter of 2 meters in height would suffice, as anything taller might be easily toppled by the wind. Once the bamboo frame was securely bound, Xia Qing heard the dehydrator's alert indicating the drying process was complete. She entered the house to store the dried bamboo shoots in sealed bags before casually handing a piece of fresh bamboo shoot to young Lauda. Concerned that the dehydrator might malfunction from continuous use, Xia Qing decided to let it rest for a few hours and resume work later in the evening. She then shouldered the bamboo frame and made her way toward the hillside. The bamboo frame is lightweight, yet its considerable size renders it cumbersome to transport. Given that the road has been completed, she ought to procure a tractor bucket, utilizing a tiller to haul her belongings. Should her foray into the evolutionary forest yield substantial rewards, she intends to exchange several pivotal components for the tractor bucket with Zhong Tao. Chapter 50. The enhancement of Xia Qing's abilities when the appointed hour arrived the following day. Two members of Hu Zifeng's team entered Zone 3 to assist Xia Qing in safeguarding her territory. Clad in protective gear and equipped with a backpack, slingshot, and machete, she convened with Hu Zifeng's squad at the Western Isolation Zone. This time, Xia Qing opted not to carry a firearm. Not only was her marksmanship lacking, but the slingshot proved to be more effective in her hands. Additionally, Hu Zifeng's team was sufficiently well-equipped, rendering the risks associated with foraging for bamboo shoots in the mountains manageable. Why did Hu Zifeng refrain from directly bringing his two team members into the evolutionary forest? Naturally, it was due to the fact that, in a controlled risk environment, a high-level power evolver contributes more significantly than two combat-type members. Through their previous mission, Hu Zifeng had confirmed that Xia Qing's load-bearing capacity was on par with that of a level 5 evolver, solidifying her status as a high-level power evolver. The transition from level 4 to level 5 represents a formidable chasm separating ordinary evolvers from their advanced counterparts. This gap is threefold wider than the difference between levels 3 and 4. In essence, the load-bearing capability of a level 5 evolver equates to that of 7 ordinary individuals. When the number of squad members is limited and the risks are manageable, the inclusion of an additional high-level power evolver proves far more advantageous than adding several attack-type members, allowing for greater retrieval of resources from the evolutionary forest. Upon her arrival at the assembly point, Xia Qing noted that, in addition to Hu Zifeng's team, there was also an 8-member combat squad within the isolation zone. Although these individuals were adorned with protective masks, Xia Qing instantly recognized their identities as members of the Dongyang team. To her surprise, the leader of the squad today was none other than the formidable Captain Chen Dongyang, a level 5 speed evolver. Flanking him were Shui Jinshang, a level 5 endurance evolver, and Su Wan, a triple hearing evolver, alongside several other core members of the Dongyang team. Remarkably, the Dongyang team, currently ranked 11th at the Huisan base, had mobilized their elite forces merely to assist Zhang San in foraging for bamboo shoots. What extraordinary capabilities did Zhang San possess, or what scarce resources did he hold, that could compel the domineering Tang family, represented by Tang Huai, and the formidable Hu Zifeng of the Qinglong team, to treat him with such deference and even direct Captain Chen Dongyang to assist him? As the crowd turned their gaze towards her, Xia Qing gracefully removed her protective mask and greeted Su Wan, Sister Wan. Immediately, Su Wan removed her mask and rushed towards Xia Qing, her impressive figure becoming evident with each movement, captivating Shui Jinshang's attention. Su Wan looked at Xia Qing with astonishment, exclaiming, "Xia Qing, I thought I recognized you, but I hesitated to believe it. In just over a month, you've transformed completely." With a blush gracing her cheeks, Xia Qing smiled. "I've changed my protective suit." Previously, her suit had been patched in several conspicuous places, exuding an air of poverty. Now, she donned a brand new suit, its color and style blending in with the others, rendering her less conspicuous than before. Su Wan playfully nudged Xia Qing's shoulder, laughing, "You remain as genuine as ever." Her delicate gestures and tone drew a tender glance from Captain Chen Dongyang. Xia Qing comprehended the situation. Su Wan had once again engaged in a rivalry with the 4th-level visual evolutionist Yang Shanshan from their team, successfully rekindling Chen Dongyang's affection. While she found it perplexing to quarrel with other women over a man, Xia Qing refrained from interfering with others' ways of life. After exchanging a few words with Su Wan, she proceeded to join Guantong, returning to her team. After discussing their respective roles, Hu Zifeng led his squad into the evolution forest ahead of the others. Subsequently, Chen Dongyang entered, casting a questioning glance at Su Wan, inquiring about how Xia Qing had allied herself with Hu Zifeng. Both teams comprised evolutionists, making verbal communication rather cumbersome. Su Wan merely shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge on the matter. Familiar with the terrain, both teams swiftly arrived at the bamboo grove. The untouched 90 acres of bamboo forest were divided into 2 sections, and after drawing lots to determine their positions, they commenced their assessments and bamboo shoot excavation. Hu Zifeng divided the 8-member team into 2 groups, and within 4 hours, they thoroughly explored over 40 acres of bamboo, discovering 2 green lantern bamboos. Despite enduring over 40 instances of bamboo leaf darts, their harvest was quite satisfying. Conversely, Dongyang's team encountered misfortune. Not only did they fail to uncover any green lantern bamboos, But they also stumbled upon a den of evolution poison snakes, yielding merely 3 bags of yellow lantern shoots, rendering them incapable of fulfilling their task for Zhang San. Consequently, upon exiting the evolution forest, Chen Danyang proposed a trade with Hu Zifeng, offering nearly double the points for green lantern plants in exchange for 30 pounds of green lantern shoots. After obtaining consent from his team members and Xia Qing, Hu Zifeng proceeded with the transaction. Once the two teams parted ways, Hu Zifeng suggested distributing the supplies on-site, to which Xia Qing readily agreed, facilitated by the presence of a vacuum packaging machine. In this instance, Xia Qing played a role of equal significance to that of Guantong. Had it not been for Xia Qing's extraordinary ability to carry a weight of 700 pounds at full speed, the Hu Zifeng team would have found it impossible to emerge unscathed from the perilous evolution forest with their substantial bounty. Thus, the supplies allocated to Xia Qing were on par with those of Guantong. In addition to the 200 pounds of yellow bamboo shoots she personally harvested, Xia Qing received 30 pounds of green bamboo shoots, 2 yellow bamboo rats, and 300 steel balls, each with a diameter of 8 millimeters. The steel balls were part of the supplies exchanged by Chen Danyang for green bamboo shoots, which Xia Qing eagerly accepted, knowing that the powerful slingshot was a weapon she wielded with great skill. Let us not dwell on Tang Huai, who stealthily eavesdropped behind the grassy wall, but rather focus on the Danyang battle team as they carried their supplies to territory number 7 to complete their mission. Chen Danyang removed his protective mask, his expression sour. No one in the Hu Zifeng team utilized slingshots, yet he still consented to exchange steel balls for green bamboo shoots, indicating that Xia Qing held considerable weight in his eyes. Before Su Wan could speak, Xue Jinchang interjected, noting that Xia Qing was capable of bearing the same load as the level 5 power evolver of the Hu Zifeng team today without any delay in speed, demonstrating an enhancement in her abilities. Indeed, Xia Qing was not lacking in appearance, though her frail frame and exposure to toxins marred her beauty. If she were to cleanse her skin of toxins and nourish herself adequately, she could be considered a beauty. Chen Danyang refrained from responding, yet Su Wan, who had accompanied him for many years, sensed that he had absorbed Xue Jinchang's remarks. Furrowing her brow, she cautioned the 2 lecherous men that Xia Qing was currently under the protection of the Lord's law, and unless she consented, no one could lay a finger on her. Chen Danyang, mistaking Su Wan's concern for jealousy, merely smiled and remained silent. Xue Jinchang chuckled, suggesting that it would suffice if she were willing. Sister Wan has always maintained a cordial relationship with Xia Qing, frequently accompanying her on missions, and you should possess her contact number, correct? Su Wan has never displayed any kindness towards Xue Jinchang. There is no signal in this territory, rendering the phone useless. Xue Jinchang scoffed, having completely forgotten about that detail. Another team member jested with Xue Jinchang, suggesting that it would be simple enough for Brother Chang to provide her with a satellite phone to establish contact. Coupled with the supplies we brought along, it would suffice to exchange for a bottle. One wonders if he would have any use for the over 600 pounds of yellow bamboo shoots. Naturally, Zhang San had no interest, as the Danyang battle team, which had toiled all day to gather merely 30 pounds of green bamboo shoots, were expressions of discontent, shooing them away like flies. Go on, go on. You are not permitted to accept any tasks I issue in the future. The ever-proud Chen Danyang bowed and scraped before Zhang San, pleading for another chance, promising not to disappoint next time. Chapter 51, Buying a Mountain. With delectable food at hand, Boss Yang had little inclination to pay attention to Xia Qing, engrossed instead in devouring the bamboo shoots. After placing the supplies, Xia Qing nearly dragged her weary legs into the shower. Although carrying 700 pounds for 15 miles was not her limit, it was far from the ease she had portrayed. After shedding her clothes, Xia Qing leaned against the wall beneath the shower head, allowing warm water to cascade over her sore shoulders. Grateful for solar energy and her own industriousness, she finally enjoyed the luxury of the simplest solar water heater, enabling her to take a hot shower without the need for a fire. After her refreshing bath, Xia Qing rewarded herself with a sumptuous feast of bamboo shoots for her hard day's labor, sinking into slumber before the darkness of night enveloped the sky. After finishing the concentrated feed, the elderly sheep trotted over to Xi Qing's table, licking the plates and bowls with great enthusiasm. Then, it settled down on the tatami mat, waiting for Xi Qing to clear the table. Time passed, and Xi Qing remained sprawled out, snoring quietly, showing no signs of waking. The elderly sheep squinted at her for a moment before trotting back to the table, picking up a bowl with its mouth, and taking it to the kitchen. The porcelain bowl landed in the stainless steel basin with a crisp sound. Clang. This noise startled Xia Qing awake. She leapt up, knife in one hand and gun in the other, rushing toward the source of the sound. Upon seeing the bowl shattered in two and the elderly sheep squinting back at her from the edge of the basin, her taut nerves immediately relaxed into a state of utter softness. She sheathed her knife and gun, reaching out to gently rub the short fur on the elderly sheep's head, softly affirming its efforts. Well done, my dear. You even helped clean the table. The bowl may be broken, but we can always get a new one. The elderly sheep squinted at the broken bowl in Xia Qing's hand, oblivious to its own strength, and with a loud crack, it bit down on the plate it was holding, splitting it in half. One half fell into the washing basin, while the other remained clamped in its mouth. Xia Qing removed the half plate from the sheep's mouth and sat on the floor, bursting into laughter. Although the elderly sheep had ruined her few pieces of crockery, its comical demeanor was simply too amusing for her to resist. If all went well, she would soon have sour bamboo shoots to enjoy after a month of waiting. Xia Qing carried the earthen jar upstairs, hiding it in a place the elderly sheep would never think to look, before pulling out her phone to message Luo Pei, intending to send him some bamboo shoots. Though she knew Hu Zifeng would certainly deliver some to Luo Pei, the shoots he sent were his own, while those she sent would hold a different significance altogether. It has been over half a month since Xia Qing last visited Luo Pei, and she yearned to see how the treatment was progressing. Carrying two bamboo shoots, one yellow and one green, she made her way to the desolate village in the southwest of the territory to visit Luo Pei. This time, it was not Wei Qingdong who welcomed her in the dilapidated house, but Luo Pei herself. Though still requiring support, Luo Pei was able to stand, her face fuller and no longer resembling a terrifying skeleton shrouded in human skin. The pallor of her complexion and the bloodshot hue in her eyes had significantly diminished. The treatment that had once seemed toxic was progressing better than Xia Qing had anticipated, though she could not keep her eyes open for long. Luo Pei glanced at the bamboo shoots before closing them again, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Zifeng had delivered some the night before, and indeed, they tasted even better than the bamboo shoots from the pre-evolution era. I never expected someone your age would know how to cook. When the natural disaster struck, Xia Qing was merely 15 years old, and in that peaceful and prosperous era, few girls her age possessed culinary skills. After the disaster, with food scarcity, there had been little opportunity to learn cooking. Xia Qing refrained from mentioning that her family had once cooked, simply stating, I collected a few cookbooks, and there happened to be a recipe for this porridge. The cookbook she collected did indeed feature this dish, though it called for glutinous rice, while she had used regular rice. After a brief exchange, Luo Pei spoke of teaching Xia Qing marksmanship, saying that by mid-May, she could come daily to learn to shoot at her convenience. We will start with the basic movements and principles here, and in June, I will take you to the evolution forest for live fire practice. Would Luo Pei's body be ready to confront the dangers of the evolution forest in just 2 months? Xia Qing urged, Brother Luo, for these past few months, your focus should remain on treatment. I am in no rush. Luo Pei smiled, raising his hand to signal the two individuals in the room to exit and secure the door, ensuring that no one could overhear. He then leaned in to speak softly to Xia Qing. Your arrival is timely. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. To be prudent, the Qinglong battle team intends to acquire the usage rights to Mount 49, located to the north of your territory. Subsequently, we can privately draft an agreement to transfer ownership of that mountain to you. In the aftermath of calamities, earthquakes, and the great biological evolution, the landscape of Blue Star has undergone profound changes, with original place names being abandoned in favor of numerical designations for mountains and rivers. Upon hearing Luo Pei's intention to purchase Mount 49 and then transfer it to her, Xia Qing was momentarily taken aback. Luo Pei, with his eyes closed and a gentle expression, continued, regardless of whether the spring waters within your territory originate from underground or flow down from Mount 49. Once the spring is exposed, the currently unclaimed Mount 49 will undoubtedly become a focal point for contention among various factions. It is unrealistic to proceed with the purchase directly in your name, as you appear to lack both the motivation and the means to acquire the mountain. Thus, I propose that the Qinglong battle team purchases it under the pretext of establishing a training base for team members, and then subsequently transfer it to you. This matter does not require immediate action. Take a day to contemplate it, and respond to me once you have arrived at a decision. Just a single day to ponder. And yet it hardly seems urgent? Chapter 52. You shall become even stronger than the fire phoenix. Although the likelihood is exceedingly slim, Xia Qing has indeed harbored concerns that the spring waters may flow down from the mountain, as there is still a possibility of springs existing atop it. Should someone discover the spring on the mountain and seize it, it could lead to a reduction or even depletion of the spring water flow within her territory. Thus, Xia Qing intends to wait for winter when the evolutionary forest enters a low-risk period to venture into Mount 49 in search of pristine springs. Should they indeed exist, she plans to find a way to seal them completely. As for the notion of purchasing a mountain, it had never crossed her mind. A densely vegetated mountain, once a resource prior to the grand biological evolution on Blue Star, has since transformed into a ticking time bomb. Igniting this bomb requires merely a few hours of crimson torrential rain. To curb the perilous evolved creatures from encroaching upon the safe zones inhabited by humans, the base had long implemented a policy for forest contracting. Whether it be a team or an individual, one can contract a mountain or a specified area of the evolutionary forest by expending a certain amount of points. All resources produced within the contracted area would belong to the contractor, who simultaneously bears the responsibility of eliminating any dangerous evolved creatures residing within. Should they fail to eradicate or inadequately address these threats, leading to a significant spread of perilous evolved beings into other regions, the base would hold the contractor accountable. In recent years, those who ventured to contract the mountains either met their demise at the hands of evolved creatures during the torrential rains or suffered losses due to the escape of such beings, causing them to lament their misfortune. Consequently, few have dared to undertake such folly in recent times. Thus, the state has continually refined the existing policies, introducing a territorial plan. To Xia Qing's knowledge, the only entity currently possessing the rights to a mountain, along with a contingent of over 100 guards, is the formidable female leader of the Hui base, known as the Fire Phoenix. Her acquisition of the mountain was motivated by the presence of untainted springs upon its slopes. Thus, Xia Qing's sudden decision to acquire the rights to Mount 49 effectively reveals the presence of significant resources atop the mountain, drawing the attention of all towards her territory and Mount 49. She finds it astonishing that the Qinglong battle team would purchase the mountain and gift it to her, deeming it more remarkable than if she had acquired it herself. Xia Qing spoke candidly. "Brother Luo, I am quite straightforward, so please do not take offense. Will the base consent to sell the mountain to the Qinglong battle team?" The Tang family, led by Tang Jingrong, has consistently regarded the Qinglong battle team as a thorn in their side. Whatever the Qinglong battle team aspires to achieve, the Tang family will undoubtedly devise ways to thwart them. Luo Pei elaborated for Xia Qing, stating that to the north of Mount 49 and within 300 miles to the east lies a dense expanse of evolved forest, teeming with perilous mutated creatures and scant arable land, rendering that forest outside the scope of territorial development. Establishing a lordship system to enable the populace to cultivate grain and expand production beyond the safety zone is a project fervently promoted by the upper echelons. This is why our base is exerting considerable effort to advance this initiative. However, even with a substantial military presence for patrol and defense, the territories adjacent to the evolved forest have suffered immense losses amid the perilous rain, causing distress for the base. Should the Qinglong battle team acquire Mount 49, they would bear the responsibility of guarding the mountain, preventing dangerous mutated creatures from descending and endangering lives or damaging farmland. Therefore, Tang Jingrong would not genuinely oppose this endeavor. Even if he harbors suspicions regarding the Qinglong battle team's motives for purchasing the mountain, he might merely presume that they intend to provide me, who has been incapacitated by poison, with a secure and tranquil place to retire. As for the military, their sole concern is that the Blue Dragon Squad's acquisition of the mountain may pose a threat to the stationed troops at the old headquarters. You are aware of the origins of the Blue Dragon Squad. Gaining the military's trust is not an arduous task for us. This being said, the possibility of acquiring the mountain does indeed exist. Xia Qing continued to express her thoughts, noting that establishing a training base on Mount 49 would be quite beneficial. Once you establish your training base, the safety of my territory will also be significantly enhanced. Brother Luo, it would suffice for the mountain to belong to the Blue Dragon Squad after the acquisition. There is no need to transfer it to me. If the mountain were to return to Xia Qing, how would she defend it? With her capability as the sheep leader? By spending points to hire a large number of guards? Who would she hire? The Blue Dragon Squad? If the Blue Dragon Squad acquired the mountain and then transferred it to her, she would then spend points to hire the Blue Dragon Squad to guard the mountain. This would merely be a roundabout way of doing things, raising suspicions about their motives. Brother Luo might consider Xia Qing's perspective, but the notoriously stingy Yang Jin certainly would not, nor would the astute Xie Yu, who has become so clever after his brain evolution that he seems devoid of common sense. They may very well be seeking to use this transaction to compel her to relinquish her spring. Unlike the sheep leader, Xia Qing is not blindly confident in her ability to outwit the two leaders of the Blue Dragon Squad and gain any advantage. The mountain should remain with the Blue Dragon Squad. Let them guard it. Her relationship with the Blue Dragon Squad is one of collaboration. They are unlikely to expose the secret of the spring and can even assist her in absorbing vitality, believing the secret lies atop Mount 49. Xia Qing will simply remain in the shadows, biding her time in tranquility. The only potential loss for Xia Qing in this endeavor may be her inability to venture into Mount 49 to collect the Green Lantern plants. Yet, should she be barred from that particular mountain, there are countless others she may explore. With verdant hills stretching as far as the eye can see, why must one cling to a single peak? Unable to harvest the Green Lantern bamboo shoots? Even without that, she has sustenance at hand. Once the Qinglong battle team excavates the bamboo shoots, they can exchange them for spring water, thus ensuring her needs are met. Luo Pei understood Xia Qing's concerns, yet he still urged her to accept the offer, emphasizing that vital resources are best kept within one's own grasp. You can trust me now and cooperate with the Qinglong battle team. However, once Yang Jin and Xia Yu are no longer around, there is no guarantee that the future leaders of the Qinglong battle team will be trustworthy. In fact, the three leaders of the Qinglong battle team held differing opinions on this matter. Luo Pei and Xie Yu advocated for Mount 49 to belong entirely to the team, while Yang Jin argued for its allocation to Xia Qing. Ultimately, Yang Jin succeeded in persuading Luo Pei and Xie Yu. Upon hearing Luo Pei's words, Xia Qing could not help but sigh. If the situation deteriorated to the point where the top forces of Base Huisen fell and the three leaders of the Qinglong battle team perished, Base Huisen itself would meet its end. As a novice, her chances of survival would likely hinge on relinquishing territory and fleeing to other bases. Luo Pei, noticing her sigh, opened his still reddened eyes and gazed at her with utmost seriousness. Xia Qing, you are only 25 this year. You have a decade to enhance your tri-system evolution abilities. If you set your mind to it, you will undoubtedly surpass the three of us in the future, and even become more formidable than the Phoenix of the Flame Battle Team. If the Phoenix can guard a spring, so too can you. Yang Jin remarked that Xia Qi would become a formidable force in Huishan and the entire Huiqing base, someone whom no one would dare to underestimate. The Qinglong battle team is currently making a favorable offer to her, ensuring that they will reap benefits in the future. Yang Jin stated that allies and spring water are not mutually exclusive options. By entrusting the mountain to Xia Qing, they can enjoy the dual advantages of alliance and the exchange of spring water. At that moment, Xie Yu inquired of Yang Jin why he was so certain that Xia Qing, who was determined to earn a living through hard work, would eventually rise to their ranks as a powerful force. Yang Jin provided an irrefutable reason. Xia Qing's will to survive was more resolute than that of anyone he had ever known. A person who is wholly committed to thriving through their own abilities will undoubtedly seize every available opportunity to grow stronger. When the greatest secret was unveiled before her, Xia Qing's eyes widened in shock. Her mind raced with thoughts of whether to flee immediately or silence Luo Pei before escaping. Her reaction amused the level 10 evolved visual entity, Luo Pei, who chuckled. You don't actually believe that after all our missions together, I would be so blind as to overlook your capabilities, do you? Chapter 53. The secret of the spring water fleeing would be futile, and silencing Luo Pei was impossible. She needed to calm herself and discern Luo Pei's intentions before taking action. Xia Qing clenched her fists, attempting to maintain her composure, thinking she had concealed herself well. However, she could no longer contain her curiosity and exclaimed, Brother Luo, do you possess level 6 auditory evolution abilities? Just like you. Everyone tends to keep their full hand close to their chest. The usually impassive young girl, stirred by her own emotions, elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Luo Pei. The fact that I am a dual-system evolved individual is known to only a select few within our team, and I must ask you to keep this information confidential. Xia Qing immediately nodded, cautiously inquiring, is that certain? Brother Luo, do many people know that I am a tri-system evolved individual? Luo Pei replied candidly, to my knowledge. Only myself, Yang Jin, and Xie Yu are aware. I am not familiar with others around you. Rest assured, we shall also keep your secret. Surrounded by ordinary individuals or standard evolved beings, Xia Qing was confident they had not discovered her secret. Feeling slightly reassured, she asked, "Did Brother Luo inform Team Yang and Team Xia?" Luo Pei shook his head, stating, "Yang Jin discovered it himself." Xia Qing was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is that possible? I have never been on a mission with Team Yang. We have had no previous interactions." "He did not disclose anything," Luo Pei replied, genuinely unaware. Yang Jin held Xia Qing in high regard, but Luo Pei could not ascertain the reasons behind this admiration, thus choosing to remain silent. With her mind swirling with questions, Xia Qing managed to regain her composure and continued to probe the matter that concerned her most. "Brother Luo, I still find it difficult to understand why the mountain is more suitable for me. From your perspective, it seems unreasonable to assign the mountain to someone like me." Having spent years at the lower echelons of the base, Xia Qing possessed limited information, making her confusion entirely understandable. Luo Pei patiently guided her thought process. "Are you aware of the uses of uncontaminated spring water?" Xia Qing nodded, raising 2 fingers. "For medical purposes and for cultivating crops, but I am unclear on the specifics." Luo Pei nodded and inquired if she was aware of the number of springs in their base, aside from those within her territory. Xia Qing certainly knew there were 4, but she was unaware of their precise locations. This information constituted a top-level secret of the base, which Xia Qing could not access. Luo Pei clarified that, to be precise, over the past decade, the Huisan base had discovered a total of 4 springs, but only 2 remained. Xia Qing's eyes widened in surprise. What had happened to the other 2? Had they dried up or been taken by other bases? Luo Pei patiently explained that since her arrival in the territory nearly 2 months ago, she should have noticed the variations in the daily water output from the springs. Xia Qing shook her head candidly, stating that the daily output seemed quite consistent. However, she acknowledged that such an observation was indeed logical. Xia Qing felt a pang of sorrow and asked if there was no way to ascertain the cause. In the aftermath of natural disasters, numerous inexplicable occurrences had arisen, leading many to doubt established science and turn to a myriad of bizarre beliefs and theories, thereby creating turmoil within the safety zones. Yes, the reasons remained unclear. Currently, only one widely accepted but unverified hypothesis existed. Under the influence of nuclear-contaminated water, severe tectonic movements of the blue star, and cosmic gamma-ray bursts, all water sources on the blue star had become tainted. Only a few mountains, through the interplay of various factors, had formed vast and intricate natural filters or equilibrators, which effectively removed most of the harmful elements, radioactive substances, and other pollutants from the contaminated water, resulting in pristine water sources. Luo Pei further emphasized that the deterioration of the springs had dire implications, prompting the highest authorities to order a strict confidentiality regarding this information. "Listen, but do not let it escape your lips." Xia Qing endeavored to absorb and comprehend Luo Pei's words. "I understand. Brother Luo implies that at present, the creation of unpolluted water is unattainable, and even the research into it has been prohibited due to its potential to jeopardize water sources." Indeed, Luo Pei continued, "Although it is currently possible to distill pure water, we are yet unable to stably infuse the vital elements into it. Thus, distilled water cannot substitute for the unpolluted water rich in these elements. Unpolluted spring water is a highly valuable resource. Empowering its owners while simultaneously inciting organizations that benefit from such resources to devise means to undermine them, thereby diminishing the owner's strength. Our base's most abundant spring was destroyed in this manner." Xia Qing's anger flared up instantly, her eyes widening. "Who did this?" Luo Pei shook his head, declaring, "Knowing too much will not serve you well." "Oh," Xia Qing replied, refraining from further inquiry. Luo Pei continued, "The spring located within your territory belongs to you. Should you be asked to relinquish it, you would undoubtedly refuse. If the mountains to the north belong to the Qinglong battle team, the internal advocacy for excavating springs will persist. Should the heirs of the Qinglong battle team venture to excavate, the structural integrity of mountain number 49 will inevitably be compromised, resulting in the destruction of your spring, transforming it into a mere polluted water source. Ultimately, you would lose your unpolluted spring, and the Qinglong battle team would gain nothing. Therefore, as the sole possessor of the spring, you are the only individual who would refrain from damaging the internal structure of mountain number 49. Some words remained unspoken by Luo Pei. There was indeed another option, which was for Xia Qing to bring the spring into the Qinglong battle team. However, this alternative was hardly worth mentioning, as Xia Qing had previously chosen to conceal her strength to establish her team. Now that she possessed both territory and the spring, joining the battle team was out of the question. Like many others who had struggled for a decade amidst calamities, Xia Qing trusted only herself and harbored deep suspicions towards others. Yang Jin remarked that if pushed to her limits, Xia Qing might choose to destroy the spring rather than let it fall into enemy hands. Upon reflection, Luo Pei couldn't help but marvel at Xia Qing's fortune. Locating a spring was often a matter of chance. Our inability to find it did not imply its absence. I personally led a team to meticulously clear the third territory last winter, yet we did not discover a spring there either. Understanding why the Qinglong battle team purchased the mountain eased Xia Qing's mind somewhat. Given that the internal structure of the mountain had been compromised, the quality of the water from the spring within her territory might be jeopardized or completely depleted. Thus, to safeguard the spring, it was imperative to protect the mountain. When I accompanied Luo Gu to clear the evolved forest, I fortuitously spotted a small squirrel darting out from a crevice, leading me to believe there were fruits hidden within. After removing several stones, I finally uncovered the spring. This spring was particularly diminutive, barely producing any sound of flowing water, had it not been for that squirrel. I might not have discovered it at all. Xia Qing recounted the discovery of the spring to Luo Pei truthfully and then inquired, Luo Gu, are there still places on Blue Star that humanity cannot reach? After the great evolution of life on Blue Star, humans have become more cautious in their quest for survival. Xia Qing continued to inquire, questioning whether the reason for Team Yang's pretense of airlifting Brother Luo to the west was due to the abundant, pristine spring water at the base located there. Luo Pei, astonished, opened his eyes wide and earnestly cautioned her that although she was now a lord and most would hesitate to challenge her, it would be prudent to conceal her identity as a tri-system evolved individual to avoid unnecessary complications. A 25-year-old woman with the capacity for reproduction and advanced tri-system evolution would not only pique the interest of research institutions, but also incite fierce competition among various factions and families within Huagua. Xia Qing fully understood this. Those around her believed she was a level 4 evolved individual, and thus far, she had not sensed any suspicions regarding her abilities. Nevertheless, being only 25, she still had the potential to enhance her powers, and she aspired to gradually elevate her evolution to level 6. This way, she would neither be underestimated nor attract undue attention. After all, even at level 6, her enhanced abilities would hold little practical value, and her most suitable role remained that of a diligent farmer within her territory. Moreover, she felt incapable of engaging in other pursuits. Farming was her sole expertise. It was truly remarkable that a woman with the potential to become a leading expert at the Huisan base, or even throughout the entire Hui City base, sat earnestly before him, claiming her only skill was agriculture. Even Luo Pei, who had become as steadfast as an old dog after a decade of hardships, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unsure of how to respond to this extraordinary lordess declaration. Luo Pei began to harbor doubts regarding Yang Jin's judgment. Could it be that the seemingly unambitious Xia Qing, who merely yearned to cultivate the land, would indeed rise to become a formidable presence, rivaling even the Fire Phoenix, one that none in the Hui City base would dare to underestimate? Upon learning of the Qinglong squad's intentions, Xia Qing began to ponder the most pragmatic issue at hand, since the mountain was to belong to her. The points required for its purchase should naturally be her responsibility. However, lacking sufficient points, she contemplated borrowing them from the Qinglong squad. Luo Gu, does this seem feasible? No. Luo Gu. Xia Qing felt a bit dizzy. Is it truly necessary to acquire 100 years of usage rights? We are currently amidst the cataclysmic years following the grand evolution of Blue Star's biosphere, where tomorrow remains uncertain. In such dire circumstances, is it wise to purchase a mountain for a century? Luo Pei nodded decisively. Of course it is. The higher the level of evolution, the better the bodily functions and the longer the lifespan. As a high-level evolved individual, living to 140 years is certainly within your grasp. Thus, 100 years is hardly excessive. Should you purchase a shorter term? The cost of extending the usage rights once the situation regarding the spring is revealed would far exceed the current price. The Fire Phoenix of Base 1 acquired a 200-year term. With a basket in hand, Xia Qing followed behind Boss Yang, still feeling somewhat dazed as she recounted the earlier discussion. Boss, your mind is sharp. Please help me analyze this. Am I truly gaining or losing in this significant transaction? How can I feel both fortunate and unfortunate at the same time? Boss Yang, with squinted eyes, focused on the metal box in the kitchen. Enough pondering. Now, go and fetch water from the water wheel. Xia Qing was not one to obsess over trivial matters. If something perplexed her, she would simply set it aside. She opened the iron box in the kitchen and retrieved a piece of compressed rations, tucking it into her pocket. Then, she hoisted the modified water bicycle from the tool shed. This bicycle had been ingeniously altered. The seat was a large grass cushion tailored for the lead sheep, and the pedals were comfortable hoof supports designed for sheep's hooves. With rations in hand and the bicycle on her shoulder, Xia Qing successfully led the lead sheep to the reservoir's edge. After setting up the water bicycle, she did not immediately allow the novice sheep to mount. Instead, she first demonstrated for the lead sheep. The modified bicycle, suited for the long legs of sheep, made Xia Qing, whose legs were nearly twice the length of the lead sheep's, feel rather constrained. Nevertheless, she feigned comfort as she pedaled for a while, watching the water flow through the three-way junction into the irrigation channel, nourishing the fields. Eventually, she paused, dramatically wiping her brow and exclaiming how exhausting it was to pedal the water bike, how utterly taxing it felt. "I shall replenish my energy with a bit of rations before continuing," she declared. Seeing Xia Qing produce the rations, the lead sheep eagerly trotted over, its large, expressive eyes fixated on her. After taking a small bite of the compressed rations, Xia Qing noticed the lead sheep was eager to try its hand at the task. Thus, she dismounted and stepped aside, lifting the rations onto the bicycle to entice the lead sheep to climb aboard. "With strength surpassing mine and wits sharper than my own, surely the lead sheep can pedal the water bike, especially with rations to be earned," she mused as the lead sheep ascended the bicycle, its eyes following the rations eagerly. The vehicle has been modified to accommodate the physique of the esteemed sheep leader. Upon taking a seat, its front hooves mimicked the motions of Xia Qing's hands, firmly grasping the handlebars, while its hind hooves nestled perfectly into the pedals. Xia Qing immediately began to exuberantly pedal, exclaiming the leader's exceptional prowess, even managing to operate the water wheel. "Come, have some feed." After providing a bit of sustenance to stabilize the sheep leader, Xia Qing crouched down, holding its hind legs to instruct it on how to exert force on the pedals. As one hoof pressed down, the other would rise, and then vice versa. It appeared deceptively simple, yet only the most astute of sheep could master it. Before long, the sheep leader grasped the essential mechanics, propelling the bicycle with remarkable speed. The pedals set the rear wheel and the small wheel in the water spinning at high velocity, while the attached lever drew water into the pipeline, which gushed forth from the three-way outlet. Xia Qing was astounded by the sheep's rapid comprehension of cycling. She genuinely admired the leader, proclaiming it to be the most intelligent sheep in Blue Star, perched atop the pinnacle of the pyramid, and the pioneer of evolutionary history among sheep. Flattered by the compliments, the sheep leader squinted at Xia Qing while cycling, signaling her to continue, for it relished her praise. Xia Qing, with unbridled enthusiasm, elevated the sheep leader's praises to celestial heights. However, the sheep leader remained undistracted, continuing to pedal with fervor. It dawned upon Xia Qing that this creature was not motivated by mere sustenance. It truly reveled in the act of cycling. With a squint of joy, the sheep leader engaged in this seemingly futile endeavor. As Xia Qing took a moment to rest by the water channel, she was surprised to discover that the water being drawn up contained tiny fish fry, measuring about 1 centimeter in length, swiftly darting about. This marked the first sighting of fish in the reservoir since she had dispatched the catfish. No wonder the egrets linger by the riverbank every day. It turns out there are fish. But can she consume these fish? Xia Qing began to assess the toxic element content of the fish fry, capturing one to test, discarding another. With each fish she tossed aside, the nearby egret promptly retrieved it, showcasing an impeccable synergy. After testing 100 specimens, Xia Qing identified 5 juvenile yellow lanternfish, a remarkably high ratio, which inspired a brilliant idea in her mind. Xia Qing activated her microtiller, prompting the elder sheep to abandon the water wheel and leap onto the tiller, settling into its designated seat, watching Xia Qing dig. Over the course of a day and a half, she excavated a fish pond measuring 2 meters deep and spanning over 2 acres, situated 100 meters from the reservoir. Once the pond was filled with water, Xia Qing retrieved the double-layered fine mesh fishing net that had been set at the narrowest point of the river. In recent days, the net had captured numerous fish fry, all of which Xia Qing eagerly transferred into the pond. With satisfaction, Xia Qing switched on the intercom, intending to seek guidance from Chi-Fu on fish rearing. To her surprise, upon activation, she overheard Chi-Fu lamenting about discovering fish fry in the river and the considerable effort he had put into digging a pond. Little did he know that upon completion, the fry had vanished. Xia Qing, Huang Qingwei from Plot 6 interjected with a tone of despondency. expressing his realization that the water level in the river had dropped today, attributing it to Xia Qing's irrigation of the fish pond. He had thought the river was drying up and had urged the workers to hastily draw water for the wheat irrigation. Freshly filled, Xia Qing's pond. Zhao Ze was puzzled, questioning the drop in water level. He had been by the river all day and had noticed nothing amiss. Huang Qingwei retorted, "What work is there by the river? What purpose does laying gravel serve? A torrential rain could potentially wreak havoc." Huang Qingwei scoffed, fully aware of my concern regarding the water levels. "Do you know why I am preoccupied with this matter? It is because several territories have resorted to violence over irrigation rights, resulting in fatalities." This statement immediately captured everyone's attention. Zhao Ze felt fortunate. He had managed to select a piece of land that would not suffer from water scarcity, despite his seemingly random choice. "You have indeed been quite lucky," Huang Qingwei remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "I had my eye on the water reservoir at Plot 3 from the outset, but alas, it was chosen by the young lady Xia Qing." Zhao Ze recounted his own experience of land selection, explaining that he had stood behind Xia Qing in the queue. Assuming she, being an evolved individual, would possess valuable insights, he opted for land adjacent to hers. Fortunately, he selected Plot 4. Had he chosen Plot 1, he would have met a grim fate during the previous torrential rain. Xia Qing pressed a button, and like Qinggu, she too had her sights set on the water reservoir of Plot 3. "Qinggu, what do you feed the fish?" Fu relished the opportunity to share his agricultural knowledge and began to elaborate. "In my hometown, some villagers raise fish. There are two types of fish feed, animal-based and plant-based. Purchasing ready-made synthetic feed is the most convenient option. However, in the aftermath of a natural disaster, one cannot rely on pre-made feed. One must prepare it oneself. Animal-based feed primarily consists of water fleas, rotifers, aquatic worms, and fly larvae, while plant-based feed includes aquatic plants and algae. Vegetables can also be fed, but they must be boiled and chopped first. Yet, we still remain uncertain about the dietary preferences of the fish fry in our river after their evolution. Nor do we know if the creatures that previously served as fish feed can still be used for that purpose after their own evolution." Huang Qingwei interjected, logically. "If there are small fish, there should also be larger ones. Have any of you caught big fish? I have yet to see even one. All I've managed to catch are a dozen or so evolved giant leeches." "Zhao Ze, could it be that you've caught all the fish? I wish I could too, but I just can't seem to hook any. I tried using earthworms as bait, but something bit through my fishing line, and since then, I've been too intimidated to try again." In Zhao Ze's territory, there are numerous people idly fishing and collecting stones. However, the only one tirelessly working is Xia Qing, who is both tending to the fields and preparing her house for a fresh coat of paint, utterly engrossed in her tasks. She switched off the intercom and resolved to feed the fish with grass. After arranging the fish feed, she needed to contemplate the fertilization of her farmland. At this moment, it was the lunchtime break for the construction team in the safe zone, so Xia Qing dialed Sun Zhe's number. Having worked in the same construction team for 5 years, her relationship with Sun Zhe wasn't particularly intimate, yet they could engage in casual conversations. Sun Zhe was quite astute and would surely find this matter intriguing. "Hello?" Sun Zhe's voice conveyed palpable fatigue. The construction work was grueling and dirty, so his state was entirely understandable. "No, I'm still in the territory," Xia Qing noted without inquiring about his choice of words. "Do you have a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you." "Of course, I have time." Xia Qing heard Sun Zhe hastily move away from his previous location, and the previously raucous background noise on the call quieted down. "Sister Qing, you mentioned that no one can eavesdrop here. Are you using a satellite phone to make calls in the territory?" Sun Zhe's excitement was evident through his breath against the phone's receiver, and Xia Qing could hear it distinctly. "Sister Qing, is it true that someone would actually buy earthworm droppings? The only lords I can reach out to are 3, all of whom have a demand for organic fertilizers, including Fu. I cannot guarantee others, but at the very least, I need to purchase a minimum of 1,000 pounds myself." Xia Qing mentioned that among the 3 local lords who genuinely engage in agriculture, the 1st, 2nd, and 7th have been unequivocally eliminated from consideration. Xia Qing was puzzled. Had not all the land been claimed? Did our base not clear new territories? The Sun family consists entirely of ordinary individuals, and venturing beyond the safety of the zone entails significant risk. However, cultivating worms and producing fertilizer might be the only viable option available to them at present. Sun Zhe expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I understand. Thank you, sister. If you require assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I am always at your service. Everyone misses you dearly." Your ability to produce worm manure will indeed be a tremendous help to me. Xia Qing cautioned Sun Jia. I am currently quite occupied, so please do not disclose our communication to anyone. After ending the call, Xia Qing inhaled deeply, savoring the earthy aroma of grass and soil, and lay on the verdant ground, gazing up at the azure sky. Bah! Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, she heard the anxious bleats and hurried footsteps of the lead sheep. Turning her head, she saw it charging towards her and quickly jumped up to reassure it. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. I am not poisoned or injured. I merely lay down to rest for a moment. See, I'm up now, and I can still jump. Upon realizing that Xia Qing was unharmed, the lead sheep grew agitated. It backed away a few paces, revealing its spiraled horns, and bellowed with a smoky voice, moo. Xia Qing sighed. Had the lead sheep not grown weary from its incessant pacing? Ignoring her musings, the lead sheep charged at her. Xia Qing turned and sprinted away, saying, Come on, let us go to the open space. I'll happily entertain you there. A person and a sheep arrived at a barren plot of land, where Xia Qing, without the need for cunning tactics, engaged in a sheer contest of strength with the formidable leader of the sheep. Predictably, she was toppled by the sheep's might. An hour later, exhausted and sprawled on the ground, Xia Qing gasped, Leader, I suspect you are an evolved sheep with dual attributes of strength and endurance. Endurance evolution signifies an ability to withstand exertion far exceeding that of an ordinary individual or sheep. For instance, while an average person can only sprint for 5 minutes before fatigue sets in, a second-level endurance evolved individual can run for 10 minutes. And a fifth-level endurance evolved individual can endure for 35 minutes before weariness strikes. When an individual with robust physical prowess is augmented by endurance evolution, they become a formidable opponent. Shui Jinshang, a core member of the Dongyang battle team, is a fifth-level endurance evolved being, exemplifying sheer strength. The endurance of the sheep leader is equally formidable. After teaching Xia Qing a lesson, the leader, feeling hungry, shook off the dirt and began to graze. Xia Qing, brushing off the dust, stood up and followed the leader, asking, Leader, how did you manage in the evolution forest all by yourself? The thought of having a flock of sheep made Xia Qing salivate. She realized she needed to hasten her preparations of cumin to welcome the sheep herd. Within the confines of Territory 3, aside from the evolved perilla on the high slopes and a patch of mixed yellow and green grass by the spring, there were 3 more patches of the same mixed grasses. Xia Qing sampled each type and found their flavors lacking, thus designating these 3 patches as the exclusive pasture for the sheep leader. 5 days later, as her cucumbers blossomed for the first time, Xia Qing could no longer continue spraying camphor tree juice for pest control. Instead, she constructed a fine and sturdy insect net over the vegetable garden in the hilly planting area. The protective net effectively keeps at bay certain evolutionarily disadvantaged pests, such as the diamondback moth, cabbage looper, aphids, and leaf miners, by severing the reproductive pathways of these pests in both the plants and the superficial soil. The need for frequent pesticide applications diminishes. Instead, one merely needs to periodically spray the netting to deter rodent-like evolutionary insects. The installation of this protective net involves first constructing a greenhouse, followed by stretching the net taut over the framework to secure it in place. This cultivation technique was unknown to Xia Qing in the safe zone. Had it not been for Chi Fu's initiative to explain, she would never have conceived it. As for why such an effective method is not employed by the planting center in the safe zone, Xia Qing surmises it is due to the relatively low pest population there. In her territory, the pest count is significantly higher than that of the planting center. Once the crops are enveloped in the protective net, Xia Qing merely needs to conduct daily patrols, exterminating any rodent-like insects that venture too close, preventing them from breaching the net. Fortunately, most of these pests are diurnal, and the task of patrolling is not hers alone. The birds in her domain also take pleasure in perching on the large trees or stones beside the vegetable netting, waiting to catch insects. Attracted by the vegetation, the density of various insects outside the net is greater than elsewhere. Since the installation of the protective net, Xia Qing has noticed an increase in bird life within her territory. In addition to the original quartet of black and white magpies and a few crows, there is now a flock of sparrows, several striking long-tailed blue magpies, and various small birds of delightful coloration and melodious calls that Xia Qing cannot name. With their presence, she has truly come to appreciate the harmonious symphony of birdsong and floral fragrance. Regrettably, apart from the 4 black and white evolved magpies, no other birds have nested within the territory of Area 3. Otherwise, Xia Qing would have already indulged in bird eggs. While Xia Qing meandered on the hillside, exterminating pests, Luo Pei sent her a message indicating that the sales agreement and rental contract for the mountain had been drafted, inviting her to review it for any necessary amendments. Over the past few days, Xia Qing had been deliberating persistently on the matters of purchasing the mountain, leasing it, and hiring guardians for it. She has now managed to clarify her thoughts. She also believes that possessing Mountain 49 is more advantageous for her than having it in the hands of the Qinglong battle team. Chapter 57. Certificate of Mountain Usage Rights. Firstly, the rental period of the mountain has been reduced from 5 years to 2. Upon the expiration of the 2-year lease, if both parties are still inclined, they may negotiate an extension. If an agreement cannot be reached, the lease contract may not be renewed. Secondly, there are supplementary clauses. While the Qinglong battle team utilizes the mountain as a training base, any resources harvested from it shall belong to the Qinglong battle team. However, should the harvest consist of green light food, Xia Qing shall retain the right to be informed and the priority of purchase. Thirdly, the leased area has been further delineated. The region rented to the Qinglong battle team excludes the slopes within 5 kilometers north of areas 1, 3, and 4, while the other areas designated in the usage rights certificate belong to Mountain 49. The responsibility and consequences of clearing hazardous evolved creatures from the non-leased area shall be borne by Xia Qing herself. Her rationale is to ensure that her territory remains free from surveillance and the threat of sniper fire from those residing on the mountain. Apart from evading surveillance and threats, Xia Qing harbored 2 unspoken reasons. Firstly, the area might be traversed by pristine spring waters, potentially hosting fertile cultivation zones. Secondly, she yearned for an evolutionary forest, a dedicated training ground for herself. She aspired to grow stronger. 25 days later, while savoring a freshly picked tender cucumber and admiring the budding jujube trees along with the fuzzy green apples barely the size of her thumb, she received a message from Luo Pei. The mountain has been purchased. Yang Jin wishes to meet you at 8 o'clock tonight to sign the contract. Is that agreeable? So swiftly had the acquisition transpired. Xia Qing pondered, contemplating the sensitive timing of the purchase, as Yang Jin, a figure of golden prominence, approached the third plot. Was he not concerned about being noticed? After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing seized her slingshot and smashed the head of an evolutionary locust that was careening toward the peanut seedlings in the terraced fields. The locust's biting power had intensified. If left unchecked, it would breach her makeshift insect net within minutes. Once she dispatched the locust, Big Sheep darted away faster than the birds competing for food, pinning the locust's carcass beneath its hoof. Well done, Big, Xia Qing exclaimed, leaping down the 2 steps of the terraced field to reward him with the leftover cucumber end, while also retrieving the headless evolutionary locust from beneath his hoof, placing it in the grass pouch around his neck. This time, the insect was spared from being trampled into the mud, meriting a reward. The cucumber was for Big Sheep, and the locust would serve as fish bait. Squinting against the cacophony of chirping birds, Big Sheep munched on the cucumber as he ambled down the slope toward the fish pond to feed the fish. The eyes of visual evolutionists possess the remarkable ability to capture swiftly moving objects, while the noses of olfactory evolutionists can detect a myriad of scents. Xia Qing is not only a sophisticated visual evolutionist, but also an auditory evolutionist capable of perceiving sounds. Thus, this endeavor poses no challenge for her. At the appointed hour, Xia Qing confidently carried 5 cucumbers, ready to sign her very first and second contracts. What is it like to encounter the 2 leaders of the Qinglong battle team from base Huisin in the same room at the same time? Luo Pei, now free to move, brought joy to Xia Qing. Yang Jin, even more handsome than before, made her instinctively desire to offer him all the delicious treats she had. Xia Qing steadied her emotions and presented the basket. Captain Yang, Brother Luo. Yang Jin accepted the basket with an expression of calm, while Luo Pei's cheeks flushed with a smile. Do not let your imagination run wild. Luo Pei's blush was not from shyness or excitement, but rather a remnant of a toxic blend yet to fade. Xia Qing's face remained a constant shade of dark red, rendering her perpetually flushed in any situation or in front of any person. Luo Pei gazed at the glistening cucumbers in the basket, curious about the abundant amount she had brought. I successfully cultivated 19 cucumber plants. Each vine yields a cucumber from a single leaf. However, the green lights have diminished somewhat, and today only these few are ready for consumption. Xia Qing spoke of her vegetable garden with immense pride. As he gazed upon Xia Qing, whose face, eyes, and heart were all aglow with the joy of harvest, Yang Jin too wore a smile. He explained to her why Xia Yu could not come. Xia Yu had long wished to express his gratitude in person, but one among the three of them needed to remain at the safe zone. Hence he was unable to join them this time. Yang Jin presented a small gift that Xia Yu had asked him to prepare for her. If Yang Jin and Luo Pei were the formidable warriors of the Qinglong team, then Xia Yu was undoubtedly its brain. The absence of anyone among them would render the current scale of the Qinglong team unattainable, while the spring water was indeed vital. Xia Qing had never considered requiring all three leaders of the Qinglong team to come and sign a contract with her. With both hands, Xia Qing accepted the small gift weighing over 10 pounds from the vice leader of the Qinglong team, feeling that Xia Yu was exceedingly gracious. Only after she accepted did Luo Pei explain what was inside the box: 200 rounds of ammunition for her shooting practice. Fortunately, she had prepared well for the evening. Of course, you and Yang Jin take a seat. I shall brew the tea. Luo Pei eagerly volunteered for the task, his expression filled with anticipation. It has been ages since I last enjoyed tea brewed with spring water. Once the spring water reached a boil, the fragrance of the tea quickly permeated the air. This was a scent Yang Jin had never encountered before, prompting him to ask Xia Qing if she had discovered tea trees within her territory. Xia Qing shook her head, explaining that she had exchanged for it with another lord, who claimed it to be a rare and exquisite tea. I am not adept at discerning tea, but I find it pleasant to the senses and enjoyable to drink. It was likely a trade from Zhongshan, which would account for the tea's remarkably pure aroma. Yang Jin observed that Xia Qing was living quite well. Her features softened somewhat. What did you exchange for that? Green like cucumbers? This was an open exchange on the Lord's channel, and Xia Qing did not hide anything. Green like cucumbers, spinach leaves, and chives. Yang Jin subtly reminded Xia Qing that Zhongshan from Plot 7 was particularly discerning when it came to food texture. The fact that he was willing to trade such fine tea leaves with you indicates that he deems your green light vegetables to be worth that price. Did your vegetables receive water directly from the spring? Xia Qing shook her head. They were irrigated with spring water only during the seed soaking and seedling stages. After that, they were watered with regular water. Yang, is there a risk in trading my green light vegetables with other lords? The smile in Yang Jin's eyes became more pronounced. If the cadmium content of all the varieties of green light vegetables you cultivate is lower than that of other lords, there is indeed a risk of exposure. However, you can trade confidently with the Qinglong battle team. What does it mean to be a frugal negotiator? This is it. Xia Qing nodded expressionlessly, signifying her understanding. Luo Pei could not help but laugh. Ajin, please bring out the land use certificate and the 2 contracts. Chapter 58. The mountain, in fact, is rather inexpensive. Xia Qing secretly rubbed her palms on her legs under the table before solemnly accepting the land use certificate for Mountain 49 and the 2 contracts. This was merely the surface area. The mountain was at least 2,000 meters high, and the surface area of the mountain was undoubtedly much greater than the flat area. Soon, she would become the owner of this mountain for 100 years. Until she turned 125, the mountain would belong entirely to her? Despite holding the certificate, Xia Qing felt an overwhelming lack of authenticity. She returned the usage rights certificate to Yang Jin and inquired, Captain Yang, acquiring this mountain must have required considerable effort on your part. How many points did it cost? Yang Jin smiled and replied, we exchanged goods for the transaction, which amounts to 110,000 points. How much? Xia Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. 80,000. That is quite a sum. At that moment, the weight of owning a mountain settled heavily upon her, just as she was on the cusp of achieving a modest life. She was about to incur a debt of 80,000. Yang Jin understood her expression and offered an analysis. 80,000 over a century translates to merely 8,000 points per year, which is quite reasonable. Reasonable? Xia Qing, who previously earned only 5 points a day working on the construction team, nodded numbly. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Yang. Shall we proceed with the contract? Yang Jin smiled and said, Lao Gu, could you please record this on your phone? The stipulation of recording the contract signing was one that Xia Qing insisted upon. As the weaker party in this transaction, she needed to possess video evidence, in addition to the contract, proving that the Qinglong battle team sold the mountain to her. Otherwise, if the Qinglong battle team later denied the agreement, even if she brought the sales contract to court, the entire base would likely assume she had forged it. With video evidence, the scenario would be entirely different. She could simply release the footage, leading to the disgrace of the 3 leaders of the Qinglong battle team. With the video recording in place, Xia Qing signed both copies of the sales contract and the sublease agreement, exchanged contracts with Yang Jin, signed them, and then displayed the contract in front of the phone camera. After the contract was finalized, Xia Qing began to earn points by continuing her business discussions with Yang Jin. Is it permissible for Team Yang to purchase edible food from my territory at prices aligned with the market value in the safe zone? Yang Jin consented. If you require spring water, how shall it be priced? Spring water is exceedingly sought after, with no publicly available trading prices in the market. Xia Qing recalled that Yang Jin had previously exchanged 2 boxes of uncontaminated spring water from the Phoenix of Base Hui for the treatment of luo pei. Since trade is feasible, there must be a price to reference. The publicly sold price of spring water from the fire team at Base Hui can serve as a benchmark. What do you think? The quality of spring water is primarily determined by 2 factors: the levels of harmful and radioactive elements, and the presence of beneficial elements for the human body. The lower the former and the higher the latter, the more superior the spring water is in cultivating plants and treating toxic compounds. As Yang Jin gazed at her with his captivating eyes, Xia Qing steeled her resolve, firmly resisting temptation. This is the price, and it cannot be lowered further. If it were to decrease any more, it would take her an eternity to repay the 800,000 points owed to the Qinglong team. While beauty is indeed alluring, it cannot provide her with a single point or a grain of food. Between beauty and points, Xia Qing unequivocally chose the latter. Yang Jin, initially intending to trade at the price set by the fire team, was now all smiles. The current price for spring water from the fire team is 180 points per liter, and your price is 144? That is acceptable. Xia Qing lowered her eyelids, her mind slightly dazed by the allure of beauty, unable to calculate the result of 800,000 divided by 144. Yang Jin assisted her in unraveling the mystery. If one were to consider 800,000 in terms of spring water at the current price, it would amount to 555 liters. 5,555 liters. Xia Qing swiftly recalibrated in her mind. This quantity represented approximately 28 days' output from her spring, 1/3 of the water needed to save Luo Peiquan, and equivalent to a mountain. Thus, the poison within Luo Pei necessitated the use of 3 Mount 49s for its antidote. Hence, the 3 firearms, 900 rounds of ammunition, 8 green saplings, and 10 security personnel that Yang Jin had previously traded to her were worth 3 mountains. Upon this realization, Xia Qing suddenly perceived that mountains were not particularly valuable. And 800,000 was not an exorbitant debt after all. Her posture straightened, her shoulders relaxed, and a light expression graced her face. The smile in Yang Jin's eyes deepened as he continued discussing the trade. After Luo Gu departs from territory number 3, could the Qinglong battle team exchange 300 liters of spring water with you on the 1st of each month? Should anyone within the team succumb to poisoning, we can negotiate the water quantity then. Xia Qing's spring was capable of producing 300 liters daily. Yang Jin's monthly exchange of 300 liters was entirely acceptable to her. If it were for the purpose of detoxification, the maximum water usage should not exceed that of Luo Ji's current requirements. Not everyone is worthy of such a ruthless poisoning strategy at any cost. Yang Jin nodded, assuring her that it would certainly not surpass Luo Ji's water consumption. Within your territory, the vegetables, grains, and seeds cultivated may be exchanged, and I hope you will consider including the Qinglong battle team as a trading partner. Certainly. Xia Qing agreed, wishing to keep her true identity concealed. Trading with the Qinglong battle team seemed the most prudent choice. The listing is up, Sister Qing, who owes 800,000, needs to settle her debts and seeks everyone's support through subscriptions and contributions. Chapter 59. I will choose to end my life having concluded the serious matters. Xia Qing felt considerably lighter. She sipped her tea to moisten her parched lips and inquired of Luo Pei, Brother Luo, may I come to learn how to shoot from you in 5 days? Of course, Luo Pei responded with a smile. Would it be possible for me to purchase the surplus vegetables from your land? This way, we can avoid putting Hu Zifeng at risk by having him deliver supplies here. The trading points can be paid in cash or recorded in the Qinglong battle team's ledger. Xia Qing beamed and nodded absolutely. Yang Jin glanced at his watch. Is there anything else that requires discussion? Xia Qing pondered asking how he discerned her tri-system abilities but reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. Given that Luo Pei, the 3rd-ranked fighter of the Qinglong battle team, possessed dual-system abilities, it was improbable that the 1st-ranked fighter, Yang Jin, was singularly evolved. Thus, Xia Qing earnestly addressed Yang Jin with a practical query. Captain Yang, are there any edible evolved chickens, ducks, or geese on Mount 49? You must have a clear understanding of the fauna after leading your team up there for half a month. Yang Jin. Luo Pei erupted into laughter. And Yang Jin chuckled as well. When I led the team to test the water sources on the mountain, I did not pay attention to the types of animals. However, it seems there are evolved mountain chickens. I did not discover ducks or geese. The evolution of the mountain chicken is indeed a possibility, after all. A chicken is still a chicken, and if it is a chicken, it can lay eggs. Just as Xia Qing was about to inquire about the specific location on the mountain where it was discovered and the number of specimens found, a firm knock echoed on the closed door. Wei Qingdong entered, accompanied by Yang Gu, Su Pin, Tang Lu, and Tang Zheng, who had arrived via helicopter into Zone 2. As expected, wherever Yang Jin went, Tang Lu followed closely behind. Xia Qing, understanding the unspoken dynamics, refrained from asking any questions and donned an expression of a mere bystander. No, Xia Qing finally expressed her sincere gratitude. Thank you, Team Yang. After Yang Jin departed through the tunnel leading away from Zone 3, Xia Qing earnestly thanked Luo Pei. Brother Luo, with the Qinglong battle team stationed at Mount 49, the security of my territory has significantly improved. Thank you, Brother Luo. Luo Pei reminded Xia Qing that the Qinglong battle team had only committed to preventing large and high-risk evolved beasts from entering the territory from Mount 49. Furthermore, he emphasized that the areas she had delineated as off-limits would be her own responsibility. Xia Qing offered, I will teach you everything I know, beyond marksmanship. I can instruct you in reconnaissance, hunting, and demolition techniques, should you wish to learn. As Xia Qing exited the basement, she pondered Luo Pei's earlier remark about suicide, believing wholeheartedly that he spoke from the heart, while she felt a profound sense of shock. She also envied the camaraderie shared among the three leaders of the Qinglong battle team. Fortunately, she now had Boss Yang. Otherwise, her envy would have been even greater. As Wei Qingdong escorted her to the entrance of the dilapidated house, he reminded her that Brother Luo is the most accomplished and versatile special forces instructor at our nation's top military academy. You must learn diligently from him. Do not shy away from hardship, for knowledge is never a burden. Even if you do not wish to join the combat team, acquiring skills for self-defense is prudent. The restoration of peace and order in this world is still a distant aspiration. Xia Qing nodded earnestly. Her commitment to learning was not solely for self-preservation. She also sought vengeance against Tang Jingshu for her father's sake. Donning night vision goggles, she scanned her surroundings and noticed two brilliant beams of white light illuminating the direction of Area 2. Such brightness would surely attract insects. The following morning, during her mountain patrol, Xia Qing discerned the purpose of Tang Zheng's visit. She was headed for Mount 49. Accompanied by a team of well-equipped corps members from the Shufeng combat team, Tang Zheng, clad in a light pink protective suit, approached Hu Zifeng, who stood in her path. With a delicate, fair face and a humble demeanor, she spoke. I heard from Chun Donyang that there are green bamboo shoots on this mountain. My grandmother is unwell and lacks appetite, so I wish to enter the mountain to gather some. I kindly ask Captain Hu for your understanding. Hu Zifeng's expression was dark and stern. Let me reiterate, this mountain has been acquired by our Qinglong combat team as a training base. No one outside of the Qinglong combat team is permitted to enter. Surprised by Hu Zifeng's refusal to grant her any face, Tang Zheng's demeanor shifted. Her meticulously crafted makeup highlighted her sharp features, and an imposing air enveloped her as she retorted, What if I insist on entering? Miss Tang, entering is not entirely out of the question. Dressed in camouflage protective gear, Yang Jinmai strode into the quarantine zone, positioning himself before Hu Zifeng with an air of solemnity, as though confronting not a mere gathering of individuals, but a horde of loathsome mutated creatures. The Qinglong team, led by Mai Shan, was not solely dedicated to training its members, it also engaged in commerce. However, they had yet to brief the brothers guarding the mountain. As guests entering Mount 49, each individual was required to pay a gate fee of 2,000 points. Any resources the guests procured from within the mountain had to be compensated to the Qinglong team at market value. In the presence of Yang Jin, the formidable Tang Jing transformed into a more demure figure, her voice tinged with an uncontrollable softness. Isn't Captain Yang's approach a bit excessive? Yang Jin, adhering strictly to protocol, could not relent. I had to allocate 110,000 points to Deputy Base Leader Tang to secure the mountain, draining our team's resources. Within the safe zone, everyone revered her father, Mayor Tang, and now Yang Jin referred to his own father as Deputy Base Leader, clearly expressing his mounting dissatisfaction. Tang Zheng, unable to sway her father or uncle's decisions, clenched her teeth and acquiesced, I will pay. Yang Jin cast a serious glance at the team behind Tang Zheng, expressing gratitude for her consideration of the Qinglong team's affairs. You 20 individuals owe a total of 40,000 points for the entrance fee. After the Tang family transferred points to Hu Zifeng, Yang Jin kindly reminded him of two important considerations regarding the mountain, which he felt compelled to relay to Miss Tang. First, this mountain serves as a training ground, inhabited by numerous highly dangerous evolved creatures. Should Miss Tang or her party suffer injury or worse, the Qinglong team shall bear no responsibility. Second, all resources within the mountain belong to the Qinglong team. Miss Tang is advised against any deliberate destruction, as it would necessitate compensation at market value. For instance, should any of the 3 green lantern bamboos within the bamboo grove be harmed, Miss Tang would be liable to pay a penalty of 5,000 points to the Qinglong team. Having taken the initiative to investigate why the Qinglong team sought to acquire Mount 49, Yang Jin, having swallowed this bitter pill, acknowledged the team's business acumen. He nodded appreciatively at her commendation and instructed Hu Zifeng, "Zifeng, Miss Yang is among our first guests at the training base. Please show her around." He then directed Liang Zi, "Go prepare a sign listing the rules for the operation of Mount 49, so our guests are aware of the points required upon arrival." Understood. Hu Zifeng and the 4th-level speed evolution team leader of the Qinglong team, Wang Liang, responded in unison. Indeed. The Qinglong team's most frugal member left no room for doubt. One word sufficed: exceptional. Standing in the buffer area of the 3rd forest, Xia Qing raised her thumb in approval for a brief moment before feeling a pang of regret. When she signed the rental agreement for the mountain with Yang Jin, she had not anticipated that the Qinglong team would engage in external operations. The income from this venture could be quite substantial. Would she be entitled to a share of it? Is it still timely to sign a supplementary contract? Chapter 60, Pruning and Branching. Having rented out the mountain, how could she possibly expect a share? Xia Qing sighed. Furthermore, if not driven by the intent to explore the mountain, which fool would forsake the abundant, freely available resources of the verdant hills, opting instead to expend several thousand points to enter Mountain 49? This venture only entices those with ulterior motives. It is neither sustainable nor lucrative. As Xia Qing consoled herself, she continued her inspection of the buffer forest. Jin Ge heard Tang Lu's sweet, almost syrupy voice drifting through the air, and as Xia Qing quickened her pace to escape, she found the situation unbearably cloying. She could not bear to linger lest her ears be tainted further. Despite the similar tone, nothing could compare to the dulcet tones of Yang Laoda. Dressed in a snug pink gown, Tang Lu stood charmingly within the confines of Zone 2, calling out to Yang Jin, who was descending from the buffer forest of Zone 1. "Jin Ge, I'm over here." Yang Jin's expression was even more sour than when he had faced Tang Zheng. "Does Miss Tang require my assistance?" The distance necessitated Tang Lu to shout, and portraying a delicate demeanor proved to be quite the challenge. "I managed to procure 50 liters of pristine spring water, delivered overnight. Please take it to Instructor Luo for treatment." Tang Lu, exasperated, stamped her foot and turned to scold Tang Huai. "What are you all doing? Can't you see the tall grass? Why has Tia been cleared yet? Even if the overgrown grass in Zone 2 were to be removed." The situation within Zone 1 remained unchanged, leaving Yang Jin still out of sight. Tang Huai, disinterested in explanations, directly undertook the task of clearing the overgrown grass, choosing not to engage in a contest of wits with the senseless woman. After driving Tang Huai away, Tang Lu began to berate Tang Zheng, questioning her motives for mentioning their grandmother's illness in front of Jin Ge, accusing her of feigning filial piety. "Humph. I have long suspected that she came with ill intentions. Where has Su Pin disappeared to? It's been ages since anyone has seen him. What a ridiculous place this is." Tang Lu screamed, turning to flee into the village. Were it not for Jin Ge, she wouldn't wish to linger for even a moment. Meanwhile, Tang Huai's brother, Tang Heng, led Su Pin, the vice captain of the Su Feng battle team, to the signpost of Area Number 7. "Su, Zhangsen is located within this territory," he announced. Before them stood a dense wall of grass, towering over a person. Nonetheless, Su Pin accurately pinpointed the positions of 2 hidden sentinels within the grass barrier. Standing dutifully beneath the signpost, he dialed Zhangsan's number. The phone rang for quite some time, yet no one answered, which was to be expected. Tang Heng pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Su, the people in these territories often communicate using walkie-talkies. Let me check if Zhangsan is around." After Su Pin nodded, Tang Heng activated the device and called out loudly, "This is Tang Heng from Area Number 2. May I inquire if Brother San from Area Number 7 is present?" "Soon." The voice of Kuang Qingwei crackled through the channel. "Brother San is definitely not here in the morning. If you wish to find him, it's best to return at 7:45 in the evening." Tang Heng, holding the walkie-talkie, glanced at Su Pin. "Su, Zhang San has quite a temper. If we force our way in and he finds out, it will be difficult to negotiate for supplies from him later. Due to a piece of spoiled lamb, Zhang Sen remains unwilling to engage in trade with number 2 land. Such a petty man must surely be a disfigured bald fellow. That inexperienced woman, Tang Zheng, is incapable of uncovering anything. Not far along their path, Su Ping and his group encountered a patrol team inspecting the isolation zone. Su Ping stood at attention and saluted Tan Junjie, addressing him respectfully as Teacher Tan. Standing firm, Su Ping called out loudly, "Teacher Tan, you may not be aware, but the Qinglong battle team has acquired mountain number 49. The evolutionary forest to the north of this territory is now under the jurisdiction of the Qinglong battle team. So there is no need for you to patrol here any longer." Tan Junjie calmly walked past him, stating, "I am here to carry out orders. Who the mountain belongs to is of no concern to me." As he watched Tan Junjie's team move away, a member of Su Ping's team, Su Feng, scoffed. "He is merely the captain of a small squad, yet he dares to put on airs before you. Does he truly believe he is still the military academy instructor who once flaunted his prowess before the cataclysm?" "Be quiet," Su Ping retorted, though his expression bore no hint of reproach towards his subordinates' indiscretion. Even if humanity were to undergo a grand evolution, leading to a reclassification based on abilities, there remains much I can learn from my teacher. What a spiteful creature, muttered the auditory-enhanced individual, Chao Stinyan. How could such a disgrace emerge from a military academy? He will surely get what he deserves in due time. Continue the patrol and remain vigilant. Understood. All the commotion outside held no relevance for Xia Qing, who, after surveying the territory with Old Lamb, crouched beside the potato and sweet potato fields, straining to listen intently. The whispering wind, the chirping of birds, the soft rustle of slender earthworms in the soil, and the scuttling sounds of the cutworms. Xia Qing opened her eyes and walked over, excavating a cutworm, a larva of the evolved nocturnal moth, from 5 meters away in the potato field and tossing it to the magpies that flew by. The 2 magpies, having failed to catch any insects, lingered beside Xia Qing, awaiting further offerings. After meticulously clearing the evolved grubs and cutworms from the surrounding land of the 2 fields, Xia Qing gazed affectionately at the tall, pale red potato vines that had grown significantly. With such height, potatoes must be forming beneath the soil, she mused. Her craving became overwhelming, prompting her to dig up a couple of small potatoes to satiate her desire. Xia Qing pulled out her phone and scrolled through the complete guide to planting, only to be disappointed to discover that potatoes would only form after the vines blossomed. Alas, the potatoes would not bloom until next month. Shifting her gaze, Xia Qing turned to the sweet potato vines, which need not flower to yield sweet potatoes. With the vines so lengthy, surely they had produced some? After squatting by the field for 10 minutes, she could no longer resist extending her mischievous fingers, carefully probing the soil around the sweet potato roots. To her dismay, although the roots had started to swell, they were no thicker than a pinky finger, hardly qualifying as sweet potatoes. The cotton plants had grown to her knee, with the main stem branching out into 3 to 5 offshoots. The previous day's broadcast from the base announced that cotton of this stature should undergo pruning and branching. Pruning and branching involve preserving the fruiting branches that bear flower buds, while removing the leaf branches that do not directly produce buds. As the leaf branches grow faster than the fruiting branches and consume more nutrients, timely removal of the leaf branches can promote the growth of the fruiting branches, thereby enhancing cotton yield. Last night, Xia Qing was captivated by the broadcast regarding agricultural activities, particularly the process of removing branches. By detaching the leaves, she could extract sap to analyze the nutrient content of each cotton plant. In the wake of natural disasters, crops have become exceedingly precious. Xia Qing compared the images of leaves and fruiting branches from the comprehensive planting guide with the cotton plants before her, increasingly unable to distinguish between the two, and hesitated to proceed with the detachment. She activated the intercom and, indeed, overheard Lords Si, Wu, and Lu engaged in a discussion about branch pruning. Zhao Ze expressed his concern, noting the branches appeared identical, making it difficult to determine which to remove. Qi Fu patiently instructed him to count from the bottom upwards, explaining that the first fruiting branch typically emerges in the axil of the 5th to 7th leaf on the main stem. Once identified, all lower branches could be removed. Zhao Ze grew more anxious, asking, "Brother Qi, many of my cotton plants have yet to reach the 5th leaf. How many have yours reached?" Huang Qingwei sought advice, asking, "Old Qi, I have a cotton plant with its main stem bifurcating into 2 branches at the 4th leaf. What should I do?" Xia Qing immediately perked up, as she also had several such uniquely growing cotton plants in her field. Qi Fu continued to impart his wisdom, suggesting that both branches be retained, while removing all the wild branches below and above, leaving only the fruiting branches. Xia Qing found the term wild branches quite fitting. Branches that grow vigorously without producing flower buds are indeed wild branches. Huang Qingwei's concern deepened. He lamented, "No matter how I look at it, it seems both branches are laden with wild branches." With a cheerful demeanor, Qi Fu suggested starting with the lower branches, allowing the upper ones to grow a bit more before addressing them. He reassured everyone that as long as the cotton remained healthy, it would eventually yield fruiting branches. There was no need to fret about making mistakes. Retaining 6 to 7 fruiting branches per plant was sufficient. Any excess would need to be pinched off, as too many would hinder the formation of cotton bolls. Upon hearing Qi Fu's words, Xia Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She diligently tended to a cotton plant she had been observing for several minutes, pruning it meticulously. With a beaming smile, she proceeded to extract the juice from the cut branches to test for harmful elements. The red light illuminated, yet her smile remained unchanged. It simply indicated that the cotton seeds were inedible. As long as the cotton grew, that was all that mattered. Then came the yellow light, which brought her joy, for it signified that the cotton seeds could be pressed for oil and could yield more points. She tied a grass string around it to mark its significance. As for the green light, it took over 100 tests to find just one. Naturally, she would mark this particular plant with a conspicuous red ribbon for special protection, as she intended to use it for seed cultivation. Hearing the sound of evolved locusts flapping their wings, Xia Qing straightened her back and reached for her steel ball bag, only to witness 2 evolved crows swoop down and devour the locust with effortless grace, sparing her the trouble. She gave them a thumbs up, impressive. Nearby, the elder sheep, lounging in the shade several meters away, mistook Xia Qing's gesture as a commendation for itself and responded with a dismissive bleat. Xia Qing chuckled and returned to her task of pruning the wild branches. Tending to over 8,000 cotton plants across 2 acres was a repetitive and monotonous agricultural chore. Yet, after enduring a decade of natural disasters and hardships, Xia Qing found joy in the process. She had developed a profound affection for the immersive experience of caring for the cotton plants. And even the distant sounds of 2 evolved crickets squabbling became a melodious symphony to her ears. After 2 days of laborious effort, Xia Qing diligently engaged in the task of breaking apart the cotton plants. On the first morning, she bent over while standing, but as the days progressed, she transitioned to a seated position. Xia Qing fashioned a small stool of suitable height to secure to her body, positioning herself amidst the rows of cotton. She would lean forward to break the plants, then shift a few steps ahead to continue her work while seated, adorned with a large straw hat woven from mosquito-repelling grass. Xia Qing found joy in her labor. The only drawback was the jarring cacophony emanating from the second territory, where Tang Lu's incessant chatter pierced the air. Yang Jin remained within the first territory, overseeing the development of the number 49 mountain training base. After 2 unproductive days at number 49 mountain, Tang Zheng departed, leaving Tang Lu naturally to remain in her own domain. Wherever Yang Jin was, she followed. Not only did Xia Qing find Tang Lu's antics bothersome, but the inspection team did as well. Unable to breach into the first territory, Tang Lu sought to engage the inspection team, who were stationed at their posts, to relay messages to Yang Jin. She concocted various schemes to communicate directly with the inspection team, claiming at one point that her pet rabbit had escaped and insisting they negotiate with the first territory on her behalf. At another moment, she complained that the inspection team's efforts were inadequate, citing the presence of large, dangerous mutated insects in the second territory, and demanded to file a complaint. Su Ming wished fervently to silence this woman, whose incessant noise was giving him a headache. Yet her lineage as the daughter of Tang Zheng made it difficult. Hu Zi remarked that the more she caused a ruckus, the less likely Yang Jin would take a liking to her. What was her intention? It would be better for her to pursue someone else. Su Pin had always shown her interest. Su Ming chuckled. Haven't you heard the saying? What is unattainable is forever restless. Yuan Rui, a member of the evolutionary team with a penchant for minimal participation in grand discussions, unexpectedly remarked that Tang Lu is quite intelligent. Oh, really? Hu Zi and Su Ming widened their eyes, taken aback by Rui Ji's unique perspective. A few years their senior, Yuan Rui had seen and contemplated much. Tang Lu was merely an ordinary individual incapable of evolution, aspiring to lead a life of comfort and stability. She faced a choice: either assist the Tang family in subduing their primary rival, the Qinglong battle team, or bear exceptional offspring who would become evolved beings. Regardless of her decision, Yang Jin remained her foremost target. After advancing some distance, Su Ming finally broke the silence, asserting that no matter how correct her aim might be, it would be futile if she could not attain it. Yuan Rue countered, "How could one know if they do not make an attempt? After all, she is still young, and Yang Jin has no girlfriend. Should she succeed, she would be free from worries for the next century. How could one know if they do not make an attempt?" Huzi pondered thoughtfully. Su Ming cast a glance at Captain Tan, positioned at the forefront, and in a hushed tone shared with the group, "I've heard. Just heard. Mind you, so please do not let this slip. I've heard that Jean Gu does not favor women." The group fell silent. Meanwhile, the unusual call of a wild boar startled Xia Qing, who was eavesdropping on the hillside within Area 3. The sound was so peculiar that Xia Qing immediately dashed northward, climbing a large tree near the breeding center to gaze into the valley where the wild boars were kept. Shortly after the establishment of this breeding center, several researchers clad in pure white, fully sealed protective suits had entered, and since then, there had been no further activity. The silence so profound that Xia Qing had overlooked the presence of both the researchers and the boars. The recent howl was indeed extraordinary. With her exceptional eyesight, Xia Qing discerned two individuals clad in camouflage protective gear, hoisting an adult wild boar as they rushed towards a row of white houses. Simultaneously, two technicians donned in pristine white, fully sealed protective suits emerged from the building to meet them. Wolves. The very thought sent a wave of anxiety through Xia Qing, as the terror of the evolved wolf pack lingered vividly in her memory. Hadn't the vicinity been cleared of all large, high-risk evolved creatures? Where had these wolves attacking the wild boar come from? Upon hearing the call of her leader, the sheep, Xia Qing swiftly descended from the tree and hurried down the slope. "Leader, did you hear the boar's cry?" The sheep nudged Xia Qing with its head, urging her down the mountain with evident agitation, nearly losing her balance. Xia Qing promptly led the leader down the slope. If the evolved wolves could hunt a tough-skinned, muscular wild boar, surely they would find the plump sheep even more enticing. Chapter 62. The sheep leader must bear the wolves. It was imperative that the sheep leader remained silent and did not attract attention. Xia Qing squeezed through the fine mesh protective net surrounding the vegetable garden, plucked a yellow cucumber, and washed it with spring water before offering it to the sheep leader to help calm its nerves. Meanwhile, Xia Qing unleashed her full potential, gripping her firearm to guard the territory. Shortly thereafter, she received a call from Hu Zifeng. "Miss Xia, did you hear the wild boar's cries? Has an evolved creature breached your territory?" On the surface, Xia Qing was merely a power evolver, and thus, she could not disclose the knowledge of having climbed the tree to overhear and observe the situation at the wild boar breeding center to Hu Zifeng. After thanking and hanging up the phone, Xia Qing noticed that Boss Yang had finished gnawing on his cucumber and was leaning his head towards her. She promptly picked another cucumber, snapped it in half, consuming one portion herself while using the other to coax Boss Yang down the slope. With wolves appearing at the neighboring breeding center, it was prudent for Boss Yang to avoid the buffer forest. Xia Qing employed the cucumber to keep Boss Yang steady, then retrieved the water bicycle to refill the fish pond, while she equipped herself with a submachine gun, slingshot, and machete, exuding an air of fierce determination as she patrolled her territory. Despite her arsenal, she held no illusions about the wolves that threatened the wild boar breeding center. Following the grand evolution of the Blue Star, not only did humans witness the emergence of individuals with enhanced cognitive abilities, but animals also began to exhibit signs of cerebral evolution. This phenomenon is one of the primary reasons why, in nearly a decade of conflict with these evolved beings, the majority of humanity remains confined within safe zones. Throughout these 10 years, the most formidable evolved creatures Xia Qing encountered were wolves. The process of clearing the evolutionary forest surrounding Base Hui San to expand human territory was essentially a struggle for dominion against these evolved beings. During this endeavor, humans faced numerous perils from evolved fungi, venomous mutated insects, and aggressive mutated flora, yet the fiercest confrontations stemmed from the evolved wolf packs. In the 9th year of calamity, during a mission to clear an evolutionary forest located 50 kilometers north of the safe zone, Xia Qing's team encountered over 20 wolves head-on. The team leader misinterpreted the wolves' retreat as a sign of their fear of humans, disregarding Xia Qing's fervent warnings, and turned the evolved wolves into targets for hunting, which incited the pack's wrath. For the subsequent 6 hours, Xia Qing witnessed firsthand how the wolf pack, under the command of the Alpha, dispersed the human team, eliminating them one by one until only she and a primary team member remained. As an auxiliary logistics personnel, Xia Qing refrained from participating in the hunt. Instead, she climbed a large tree to evade the conflict below. Although the evolved wolves could not ascend the tree, The combined force and biting power of the pack swiftly brought down the tree with a diameter exceeding 1 meter that the primary team member had climbed. As the tree toppled towards Xia Qing's hiding place, the team member sought refuge on her tree, intending to cast her down as bait for the wolves to secure his own survival. Ultimately, however, it was he who was thrown from the tree by Xia Qing. After the pack had dispatched the last team member, the alpha wolf stood atop a nearby boulder, fixating its gaze upon Xia Qing, while the rest of the wolves gathered beneath the tree, patiently awaiting the alpha's command to attack. Gripping her weapon tightly, Xia Qing maintained her focus on the alpha, her mind racing through 4 escape strategies and numerous potential demise scenarios. To her astonishment, the alpha did not issue a command for the pack to continue their assault. After thoroughly dismantling the weapons carried by the fallen humans, the wolf pack retreated. From the alpha's gaze and commanding presence, Xia Qing discerned that it was an evolved being of cerebral prowess. She remained in the tree for nearly 10 hours until a rescue team from the safe zone finally arrived. Following that incident, Xia Qing refrained from undertaking any missions outside the Qilong team, determined to avoid confrontations with the evolved wolves. She harbored no desire to be bitten by a wolf, only to subsequently suffer the indignity of being urinated upon by them. Xia Qing indeed harbored a profound fear of the combat prowess exhibited by the wolf pack. However, during her previous encounter with a multitude of wolves, she had not succumbed to despair or relinquished her resistance, and this time would be no different. For this was her territory. After patrolling for over an hour without detecting any anomalies, Xia Qing remained vigilant, for wolves are masters of psychological warfare and ambush. They strike with lethal precision when their adversaries let their guard down. At that moment, she heard a desolate howl emanating from the wild boar breeding center, followed by another cry mere seconds later. Gripping her firearm, she rushed up the northern slope of the buffer forest, only to be met by a haunting wolf howl. The sound, Xia Qing, an evolved listener, was all too familiar with this wolf's cry. It was the very call of the alpha wolf that had decimated more than 20 members of her team in the 9th year of the calamity. This pack of wolves was beyond her capacity to confront alone. Just as she was about to call Hu Zifeng, she heard the urgent cries of the sheep leader. The sheep leader, who was at the water wheel on the hillside, charged up with an unprecedented speed that Xia Qing had never witnessed before. Instantly, she dashed down the slope, wishing fervently to silence the sheep leader. Did it not realize that calling out loudly in the presence of wolves was tantamount to courting death? Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Xia Qing called out to the sheep leader, but before she could even cover its mouth, she found herself thwarted, as the sheep leader inexplicably bypassed her, bleeding and heading towards the wild boar breeding center. Stop! You must stop! Xia Qing exerted every ounce of her strength to catch up, finally managing to grasp its spiraled horn just before it collided with the iron fence of the breeding center. Muttering under her breath, "You will halt this instant." Fearing that the elder sheep would cause a ruckus, Xia Qing quickly released the rope binding its mouth, only to have it immediately raise its voice in a howl. With one hand covering the sheep's mouth and the other slapping it in reprimand, she exclaimed, "Are you trying to court death? Do you wish to summon the wolves to tear you apart? Do you even know who that is? That is the Wolf King. One alone can easily overpower a whole pack of us." The elder sheep, however, paid her no heed and struggled fervently. In desperation, Xia Qing resorted to her secret weapon. Retrieving a pack of compressed rations from her protective suit pocket, she tore open the sealed package, broke off a small piece, and gently coaxed it into the sheep's mouth, murmuring, "You are indeed the leader of our territory, but you cannot charge at wolves head-on. No matter how formidable you are still a herbivore. While wolves are carnivores, you possess flat teeth. While they have sharp fangs, you have broad hooves, while they wield razor-sharp claws. They're designed to hunt you. Have you not seen how ferocious wild boars can be? In just a short span, 3 have already been killed. Please, do not make a fuss. If you behave, there will be treats for you, and I shall prepare a feast for you tonight." The elder sheep quickly swallowed the compressed rations but stretched its neck to howl once more. Xia Qing swiftly blocked its mouth again with more rations, delivering a sharp slap. "Try howling again, and I will toss you out to feed the Wolf King." Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a buzz. Xia Qing pinched the sheep's mouth to answer. "Captain Hu, the evolved wolves attacked the wild boars at the breeding center and have since fled into the evolution forest. Captain Yang has taken a team to pursue them. I am stationed with Captain Tan and others at the perimeter of the wild boar breeding center. Should anything arise within your territory, do not hesitate to contact me." "Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Hu." Xia Qing pressed further. "What is the status of the wolf pack? How many wolves have arrived this time?" It is improbable that there is only one. Xia Qing presented a remarkably valuable clue. I discerned the howling of wolves. Reminiscent of the leader of the pack that annihilated the main squad of the Fengmen team last May. This leader is an evolved wolf from the cerebral domain, a formidable adversary. Hu Zifeng, well aware of the incident where the Fengmen team, ranked 25th at the Huisan base, was decimated by a pack of wolves, expressed his gratitude to Ms. Xia for the reminder, and promptly reported it to the boss. After concluding the call with Hu Zifeng, Xia Qing answered an inquiry from Tan Junxia, subsequently releasing the grip on the old ram, providing it with a morsel of sustenance. Did you hear that? To contend with wolves, one must possess the capabilities akin to Yang Laoda. You are not equipped for such a task. Today marks the launch. With expectations of daily sales soaring, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their support of Sister Qing and the old ram. Good morning. Chapter 63, The Vengeful Wolves to Prevent the Old Ram from Choking. Xia Qing poured another basin of spring water and soaked a few slices of dried yellow bamboo shoots within. After the old ram took several sips, it began to tear into the bamboo shoots. Once Xia Qing was assured that it would no longer cause a commotion, she untied its bonds, massaging it while contemplating the wolf pack's assault on the wild boar breeding center. The wolves ventured to the periphery of the evolution forest, leaping into the enclosed iron-walled area to hunt wild boars. Their actions did not seem motivated by hunger, but rather by a desire for vengeance. Wolves are notoriously vengeful, otherwise. After exterminating the Fengmen team, the evolved wolves would not have destroyed their weaponry or urinated upon the corpses of the slain team members. If this is indeed an act of retribution, it poses a significant predicament. Xia Qing activated the intercom, eager to discern the perspectives of the other lords. The wild boar breeding center lies to the north of plots 4 and 5, where the lords of the three plots 4, 5, and 6 have all heard the anguished cries of the wild boars and the howls of wolves, perhaps fearing the wolves might overhear them. Everyone spoke in hushed tones over the intercom. Huang Qingwei spat disdainfully, asserting that he too possessed such ferocity and would let them leave if they wished. We are over 200 miles from the safe zone, and without transportation, I doubt they would dare to venture beyond their territory. Zhao Zhe immediately concurred, echoing that venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death. Huang Qingwei cursed vehemently, declaring he would not spare any of the three. They would all be driven away. Damn it, they feast and drink at my expense, yet when danger arises, they do not stand with me to defend our territory but only think of fleeing. What purpose do such individuals serve for me? Shifu sought to soothe the group's rising anxiety, while Captain Tan informed them that a high-level evolutionary team had already been dispatched to hunt the wolves. As long as we remain within our territory, we shall not face any attacks. Zhao Zhe, however, remained skeptical, reminding them that high-level evolutionaries may not necessarily be capable of confronting evolved wolves. Did not a team with 6 high-level evolutionaries fall victim to a pack of wolves last year? Tang Hui from Plot 2 leisurely interjected that the one pursuing the evolved wolves was none other than Yang Jin, the captain of the Qinglong team. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was indeed reassuring. Huang Qingwei's voice escalated by several decibels in excitement, questioning how Captain Yang could possibly have ended up here. This was truly fortuitous. Are you all unaware? Tang Hui replied with deliberate calmness. The Qinglong team has purchased the entire Mount 49 to the north of you, intending to establish a practical training base for the Qinglong team here. Upon the confirmation from the 3 lords of the 4, 5, and 6 that the Azure Dragon Squad's acquisition of Mount 49 was not a fabrication by Tang Hui for amusement, excitement erupted. It was indeed splendid. With the Azure Dragon Squad securing the northern mountain, there was no longer any cause for fear. Everything seemed to be falling into place, and it was evident that they had chosen wisely. Tang Hui, with a cold smirk, understood why Yang Jin was so fervently pursuing the wolves. It was because he had purchased Mount 49, thereby shouldering the responsibility of guarding it against large predators crossing into their territory. Mark my words. The personnel from the breeding center would not let the Azure Dragon Squad off the hook easily. If an edible boar were to be killed, the Azure Dragon Squad must bear that liability. Should any large beasts enter your territory from Mount 49 in the future, you must contact me immediately. I shall intervene to ensure that the Azure Dragon Squad compensates you at least threefold. While the prospect of such compensation was indeed enticing, none of the lords of 4, 5, or 6 uttered a word. They were merely ordinary individuals, unable to offend the Tang family or the Azure Dragon Squad. They dared not seize such an opportunity. Mount 49 lay directly north of territories 1 through 10, stretching for 12 miles, with Mount 50 to the east. The breeding center was situated to the north of territories 4 and 5, and the possibility of wolves traversing from Mount 50, for miles away, was significant. Yet, Tang Huai insisted that the wolves had descended from Mount 49. One need not be a genius to deduce that Mount 49, with its towering heights and dense forests, was undoubtedly home to wolves. A simple investigation by a scent-tracking evolved individual would clarify everything. The Azure Dragon Squad could not evade responsibility. Hu Zifeng scoffed, asserting that the Azure Dragon Squad was not like Su Feng, known for evading debts. When will you return the points owed to our team? Let us be reasonable. Fairness must prevail. The discussion about the wolves swiftly devolved into a heated argument between the two parties, growing increasingly intense, while the other lords could only listen in silence. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang San, who had logged in at some point, impatiently interrupted Hu Zifeng and Tang Huai. Hu Zifeng inquired whether outsiders could still enter the mountain for hunting and resource gathering after the 49th mountain had returned to the Qinglong team. Upon hearing this, Zhang San became irate, declaring that the next time he entered the mountain, he would check if the green bamboo shoots had sprouted again and how many he could harvest. Green bamboo shoots. Zhao Zhe and Kuang Qingwei promptly chimed in with their own demands, expressing their need for bamboo roots. Once they cultivated bamboo, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of bamboo shoots, even if the green light turned to yellow. Their aspirations were admirable, yet reality proved harsh. After this statement, the three ordinary lords hesitated to pursue such desires. Bamboo has significant utility, and bamboo shoots are delectable, but one must have the means to enjoy them. Kuang Qingwei lamented that the green light trees were formidable, capable of claiming lives without a second thought. Zhao Zhe echoed this sentiment with a sigh, noting that only the strong survived. The weak had long been eradicated, and only the evolved beings could contend with them. However, that is not entirely accurate. Xia Qing recalled the towering green light tree on her high slope, once again marveling at the fortune of the old goat. This obstinate creature had somehow managed to claim a territory blessed with untainted spring water, green grass, and green trees. It is no wonder that the old goat had to fight fiercely against the wolves to protect its domain. Xia Qing was lost in thought when Shifu shifted the conversation towards her. Xia Qing, your spinach seeds must be ripening, right? You need to keep a close watch these days. Don't let the birds or insects devour them. Chapter 64. After dinner treats, Zhang San, who rarely engaged in discussions about farming, suddenly expressed interest in the spinach seeds. Xia Qing, I am referring to you, your third brother. When the green light spinach matures, the plants will be stimulated to release seeds, with a dispersal radius of several meters, exhibiting considerable destructive potential. Ah, really? Xia Qing responded, surprised. The guide on planting I read didn't mention that spinach would explode its seeds upon maturity. Xia Qing attentively listened as Zhang San continued to impart his knowledge. So, when the seeds are about to mature, you must prepare a protective cover that possesses high elasticity and toughness. Construct it using 4 layers of waterproof fabric to withstand the explosive release of spinach seeds. Xia Qing promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, third brother. How can I tell if the spinach seeds are ripe? Is it based on color, shape, or taste? None of these indicators are reliable, Zhang San chuckled. Try picking a spinach leaf. If it's ripe, it will release seeds. Don't waste the leaves you pick. Bring them all to me. When spinach is nearing maturity, the leaves become less significant, so feel free to pluck more. Xia Qing realized that Zhang San's every utterance seemed to revolve around food. Everyone knew of his insatiable appetite. It had been 2 months since the last incident, and they expected Zhang San to have calmed down. However, to everyone's surprise, he firmly refused, stating, I have those 2 items in my territory as well, no trades. Also, I refuse to encounter unpleasant individuals. Xia Qing immediately nodded. Su Pin from the Su Feng team was precisely the type of person one instinctively detested. This was not due to any lack of physical appeal, but rather his insufferable demeanor, as if he believed himself to be the most handsome and formidable being, deeming everyone else mere rubbish, unworthy even to carry his shoes. The sight of him incited a visceral urge to deliver a few kicks and spit in contempt. Damn it, even Yang Jin, who surpasses you in both prowess and looks, does not flaunt himself with such arrogance. Tang Huai, in front of Zhang San, behaved like a submissive child, unable to muster any indignation after being rebuffed. All right, third brother. I shall remember that. Should I discover any other green-lighted delicacies, I will trade with you again. Zhang San dismissed his remark, steering the conversation towards his purpose for contacting him. Kuang Qingwei, I recall you mentioning that the wild boars from the breeding center were discovered in that valley. Others perked up to listen intently. Just as Xia Qing was reflecting on this, he received a call from Zhang San. This was a life-saving call, and Xia Qing expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you, third brother. I will promptly gather spinach leaves and cut some perilla to deliver to you shortly. However, the quantity is not substantial. Will 2 pounds suffice? Through numerous transactions, Xia Qing had confirmed that Zhang San's offerings were indeed of high quality. Thus it was no wonder Tang Huai was so eager to negotiate with him. With something delectable, Zhang San's voice turned exceedingly gentle. 2 pounds won't cover the material costs. You will need at least 4. Have you finished your green light cucumbers? Yes, they are all gone. The 2 green-lighted cucumbers had been nurtured with spring water and were exceptionally flavorful. However, Xia Qing was concerned about the potential toxicity levels in his green-lighted cucumbers, uncertain if they matched those of plants from other territories. In light of the necessity to exercise caution prior to assessing the concentration of the green light plant's toxic elements in other territories, Xia Qing resolved to refrain from trading the green light plants irrigated with spring water. The spinach and perilla, nourished with river water, remain available for exchange. Zhang San expressed his regret, suggesting that he would await the next batch of green light vegetables to replenish his stock. Given the dangers outside and the likely unavailability of the inspection team, he proposed sending someone with deodorizers to the periphery of Xia Qing's territory for a trade. Of course, that would be most appreciated, Brother San, Xia Qing responded gratefully, seizing the opportunity to inquire further. She recalled Zhang San's earlier remark regarding her sheep potentially being food for wolves in captivity. Logically, there should be more than one sheep in such a scenario. Do you have any means of locating the others? Xia Qing speculated that the sheep traded for mutton with Zhang San after Tang Huai had hunted in the territory might belong to the same flock as the lead sheep. With a sense of urgency, Xia Qing promptly captured a full-body photograph of the lead sheep and sent it to Zhang San. This is merely a small-tailed Han sheep, known for its tender meat and delightful flavor, with a high yield, likely raised by local farmers before the disaster. Upon mentioning the delicacy, Zhang San could not help but swallow in anticipation. Indeed, last spring, there was a flock of this breed in our territory, totaling 8. 7 were captured by the combat team, while 1 managed to escape. However, the one that fled was a ewe, and yours is a ram. Open the sheep's mouth. Let me examine its teeth, he requested. Certainly, Xia Qing complied, prying open the lead sheep's mouth to capture a close-up of its teeth, which she then forwarded to Zhang San. He provided a definitive response. Your sheep still possesses its milk teeth. It must be the lamb born to the ewe that escaped last spring. Do not dwell on the other sheep. That particular ewe and the other lambs, though they escaped human capture, have fallen prey to wolves, so there is no need to concern yourself further. Xia Qing stared incredulously at the robust leader of the flock, unable to believe that the third brother confirmed this sheep was born last year. It now weighs over 200 pounds. Xia Qing distinctly heard Zhang San swallow hard. Prior to the calamity, a Shaowei Han sheep could reach over 100 pounds in just 7 months. And it is entirely normal for an evolved sheep to weigh 200 pounds by its first year, following the significant biological evolution. Many advanced species on Blue Star have experienced an extension of lifespan, thus relying on pre-calamity experiences to assess age may lead to inaccuracies. Perhaps the evolved sheep born 2 years ago still has its milk teeth intact. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing gazed blankly at the leader of the sheep. This gluttonous creature, with its spiral horns and weighing over 200 pounds, is merely 1 or 2 years old. No, Xia Qing resolved to rename it. Old too. Stay here and wait for me. I shall fetch vegetables to exchange for your life-saving medicine. As Xia Qing prepared to leave, the leader of the sheep immediately rose to its feet. She then offered it a few dried yellow bamboo shoots, saying, "Be good, stay and guard the house. I will prepare a delicious meal for you tonight." Xia Qing carried a bundle of rainproof cloth to the planting area on the northern hillside, carefully surrounding the bolted spinach that had gone to seed. She pinched off a spinach leaf. The plants had not yet matured enough to burst their seeds. Xia Qing proceeded to pluck over 30 stems and leaves, placing them into her basket. Although she had more than 50 spinach plants, she had previously stated in the Lord's channel that there were only a handful, so she could not harvest too many leaves lest her secret be revealed. Although everyone communicates daily in the Lord's channel, they are essentially strangers who have never seen each other. One must remain cautious and not reveal their secrets. After harvesting the perilla, Xia Qing was about to trade supplies with Zhang San's envoy at the signpost to the south of the territory when she suddenly heard the familiar sound of hooves. She dashed into the buffer forest and saw the sheep leader, wildly running towards her with a mouthful of bamboo shoots, which made her laugh. Chapter 65. The frenzied blue planet. Xia Qing was somewhat perplexed by the sheep leader's behavior. She flipped the lid of her vegetable basket to catch the bamboo shoots it had brought. "Second brother, do you intend to exchange this with Sango?" she inquired. The sheep leader bleated eagerly and picked up the basket, heading north. Xia Qing hurriedly followed. "Stop making noise, you'll attract wolves. We agreed to meet at the signpost to the south of the territory. This direction is perilous." The sheep leader resolutely continued northward. Xia Qing furrowed her brows, her voice deepening. "Second brother, what are you planning to do?" Observing the sheep leader's unusual behavior, a terrifying suspicion suddenly emerged in her mind. "Are you bringing food to seek out wolves? Are you looking for a fight? What is your relationship with that wolf?" The sheep leader continued its ascent up the slope, while Xia Qing followed closely behind, her thoughts racing. Could there be a relationship between sheep and wolves beyond predator and prey? Is it possible? Based on the sheep leader's clingy demeanor, Xia Qing surmised that it must have had companions before encountering her. Considering the sheep leader's actions, could it be that it and that wolf were companions? If sheep and wolves could form alliances, it would only suggest that the evolved blue planet has become utterly insane. If that alpha wolf is a companion of the leader of the sheep, and she is also a companion of the sheep leader, does that imply she might coexist peacefully with the wolves, or even engage in the exchange of goods with them? She is quite eager to acquire a few greenlit chickens, ducks, and geese to raise for their eggs and meat. The sheep leader disregarded Xia Qing, continuing to climb the slope towards the isolation zone of the third territory and the wild boar breeding center. Is that really the sheep leader? What brings it here, and what is it carrying? Xia Qing heard Hu Zifeng's voice and hurried a few steps into the isolation zone. "Captain Hu," the sheep leader heard the wild boar's cries and insists on coming to take a look. Hu Zifeng felt fortunate to be wearing a protective mask, preventing Xia Qing from noticing his astonished, agape mouth. The sheep leader seems to have a rather good rapport with the wild boars. Surely, one cannot suggest that it has a favorable relationship with the wolves that kill the wild boars. Xia Qing mumbled, "I just found out. Sorry for the trouble, Captain Hu." "Not a bother," Hu Zifeng replied, his gaze fixed on the water-soaked bamboo shoots in the basket, his expression filled with questions. The sheep visits the boars and even knows to bring gifts. Are ordinary evolved sheep this intelligent? Could it be that the sheep leader has evolved not only in strength but also in cognitive ability? Are those wild boars also creatures of enhanced intellect? Watching the sheep leader traverse the isolation zone and approach the fence of the wild boar breeding center, Xia Qing's heart leapt into her throat. The elder sheep set down the basket and began to call out, "Baba." This area had already been checked and confirmed to be free of wolves. So Hu Zifeng was not anxious about the sheep leader's call. Instead, he grew increasingly curious about its behavior. This was his first encounter with such an astute evolved sheep. Was it truly calling the wild boars? Xia Qing averted her gaze, perhaps out of embarrassment. With a serious demeanor, she expressed her gratitude to team leader Hu, but noted that the wild boar breeding center was undoubtedly in disarray, and they should refrain from adding to the chaos. The arrival of the big sheep was merely a gesture of goodwill. Regardless of whether the wild boars received it, the sentiment was what mattered. Xia Qing would not let her speculation about the amicable relations between the big sheep and the wolves deter her vigilance against potential threats. After a decade of calamity, she had learned to adopt a strategy that prepared for the worst possible outcomes in every situation. Even if the alpha wolf and the big sheep shared a bond, it did not guarantee that the wolves would not harm her or that the others would not view the big sheep as prey. Xia Qing retrieved the spray bottle and mixed the odor-eliminating concentrate with water according to the handwritten instructions provided by Zhang San. Remarkably, this concoction was devoid of any scent, making it superior to the odor-eliminating solutions sold in the safe zone. Zhang San truly delivered a premium product. The instructions indicated that this deodorizer was harmless to humans and evolved sheep, so after preparing the mixture, Xia Qing began spraying it inside the dwelling. Although the big sheep was not present and occasionally bathed, rendering the interior free of any sheep odor, something Xia Qing could not detect since she was not an evolved scent tracker. She understood that her inability to smell did not mean that the wolves would not notice. Completely absorbed in the wild notion that the big sheep's companions might be wolves, she failed to register the broadcast, let alone access the Lord's channel. During her inspection, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the insects that had previously swarmed outside the vegetable garden had diminished by more than half compared to the previous day. To her astonishment, Zhang San's deodorizer had this additional effect. It seemed prudent to exchange for several more barrels for future use. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Isn't that the sheep belonging to Sister Qing? How did it manage to escape?" As the inspection team passed by the wild boar breeding center, they were astonished to see the formidable sheep boss standing outside the iron mesh wall, leaving Su Ming agape in disbelief. Upon hearing the commotion from the approaching humans, the sheep boss hastily gathered the basket closer and squinted, adopting a stance of readiness for battle. Not only the bystanders, but even the usually composed Tin Junjie was taken aback. Su Ming, wide-eyed, inquired, "Are you serious?" De Jiang shrugged, stating, "Believe it or not, I am equally incredulous. Yet, the evidence is before us. This is not their first visit." Tan Junjie nodded, leading the team to continue their patrol. Behind him, Su Ming, still in a daze, stumbled along unevenly. Chapter 66, A Deal with Wolves? Today marked the first official day of Xia Qing's apprenticeship with Luo Pei. Xia Qing, with great formality, presented 2 cucumbers and 2 strawberries as tokens of her respect. Thank heavens, her strawberries had finally ripened, 2 of them at last. This was the finest offering she could provide. After the calamity, presenting one's best produce signifies the utmost sincerity. Engrossed in her studies, time flew by. After 2 hours of diligently disassembling a sniper rifle and familiarizing herself with its structure, the day's lesson concluded. Luo Pei, filled with anticipation, washed the machine oil from his hands, remarking, "I haven't tasted fresh strawberries this year. The ones you cultivated must surely rival the flavors nurtured at the Safe Zones Agricultural Center." It wasn't merely her skill, she possessed a potent advantage in cultivation. Xia Qing felt elated, though she humbly replied, "I haven't tasted them myself, so I cannot guarantee their flavor." However, the toxic element content in the strawberry seedlings has been reduced to a mere 0.03%. The taste should not be too disappointing. The lower the toxic element content in fruit, the more delightful its flavor. Luo Pei was astonished to discover that strawberries contained such minimal toxic elements. It was not merely a possibility, but a certainty. Observing Luo Pei's nonchalant demeanor, Xia Qing felt a surge of trepidation. She had been so immersed in her practice within the soundproof room that she had completely disregarded the commotion outside. Had an enemy approached, she might well be a corpse by now. After exchanging greetings, the 3 gathered around the table to sip tea. Luo Pei inquired of Yang Jin, "Did you not capture it?" Xia Qing was not at all surprised by Yang Jin's failure, for it was a wolf of formidable prowess. Yang Jin explained, "It was a wolf that had evolved both in brain function and speed. It dashed into Mountain 55, and I chose not to pursue it further. To the north of Territory 3 lies Mountain 49, beyond which is Mountain 52, and further north is Mountain 55, where the depths of the evolved forest begin." Yang Jin's decision to abandon the pursuit of the alpha wolf was indeed sagacious. Luo Pei asked, "Was that wolf exceptionally swift?" "Its speed is comparable to mine," Yang Jin replied. "It possesses considerable combat experience, adept at evading bullets, and is well acquainted with the evolved forest." He turned to Xia Qing. "It is grayish-brown, with a notch on the outer side of its left ear. It must be the same one. Wolves shed their fur, so variations in color are not unusual." Luo Pei pressed further, "Was there only one wolf?" Yang Jin affirmed, "Indeed, just one." Zhang San's conjecture holds merit. The wild boars in the valley are likely its domesticated prey. Yang Jin shook his head. "It's difficult to ascertain, but even if it returns, it poses no significant threat to our territory." Xia Qing sought confirmation from Yang Jin. "Are you suggesting that it has exacted its revenge and will not return to provoke us again?" After years of conflict, a certain understanding has developed between humanity and the evolved wolf packs. As long as neither party initiates provocation, the other will refrain from launching a genuine attack. This territory has been thoroughly cleared of large herbivores, rendering the wolves devoid of a reason to compete. Yang Jin, having endured a sleepless night, bears bloodshot eyes yet retains a captivating charm in his smile. Xia Qing shifts her gaze to the strawberries, while Yang Jin's grin becomes increasingly pronounced. Luo Pei observes them with a knowing smile, choosing to remain silent. Xia Qing expresses her deepest concern regarding the spring within her territory, uncertain of its significance in the eyes of the wolves. Luo Pei cautions her that the evolved wolves might be unaware of the spring's existence. Xia Qing shakes her head, asserting that her sheep are likely acquainted with the wolves that hunt wild boar, possibly even on amicable terms, leading her to suspect that one of those wolves is aware of the spring's presence. Yang Jin divides the strawberries and cucumbers into 3 equal portions. arranging them on 3 small white porcelain plates before offering them to Xia Qing and Luo Pei. Therefore, your sheep are not visiting the wild boar, but rather seeking out the wolves? Luo Pei exclaims in astonishment. Xia Qing, are your sheep a product of cerebral evolution? In a tacit understanding. Both Luo Pei and Xia Qing refrain from mentioning the name of the sheep leader in Yang Jin's presence, despite the fact that he is surely already aware. Following the evolution of life on Blue Star, many creatures have become remarkably intelligent, such as the magpies and parrots that can articulate human speech, monkeys wielding machine guns and crossbows, and wolves that coordinate in team battles. Yet, the sheep leader does not belong in the same league as these intelligent, evolved beings. Luo Pei savored a crisp cucumber slice before elucidating to Xia Qing that the evolution of brain regions encompasses various categories. As far as humanity is concerned, the currently identified types of brain region evolution comprise 5 categories: intelligence, observational skills, memory, cognitive ability, and emotional perception. Thus, the lack of cleverness in your sheep does not imply that it is not a brain region evolutionary creature. Such beings are regarded as exceptional talents and are sought after by research institutions. Consequently, Xia Qing rarely encounters these evolutionary individuals and remains unaware that brain region evolution is indeed multifaceted. After listening to Luo Pei's explanation, Xia Qing formed a new perspective. She noted that her sheep could remember the location of Dong Xi and learn simple tasks after just a few repetitions. Thus, it might possess evolved memory and observational capabilities. However, why did Luo Gu associate her sheep's possible recognition of wolves with being a brain region evolutionary animal? Luo Pei, smiling, encouraged her to taste the strawberries, remarking on their irresistible aroma. Xia Qing picked up a thumb-sized strawberry and took a bite, her taste buds instantly awakened by its mildly tart yet sweet flavor, evoking a blissful urge to weep. Delicious. Young team, Luo Gu, you must try this. Just by observing her expression, one could discern the delectable nature of the fruit. Prepared for the experience, Luo Pei bit into a strawberry and was astonished by its exquisite taste. It was indeed delightful, far surpassing any he had previously encountered. Ajin, where did you procure these strawberry seedlings? Yang Jin, after tasting the strawberry, responded nonchalantly, I exchanged them at the planting center. The points required were minimal. I was simply fortunate to have stumbled upon them. How could top-quality green light strawberries be merely a stroke of luck? I can hardly believe your words. Luo Pei cast a meaningful glance at Yang Jin, who was engrossed in savoring strawberries, before turning to praise Xia Qing, who was completely immersed in the bliss brought by the fruit. You must have invested considerable effort to cultivate such exquisite strawberries. Chapter 67. The alliance of evolved animals in the brain domain. Keeping them indoors is unwise. Such fragrant fruits are bound to attract the evolved insects. Luo Pei cautioned Xia Qing. Ensure that your doors and windows are securely closed, for the scent of strawberries may draw the evolved poisonous insects into your home. Xia Qing nodded. I have been vigilant. Just yesterday, I exchanged a barrel of deodorizer with the Lord of Area 7, and its effectiveness is remarkable. This has significantly mitigated the risks in this regard. The goods from Zhang San of Area 7 are indeed of high quality, Luo Pei replied with a gentle smile. That is reassuring. The evolved animals in the brain domain can assume a leading role within their populations. Should different species of these evolved creatures form an alliance, it would signify a powerful coalition, posing a grave threat to humanity. How dire must a natural disaster be to bring humanity to the brink of despair? As the joy derived from the strawberries began to wane, Xia Qing's expression turned grave. Luo Gu, this is truly terrifying. Luo Pei nodded in acknowledgement. That is precisely why this matter has not been disclosed. Xia Qing, what is your relationship like with your sheep? Xia Qing understood the implication behind Luo Pei's question. Although she had only spent a little over 2 months with the sheep leader, she had developed a profound trust in it. We share territory and the edible plants within it. We have come to regard each other as companions. However, should wolves arrive and it chooses to side with them against me, then it would no longer be my companion. Yang Jin, who had been quietly munching on cucumber slices, finally spoke up. Do you allow the evolved sheep to carry food outside the territory to lure the wolves? Is that a test of their relationship? Indeed, Xia Qing replied candidly in front of the 2 prominent figures. If my sheep serve as the prey for that wolf, it may draw it out and eliminate the threat. Conversely, if my sheep and that wolf share a companion bond, I might even benefit from it. Luo Pei expressed his astonishment. Are you truly considering forming a companionship with the wolves? The evolved wolves are exceptionally intelligent and possess formidable combat skills. For years, humanity has sought to tame wolves or forge alliances, yet we struggle to coexist peacefully even now. Your approach seems rather perilous. Xia Qing shook her head. That scenario represents the most ideal, yet least likely outcome. I merely contemplate the possibility of using the sheep to establish a connection with the wolf pack, perhaps opening additional avenues for resource transactions. That lead wolf is exceptionally astute and resides in the evolved forest, undoubtedly possessing valuable items. After Xia Qing departed, Luo Pei could not help but reflect. She actually intends to barter with wolves. How remarkable. No wonder you are fond of her. After a decade of calamity, the number of individuals who still harbor hope is dwindling. Today, aside from those sheltered by affluent families, most humans live in a state of numbness, despair, indulgence, and madness. Yet, in the seemingly helpless Xia Qing, Luo Pei observed no trace of pessimism or complacency. She is understated, lucid, independent, principled, and filled with optimism for the future. Seeing Xia Qing, Luo Pei felt a glimmer of hope for humanity's future, for her thoughts were not occupied with romantic pursuits. She simply aspired to lead a good life. In the past, one devoted oneself entirely to mastering various skills for independent living. Now, having acquired those skills, one has emerged from the safety zone, wholeheartedly focused on agriculture to enhance life. Strictly speaking, she is no longer alone. She has a companion, a foolish sheep. In her eyes, I am, at best, merely an aesthetically pleasing transactional partner. In Xia Qing's perspective, I do not even measure up to a foolish sheep. How can the proud Yang Jin utter such words? Noticing Yang Jin's silence, Luo Pei smiled, saying, "Don't tell me you don't like her. If Area 3 weren't Xia Qing's, you would have claimed it long ago." Yang Jin finished the cucumber from Luo Pei's fruit platter before leaning back in his chair to inquire, "Luo, how much have you recovered? Once you regain 90%, I will track that wolf." Yang Jin's mind raced with calculations. That wolf likely knows there is an uncontaminated water source within Area 3, yet it has not firmly established dominance there. This leaves only one possibility. Its core territory must also harbor an uncontaminated water source. Luo Pei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bring along supplies that interest the wolves. Xia Qing's reasoning is sound. If we can trade with the wolves, we should avoid conflict. Trade? The thought intrigued him. Yang Jin lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before responding. Had the circumstances been more evenly matched, one of us would have surely perished in the encounter yesterday. Luo Pei, feeling considerably better, jested, "A male wolf?" Yang Jin was speechless for several seconds, replying, "A female." Luo Pei chuckled softly before addressing the matter at hand. Acknowledging that the safety zone would undoubtedly seek to trouble them over the issue of the evolved wolves attacking the wild boars. Could Xia manage this alone? The stingy Yang Jin would never leave such a gap in his dealings. There was no need for concern. I have signed a formal document, committing to station personnel on the mountain starting from the 3rd month after the purchase. Any danger posed by evolved creatures descending from the mountain prior to that will be unrelated to us. Luo Pei marveled at the irony that such an astute mind as yours has not undergone evolution. It is truly a pity, for otherwise, the entire Blue Star would be under your dominion. After over a month of feeding with fodder and evolved insects, the largest fry in the fish pond has already grown to 3 centimeters. They can be harvested for a delightful fry. If she continues to tend to them diligently, by the end of July, the fry will surely reach a size suitable for her palm. The preparations for dried fish are already in place. How far could her cap be? The more Summer Qing pondered, the more elated she became. After lavishing praise on the sheep leader, who had enthusiastically trampled the water wheel, she set out to inspect the farmland. Summer Qing first visited the planting area on the low slope north of the reservoir, gingerly plucking a spinach leaf. Confirming that the spinach seeds had not yet matured, she continued her ascent. The beans, eggplants, tomatoes, and peppers had all blossomed and borne fruit. In just over half a month, her dining table would be even more bountiful. As she passed by each vegetable seedling and the trellises of cucumbers and beans, she shook the plants or bamboo frames to facilitate artificial pollination. In fact, on windy days, such manual shaking is unnecessary for pollination, but Summer Qing, seeking reassurance, chose to shake all the vegetable plants within the insect-proof netting. When she reached the cucumber vines, she carefully plucked the blooming male flowers and placed them atop the female flowers to effectuate pollination. Then, she deftly plucked the excess male flowers and adorned her straw hat with them. By the time she exited the insect-proof netting surrounding the planting area near the spring, Xia Qing's hat was embellished with over a dozen fresh cucumber blossoms. She donned the hat and continued her ascent. The insects, lured by the fragrance of the cucumber flowers, were swiftly dispatched by Xia Qing and collected in a small basket. As she passed the spring, Xia Qing washed a spinach leaf and popped it into her mouth. Pressing onward, Zhang San was quite particular about his food, and his favorite was spinach leaves. Although Xia Qing did not find spinach particularly delectable, she could not bear to waste any of the verdant greens. Chapter 68. Trading worm castings traversing the former northern isolation belt of Zone 3. Xia Qing entered the high slope. After this area was incorporated into her territory, the patrol team ceased their rounds through the antiquated isolation belt now belonging to her. Were it not for Xia Qing's regular application of insect repellent and herbicide, this 10-meter-wide barrier would have long since vanished. She maintained it as a precaution against pestilence. The isolation belt served as a buffer against pests descending from Zone 49, acting as a makeshift protective wall for her territory. The other half of this wall was, of course, Xia Qing herself. Even if an army of mutated locusts were to descend upon her, they would not breach the defenses she had established. Upon passing through the old isolation belt, Xia Qing entered the high-slope planting area. First, she tended to the mutated perilla, ensuring that the sheep leader could partake in it. Hence, she did not enclose the mutated perilla within the insect-proof netting. After dispatching a mutated mantis that brandished a scythe in a bid to attack her, Xia Qing stepped into the realm of the garden, shielded by the protective net. In the first terraced field within the insect-proof net, green alfalfa was cultivated. Of the 20 alfalfa plants given to her by Zhao Zhe, only 2 perished, while the remainder thrived splendidly. Summer Qing had once tasted the tender shoots, discovering that their flavor surpassed even that of perilla. This may, however, be attributed to her having indulged excessively in the evolved perilla, rendering her somewhat weary of it. In the next terraced field, pumpkins were planted, which caused Summer Qing considerable distress. Were it not for her repeated experiments, she would genuinely suspect that these rampantly growing vines, devoid of blossoms, had undergone some form of evolution. 5 green pumpkin vines, sprawling across an area of 50 meters, encroached upon the half-section of green alfalfa beneath them. Similarly troubling were the 15 yellow pumpkin plants situated beside the sweet potato field on the hillside. Should the pumpkin vines remain barren of flowers next month, Summer Qing would have no choice but to prune them for the sheep. Ascending further, she encountered patches of scallions, ginger, garlic, and chives. For the sake of convenience and management, Summer Qing had transplanted the vegetable seedlings discovered in the overgrown yard to this location. Beyond these lay 3 terraced fields of peanuts, followed by another vacant plot, poised for the planting of sweet potatoes. Emerging from the insect-proof net, Summer Qing ascended until she reached 2 apple trees that had been pruned of their fruit, alongside 2 jujube trees that not only bore buds, but also blossoms. The yellow-green flowers of the jujube tree were both fragrant and aesthetically pleasing. Summer Qing felt no apprehension regarding insect damage to the jujube blossoms, for these 2 green jujube trees possessed the remarkable ability to exterminate insects. The branches and undersides of the leaves of the evolved jujube trees were adorned with a dense layer of sharp thorns, ensuring that any insect daring to approach would be pierced and gradually transformed into desiccated husks. This led Summer Qing to contemplate that the jujube she would harvest in the future might possess a meaty flavor. Finally, she arrived at the gently sloping area atop the high hill, where she gathered a generous amount of fragrant tun leaves from the large tun tree for the sheep. In the summer, the tender shoots of the Chinese tun become inedible for humans, yet the leaves remain a staple for the formidable sheep leader. A multitude of freshly slain insects were cast into the fish pond, immediately stirring the waters into a frenzy. By the time tranquility returned to the surface, not even the wings of the insects were visible. This is the harsh reality of the new world on Blue Planet, where the weak perish without a trace, while the resilient survive. Rising to her feet and dusting off her hands, Xia Qing greeted the sheep leader before tending to her sweet potato vines, also taking the opportunity to remove weeds. The growth of the sweet potato vines was swift, though not as formidable as that of the pumpkin vines. As Xia Qing weeded, she inspected the sweet potato vines and discovered tiny red nodules sprouting. In a few days, these nodules would develop roots to burrow into the soil, allowing her to cut and propagate the vines. To propagate the sweet potato vines, she would need to enrich the prepared terraced fields with fertilizer. Xia Qing pulled out her phone and called Sunjia. The call connected swiftly, and Sunjia's voice was vibrant. Qingjia. The background was not filled with the usual clamor of a construction site. Instead, She could hear the cheerful chirping of birds. It was evident that Sunja was away from the construction team. She inquired directly, "Have you managed to procure any worm castings?" Sunja responded with enthusiasm, "Yes. We partnered with someone and acquired plot number 48 to cultivate worms for their castings. How many pounds do you need?" Qingjie. Xia Qing's voice brightened with a smile. "How much do you have available for trade?" To her surprise, Sunja had produced such a substantial amount of worm castings. "That sounds great. Can you sell them all to me? Are you looking to exchange goods or earn points?" Xia Qing directly stated the prices. "I possess 150 grains of yellow lamp scallion seeds, with 2 grains redeemable for 1 point, and 20 pounds of dried and sealed yellow lamp bamboo shoots, with 20 points required for each pound." Once Sunja finalized the quantities for the exchange of scallion seeds and bamboo shoots, he joyfully informed Xia Qing that Captain Zhong Tao would deliver them to her the following day. "Our family partners with Zhong He, Captain Zhong's cousin, in cultivating the land. This area is in proximity to the safety zone, offering considerable security, and the location nearest to the safety zone still falls within the signal coverage, allowing for the use of landline telephones." After hanging up, Xia Qing tidied the land beside the sweet potato field, reflecting on Sunja's discerning choice of associates. Although Zhong Tao is an ordinary person, he is exceptionally sociable and serves as the team leader responsible for the transportation of supplies across 50 plots of land north of the safety zone, making him well acquainted with the conditions of these territories. With his assistance, the vermicompost produced by Sunja and Zhong He can be traded with lords in need without any advertising, significantly enhancing security. On the third day, Zhong Tao delivered 4 large bags of vermicompost to Xia Qing. She exchanged the bamboo shoots and scallion seeds with him, trading 50 pounds of dried, evolved white feather chicken manure for soy sauce, salt, and vinegar. Furthermore, she provided Zhong Tao and Zheng Kuei with 50 scallion seeds and 2 pounds of pickled bamboo shoots. Scallions and leeks bear a striking resemblance in their early growth stages. However, they diverge significantly as they mature. Xia Qing cultivated 60 scallions, 8 of which blossomed and yielded seeds. She utilized more than half of the scallion seeds to barter for supplies, with her trading partners including not only Zhong Tao, Zheng Kuei, Sunja, and several other lords, but also unexpectedly, Tang Huai from plot number 2. This month, Tang Huai's interest in farming has suddenly surged. He occasionally engages in discussions about pest control on the Lord's channel, making the time spent on the second field not entirely in vain. Had it not been for the spring water present in the third field, Summer Qing would have favored the flatter, more fertile second field among her choices. The pickled yellow lamp bamboo shoots that she prepared last month remain edible, though their taste is not particularly exquisite. Thus, her menu now features stir-fried bamboo rat with pickled bamboo shoots and bamboo shoot soup. Chapter 69. Propagating sweet potatoes after bidding farewell to Zhong Tao. Summer Qing and the elder sheep directly transported the worm castings to the reserved terraced fields for cultivation. Summer Qing has a strong penchant for sweet potatoes, so she designated a section of the thicker soiled terrace for propagation. One area lies within the high slope cultivation zone, while the other is situated in the low slope zone. Upon completing the propagation, Summer Qing felt both elated and anxious. The joy stemmed from the addition of 200 sweet potato plants, while her concern revolved around the possibility that not only might they fail to thrive, but it could also disrupt the elemental balance within the remaining 16 sweet potato plants, which had been pruned down to just 2 or 3 vines, potentially causing them to transition from green to yellow. Such an outcome would be disastrous. Summer Qing had subtly confirmed the method of propagation with Qi Fu, ensuring there were no issues with the technique. Armed with spring water, she reasoned that even if only half of the 200 plants survived, each yielding just 3 sweet potatoes, she would still harvest 600 sweet potatoes. With a cheerful disposition, Summer Qing watered the propagated sweet potato vines with filtered water mixed with spring water. Due to the abundance of seedlings, she lacked sufficient spring water for irrigation. Subsequently, she utilized the remaining worm castings to fertilize the other plots. The vegetables in bloom and bearing fruit require additional fertilization. Wheat, mung beans, and cotton are on the verge of flowering and also need supplementary nutrients. The jujube trees are currently flowering and necessitate fertilization. The originally green sweet potato and yellow potato fields have already received ample fermented sheep manure, thus no further fertilization is required. The pumpkin plants, which have only grown vines without flowering, shall not receive additional nutrients. Initially, 400 pounds of worm castings seemed substantial, but upon commencing fertilization, it became apparent that it was insufficient for even a single application. Consequently, Xia Qing sent a message to Sun Zhe to reorder 800 pounds, with a delivery date set for 20 days hence. In this transaction, Xia Qing utilized nearly mature spinach seeds. By the time Zhang Tao delivers the worm castings, the spinach seeds should have matured. This means that within 20 days, Sun Zhe can yield at least 800 pounds of worm castings, which can be exchanged for 400 points. Raising worms for their castings is more suitable than laboring in construction, although it carries significant risks. Having ventured into this territory, he is prepared to embrace the associated challenges. Gazing at the illustrations in the planting manual, Xia Qing felt they were almost too good to be true. Nevertheless, her 2 strawberry plants have indeed produced 2 runners, albeit the stems are still too short to have sprouted new seedlings. Yet, with stems in place, how far can the strawberry seedlings be? Xia Qing is already equipped with pots and soil, ready to welcome the new sprouts. Similar to the newly transplanted vegetable seedlings, the cuttings of sweet potato vines wilted under the sun the following day. However, it is only the leaves that have drooped. The sweet potato vines remain upright. Drawing from her previous experience, Xia Qing did not exhibit the panic she felt during the last transplantation of vegetable seedlings. If they wilt, let them wilt. Once they have wilted sufficiently, they will rise again. She will attend to her tasks as intended. In recent days, she has trained twice under Luo Pei's guidance, diligently practicing the disassembly and assembly of firearms each evening. Now, even with her eyes closed, Xia Qing can swiftly complete the disassembly and reassembly of a gun. Today, she is to practice the fundamental actions of shooting. Clad in protective gear, Xia Qing positions herself amidst the grass, aligning the stock firmly against her shoulder. Her eyes, guided by the methods taught by Luo Pei, slowly traverse the scope, seeking the most suitable exit pupil distance. Controlling her breath, she gently squeezes the trigger. After stabilizing her aim for 30 minutes, the moment she hears a resounding eagle's cry, Xia Qing fires her first bullet since acquiring the firearm. Cloaked by the eagle's call and the suppressor, the shot goes unheard by anyone within the vicinity. Zhao Zhe in Field 4 continues to lead his team in watering the wheat, while Tang Huai in Field 2 remains seated, digging for insects. Meanwhile, Hu Zifeng in Field 1 persists in patrolling the buffer zone between Mount 49 and their territory. After half an hour of aiming, Xia Qing removes the scope from her sniper rifle, maintaining her previous stance as she continues to target a clod of earth. The use of the scope is intended to refine her aiming technique, allowing her body to develop muscle memory. As a ninefold visual evolver, Xia Qing possesses the ability to spot a target the size of a chicken from a distance of 1,500 meters with the naked eye. Any target larger than a mung bean within 100 meters cannot escape her visual pursuit. This ability ranks just below that of Luo Pei, a tenfold visual evolver. In the subterranean testing chamber, when Luo Pei employs standard instruments to ascertain that Xia Qing's visual evolution level is ninefold, both he and Xia Qing are taken aback by the revelation. She was aware that her vision belonged to a realm of advanced evolution. Yet she was taken aback to discover it had reached an astonishing level of ninefold enhancement. Not only her vision, but her auditory perception had also achieved an impressive 6th level of evolution, surpassing Luo Pei by 1 tier. After the assessment concluded, Luo Pei, at 34 years of age and self-proclaimed as mature and composed, was rendered speechless with excitement. He vigorously patted Xia Qing's shoulders and solemnly expressed, "With your physical capabilities, if you are willing to put in the effort, you can undoubtedly dethrone Nie Hong." It was no wonder that Yang Jin held such high hopes for Xia Qing. Indeed, it was no surprise. As Luo Pei continued to grow increasingly animated, he couldn't resist giving Xia Qing another enthusiastic pat. With tears of joy welling in his eyes, Luo Pei proclaimed our nation's foremost sharpshooter. However, Xia Qing held no interest in supplanting the esteemed sharpshooter. Her sole desire was to be an ordinary power evolutionist, content to cultivate the land within her territory. Since the alpha wolf had intruded upon the wild boar breeding grounds, it had not reappeared, and the breeding center remained relatively quiet. Each day, Xia Qing diligently patrolled her territory, utilizing scent neutralizers to eliminate the odor of sheep. After a few days of persistence, the lead sheep resigned to its fate, ceasing to gaze longingly beyond the iron fence. Besides grazing, it followed Xia Qing closely. When Xia Qing rested, the lead sheep nestled beside her. At that moment, as Xia Qing practiced her shooting while lying on the ground, the lead sheep laid down nearby, chewing contentedly. When a piercing eagle cry echoed through the skies once more, Xia Qing took her second shot. This time, The bullet veered off course by more than 10 meters, striking a nearby tree trunk, causing the great tree to tremble and a few yellow leaves to cascade down. Under the scorching sun, Xia Qing remained motionless. After finishing the chewed remnants of the lamb, the elder's half-closed eyes gradually shut, his head slowly sinking onto Xia Qing's back. This heavy burden brought a smile to the corners of Xia Qing's mouth, yet her grip on the gun remained steadfast and unyielding. Chapter 70. The sudden onset of the second deluge. The Huahua News broadcast continued its usual narrative, turmoil abroad and, domestically, aside from the concerning conditions at coastal bases. Other bases thrived with continuous good news. Farmers, reliant on the whims of nature, remained ever vigilant regarding weather forecasts. According to a joint prediction from the Hui Base Meteorological Station and the Hui San Base Meteorological Station, the majority of Hui City Base was set to experience its second extensive deluge of the year in 2 days. Xia Qing's heart sank at this revelation, prompting her to halt her movements and concentrate intently on the broadcast. On May 21st, both the safe zone of Hui San Base and the territories beyond were forecasted to endure the deluge, with the highest alert level marked as orange, lasting for 2 days and accumulating approximately 90 millimeters of rainfall. The subsequent agricultural knowledge segment was dedicated to this impending deluge, specifically advising the lords on safeguarding crops that had been growing for 2 months. Much like her approach with the elder lamb, the Hui San Base announcer first enticed the lords with reassurances, stating that the severity, duration, and precipitation levels of this deluge were not only lesser than the previous one, but also marked the lowest threat in the past 5 years. Provided that the lords took adequate precautions, aiding the spring-sown crops to weather this deluge, they were bound to reap a bountiful harvest. Let us now delve into the principal methods by which crops can withstand the impending torrential rain. After meticulously recording the countermeasures introduced by the broadcast in her notebook, Xia Qing turned off the radio and activated the intercom. The Lord's channel was abuzz with discussions regarding the imminent deluge. Chi Fu spoke eloquently, affirming the broadcast's sentiments. This rain arrives at a most opportune moment. Our grains and seedlings, with the exception of cotton, have successfully matured past their infancy, significantly reducing the likelihood of damage. Had the rain been delayed by a fortnight, it would have coincided with the flowering period of wheat and mung beans, resulting in a 50% reduction in yield. Zhao Zhe promptly chimed in, agreeing with Qi, but posed a practical question. Must we truly cover all our fields with rainproof cloth? Setting aside whether we have enough material, 2 days is hardly sufficient for such an endeavor. Huang Qingwei retorted sharply, you find time to gather stones for landscaping, yet claim you lack the time to erect a rain shelter? Zhao Zhe quietly clarified, I haven't specifically created a landscape. I simply collected a few stones while working. Qi, Wei, do you truly believe you can cover all the fields? We have several acres. It seems implausible. Huang Qingwei dismissed Zhao Zhe's concerns and turned to Qi Fu, asking, Old Qi, what is your plan for the pumpkin vines? Given Qi Fu's cautious nature, it was improbable that he had not adequately prepared rainproof cloth, bamboo poles, and timber to address the impending storm. Xia Qing suspected he was merely speaking to silence other lords, discouraging them from seeking to borrow supplies from him. A brief silence enveloped the channel, only to be broken by Tang Huai, who interjected, in your territories with forests, you may have sufficient bamboo and timber for rain shelters. But I, with scarcely a handful of trees, certainly do not. Is foam from the first plot available? Could I possibly exchange some bamboo poles with him? As Xia Qing, who was sipping water, could not help but splutter, she was astonished to learn that Tang Huai had actually called his sworn enemy brother over a few bamboo poles. Are you still the same Tang Huai who used to quarrel daily with Hu Zifeng over matters concerning the wolves? Have you truly abandoned your pride to safeguard the farmland? Hu Zifeng spoke leisurely. Tang Huai, pinching his nose and lowering his voice, was not convinced. His tone escalated dramatically. Isn't there a bamboo grove on Mount 49? How could there possibly be no bamboo? Hu Zifeng yawned. You want the bamboo poles from Mount 49? Very well. Pay the entrance fee and cut them yourself. Tang Huai erupted in anger, cursing, you madman. Just you wait. There will come a day when you beg me. All right, I'll be waiting. Hu Zifeng replied nonchalantly. Yawning again. The exchange between the lords concluded amidst the cacophony of insults. Xia Qing switched off the intercom and soon received a message from Hu Zifeng. Miss Xia, do you require bamboo poles? Qi Fu was quite correct. The impending rain was indeed preferable now rather than a fortnight later. However, she wished fervently that it could be delayed by 5 days. Her territory was not only home to cotton in its seedling stage, but also to even younger cuttings of sweet potato vines and 16 green sweet potato seedlings that had been partially pruned and had yet to recover. What malevolent force had conjured this tempestuous rain, seemingly intent on thwarting her efforts? Xia Qing grumbled as she donned her protective gear, ready to commence work. The rain was imminent, and with ample materials at her disposal, she was determined to safeguard all crops in her fields. The 2 cultivated areas on the hillside are quite manageable. It suffices to drape an additional layer of rainproof cloth over the already erected insect netting. The fields, which comprise wheat, mung beans, cotton, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins, necessitate the construction of rain shelters. The materials for these shelters are ample, and they can be completed by tomorrow, a task that Xia Qing can undoubtedly accomplish within a day. Currently, what weighs on Xia Qing's mind is the freshly inserted sweet potato vines and the potential chaos that the sheep, particularly the leader, might unleash amidst the impending rainstorm. It is imperative to safeguard the newly planted sweet potatoes as well as the sheep leader. With the storm approaching, every second counts. Xia Qing transported the rain cloth, bamboo strips, wooden sticks, and steel bars to the courtyard, repeatedly spraying them with the essence of camphor and the juice of the aconitum plant to deter pests, followed by an application of Zhang San's deodorizer. The pungent scent of the camphor repelled the sheep leader, who chose to remain indoors, leaving Xia Qing to toil alone throughout the night. She was not alone in her efforts. The lords of the Huisin base, having heard the broadcast, also labored through the night without rest. By dawn, at around 5 o'clock, Xia Qing brought out the micro-tiller and attached her homemade tractor bucket. The wheels of the bucket were fashioned from steel bars salvaged from derelict village buildings, meticulously rounded and welded. The bucket itself, with a frame of steel bars and wooden planks for sides, was indeed rudimentary, yet sufficiently capacious. In just 2 trips, Xia Qing transported all the materials needed for the rain shelters to the field's edge. Subsequently, she removed the tractor bucket and affixed a single-blade plow, turning over the vacant spaces between the plots. Following the method introduced in the broadcast, Xia Qing transformed the farmland into elongated strips, ensuring ample gaps between the plots to facilitate the construction of rain shelters and the excavation of drainage ditches. Xia Qing firmly inserted thick bamboo strips deeply into the freshly tilled, soft earth, ensuring they were well secured. At the corresponding position on the opposite side of the 3-meter-wide farmland, she placed another set of bamboo strips and pressed them down as well. Subsequently, she bound the upper ends of the 2 aligned bamboo strips together with rope, thereby constructing an arched framework for a rain shelter. In Chapter 71, out of control in the rain, these elongated bamboo strips were anchored at one end to the edge of the field, while the other ends were connected to the upper sections of the bamboo strips fixed on the far side, forming an arched framework for the rain shelter. After erecting a series of arch frames spaced half a meter apart, she secured them with a horizontal beam at the top and lateral beams on either side, followed by the installation of a header and front supports. Thus, a standard rain shelter framework measuring 150 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 3 meters in height was established. Although the crops within the shelter had yet to exceed 1 meter in height, the shelter itself could not be lower than 3 meters. A height below 3 meters would hinder internal movement, and, furthermore, the rapid growth of the crops could potentially double their size in a short time, jeopardizing the integrity of the shelter. Once the framework was completed, she covered it with waterproof fabric, tightly securing it with iron wire, nylon rope, and strips of cloth, ensuring the fabric was taut against the structure and firmly pressed down on both sides. The rain shelter was thus completed. The shelter she constructed would undoubtedly impress even the most seasoned planting experts from the safety zone. Xia Qing had spent 5 years working with a construction team, and more than half of the specialized greenhouses at the Safety Zone S Planting Center were built with her involvement. Therefore, the greenhouse within her domain was certainly professional, albeit constructed from materials that could not rival those used at the planting center. Nevertheless, a shelter made from bamboo strips would withstand 2 days of heavy rain, measuring 90 millimeters, without issue. In the northwestern direction, the third region is embraced by towering mountains, significantly reducing the likelihood of fierce winds. Yet, accustomed to caution, Xia Qing meticulously attends to each step of her work. The height of the trellises for the sweet potatoes and pumpkins can be somewhat lower, as they do not grow tall. However, Xia Qing is not lacking in bamboo or rainproof cloth, and since the sweet potatoes and pumpkins are situated near the potatoes, she plans to construct a standard trellis for all 3 crops. Although the materials are sufficient, Xia Qing is determined not to indulge the unpleasant habit of the pumpkin vines sprawling indiscriminately. She carefully organizes the long, several-meter-long, evolved pumpkin vines, neatly bundling them and tucking them into the rainproof shelter. Observing the orderly green bundles, Xia Qing feels an immense sense of satisfaction. Once the greenhouse is completed, she proceeds to erect rainproof shelters for the 2 plots of red peanut flowers, the pasture belonging to the shepherd, and a vast area of evolved white chicken manure vines. By the time she finishes, the sky has darkened considerably. Although she has enough remaining materials to construct another standard shelter, she has no intention of sharing them with Zhao Zhe and Tang Huai. Instead, she places the materials separately in each rainproof shelter, preparing for future use. The following day, at 10 in the morning, the weather shifts from cloudy to overcast, with a southeast wind carrying moisture briskly towards her. Xia Qing promptly dons protective gear and, accompanied by the shepherd, hurries to the small cottage at the edge of the fields. If crops undergo harmful evolution, they must be promptly removed to prevent detrimental impacts on neighboring plants. The consequences of failing to eliminate dangerous evolutionary threats promptly can be severe. However, Xia Qing does not harbor significant concerns regarding the emergence of moderately high-risk harmful evolution in her crops. Due to the fact that the seeds of crops within her territory are predominantly sourced from the safe zone, these seeds have undergone several generations of cultivation. As long as the rainfall during the Red Deluge does not exceed severe levels, the likelihood of hazardous evolution occurring remains minimal. Hazardous evolution refers to the phenomenon whereby biological entities, upon evolving, acquire enhanced abilities that pose a threat to humanity. Such threats may include the release of toxins by evolved organisms or the development of aggressive offensive capabilities. Based on the degree of danger, hazardous evolution is classified into 3 tiers: high, medium, and low. The formidable tree of perilous evolution that emerged during the first deluge in Xia Qing's territory is categorized by Tan Junjie as a medium-level threat. Generally, humans may find it challenging to withstand medium-level hazards. Over the course of the next 2 days, which encompass 48 hours, Xia Qing must conduct hourly inspections of the farmland, promptly eliminating evolved plants and neutralizing any threatening evolved creatures. She has already conferred with Hu Zifeng, informing him that should she find herself overwhelmed, she will request reinforcements from his team. The previously uncontrollable giant sheep, which spiraled out of control during this year's first deluge, may again pose a risk. Should it lose control once more, it could lead to destruction of property or, in the worst-case scenario, a complete loss of sanity, transforming it into a frenzied and highly aggressive evolved creature. Consequently, Xia Qing has an additional critical task during the second deluge, to safeguard the giant sheep, ensuring it does not succumb to madness again. Xia Qing faces 2 options. One is to administer calming capsules to the giant sheep in advance, while the other is to keep it close at all times. Given the significant side effects of the calming capsules, Xia Qing opts to remain by the edge of the farmland with the giant sheep, thus balancing both responsibilities. After half an hour of the insidious rain, under the gentle coaxing of Xia Qing, the leader of the sheep, young Lauda, remained composed, alleviating her worry slightly. It was time to inspect the rain shelters. Rising to graze, young Lauda stood, while Xia Qing donned her protective gear and departed from the small cabin, traversing the path as designed to conduct her inspection in the predetermined order. Upon completing her circuit, she noted with relief that no crops within her territory had succumbed to the insidious transformation. This success was attributed to the expertly constructed rain shelters, which were impervious to leaks, and the effective drainage system excavated around them. Shielded by the rain shelters and drainage ditches, the crops inside had yet to be exposed to the tainted rain, and the concentration of harmful elements in the air had not escalated to a level sufficient to provoke the crop's transformation. However, as the levels of these detrimental elements in the air and soil increased, so too did the risk of crop corruption. Should any perilous mutated creatures emerge in neighboring territories, she would need to swiftly implement a contingency plan to prevent the spread of danger to her own territory. The third. As the second hour of the insidious rain had yet to conclude, the first report of crop corruption came from Zhao Zhe of the 4th Territory. No one among the lords was surprised, for Zhao Zhe had failed to adequately construct his rain shelter, leaving parts of his fields directly exposed to the tainted rain, making it unsurprising that his crops had begun to transform. At this moment, Xia Qing felt a pang of impatience. She retrieved a detection device to analyze the rainwater and discovered that the rain had escalated to an orange level, indicating heightened danger. She made another round through the fields, and once again, the crops appeared to be in good condition. As the insidious rain continued to fall into its third hour, Huang Qingwei reported that cotton had begun to undergo transformation. Brother Qi, I noticed that the mutated cotton has developed numerous flower buds. Must we remove them? Was it not said that cotton might still flourish even after transformation? So many flower buds. How much cotton can they yield? Huang Qingwei hesitated, pondering whether the cotton would be adversely affected. Surely, as long as it flourished, that would suffice. No one paid him any heed, and after a few murmured phrases, he fell silent. Everyone understood the necessity of uprooting the mutated plants, for widespread mutation of the same species could potentially incite perilous transformations. At that point, it would no longer be a matter of how much cotton could be harvested, but rather whether lives could be preserved. Half an hour after Huang Qingwei's musings, Xia Qing acutely sensed his inner turmoil. In her cotton field, 2 of her cotton plants had also undergone mutation. Growing from the height of a thigh to that of a person, the newly sprouted branches were all fruit-bearing, and a quick count revealed over 50 flower buds. With deftness, Xia Qing utilized a spade to uproot the mutated plants, soil and all, relocating them to the far side of the rain shelter for continued growth. Even if a cotton plant were not particularly tall, Xia Qing possessed the capability to eradicate it completely should it pose a threat. 4.5 hours later, the mutated rain ceased. Xia Qing discovered that 18 of her cotton plants, 13 mung bean plants, and 26 wheat plants had undergone mutation, all originating from the fields where she had soaked the seeds in filtered water. Additionally, 6 of her red light peanut sprouts and 2 of her yellow light soybean sprouts had also mutated. The forecast predicted the second wave of mutated rain would last for 48 hours. Witnessing such extensive crop mutation in just over 4 hours raised concerns about the potential losses over the next 48. The mood of the lead sheep visibly fluctuated, prompting Xia Qing to tend to it, stroking its fur, offering a few sips of spring water, and presenting some green bamboo shoots for it to gnaw on. The simultaneous agitation experienced by both her and the leader of the sheep indicates an increase in the concentration of the harmful elements in the air, suggesting that the forthcoming rain may reach a critical red level. A red level signifies the emergence of greater dangers. Indeed, the second wave of toxic rain was confirmed to be at a red level. Huang Qingwei, in a fit of exasperation on the Lord's channel, expressed his frustration over a worker in his territory who had suddenly lost control, wreaking havoc on a substantial area of mung beans and damaging the rain shelter. Chapter 72. The Perilous Evolution of Toxic Potatoes and Pumpkins. The red-level toxic rain harbors excessive harmful elements, rendering ordinary individuals with low resistance prone to emotional instability. The manifestations of human loss of control vary. Some may resort to self-harm, while others might unleash formidable destructive and aggressive tendencies. The destructive capacity is heightened because those who are out of control are impervious to pain and fear. The individuals exhibiting such loss of control in the 6th territory belonged to this category. Xia Qing realized that the risks in the 6th territory extended beyond the deranged worker. Signs of emotional instability were also evident in Lord Huang Qingwei. Just as Xia Qing contemplated warning Huang Qingwei, the calm voice of the danger assessment team leader, Tan Junjie, resonated for the first time on the Lord's channel. Lord Huang Qingwei of the 6th territory, immediately regulate your emotions. Otherwise, everyone in your territory will gradually succumb to loss of control, and all your farmland will be devastated, rendering 3 months of hard work futile. Huang Qingwei, momentarily silenced by the admonition, paused to catch his breath before regaining his composure and expressing his gratitude to Tan Junjie for the timely reminder. Observing Huang Qingwei's return to calmness, Tan Junjie continued, "Lords, please take heed. The current level of toxic rain is red. Should any biological entities within your territories exhibit signs of dangerous toxic evolution, please contact the assessment team promptly. The team will arrive within 10 minutes of receiving notification. Before this, the Lord must first ensure personal safety." The initial Lord of Area 1 and his workers were perilously annihilated by a horde of mutated caterpillars during the first torrential downpour. Xia Qing had originally intended to rename this glutton, who was merely 1 or 2 years old, as Second Old Goat. However, it had already accepted the title of Old Goat and would not acknowledge Xia Qing's new name. Thus, she reluctantly accepted this little leader. After all, age is no barrier to leadership. Among the Qinglong battle team, it was indeed the youngest, Yang Jin, who held the position of leader. Old Goat also rose, clearly eager to accompany Xia Qing. From the rectangular pupils of Old Goat, she discerned a palpable unease. Suspecting it was reminded of its previous loss of control during the last rainstorm by the sound of Huang Qingwei's voice, Xia Qing patiently groomed its wool for a while longer until she had to inspect the fields. Nevertheless, Old Goat insisted on following. This creature had a stubborn temperament. Should she refuse to allow it to accompany her, it would immediately throw a tantrum, wreaking havoc upon the shelter. Reluctantly, Xia Qing acquiesced, donning it with a protective suit and mask designed for dogs. Old Goat could join her, but it must not trample the seedlings. Otherwise, she would promptly scald it with boiling water. Old Goat's mask was equipped with a breathing filtration system, rendering it unable to nibble on the seedlings. Though its formidable hooves and horns remained exposed, Xia Qing had contemplated the idea of mutton for quite some time. She diligently praised Old Goat for looking undeniably cool and formidable in its protective attire as they ventured to inspect the fields. Upon entering the cotton rain shelter, Xia Qing did not forget to loudly remind Old Goat not to step on the seedlings. Moo! Old Goat bellowed in response. Xia Qing's ears buzzed from the shock, and only then did she realize that the mask worn by the leader of the sheep had a headset intercom connected to her own. Communication did not necessitate shouting. The leader had already been quite patient with her throughout the journey. Softening her tone, Xia Qing gently apologized. "I'm sorry, boss. I will pay more attention next time. Please be careful not to shake your head too much and dislodge your mask. The mutated plants may produce toxic gases, and if you were to be poisoned, you would miss out on the delightful compressed rations and alfalfa." After speaking, Xia Qing slipped a small piece of compressed food into the leader's protective suit pocket, softly advising, "You stay here while I get to work." Within the cotton shed, two rapidly growing mutated cotton plants had already emerged. Had she arrived half an hour later, the rain shelter would have been bulging under their pressure. She carefully excavated the mutated cotton plants and placed them into a container, and together with the leader, they proceeded to inspect the wheat and mung bean shelters. These two types of plants were rendered useless post-mutation, and she promptly uprooted them to stow in her backpack for destruction. Upon comparison, Xia Qing discovered that fields irrigated with spring water exhibited a lower mutation rate than those treated with filtered water. Thus, in her next sowing, apart from a small quantity designated for external trade, she decided that all other seeds would be soaked in spring water. Surpluses could be traded with the Qinglong battle team. The lower the elemental content of the crops, the higher their market value, especially since she still owed the Qinglong battle team 800,000. In the sweet potato, and pumpkin shelters, 3 yellow lamp potatoes exhibited signs of mutation, adorned with a profusion of potato blossoms. Without the need for testing, Xia Qing confirmed that these 3 slightly trembling potato vines had developed animal characteristics. The potatoes procured from the safe zone exhibited an alarming rapid manifestation of animal traits, which felt rather unsettling. These 3 mutated potatoes could not be treated like the previously encountered mutated plants. Xia Qing retrieved a large, thick, sealed bag from her backpack, carefully encasing the trembling potato shoots, roots and soil included, before employing a vacuum sealer to extract the air from the bag and seal it tightly, thus preventing any further mutation. Xia Qing harbored suspicions regarding the toxicity of the potato flowers, so she utilized the airborne toxin detector acquired from Zhongshan. To her dismay, it confirmed the presence of a Class C toxic gas in the air, which posed an irritant to the eyes and respiratory mucosa of animals. Toxic gases are categorized from A to D based on their danger level, with Class C being relatively less severe, yet still warranting caution. However, upon seeing the results, Xia Qing felt a sense of relief, for this irritant gas was far less troublesome than asphyxiating gases that could deprive plants and animals of oxygen. Although this toxic gas could not affect her and the sheep leader, who were donned in protective suits, nor pose a threat to the crops, Xia Qing nonetheless produced a small box, roughly the size of her palm, from her backpack. She opened the sealed membrane and affixed it to the support structure of her rain shelter. This was an adsorbent for Class C and D toxic gases, a substance capable of swiftly absorbing airborne toxins to purify the air. The necessity of purifying the air stemmed from the vulnerability of normally evolving plants, as alterations in air composition might provoke their mutation. As she ventured further, Xia Qing stumbled upon 2 mutated green sweet potato seedlings, their vines having inexplicably doubled in length. As Xia Qing diligently uprooted the sweet potato seedlings, her heart ached with each tug. Had it not been for the pruning that disrupted the delicate balance of elements within the sweet potato plants, these 2 would have merely succumbed to a yellow warning under the onslaught of severe weather. rather than facing a complete evolutionary degradation. Perhaps the remaining 14 sweet potatoes had also descended to a yellow state, resulting in a grievous loss. Taking a few deep breaths to quell her rising frustration, Xia Qing pressed onward to inspect the yellow warning pumpkins. If she had meticulously organized the pumpkin vines beforehand and marked the tips of the sprouts with wooden stakes, the two pumpkins undergoing evolutionary degradation would have gone unnoticed. As she reached for the shovel to probe the pumpkin vines and ascertain their condition, she was unexpectedly nudged aside by the formidable sheep leader, who plopped down on the adjacent ground with a huff. Bah! The voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, laced with an unmistakable warning. Chapter 73. Evolutionary degradation of eggplants. Seated on the ground, Xia Qing softly inquired of the irritable sheep leader, who stood as a barrier between her and the pumpkin vines. Leader, we cannot disturb this pumpkin vine, can we? Bah! The sheep leader responded with a call, attempting once more to gently nudge Xia Qing back, clearly wary of the seemingly harmless yet evolving pumpkin vine. Xia Qing rose and stepped back 2 paces. Following the sheep leader's lead, she affectionately stroked its spiraled horns, praising, Leader, you are truly remarkable. You recognized the issue with the pumpkin vine at first glance. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen into a trap today. Our household cannot thrive without your vigilance. The sheep leader, buoyed by the praise, visibly brightened, its eyes narrowing in contentment. It stood tall and proud beside her, encouraging further accolades. As Xia Qing extolled the virtues of the sheep, she meticulously traced the pumpkin vine, which was weaving its way through the leaves, finally locating the root of this verdant tendril. Armed with a shovel, she gestured to begin excavating the soil. And upon noticing that the sheep leader offered no objections, she proceeded with her task. However, once she reached the root, Xia Qing was taken aback by the vine's evolved trait. This particular pumpkin had developed an adhesive quality, causing the roots to cling stubbornly to the shovel, refusing to be dislodged. It was no wonder the sheep leader had cautioned her against using her hands. If this substance adhered to her protective gear, the potential for corrosion aside, she would undoubtedly find herself transformed into a shade of green. Fortunately, she had managed to bundle the pumpkin vines together. Otherwise, the typical vines would have become ensnared, rendering them useless. With deft movements, Xia Qing utilized the shovel to curl the pumpkin vine, roots and all, into a compact mass, which she then thrust outside of the rain shelter, ensuring the roots faced upwards as they were implanted into the ground, thus preventing any chance of re-establishing contact with the soil and continuing their growth. She performed the same operation with another adhesive pumpkin. Subsequently, Xia Qing pressed the button on the intercom linked to the lords, sharing critical information. 3 mutated potato plants had been spotted in Territory 3, flowering and releasing C-grade toxic gas. 2 mutated pumpkin vines exhibited a high degree of stickiness, capable of adhering to shovels and wooden sticks, urging everyone to exercise caution. Zhao Zai's voice trembled with distress, lamenting that 2 of his workers had been injured, leaving him short-handed and only able to guard the fields protected by the rain shelters. Could anyone send help? He implored. Yet, no one responded. Amidst the downpour, everyone was preoccupied with their own concerns, lacking the capacity to assist another. The voice of Zhang San resonated through the Lord's channel. Save those sticky pumpkin vines for me. I will exchange supplies for them. Xia Qing pressed the button in reply, acknowledging, received. They have been bundled together and secured with a stick in the tilled land, and they remain alive. Quang Qingwei inquired about the price. Third brother, how can we exchange the mutated pumpkin vines? Xia Qing's mood improved slightly. After leaving the sweet potato rain shelter, she opened her umbrella to shield both herself and the old sheep, meticulously examining the buffer forest, confirming that no large trees had undergone mutation. Xia Qing then led the old sheep along the untended path of mutated grass, heading towards the hillside. More than an hour had passed since her last inspection, and the seedlings in the vegetable garden were far more pressing than clearing the mutated grass. Navigating the river during the mutated rain was exceedingly perilous. The stone bridge needed to rise above the water's surface to allow Xia Qing to seize the initiative when aquatic creatures leaped to attack. After 4 hours of rain, the water level had risen somewhat, yet there remained 80 centimeters between the surface and the stone bridge, making the crossing feasible. Exercising caution, Xia Qing picked up a fist-sized stone and hurled it across the river, confirming that no aquatic life surged forth to assault before she and the old sheep stepped onto the bridge. However, as they reached the center of the bridge, 2 crimson figures suddenly sprang from the water, lunging toward the old sheep. Despite the aquatic creature's swift assault, that could not elude the keen perception of Xia Qing, who had undergone ninefold visual evolution. Old sheep, run. At the same time she commanded, Xia Qing shielded them with her umbrella. With two resounding thuds, the attacking creatures collided with the iron-crafted canopy, and Xia Qing promptly dispatched them to the shore with her machete. Old sheep, we've struck gold. To her astonishment, two 30-centimeter fish lay before her. Goodness, regardless of how such large fish came to inhabit the river, she had certainly hit the jackpot. Placing the fish bag into her backpack, Xia Qing gently patted the spiral horn of the leader sheep, praising softly. You are the sheep standing at the pinnacle of the Blue Star Pyramid, ushering in a new era in the history of evolutionary sheep. We have fish to eat. The leader sheep, indifferent to the notion of fish, remained expressionless. The torrential rain in the forest was exponentially more perilous than usual. Entering the buffer forest under a red alert level of rainfall was tantamount to courting death. However, Xia Qing had already cleared the trees within a 20-meter radius of the planting zones. Thus, although these two zones were situated on a slope, they no longer fell within the confines of the forest, resulting in fewer hidden perilous assaults from the aggressive evolutionary creatures. The rain shelters above the planting zones on the high slope spanned approximately 5 meters in width and 120 meters in length, comprising 12 terraced fields with a steep incline. Conversely, the rain shelter on the lower slope extended from the spring down to the spinach field, also about 5 meters wide and 130 meters long, encompassing 13 terraced fields with a gentler gradient. Due to the undulating nature of the planting zones, the structural integrity of the shelters required heightened diligence. Fortunately, Xia Qing was an expert in constructing rain shelters, and this posed no challenge for her. Standing at the base of the slope and gazing upward, the two rain shelters resembled elongated white serpents languishing upon the hillside. While outsiders might find the scene eerie, for Xia Qing, it was brimming with a sense of accomplishment and security. These white rain shelters shielded her vegetables from the harsh downpour. Xia Qing led the leader sheep into the rain shelter on the lower slope, commencing her inspection from the lowest terraced field of spinach. Spinach, chili peppers, green beans, tomatoes, and cucumbers. None had succumbed to the perils of evolutionary mutation. Xia Qing paid particular attention to the eggplants, and fortunately, they too showed no signs of the spiny mutations that Chi Fu had mentioned. Continuing upward into the 100 cuttings of sweet potato vines, Xia Qing discovered that 10 vines near the sides of the rain shelter had grown over a meter tall, sprouting numerous leaves. The cuttings of sweet potato vines had evolved amidst the crimson rain. The soil in this area had become dampened by the rain outside the shelter, and her terraced field's drainage system was insufficient and required improvement. After removing the evolved sweet potato vines, Xia Qing pressed onward, passing 2 grapevines and a spring, leading her companion, the old goat, out of the first vegetable rain shelter and through the barrier into the second. In Chapter 74, titled Rodent Evolution, Xia Qing spoke softly, explaining that the perilous red rain could provoke aggressive evolution in plants, hence they could not remove their protective masks. Let us wait until the rain stops to eat, shall we? After saying this, Xia Qing produced a small piece of compressed food to divert the old goat's attention. The old goat immediately abandoned its pursuit of the evolved perilla and trotted over to Xia Qing, bleating in a teasing tone that rang in her ears. Resisting the urge to indulge in the tempting sight of the fat goat, Xia Qing tucked the compressed biscuit into the old goat's protective suit pocket and continued their ascent. As they passed through the alfalfa, the old goat wished to pause again. Xia Qing, growing impatient, grasped its horns and forcibly led it upward into the terraced field of green lantern pumpkins. Fortunately, none of the 5 pumpkins had undergone evolution. Moving further up, they encountered fields of scallions, ginger, garlic, and chives, which also remained untainted by evolution, a stroke of good fortune. Further still lay 3 plots of peanut terraces. And once again, there was no sign of the dreaded evolution, truly a blessing. After securing the doors and windows, and utilizing an air quality detector to confirm the absence of toxic gases within the premises, Xia Qing finally removed her protective mask, lavishing praise upon the formidable sheep leader. She then retrieved a small portion of rations from the pocket of her protective suit, crumbling it to mix with the sheep's fodder. Setting an alarm for half an hour, she seized the opportunity to rest, replenishing her strength in preparation for the impending onslaught of rain. The intercom remained silent, as the other 3 lords, like her, were also taking advantage of the brief respite. Xia Qing instructed sheep leader, I am weary and need a short nap. Keep watch outside, and rouse me should anything seem amiss. based on the sheep leader's performance when confronted with the mutated pumpkin vines. Xia Qing was convinced that this gluttonous sheep possessed an innate ability to gauge the peril level of mutated flora. It was no wonder that a solitary sheep could survive in the treacherous evolution forest. After the sheep leader finished its meal, it trotted over to the bedside, observing Xia Qing for a moment before turning its gaze back to the window. When the alarm roused Xia Qing, the sheep leader maintained its vigilant stance. Watching the outside world, she affectionately rubbed its head, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my dear leader. I am refreshed now. Shall we continue our inspection of the rain shelter? Will you join me?" With the sheep leader capable of detecting the dangers posed by mutated plants, Xia Qing felt assured that having it by her side was akin to carrying a living warning system. The sheep leader turned its head towards the protective mask. Its intent unmistakable, it wished to accompany her, for the patrol promised delectable rewards. Donned in their protective gear, the duo embarked on their second round of inspections, successfully eliminating over 20 mutated crops. Then came the third and fourth rounds. As evening approached, the rain ceased, and a glimmer of light appeared in the western sky, revealing the sun, which had been hidden all day, as it gracefully prepared to retire for the evening. The sun has risen, and it is unlikely to rain within the next 2 hours. The path home is obscured by weeds reaching knee height. Yet they are considerably sparser than during the first torrential rain 2 months ago. This is a natural occurrence, as the remnants of weed roots and seeds in the soil have been diminished by the summer's cleansing. Xia Qing dons thick gloves crafted from waterproof fabric, plucking the weeds as she walks, and stuffing them into the 2 large baskets slung over her shoulder. She does not pause until she reaches the small rain shelters. Here, 2 small patches of red lantern peanuts thrive, although the fruits of the red lantern plants are inedible. Xia Qing is curious to see if they will bloom and bear fruit, so she has constructed 2 small canopies of about 5 or 6 square meters for them. Lifting the shelter's cloth, she discovers that nearly a quarter of the red lantern peanuts have undergone wilting. Regrettably, the wilting peanuts have only produced rampant foliage without flowering. After carefully touching them and confirming their harmlessness, she proceeds to clear them away, placing them into the basket on her back, and continues towards home. Suddenly, Xia Qing exclaims in frustration upon spotting 4 mutated rats atop her roof, gnawing at the waterproof covering of her solar panels. Upon noticing her presence, the evolved rodents not only remain but also display their gleaming white incisors in a provocative manner. "Dare to dismantle my home? I will seek your demise." With swift precision, Xia Qing retrieves her pistol, aiming at the largest and most arrogant of the mutated rats, which is larger than a goose. The sound of the silenced pistol is not loud, yet it is sufficient to shatter the rat's skull. The thoroughly dead, evolved giant rats had yet to tumble down from the solar panels when Xia Qing's second and third shots rang out. With each gunshot, a rat succumbed to the ground. Engaging in close-range combat against the colossal evolved rodents, the 9-fold visual enhancer Xia Qing did not waste a single bullet. Upon witnessing the demise of its companions, the last evolved rat immediately bolted northward, towards the agricultural fields. "The boss will guard the home. I shall pursue the rats," Xia Qing declared, promptly chasing after the fleeing creature. Though her speed could not match that of the rat, no matter how swift it was, it could not escape Xia Qing's line of sight within mere seconds. If she could not catch up, she would resort to her firearm. Bang, 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 bang. Without pausing to inspect the solar panels, Xia Qing swiftly cleaned the battleground, spraying a deodorizer to prevent the scent of blood from attracting other evolved beings. Only after ensuring the area was spotless did she examine her solar panels. One of the 4 had been gnawed through halfway by the rats, exposing the wires encased in steel pipes beneath. After confirming that no traces of the rodents had infiltrated her home, Xia Qing pressed the intercom button, alerting everyone that 4 evolved rodentia had entered Zone 3, each the size of a full-grown goose, and had damaged half of a solar panel. Just as Xia Qing finished her report, a cacophony erupted from the intercom. Tang Hui from Zone 2 was cursing vehemently, reporting that a multitude of similar evolved rats, numbering no fewer than 50, had appeared in their territory. Zhao Zhe grew anxious upon hearing this. "Xia Qing, where exactly did you discover these evolved rats? Are they close to Zone 4? Xia Qing pressed the button, replying, "In the village, approximately 1 kilometer from Zone 4. A kilometer is already quite close." Zhao Zhe, in a state of panic, immediately dispatched personnel for a reconnaissance mission. Tan Junjia also spoke up, emphasizing the significant threat posed by the evolved rodents, which must be eradicated without delay. The inspection team requested access to territories 2 and 3 to eliminate the evolved rodents. Tang Hui opposed this. asserting that Territory 2 could be cleared without assistance. Xia Qing granted permission for Territory 3. Zhao Zhe then interjected, requesting that Team 10 also investigate whether evolved rodents had infiltrated Territory 4. Chapter 75. The crisis of evolved rodents averted. Xia Qing had no time to listen to the skirmishes between Territories 1 and 2. She equipped herself and the chief sheep with night vision goggles, secured her firearm, locked the door, and spread insect repellent before heading towards the southern part of the territory with the chief sheep. While the chief sheep might not be capable of eliminating the evolved rodents, its presence ensured that it would not be injured by them. Territory 2 lay just to the south of Territory 3, and the incursion of evolved rodents into Territory 3 was likely not limited to just 4 individuals. If the invading evolved rodents were not eradicated before nightfall, the consequences would be dire. The highly destructive evolved rodents could not simply be left to await the arrival of the danger assessment team. Just as Xia Qing reached for her phone to call Hu Zifeng, his call came through. He wasted no time on pleasantries. Immediately addressing the matter at hand, the scent detection team members Chunzheng and Chuncheng had already proceeded to Territory 3. Was that sufficient? If they all went there, what would happen to Territory 1? Hu Zifeng's squad consisted solely of these 2 scent detection specialists. At that moment, his demeanor was a stark contrast to the fiery argument occurring in the Lord's Channel. His voice was remarkably composed. Our mission is to safeguard Territory 3. The guardianship of Territory 3 is their mission, and Luo Pei is also present here. Indeed, Territory 3 holds greater significance than Territory 1. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing felt a sense of reassurance. With her senses, sight, and hearing fully engaged, she began to search for traces of the evolved rodents. The 2 olfactory-enhanced members of Hu Zifeng's squad and Yuan Rui, an olfactory-enhanced individual from Tan Junjia's team, arrived successively. Utilizing their keen sense of smell for tracking, they surveyed Xia Qing's territory in just over an hour, identifying a total of 16 evolved rodents that had crossed from Territory 2 into Territory 3. Among them, 4 were slain by Xia Qing, 4 were hunted down by the evolved birds within the territory, and the remaining 8 were eliminated by the trio. After the cleanup, Yuan Rui from Tan Junjia's squad promptly headed to Territory 9 for reinforcement. During their search in Territory 3, traces of the evolved rodents were also discovered in Territory 4 to the east, Territory 9 to the east of Territory 2, and Territory 8 to the southwest of Territory 2. In Territory 9, 3 ordinary individuals had already been bitten, and the situation was dire. From her own territory, Xia Qing could hear the sounds of gunfire and shouts emanating from the eastern and southern territories. To the south of Territory 2 lies Territory 11, and Xia Qing speculated that evolved rodents must have fled there as well. However, Territory 11 was not within the scope of Tan Junjia's squad's search, and its lord was not part of the communication channel for lords of Territories 1 to 10. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a gentle drizzle began to fall again, making the task of protecting the territory even more challenging. With only a not particularly clever sheep as her assistant, Xia Qing dared not take any chances. She called Hu Zifeng to request the assistance of the auditory-enhanced member, De Jiang, to help safeguard Territory 3. At this moment, the evolved rodents in Territory 1 had also been dealt with. After the arrival of De Jiang, Xia Qing acquired 3 human assistants: De Jiang, a level 4 auditory evolver; Chunzheng, a level 5 olfactory evolver; and Chuncheng. 23-year-old Chunzheng and 21-year-old Chuncheng are siblings, sharing the same level of evolutionary abilities. Though the elder brother exhibits a composed demeanor, while the younger brother possesses a more exuberant spirit. The third territory faced 2 imminent threats that night: the assault and destruction by mutated rodents or other evolved creatures, and the devastation of crops by invasive species. The 4 were divided into 2 teams, with Xia Qing and Chunzheng patrolling the rain shelters, while De Jiang and Chuncheng surveyed the territory. Additionally, Xia Qing had the assistance of the formidable sheep leader. The incessant rain fell throughout the night, fluctuating between orange and yellow levels. During the night, De Jiang and Chuncheng eliminated 4 mutated rodents that had escaped from the second territory, clearing away numerous invasive insects encroaching upon the rain shelters, while Xia Qing and Chunzheng eradicated several invasive plants. Shortly after 4 in the morning, a sudden swarm of mutated rodents emerged from the second territory, charging towards the first and third territories, and gunfire echoed throughout. After dispatching over 50 mutated rodents, Xia Qing felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the second territory and confront Tang Huai. The next morning, After the Tianjunjia squad forcefully entered the second territory for a thorough purge, the crisis of the mutated rodents was finally declared over. The situation during the day remained manageable, with the rain continuing to fall steadily at a blue level. Zhejiang and Xinjiang persisted in their patrol of the territory, while Xia Qing and Xinjiang continued to oversee the rain shelters. In the gentle patter of fine rain, the auditory-enhanced individual, Dajiang, ambled alongside his olfactory-enhanced companion, Qing, remarking that the third territory was far more pristine than their own, having cultivated an abundance of crops and vegetables. Miss Xia truly deserves her reputation as a formidable power evolutionist. Qing scoffed, suggesting that Guantong, also a level 5 power evolutionist, could not possibly manage such a vast harvest alone. Dajiang immediately shook his head in agreement, acknowledging that it could not be the case. Qing shook off the rain from his protective suit, asserting that Miss Xia was not only capable but also willing to toil. If most of the crops in the greenhouse survived this relentless downpour, she would have no worries regarding sustenance this year. In a year plagued by natural disasters, having enough to eat, wear, and a stable home is a dream for the vast majority. Dajiang felt envious, not only for her security, but also for the fact that she would soon acquire an evolution cat. After removing his protective mask, Qing's gaze was drawn to the large sheep beside Xia Qing as he inched closer while speaking. Miss Xia's dwelling was remarkably well-constructed, impervious to any rain. Xia Qing smiled, stating that if her small house were to leak, she certainly would not have been able to work in the construction team for 5 years. You are far too kind. Simply calling me Xia Qing, as before, suffices. Xia Qing frequently accompanied the Luo Pei team on missions, and they occasionally teamed up with the Hu Zifeng team. Thus, the members of the Hu Zifeng team had long been acquainted with her, though her status had since changed. That simply won't do. You are our great benefactor, Qing insisted, moving forward slightly. However, referring to her as Miss Xia does seem overly formal. Would it be acceptable if we called you Sister Qing instead? Of course, that would be delightful. The formidable young Lauda tensed up at Qing's approach. On the verge of losing his temper, Xia Qing poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qing, saying, "You've worked hard. Please sit down and enjoy a cup. This tea is truly exquisite, devoid of any unpleasant odors." Qing inhaled its fragrance deeply. Those with enhanced olfactory senses are exceedingly sensitive to taste, thus enduring considerable hardship. For instance, the lingering off flavors that filtered water cannot entirely eliminate are a torment for individuals with evolved senses. However, this tea, brewed with pure spring water, naturally bears no foul scent. Xia Qing explained, "I exchanged this tea with the Lord of Area 7. Its flavor is indeed remarkable." Xia Qing had conducted the exchange through the Lord's channel with Zhang San, a fact known among the inhabitants of several territories. In Chapter 76, Dancing Potato Seedlings, Xia Qing mentioned, "I haven't heard Brother Sin mention it, but surely there must be 2 or 3 kittens in a litter." The thought of the little kittens filled Xia Qing with anticipation. If she had an evolved cat at this moment, it would have surely prevented the rats from damaging the solar panels at her home. After some light conversation, Xia Qing and Qing prepared to inspect the rain shelters. The path that Qing referred to as one that Xia Qing had constructed, leading from their home to the hillside vegetable shed. The mung beans and cotton in the eastern shed were soaked in spring water by Xia Qing, while those in the western shed were soaked in filtered water. The wheat was a mix of both, though all were planted in the western shed. The Hu Zifeng squad was unaware of the existence of unpolluted spring water within Area 3, and aside from Hu Zifeng, no one else knew that Luo Pei was receiving treatment in the basement of Area 3. They had come with a mission directly assigned by their captain. Only knowing that Xia Qing had aided Luo Pei and was regarded as a benefactor by their Qinglong battle team. At this moment, Xia Qing's reasoning was quite simple. The soil quality and drainage in the eastern fields might be superior to that in the west, thereby rendering the crops less susceptible to the torrential rain. Qing nodded in agreement, finding this explanation exceedingly plausible. By 4 o'clock in the morning, the relentless downpour had persisted intermittently for 42 hours. And according to the weather forecast, it was expected to cease in another 6 hours. Just as everyone felt the glimmer of victory on the horizon, an unsettling sense of agitation began to permeate the atmosphere, with the elder sheep also starting to paw at the ground. Without the need for words, everyone sensed that a red-level storm was imminent. Before Xia Qing could issue any orders, Qing stood up and instructed, "Dajiang, Chung, reduce the patrol radius. Focus on securing the perimeter of the rain shelter to prevent rodents and toxic mutated insects from encroaching and damaging it." Sister Qing and I will manage the interior. Keep the walkie-talkies on standby to report any developments immediately. Xia Qing donned a protective mask and added, in the face of insurmountable dangers, prioritize self-preservation before reporting. Crops can be replanted, but our safety is paramount, faced with the unknown risks posed by the impending red storm. Her words alleviated the anxieties of the 3 members of Hu Zifeng's team. Understood, Sister Qing. We will ensure safety first, they replied. Indeed. We have an emergency response team on standby. Xia Qing affectionately patted the elder sheep's head, knowing without question that it would accompany her. After affixing a protective mask on the sheep, the 2 made their way to the potato, sweet potato, and pumpkin shelters. Upon entering, the rain tarpaulin was assaulted by raindrops, creating a cacophony that heightened the already palpable tension. Wearing a protective mask, Xia Qing took a deep breath and began her inspection under the illumination of a powerful flashlight above her head. After eliminating a mutated green sweet potato and 2 mutated flowering yellow potatoes, she used a wooden stick to extract a mutated yellow cucumber squash vine before heading towards the cultivation area with her companion, the sheep leader. After half an hour of relentless red-level hazardous rain, the vegetables in the cultivation area remained stable, except for the recently planted sweet potato vines, which brought Xia Qing a sense of reassurance. Currently, they were enduring the most perilous red-level hazardous rain, and among the 3 vegetable greenhouses, this one was the most susceptible to mutated plants. As she stepped into the greenhouse, Xia Qing soon noticed a potato vine that had doubled in height. Its leaves and stems transformed into a purplish-red hue, dancing erratically as if performing an aquatic ballet in the absence of wind. As a potato vine, how could it not simply flower and produce tubers, instead exhibiting animal-like characteristics? Xia Qing brandished her shovel, ready to confront it, but was halted by the sheep leader's intervention. Bah! The sheep leader's voice was loud and stern. Xia Qing nodded, acknowledging the formidable nature of the potato vine, assuring him that she would exercise caution. However, before she could finish her sentence, the dancing potato vine suddenly accelerated, flinging a nearby normal potato vine away with a forceful swipe. You're courting death. Xia Qing seethed, raising her shovel and charging forward. To her astonishment, the dancing potato vine possessed remarkable resilience and strength. The wooden handle of her shovel was snapped in 2, and she received a stinging lash from the vine. The force of the potato vine was so immense that even clad in protective gear, Xia Qing felt a distinct pang of pain. In the midst of her pain, Xia Qing regained her composure, raising her hand to grasp a dancing potato vine, only to have it abruptly snapped by the ram, Boss Yang, who nudged her from behind. With a resounding crack, a dancing potato vine struck fiercely at the spot where Xia Qing had just stood, and Boss Yang, unable to evade in time, received a painful lash from the vine on his tail, causing him to yelp and trample a normal potato vine beneath his hooves. Enraged, Boss Yang's fury erupted as he prepared to confront the vine that had attacked him. Boss, Xia Qing cried, wrapping her arms around the furious ram. Yet, before she could launch a counterattack, a 3rd dancing potato vine appeared behind her. Crack! Hiss! Another lash struck Xia Qing, forcing her to sharply inhale in shock. Bah! Realizing he was outmatched by these formidable plants, Boss Yang let out a fearful bleat and turned to flee. As the ram retreated, Xia Qing charged forward. The 3 frenzied vines continued their dance, growing and attacking anything that came into contact with them. If left unchecked, this greenhouse would be utterly destroyed. Xia Qing pressed the intercom. Dangerous, aggressive, and invasive plants have appeared in the vegetable shed south of the reservoir. Immediate assistance is required. Unit 2 will arrive shortly. Unit 3 will arrive in 1 minute. Unit 4 will arrive in 1.5 minutes. After calling for support, Xia Qing blocked the dancing potato plant's arch support from the rain shelter, drawing her pistol and unleashing a series of shots, disrupting one of the mutated potato plants. She immediately turned her attention to the other 2, only to discover that a 4th purple-red dancing potato plant had sprung up. Ba-ba. Crack. Chapter 77. The most loyal sheep on Blue Star, the leader of the sheep, despite trembling in pain, persevered and urged Xia Qing to escape together. If it weren't for the leader's actions causing Xia Qing to endure an additional 2 lashes, she would have genuinely been moved. At this critical moment, Chen Zheng, who was closest to Xia Qing, arrived. He cradled the leader of the sheep to shield him from the attacks, while Xia Qing called out for Chen Zheng to assist her urgently, instructing him to sever the roots of the 3 dancing potato plants. Indeed, while Xia Qing was battling the dancing potato plants, Another potato plant had mutated. So although she had disrupted one, there were still 3 remaining. If these 3 were not swiftly eradicated, their spreading roots would entangle the main roots of the normal potato plants, causing an entire field of potatoes to dance and hold a party. As a key combat member of the Hu Zifeng team, Chen Zheng's marksmanship was certainly superior to Xia Qing's. After he severed the attacking mutated potato plants, De Jiang and Chen Cheng also arrived. Before the 4 of them could exchange words, they noticed the roots of the disrupted dancing potato plants visibly sprouting new purple-red shoots. Xia Qing immediately commanded, 1 person per plant, let us quickly excavate the mutated roots and incinerate them with the flamethrower. The 4 clusters of mutated roots were unearthed and dried, thus the crisis of plant aggressive mutation was finally alleviated. At this moment, the rain shelter lay in disarray. Numerous potato vines had been severed, 6 of the arch supports had been broken, and the rain tarp was torn in 2 or 3 places, each over 3 meters long, allowing rain to seep through. This damage was mitigated largely due to Xia Qing using her body to shield against the bulk of the assault. Otherwise, the losses would have been even greater. She instructed Yang Laoda to rest nearby while she gathered the rain tarp and supports from within the shelter. With the assistance of Chun Zheng and the others, they swiftly repaired the rain shelter. However, the severed section of potato vines and several plants drenched by the crimson rain could not be salvaged. Da Jiang furrowed his brow, puzzled. These were seeds issued by the safe zone. How could they exhibit such perilous aggressive mutations? Chen Cheng observed the numerous purplish-red whip marks on Xia Qing's protective suit and felt a pang of sympathy. Qingjia, are you all right? Xia Qing certainly felt the pain, yet it was merely discomfort. After reassuring the trio that she was fine, she pressed the intercom button connected to the Lord, reporting, in Zone 3. Potatoes are undergoing moderate aggressive mutation. The high-density potato vines will autonomously thrash, attacking any object they encounter with the force capable of snapping a thick wooden stick. The eradication method involves shooting or cutting the potato vines, followed by uprooting the potato roots and drying them. I repeat, in Zone 3, potato vines. Does Zone 3 require a support team for inspection? Even at the break of dawn, Tan Junjia's voice remained alert and serious. Xia Qing pressed the button again, confirming. Zone 3 has successfully eradicated the aggressive potato vines. No support is required. Moments after Xia Qing finished speaking, the urgent voice of Chi Fu echoed through the channel. Team Tan, the potato seedlings in Area 5 have exhibited aggressive mutations and urgently require assistance. Received, came the response. The potato seedlings in all 3 territories had shown signs of aggressive mutations. This was a matter concerning the seeds. What on earth were those at the planting center in the safe zone doing? How could they distribute such perilous seeds without proper warnings in the planting compendium? Frustration began to rise within her, and Xia Qing inhaled the nutrient solution embedded in her protective mask to maintain her composure. Chen Cheng also advised her, yes, sister, you should take a break. All right, I appreciate your hard work. Please keep me updated on any developments. Xia Qing, accustomed to enduring extreme fatigue and pain, could still hold on, but her heart ached for the sheep leader who had endured several lashes. She led the sheep leader out of the rain shelter. But before reaching the cabin, it butted her with its spiraled horn, sending her sprawling to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. Moo. After sending Xia Qing flying, the sheep leader remained unsatisfied and charged at her again. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Xia Qing managed to rise, sidestepping the horn, and embraced the sheep leader's neck. Only then did she switch the intercom in her mask to a private channel with the leader, speaking softly, please don't be angry. I understand how formidable the potato seedlings are, and I know you want to help me escape. I'm sorry for causing you to endure those lashes. Bah. The sheep leader continued to stomp its hooves and shake its head, intent on educating Xia Qing, torn between anger and the desire for a treat. The sheep leader eventually shook off Xia Qing after a moment of indecision and limped back toward the cabin. After confirming the air quality, Xia Qing finally removed her and Yang Laoda's protective masks, placing the food in Yang Laoda's bowl. Thank you for your hard work. Eat up. As Yang Laoda began to feast, Xia Qing, with trembling hands from pain, gently examined Yang Laoda's body to ensure there were no fractures. She then settled against a wooden post by the wall, too pained to even lift her arm to wipe away the sweat. Closing her eyes, she hoarsely inquired, "What time is it, silly hat?" "It's 5:30, came the reply. There were still 4.5 hours until the second wave of the catastrophic rain ceased. Time was slipping away. Xia Qing took a few deep breaths, silently grappling with the pain coursing through her body. The analgesics would numb her nerves, and with the storm still raging, she needed to remain battle-ready, refraining from medication. Once she survived this ordeal, she was determined to exchange some premium nutrient solution with the Qinglong battle team, or Sango. The premium nutrient solution not only replenished stamina rapidly, but also expedited the body's healing process, making it ideal for her current condition. A small bag containing 15 milliliters of the premium nutrient solution was priced at 2,000 points in the safe zone. Previously, she wouldn't have given it a second glance due to its exorbitant cost. However, circumstances had changed. She now possessed spring water that could be exchanged for the precious nutrient solution, 14 liters of spring water for one small bag. Xia Qing felt no regret in this exchange. The premium nutrient solution could prove life-saving in critical moments. Rumor had it that the element-stimulating liquid was far more effective in repairing bodily damage than the premium nutrient solution. If she could, she would also like to swap for 2 bottles of it as a precaution. Although the element-stimulating liquid had side effects, it would be sought after in dire situations when survival was at stake. In such moments, who would care about side effects? Bah! After finishing his meal, the elder sheep squinted at Xia Qing, requesting her to pour him some water. Noticing that Xia Qing had her eyes closed and was unresponsive, the elder sheep expressed his displeasure with a call. Xia Qing poured him some spring water, her voice hoarse as she cautioned him to drink and relieve himself outside, advising him not to soil the house. She reminded him to go to the area where she had eliminated the invasive weeds, warning that other locations might harbor ticks and leeches, which would pose a nuisance if they latched on. Once the elder sheep had eaten and drunk his fill and taken care of his needs, Xia Qing gathered her strength, wiped her sweat, sipped some spring water, and nibbled on a piece of compressed rations. At that moment, the relentless red downpour, which had persisted for nearly an hour, finally ceased. Although the intercom in the Lord's quarters was rife with reports of mutations and casualties, Chunzheng and the others remained silent, indicating that no aggressive mutations had emerged within their territory. After a brief respite, it was time to resume their tasks. Just as Xia Qing was about to lead the elder sheep outside, Chunzheng's urgent voice rang out, "Sister Qing, the spinach seeds have ripened." Chapter 78. Spinach explosion. What does it mean when misfortune comes in waves? This is it. I'll be there shortly. Xia Qing exited the house and, under the intense beam of light overhead, beheld the rain cover over the spinach patch on the low slope north of the riverbank had torn open, with 3 arched supports standing tall, resembling 3 middle fingers pointed skyward. Damn it! Why did it have to mature now, of all times? Xia Qing cursed under her breath, commanding herself to remain composed rather than succumb to irritation, and sprinted north with the elder sheep. As they passed the river, Xia Qing maintained her speed, swatting away several aquatic creatures that leaped up to attack, and hurried to the rain cover over the planting area on the low slope. A flustered Chunzheng, filled with remorse, exclaimed, "Sister Qing, it's my fault. As I traversed the terraced fields, I inadvertently brushed against the spinach, triggering an explosive reaction." Indeed, it was an explosion. The chaos before me was a result of spinach seed bombs. This predicament cannot solely be blamed on Chunzheng, for Zhang Xin had previously mentioned that when the spinach seeds mature, plucking the leaves causes the seeds to be ejected. Xia Qing had similarly cautioned Chunzheng. Yet, who would have anticipated that merely grazing the spinach in our territory would result in such an explosive outcome? The seeds were due to ripen in the next few days. "Are you unscathed?" Chunzheng's head bobbed like a rattle, his protective mask askew. "I am fine. What should we do now?" As a primary member of the battle squad, Chunzheng had never undertaken logistical duties and was at a loss for how to swiftly restore order to this disarray. Xia Qing promptly instructed, "Fetch the rain tarp over there to cover the spinach seedlings while I repair the framework." Understood. Chunzheng hurriedly went to retrieve the rain tarp. While Chunzheng surveyed the high slopes rain shelter, Xia Qing seized the sprayer and, standing outside the low slopes rain shelter, unleashed a torrent of insecticide to drive away the evolved insects that had gathered to feast on the seeds. She began collecting the spinach seeds that had fallen into the muddy ground beyond the shelter, knowing that if they were not gathered now, the impending rain would render the task far more challenging. Those in the mud were to be collected. Those lodged in the stalks of the invasive grass were to be extracted, and those ensnared in tree bark or crevices of stones were to be dug out. Together, the trio managed to gather what they could before the next bout of torrential rain, and the insects could wreak further havoc on the seeds. The seeds scattered within the shelter were regrettably neglected for the moment, as they were first to be covered. The second bout of calamity rain in the 10th year of natural disasters finally ceased after a relentless 50-hour downpour. Exhausted, the lords collapsed onto the ground, some in a state of numbness, others weeping, laughing, or oscillating between tears and laughter. Xia Qing was enveloped in a state of numbness, fatigued and pained to the core. The elder sheep, having consumed its fill of fodder, had lost the strength even to chew, resting its head upon Xia Qing's leg and drifting into slumber. An hour later, Xia Qing, partially revived, dragged her aching body to open the ventilation of the rain shelter, allowing the plants, starved of fresh air for 2 full days, to breathe anew. The recent rainfall had heightened the concentration of harmful elements in the atmosphere, yet she had no choice but to open the vent. For the absence of oxygenation equipment rendered prolonged confinement detrimental to the plant's growth. Subsequently, Xia Qing took out her notebook to assess the losses incurred from the second bout of destructive rain. In this calamity, the Third Territory suffered the loss of 300 stalks of wheat, 240 stalks of mung beans, 220 stalks of cotton, 50 cuttings of sweet potatoes, 40 yellow-skinned potatoes, 6 green-skinned sweet potatoes, 5 yellow-skinned pumpkins, 2 yellow-skinned eggplants, 2 yellow-skinned cucumbers, and 1 yellow-skinned tomato. The eggplants, cucumbers, and tomatoes met their demise due to an explosion of spinach that tore through the rain cover, allowing the invasive insects to infiltrate the shelter and feast upon these plants. The significant loss of potatoes stemmed from 4 aggressive mutated specimens that ravaged over 20 healthy potato plants. Although the cuttings of sweet potato vines suffered a quarter of their number, this loss fell within Xia Qing's expectations. The damage to the remaining crops was relatively minor, prompting a sigh of relief from Xia Qing as she, exhausted, made her way to collect spinach seeds. Fortunately, she had previously followed Zhang San's advice, surrounding the spinach field with 4 layers of rain cloth, leaving only the upper space for sunlight and air, thereby ensuring their healthy growth. Thus, during the recent explosion of spinach seeds, the seeds that were ejected in all directions were thwarted by the rainproof cover, leaving only the overhead area vulnerable to the onslaught of spinach seeds. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Collecting the seeds proved to be a manageable task. Xia Qing removed the rainproof cover from the spinach paddy and, upon inspection, discovered that all the spinach seedlings were still thriving, which elicited a profound sigh of relief. The fact that the seedlings post-explosion were still flourishing indicated that this batch of spinach seeds was entirely viable. However, it remained uncertain whether the seeds would be adversely affected after contact with the harmful elements. Logically, there should be no detrimental impact, as the outer shell of spinach seeds is exceptionally robust and brief exposure should not allow harmful elements to penetrate the hard shell and compromise the embryo of the seeds. Each viable seed is worth 20 points, which is equivalent to what she earns in 4 days working with the construction team in the safe zone. Thus, it was imperative to gather every single one without waste. Xia Qing first carried 2 bags of soil to the second-floor living room of the small building, pouring it out to dry on the sunlit balcony. The second-floor balcony was equipped with glass windows, preventing any birds or insects from intruding and pilfering the seeds. Exhausted, Xia Qing picked the last 2 strawberries, one for herself and one for the sheep. The strawberries were extraordinarily delicious, invigorating her spirit. Despite the pain she endured, she meticulously inspected both her home and the adjacent warehouse, ensuring that no snakes, insects, or rodents had compromised the walls or roof. After confirming their safety, she neglected to repair the solar panels that had been damaged, instead focusing on starting a fire to prepare dinner. Tonight's meal consisted of cornmeal spinach porridge and compressed rations. The spinach leaves and tender stems that had been pulverized by the ejected seeds were for her, while the old stems and roots were chopped and mixed with the compressed rations to serve as nutritious feed for the sheep. Sated, both she and the sheep lay down to rest. Should she apply ointment to her whip wounds? Lacking the strength to bathe, she found herself further depleted of energy for such tasks. When Xia Qing finally opened her eyes again, it was already 6 o'clock on the following morning, and the elder sheep had vacated the premises. Such an occurrence must not repeat itself. As she sat up and donned her clothing, she noticed the whip-like scars left by the dancing potato vines had surprisingly dulled in pain. The force of the dancing potato vines was comparable to that of a third-level evolved individual. Logically, with such grievous wounds, even with medication, one would have to endure a week's worth of agony. How could it be that after consuming merely 2 painkillers, the discomfort had diminished so significantly? Had she inadvertently evolved the capacity for accelerated wound healing? The protective gear acquired from the Qinglong battle team must possess formidable protective qualities, shielding her from most of the damage and sparing her bones and tendons. Or perhaps it was due to her consumption of green light foods, which enhanced her body's recuperative abilities. Although the reasons remained unclear, Xia Qing felt a profound sense of joy at the prospect of no longer enduring excruciating pain. Dressed and adorned in her protective attire, she commenced her daily ritual, patrolling her territory and eliminating pests. Under the sun's rays, the concentration of the corrosive elements in the air diminished, significantly reducing the likelihood of plant corruption. After a night had passed, no crops within her territory had succumbed to the corrosive evolution, and as she gazed towards the buffer forest, not a single tree had inexplicably grown taller or undergone bizarre color changes. Everything appeared normal. The elder sheep grazed in its designated pasture, showing no signs of lameness. It seemed the first possibility could be ruled out. She had not evolved the ability for accelerated wound healing. Having been too fatigued to heed the weather forecast the previous night, Xia Qing remained uncertain whether she would be able to retrieve the rain cover today. She activated the intercom, seeking to inquire about the weather conditions. The surrounding lords had also risen, engaging in discussions regarding the losses sustained by their territories during this calamity of rain. The second torrential downpour of the 10th year of natural disasters persisted for 50 hours, yielding a precipitation of 100 milliliters, with 2 bouts of red-level rain, each lasting no more than an hour. Consequently, there would be no significant casualties or property damage within the safe zone. However, the territories beyond the safe zone faced substantial losses. In Territory 4, crops were decimated by over half, resulting in 3 injuries and 2 fatalities. Territory 5 reported no losses, yet 6 individuals were injured and 1 died. In Territory 6, a quarter of the crops were lost, with 5 injured and 3 deceased. The other territories remained silent, but it was presumed that the casualties among their capable individuals would not exceed those of the 3 aforementioned territories. Territory 3 experienced the highest crop loss with 40% of the yellow lamp potatoes affected, followed by the newly planted sweet potato vines, which suffered a 25% loss, accompanied by 1 human injury and 1 sheep injury, with no fatalities. The sheep leader, engrossed in his meal, paid no heed to his subordinate. As Xia Qing pulled out the invasive weeds while heading towards the fish pond, she overheard Zhao Zai's voice, tinged with a weeping tone, lamenting that Blue Star truly left no way out for ordinary people, and inquired about her situation. It was evident without further thought that the reported casualties from each territory were indeed accurate, yet the claims regarding crop losses were likely exaggerated. Xia Qing had no intention of candidly revealing her own losses, lest she incite envy. The weather forecast predicted 5 consecutive days of clear skies ahead. Zhao Zai's envy and jealousy were palpable. A level 4 capable individual was indeed formidable, managing to safeguard such extensive farmland while preserving 2/3 of the crops. Unlike us ordinary individuals, who struggle desperately yet can scarcely safeguard even half of our possessions, the final remnants of insects were devoured by the fish in the pond, restoring tranquility to the water's surface. However, Xia Qing's voice was as frigid as ice shards. The ability to preserve food and vegetables bears no relation to whether one possesses extraordinary capabilities. I have prepared for 2 months to prevent the onset of another disastrous rain. How long have you been preparing? In my efforts to protect the crops, I enlisted the help of 7 individuals to patrol and keep watch. What about you? Upon hearing Xia Qing's anger, Zhao Zai fell silent. Chi Fu, with a hoarse voice, interjected, agreeing with Xia Qing that he too had spent 2 months safeguarding the majority of his harvest. Zhao Zai, if you wish to avoid starvation and retain your territory, you must resolve to work diligently. The Blue Star has evolved, yet the land remains unchanged and will not deceive. Your yield will correspond to the effort you invest. Is Brother San present? I wish to exchange green light vegetables for healing and detoxification medicines. Zhang San's voice remained languid, inquiring about the level of exchange. Chi Fu, Zhao Zai, and Kuang Qingwei promptly reported their respective green light resources and the conditions of the injured within their territories, negotiating for appropriate remedies with Zhang San. Tang Huai also implored Zhang San for some medicine, but Zhang San disregarded him and instead inquired whether Xia Qing required any healing supplies. Xia Qing pressed the button, stating that the commonly used medicines she had previously exchanged were still sufficient, thanking Brother San, in stark contrast to other lords who must plead with Zhang San for medicine. Here, Zhang San was eager to offer Xia Qing the remedies, which she graciously declined. several lords resolved to cultivate the green lamp spinach seeds exchanged with Xia Qing, intending to barter resources with Zhang San. Lying in bed, Tang Hui pressed a button and mused, Xia Qing, were you injured by the aggressive mutated potato vines? How many lashes did you receive, and what medicine did you use? Xia Qing had no leisure to count the whip marks on her body. She downplayed her injuries to deter anyone from seizing the opportunity to plunder her grain while she was vulnerable. 12 lashes. Treated with the analgesics and anti-inflammatory medications I brought from the safe zone. Bah. You were struck thrice, utilizing potent painkillers and anti-swelling medicine. Tang Hui, still groaning in bed, doubted that Xia Qing had used anything ordinary, convinced she had received the exceptional medication from Hu Zifeng. Suppressing his irritation, he inquired, what are you doing now? Xia Qing, currently assessing the toxic elements in captured serpents, replied succinctly, patrolling the territory and clearing mutated plants. Huang Qingwei pressed his button in disbelief. Xia Qing, don't you feel pain? Or are the mutated potatoes in your domain less potent? He recalled a worker in his territory who had been fatally whipped by a mutated potato vine. Xia Qing responded, even the coarse bamboo I used to build the shelter was snapped by the potato vines. They are certainly not weak. Of course, it hurts, but I can endure it. If I don't clear the mutated grass soon, it will seed. The typically non-aggressive mutated grass grows rapidly during the toxic rain, slowing down after the rain ceases and the sun appears. The seeds mature in just a few days, falling to the ground to await the next toxic rain, after which the plants slowly wither away. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate the invasive grass before its seeds mature. Failure to do so will result in an escalating density of this invasive species, which in turn heightens the probability of aggressive mutations. Xia Qing, showing remarkable restraint, was unable to contain Qi Fu, who, despite having a broken arm, expressed his concern. Xia Qing, shall I have my sister-in-law come over to care for you for a few days? Qi Fu's wife, Yuan Yin, resided with him in the territory. Xia Qing had seen her delivering meals to Qi Fu while working in the safe zone. Yuan Yin, of a similar age to Qi Fu, bore several scars from acid rain on her face, giving her a fierce appearance. In the aftermath of the calamity, everyone armored themselves with their most formidable traits. Xia Qing, however, did not judge by appearances. She simply had grown accustomed to concealment and silence, hence her limited interaction with Yuan Yin. Just as Xia Qi was about to press the button to decline the offer, she heard Zhang San's voice. Xia Qing, allow me to send specialized medical personnel to attend to you. All you need to provide is a few spinach leaves. Is spinach truly so delectable? Or, Xia Qing pressed the button and responded, thank you, Brother San and Brother Qi, for your concern. I will reach out if I can no longer endure. Tang Hui questioned, is that even plausible? After enduring 12 lashes, how could you possibly withstand it? Chapter 80. Preparing dried fish for the feline companion Hu Zifeng unleashed his full fury, and of course, it bore fruit, allowing me to scold you without reservation. Had it not been for the hundreds of mutated rats raised in your second territory, my potato seedlings would not have been ravaged by those pests. A yellow lamp snake was detected, and Xia Qing, in a delightful mood, pressed the intercom button. 86 evolved rats ventured from Area 2 into Area 3, gnawing through a solar panel and its wiring. To address the menace of the evolved rats, I expended 700 points to enlist assistance, alongside the expenditure of 150 rounds of ammunition, and I demand compensation from Area 2 for my losses. Hu Zifeng immediately followed, asserting that he too must compensate for the damages within my territory, threatening to report him to the administrative hall in the safe zone if he refused. Tang Hui ignored Hu Zifeng's claims and furiously questioned Xia Qing. 86 rats? How could you possibly use 150 rounds? Xia Qing pressed the button, admitting to her inaccuracy in marksmanship. Within the territory, 2 individuals had fallen victim to the evolved rats, and Tang Hui, who had received 3 lashes himself, cursed under his breath and shut off the intercom, grimacing as he attempted to rise from his bed. Tang Heng, bringing in water, hurried to assist him. Brother, do you need to relieve yourself? Not urgent, Tang Hui retorted, pushing aside his brother's arm as he struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. I am going to hunt those rats, Tang Heng softly advised. Brother, Team Su has yet to leave. Tang Hui furiously shot back. Whether he stays or goes is of no concern to me. If it weren't for him releasing those rats in my territory, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Brother, this territory belongs to the young lady, Tang Heng interjected. In Area 4, Zhao Ze leaned on his cane as he stepped outside to arrange for the harvesting of vegetables and the procurement of medicine. In Area 6, Huang Qingwei lay eating elm leaf cakes, listening to his young and beautiful wife mockingly call Xia Qing a fool. In Area 5, Fu, with one arm immobilized and a sling around his neck, reflected on his time in the construction team, remarking that Xia Qing had always been a force to be reckoned with. No matter how arduous the tasks or how profound the wounds, she silently persevered. And now that she has ventured beyond the safety zone to toil for herself, her resolve has only intensified. Yuan Yin, Fu's wife, speculated whether Xia Qing's endurance had undergone a remarkable evolution as well. However, Fu was quite certain that during her time in the construction team, she was drenched in sweat, her arms and legs trembling. Yuan Yin paused for a moment, reflecting on the remarkable resilience of a woman who could endure such hardships. It truly commanded admiration. In the era following the grand evolution of Blue Star, single women who could thrive independently, without relying on men, and maintain their dignity even in the 10th year of natural disasters, were indeed worthy of respect. Surviving to this point has not been an easy feat for many. After taking a final drag of the evolved smoke, Fu stood up and declared, "Let us head to the fields and assist in propping up the fallen seedlings." The cotton plants had grown to over 2 meters tall, and amidst their lush foliage, clusters of buds were emerging, igniting a sense of longing. According to the Comprehensive Guide to Planting, there remains a 10% chance for cotton to bloom even after undergoing a transformation. Xia Qing held on to these cotton plants, wagering on that slim possibility. Upon returning home, she placed the newly caught edible snakes into the wooden box designated for snake rearing, followed by the insects she had captured to feed them. Within, there were already a dozen or so edible snakes of various sizes. In order to maintain her health and promote her evolution, Xia Qing ensured an optimal diet within her means, both in the past and present. With the availability of snake and bamboo rat meat, she naturally aimed for a balanced diet. After breakfast, Xia Qing began to clear the withered weeds from her yard. The roots of the wild grass are remarkably developed. When it is uprooted, a substantial clump of soil accompanies it. When the soil is shaken off, the severed roots of the wild grass, upon encountering the rain, can regenerate into yet another wild grass. Thus, it is not enough to merely burn the wild grass. The roots and the surrounding soil must also be incinerated. Although her body still ached, Xia Qing swiftly removed the wild grass from the yard, laying it out to dry on a bamboo rack. She then opened the garage door and brought out the tiller, affixing a stone-constructed cylindrical roller to it. The next step was to level the uneven yard that had been left after the grass was pulled. Once the yard was smoothed out, Xia Qing ascended to the central living room on the second floor of the small building, where she settled into a bamboo chair, brewed a cup of hot tea, and hummed a tune while sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, meticulously gathering spinach seeds. The size of the spinach seeds is comparable to that of mung beans. However, they are not round, but rather flattened on both sides with a pointed end, encased in an exceptionally hard shell. The spinach seedlings can launch these seeds like projectiles, exhibiting a formidable force of impact, attributable to the hardness of the seeds. Had she not been clad in high-quality protective gear, she would have surely been perforated. How could such fragile spinach seedlings possess such overwhelming explosive power? This is the result of the dramatic biological evolution on Blue Star, where anything bizarre could occur. The resilient green spinach survives even in the 10th year of calamity, likely owing to its remarkable explosive power and the durability of its seed coat. Collecting spinach seeds from the dry soil mixed with small clumps and stones is a meticulous task, yet for the patient Xia Qing, gathering spinach seeds serves as a form of relaxation and respite. After spending over 2 hours extracting the spinach seeds from the mixed soil, she ultimately harvested 2,830 seeds. In the terraced fields, there are a total of 52 green lamp spinach plants, among which 14 are male plants that only produce male flowers, while 38 are female plants that bloom and bear seeds. Xia Qing had previously counted that each female plant produced between 80 and 120 seeds, indicating she should harvest between 3,000 to 4,500 spinach seeds. The remaining 1,000 or so seeds were likely shattered by hard objects during the spinach seed explosion, or perhaps still hidden in the soil or other places. After soaking the spinach seeds in pristine spring water for over an hour, Xia Qing retrieved them and laid them out to dry, eliminating the effects of the rain. Once the ground was tidied up, Xia Qing stared blankly at the pristine balcony of spinach seeds. lost in thought for a full 2 minutes before recalling that she had killed 2 large fish in the rain. She took out a sealed bag and, upon inspection, discovered that both fish were red lampfish. Xia Qing promptly cleaned and sliced the fish, drying them for her second companion, the little kitten. She consulted Tan Junjie, saying, "Captain Tan, this batch of potato seeds not only exhibits red leaves, but also grows slowly, with a high probability of aggressive mutations. Could you please report this to the base?" Tan Junjie nodded, stating, "We have already reported this. Are you truly unhurt?" Chapter 81, Element Detection Device. Tan Junjie reported the numbers directly. "I am unaware of the situation elsewhere, but in the northern territory of the safe zone, the casualty count has reached 94. This casualty figure, while seemingly insignificant in a safe zone of 200,000 people, is astonishing in a territory with so few inhabitants. Based on this casualty ratio, the total losses across all territories must exceed 300. The seeds distributed by the cultivation center should have undergone rigorous selection. How could there be such a widespread emergence of aggressive mutations, injuring hundreds?" Standing behind the towering, dense grass wall, Xia Qing diligently removed the invasive weeds while straining to listen. Indeed, she overheard Su Ming muttering that the Tang family bore primary responsibility for such devastating casualties. Tang Zhengrong, the deputy base leader of Hui San, had his daughter, Tang Zhong, working in the management of the cultivation center within the safe zone. Was it she who released the mutated potato seeds? The Tang family was a blight upon the Hui San base. The sooner they were dealt with, the better. In the afternoon, at the invitation of Luo Pei, Xia Qing brought along 3 green, luminescent cucumbers to visit. Luo Pei had been undergoing treatment in Area 3 for over 2 months and had only reached out to Xia Qing twice during contract negotiations. So when he messaged her to come over, she readily agreed. During the recent reign of mutations, Xia Qing had shot down over a dozen mutated rats and severed a stem of aggressive mutated potatoes, acutely aware of the advantages of wielding a firearm, her desire to master marksmanship growing more fervent. If she could acquire even a fraction of Luo Pei's skill, she wouldn't have been so severely injured. Upon entering the basement, Xia Qing was surprised to find the living room barren, with only 2 folding chairs and a small table remaining. "Thank you, Brother Luo." After accepting the medicine, Luo Pei inquired in detail about her injuries and then solemnly advised her that, in addition to improving her shooting skills, she must also enhance her reaction speed and learn to evade attacks. After explaining methods and techniques to improve physical response time, Luo Pei earnestly cautioned her that, after evolution, human reaction speeds had generally increased by a factor of 2. Within the military, many ordinary soldiers, having undergone specialized training, can achieve a reaction speed that meets the standards of a triple evolved individual. What they are capable of, you, as a senior evolved being, ought to exceed. Xia Qing straightened her posture and lifted her chin, declaring confidently, "Brother Luo, I will elevate my speed to the standard of a triple evolved individual. At the very least, I shall attain quadruple speed." With her head held even higher and her voice resonating with determination, she reiterated, "Yes, quadruple." Luo Pei, increasingly pleased with his student, softened his tone, reminding her to also prioritize rest, stating that she should recuperate fully before resuming practice. "In mid-next month, I will take you to Mount 49 for practical training," Xia Qing suggested. "Let us wait until Brother Luo has cleared the poison from his system before we venture into the mountains." Why does this room seem so empty? Within Xia Qing's territory number 3, there exists a spring, which could become problematic if targeted by the Tang family. Xia Qing had not anticipated that the evolved rats had been deliberately released into territory number 2. Clenching her fist, she inquired, "Brother Luo, were the rats released by Tang Hui?" "No," Luo Pei replied, relaying the intelligence he had gathered. "It was Su Pin who brought the evolved rats here before the rainstorm." Tang Hui was likely unaware of this beforehand, and he suffered considerable losses during the recent attack by the evolved rats. Furrowing her brow, Xia Qing stated, "Brother Luo, we must devise a swift solution to this significant threat in territory number 2. Luo Pei nodded affirmatively, reassuring her, "Focus on your recovery. We are already brainstorming solutions." Tang Jingsu is Xia Qing's adversary, and she frequently contemplates strategies to undermine the Tang family's or Su Feng's team as strength. At present, she indeed has some thoughts. "Brother Luo, I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its viability." After discussing matters concerning the Tang family, Xia Qing inquired about the spring water used for Luo Pei's treatment. "Is the spring water for the subsequent treatment transported through the underground passage?" Xia Qing questioned, perplexed. Wouldn't it be more convenient to traverse this passage directly? Luo Pei elucidated that due to the presence of evolved rats, they could no longer maintain this passage. Not only the passage, but the underground chamber must also be sealed. Xia Qing comprehended that Brother Luo suspected the presence of cerebral domain evolved rats among them. Luo Pei affirmed, stating that even in the absence of such evolved rats, they possess methods to control rodents. Should you encounter any rats, eliminate them immediately, and be sure to prioritize your personal safety. If the situation proves unmanageable, summon Hu Zifeng. Understood, Xia Qing nodded, committing this to memory. She then expressed her purpose for coming. Brother Luo, do you possess an instrument capable of detecting the content of elements? I wish to exchange one with you. Either for spring water or green light vegetables. Although Xia Qing owed the Qinglong battle team 800,000 points, these could be repaid with merely a month's worth of spring water. The Qinglong battle team was not in haste for repayment, nor was Xia Qing, as she continued to engage in normal transactions with them. Luo Pei did not inquire about Xia Qing's reasons for wanting the element detector, and without hesitation, he consented. The detector from the laboratory on the second underground floor has yet to be transported away. I will first explain how to use it, and when night falls, I will have Cheng Dong assist you in moving it. As the name suggests, the E-element detector is an instrument used to measure the content of E-elements within living organisms. While the Jiang element is harmful to the body, the E-element is beneficial. According to publicly available test results, the content of the element Y in consumable organisms ranges from a mere fraction of 0.0001 to 0.0004, exhibiting minimal variation. As the detection of the element K is significantly easier than that of element Y, K detection devices are considerably less expensive. Consequently, Xia Qing possesses only a K detection device. She has neither owned nor even encountered a Y detection device. Upon hearing Luo Pei mention the use of a specific technique and offering to instruct her on its operation, Xia Qing realized that the Y detection device must be a sophisticated and intricate instrument, not to mention relatively large in size. Upon arriving at the laboratory on the second underground floor, when she encountered a detection apparatus comparable in size to the ice cream freezer at her school's convenience store, Xia Qing abandoned any thoughts of an exchange. Such a substantial testing machine could very well be worth more than a mountain. Furthermore, if the Qinglong battle team were to acquire another such precision instrument after handing this one over to her, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Luo Ge. I had assumed the Y detection device was similar in size to the K detection device, but I had no idea it would be so large. I shall not proceed with the exchange. Am I able to utilize this instrument to test the Y content in several plants? I will bear the cost of the testing reagents, Xia Qing stated. Luo Pei was amused by Xia Qing's somewhat formal demeanor and retorted, enough with the pleasantries. Just bring forth the plants you wish to test. As he proceeded to analyze the Y content of 3 different plants, he elucidated the operational procedures and essential precautions concerning the Y detection device. The results for the 3 plants appeared on the screen after a 45-minute wait, leaving both Xia Qing and Luo Pei utterly astonished. Chapter 82. No more increase in people. The content of the vital element in the tender shoots of the Chinese tune is 1 part per 10,000, while that of the evolved perilla is 1.5 parts per 10,000, both of which fall within the normal range. However, to Summer Qing's astonishment, the vital element content in the root of the spinach reaches an astonishing 6 parts per 10,000. Summer Qing murmured, Lao Ge, is this instrument malfunctioning? How could it possibly reach 6 parts per 10,000 without any reason? Lao Pei confirmed once more that the laboratory door was securely closed before quietly inquiring, what plant does this root belong to? If it weren't for Zhang San's particular interest in spinach leaves, and if her and young Laoda's injuries hadn't nearly healed overnight, Summer Qing would never have considered testing the vital element content of the green light spinach. Lao Pei turned off the instrument, adopting an expression as serious as that of Tan Junjie. With whom have you traded spinach? Do not engage in transactions involving spinach seeds with others. Lao Pei pressed on. Summer Qing, do you know what plants with a vital element content of 6 parts per 10,000 can be used for? Summer Qing undoubtedly understood. Superior nutrient solution. Just yesterday, she had contemplated exchanging spring water for superior nutrient solution, only to realize that the spinach within her territory could be processed into it. No wonder her and young Laoda's injuries had recovered so swiftly. Consuming such an abundance of spinach rich in vital elements would naturally expedite healing. How many milliliters of superior nutrient solution could be produced from so many spinach seedlings? Summer Qing felt a pang of regret. Lao Pei nodded. explaining that the higher the vital element content in green light flora and fauna, the more effective the resulting nutrient solution. For plants with a vital element content below 5 parts per 10,000, both the sap of green light plants and the blood of green light animals could be utilized in the creation of nutrient solutions. The premium nutrient solution is primarily crafted from green light plants or green light animal blood, containing a trace of the essential element exceeding 5 parts per 10,000. Should the content surpass 10 parts per 10,000, it can be utilized to create a stimulating liquid of the essential element. What? Xia Qing felt a surge of excitement, her hair nearly standing on end. If her spinach's essential element content increased by just 4 points, it could be transformed into a life-saving elixir in critical moments. Luo Pei also felt a tinge of regret, as none of the green light plants discovered in the wild evolution forest possessed an essential element content exceeding 5 parts per 10,000. Hence, he had overlooked the reminder to measure the essential element content of the green light plants within their territory. Xia Qing quickly waved her hand, asserting that it was not Luo Ji's fault. She had not considered it either. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Luo Pei shared in Xia Qing's joy, noting that the green light plants and animals used to create the premium nutrient solution and the stimulating liquid were meticulously cultivated by the base. The green light plant cultivated by the Hui Base Research Institute, which boasted the highest essential element value of 11 parts per 10,000, seemed to be spinach. The fire brigade had recruited numerous talents from various bases and had invested considerable effort over 4 years to elevate the essential element content of their mountain's green light plants to 9 parts per 10,000. Your starting point is significantly higher than theirs. After speaking, Luo Pei couldn't help but lament his oversight, realizing that the quality of your spring water surpassed that of the fire brigade, making it entirely plausible for plants with a high essential element content to thrive within your territory. The Hui base stands as the most formidable among the 10 bases of Hui City, serving as the core strength of the city's foundation. Consequently, the Hui Research Institute is referred to as the main institute, its prowess undoubtedly surpassing that of the other 9 bases. Xia Qing harbored no desire to compete with them. Her ambition lay solely in growing stronger each day, striving to live a life of quality through her own capabilities, enduring as best as she could. Observing Xia Qing's swift return to composure and her contemplation of solutions to potential threats, Luo Pei felt increasingly satisfied with this student. Rest assured, he said, Zhang San is not a malevolent individual. Even if he becomes aware, he will not divulge anything. He continued, Zhang San has a temper. Refrain from inquiring about his identity. Wait until he chooses to disclose it, for otherwise it will yield you no advantage. Xia Qing nodded and inquired, Luo Gu, is it possible for the Qinglong battle team to produce ultra-nutritional solutions? Luo Pei affirmed, indeed. I will promptly gather information to enhance the nutrient content of the green light plants and send it to you. This nutrient detector is yours to keep. Consider it a deposit for our purchase of your spinach. Once the testing reagents are exhausted, feel free to request more from Ajin. Thank you, Luo Gu. Xia Qing replied. She contemplated asking if she could directly request more from Luo Pei once the reagents were depleted, as negotiating with Yang Jin felt far more cumbersome. That fellow had 100 tricks up his sleeve and employed charm as part of his strategy. Nevertheless, there was a clear division of labor among the 3 leaders of the Qinglong battle team, and she did not wish to disrupt their established order. In the end, Luo Pei queried Xia Qing, would you like to add a few individuals to your territory? Xia Qing shook her head. I still prefer to live alone. It is more comfortable. After spending a decade in the overcrowded safe zone, she had grown weary and frustrated with the constant crowding. Now, within her territory, there are only she and the old sheep. In the face of danger, the Huzi Feng squad and the hazard inspection team are always ready to provide support. This is the state that Xia Qing is most content with. She wishes for no additional company. After a decade of natural disasters, Xia Qing has come to understand the complexities of human nature, rendering her unable to trust anyone completely. And she has no desire to allow anyone to reside in her territory for an extended period. Alone, she wonders when she can elevate the nutrient content of her spinach. When it happens, rather than inviting a multitude to dwell in her territory to study spinach. Xia Qing finds it far more significant to live comfortably and freely alongside the old sheep. The nutrient-stimulating solution is indeed crucial, yet it is not unattainable. Zhang San certainly possesses it. Luo Pei merely suggested it, and since Xia Qing is reluctant to increase her company, he refrains from further persuasion, gently reminding her that when Zhang San approaches her to discuss spinach, it would be wise not to reveal all her cards. Desire is inherent in humanity, and human nature cannot withstand the trials of desire. Shortly, you will bring out the microtiller to eliminate the weeds near this village. We will use the noise generated by the microtiller to restore the basement to its original state. In the coming days, there will be considerable activity in both Territory 1 and Territory 2, but it will not encroach upon your territory. Just keep an eye on the old sheep. At the exit of the basement, Wei Qingdong meticulously sprayed a deodorizing agent for Xia Qing several times and softly reminded her that health is paramount, and she should not overexert herself. It seems everyone has tuned into the Lord's channel and assumed she is merely enduring. This is advantageous and provides ample justification. Xia Qing drove the microtiller out of the garage, attached the front-mounted weeder with 4 weeding wheels, and, accompanied by the old sheep, revved up the power to begin cutting the weeds. As the roar of the tiller echoed through the 3rd territory, Tang Huai, enduring the pain of his whip wounds, could only listen intently in the 2nd territory for traces of the evolved mice, succumbing to despair as he shouted, "This is maddening." Chapter 83, The Return of Luo Pei. After letting out a few cries, Tang Huai activated his walkie-talkie, inquiring, "Third territory, 3rd territory. Xia Qing, what on earth are you doing?" Infuriated, the pain in his wound intensified. It had barely been a day since the rain, and the ground was still damp, yet she was using machinery to clear the weeds. Unconcerned about becoming stuck, Tang Huai exclaimed, "How could you?" Hu Zifeng seized the opportunity to interject, "Indeed. How could I forget that the tiller is tracked?" He was deliberately attempting to appear closer to Xia Qing, subtly leading the people from the 2nd territory astray. Chi Fu also raised his voice, "Xia Qing, how is the transgenic cotton in your field progressing? You must have transplanted it by now, right?" His timing was uncanny. Xia Qing had just planted the cotton not far from the basement where Luo Pei resided. "I'm currently driving the tiller towards the field for the transgenic cotton, but I can't see it yet." With that, Xia Qing set down the walkie-talkie and accelerated towards the planting area, the tiller roaring with power. After undergoing genetic modification, the cotton still had a 10% chance of bearing fruit. Of course, should the transgenic cotton exhibit excessive elements, even if it bloomed, the seeds would be rendered inedible for oil extraction. Xia Qing had no need for oil. What she desired was the soft, fluffy cotton. The vitality of transgenic plants is remarkably resilient. The transplanted cotton plants showed no signs of wilting, flourishing into towering cotton trees exceeding 2 meters in height. If a mere 1/10 of the buds on this tree were to blossom into cotton, then next summer, Shaoqing would forego erecting rain shelters for the cotton and allow them to perish entirely. The sound of machinery echoed, da-da-da, da-da-da, zung, zung, zung. Shaoqing circled around the cotton trees, wielding a lawn mower to eliminate the weeds that stood nearly as tall as the cotton itself. With each patch of weeds that fell, the view for Shaoqing and the sheep herder gradually cleared. In Field 1, the tillers roared to life. Their noise, although insignificant to the ordinary inhabitants of other territories, was a source of considerable auditory pollution for Tang Huai, an advanced auditory evolved being. He, irked by the clamor, cursed under his breath and retreated to the southeastern corner of the territory to hunt for mice. "Brother Luo, it's all set," Wei Qingdong whispered, as he and his team moved the final batch of medical equipment. "Be cautious," he added, unable to restrain himself. Within Territory 1, the tillers continued to methodically clear the weeds above the tunnels, while several team members patrolled the area, armed and ready to eliminate various evolved creatures. Upon witnessing Luo Pei emerge from the newly constructed 3-story building beneath the buffer forest, the guard, Hu Zifeng, had reddened eyes, while Chun Zheng's tears flowed freely. "This is wonderful. Brother Luo is truly safe." Hu Zifeng cast a reproachful glance at Chun Zheng, who was tear-streaked and sniffling, and reported in a hushed tone, "There's a raven overhead, suspected to be brain domain evolved, circling above." Luo Pei patted Chun Zheng on the shoulder, ascended to the top floor, and, after observing for a few seconds through the lookout, aimed his sniper rifle at the circling raven. Bang! The long-awaited scent of gunpowder brought a sense of exhilaration to Luo Pei. He donned his sunglasses, casually wiping away the physiological tears that flowed from his eyes, and quietly instructed, "I have incapacitated one of the crow's wings. The rest is up to you." "Understood." With Luo Ji's shot, all apprehensions dissipated. Hu Zifeng accepted the command and led his men to retrieve the crow. Seeking death. Within the confines of Area 2, Su Pin, monitoring from the cameras affixed to the crow, glared at the chaotic scene on the screen before him, cursing under his breath as he pressed the detonation button. Boom! The vertically descending crow erupted in midair, scattering into a mist of crimson. Attention, lords! A bird rigged with explosives has appeared above Area 1. All lords are advised to be vigilant regarding any suspicious flying trajectories and to immediately contact the inspection team should they observe any such birds. The calm voice of Tan Junjie echoed through the lord's channel, followed by the irate shouts of Hu Zifeng. It was evident without a moment's thought that the explosive-laden bird hovering over Area 1 was undoubtedly dispatched from Area 2. Xia Qing feigned ignorance, continuing to operate the microtiller with a rhythmic clatter. After securely shutting the doors and windows, she listened to the touching broadcast about the sacrifices made at the Huisan base during the rain, along with the weather forecast. She diligently noted down the points shared in today's agricultural knowledge broadcast when she keenly detected the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Lifting a corner of the thick blackout curtain to peek outside, she confirmed it was Wei Chengdong before opening the door to assist him in bringing the tightly wrapped elemental detector into the house. The sheep leader, having never encountered Wei Chengdong before, brandished his spiral horns, intending to expose him, but was ultimately persuaded by Xia Qing to refrain from doing so. Wei Chengdong still had tasks to attend to. After delivering the machine, he offered a few words of advice to Xia Qing before hastening towards the spring to fetch water. Xia Qing secured the door, retrieved a measuring tape, and realized that the instrument was far too large to fit through the entrance. It could only be placed in the living room. The first floor served as the domain for her and Boss Yang, so it was far more prudent to position such a delicate apparatus on the second floor. Consequently, Xia Qing effortlessly transported the over 100-pound testing device upstairs and arranged it in the living room. Having already applied putty and wall paint to ensure that the small building's walls were smooth and pristine, and laid down insect-repelling wooden flooring, the addition of this sophisticated instrument further elevated the room's elegance. From within, there was no hint of the desolation wrought by natural disasters. This was her territory, her sanctuary. Her chair and Boss Yang's tatami had also been upgraded to match the room's refined aesthetic. Boss Yang reclined on the tatami, engrossed in the radio, while Xia Qing sat on the grass mat of a solid wood bench, diligently polishing her 3 cherished firearms. That afternoon, Xia Qing witnessed the dramatic explosion of a blackbird in the sky above Area 1. Although Hu Zifeng claimed in the Lord's channel that he had shot the bird down, Xia Qing knew it was the work of Luo Pei. Undoubtedly, Luo Pei was a marksman. Under his tutelage, Xia Qing felt compelled to evolve into a sharpshooter herself. Chapter 84. The egret laid eggs. After polishing her guns and completing her precision training, Xia Qing commenced her training for physical reaction speed. She practiced until 10:30 in the evening, then methodically washed up, bid good night to Boss Yang, who was comfortably settled in the living room on the first floor, and retreated to her resting quarters in the northwest corner of the second floor. The modest dwelling where Xia Qing resides is situated in the northern central part of the cultivated land at the foot of the mountain. From the window of the bedroom, located at the rear right of the second floor, one can gaze upon all the farmland, planting zones, and springs within the territory of Area 3. Despite Luo Pei and his group departing from Area 3, the inhabitants of Area 2 continue to monitor her domain. Thus, Xia Qing resolved to move to this bedroom, allowing her to safeguard the most vital resources, namely, the spring and crops, within her territory during the night. Xia Qing set up a dozen simple yet inconspicuous traps near the farmland and the spring. If anyone or a large animal were to pass by, the sounds emitted by trees and stones would be detected by her highly evolved ears, enabling her to swiftly eliminate the intruder with her firearm. After donning her night vision goggles and verifying through the glass window that all was well within her territory, she had just unfurled the sun-warmed thin blanket when she heard the sound of the elder sheep trotting up the stairs. Despite having evolved, sheep still possess weak night vision. To facilitate the elder sheep's entrance to the yard, a small night light on the first floor remained lit. Utilizing this faint glow, the elder sheep successfully climbed to the second floor and appeared before Xia Qing, squinting at her. With a tone of reason, Xia Qing explained, "Elder, did I not just mention that I must sleep in this room to guard our water source and food? You ought to sleep on the first floor to protect our door and yard." The elder sheep stood motionless, prompting Xia Qing to release a sigh of both contentment and resignation. "If you insist on sleeping in the same room as me, so be it. Come in." She spread a bamboo mat on the bedroom floor, placing a flat grass mat atop it. "Rest now. For tomorrow we must dismantle the rain cover and clear the weeds. The third rainstorm shall not arrive for at least 2 months, during which time our wheat, mung beans, and potatoes will all be harvested. Once gathered, the grain shall sustain me, while the seedlings shall nourish you. After Summer Qing finished speaking, she yawned, pulled the covers over herself, and closed her eyes. Lying in bed, a smile graced the corners of Summer Qing's lips. The following day, the discomfort from the dancing potato vines had considerably diminished, no longer hindering her normal movements. After breakfast, Summer Qing turned on the radio, listening to the broadcast while diligently exterminating a large bag filled with various mutated pests, half to feed the fish and half for the snakes. When the 5-centimeter-long fry surged to the water's surface for food, a heron pacing in the shallows swiftly snatched one up, tilting its neck back to swallow it whole. Why was there only one heron today? Summer Qing glanced towards the nest on the water cypress nearby and noticed another heron perched within. Could it be that it had begun to lay eggs? Stealing? Absolutely not. All resources within the territory belonged to her. How could using her own possessions be deemed theft? Summer Qing chuckled softly. Upon returning home, she attached a bucket to the tiller and drove it to the edge of the fields with a rhythmic clatter. In no time, she dismantled the waterproof covering from the rain shelter, instructing Old Sheep to assist in folding the material neatly before placing it into the bucket. Subsequently, Summer Qing carried out the insect netting, trimming it to the appropriate size to drape over the shelter's framework securely. The agricultural broadcast from the base fervently promoted this method of cultivation, which provided insect protection while allowing light, air, and moderate shading. Regarding how the base came to endorse this technique, Huang Qingwei from Plot 6 had inquired with Chi Fu from Plot 5. Chi Fu provided an affirmative response. It was due to his extensive purchase of insect nets designed for window screens. Upon learning of their purpose, Zhong Tao documented the insect-resistant vegetable greenhouse with videos and photographs, subsequently reporting to the base. As a result, Chi Fu received some remarkably beneficial rewards. As for the nature of these rewards, Chi Fu chose not to disclose, and out of mutual understanding, no one inquired further. Xia Qing also experienced the advantages of utilizing insect nets for her vegetable cultivation and had long intended to cover all her crops with them. Thus, she exchanged a sufficient quantity of insect nets with Zhong Tao. Fortunately, she acted swiftly, as Huang Qingwei mentioned that the price of insect nets had since risen. After installing the nets, various insects that had been thwarted outside were eliminated by her and her avian allies. Presently, her territory is home to a diverse array of birds, including magpies, crows, sparrows, chickadees, and red-billed blue magpies. Previously, these creatures had schemed to pilfer her fruits and vegetables. But after Xia Qing dealt a decisive blow to a few, they learned their lesson and reformed their ways, transforming into beneficial birds. The only exception is the heron, which indulges in fish thievery and does not qualify as a friend to the garden. Replacing the rain cover with the insect net consumed an entire day for Xia Qing. Once the task was complete, she naturally sought to reward herself with a delightful meal. Carrying a dozen live snakes she had caught that day, she stealthily made her way to the reservoir, where she discovered 2 herons cozily nestled in their nest. Frustrated, she thought to herself, while she and the sheep overlord toiled away in solitude, these thieving birds were exhibiting their affection in pairs. A lesson must be taught. Herons have poor eyesight and primarily hunt during the day, while most snakes prey at dawn and dusk. As soon as the herons engaged with the snakes, she could seize the opportunity to benefit from their struggle. Xia Qing crouched in a corner, eagerly awaiting the inevitable clash between the herons and the snakes. After both herons had taken flight from the nest, Xia Qing swiftly approached and discovered, indeed, 5 pale blue eggs nestled within. The heron perched atop the nest fiercely defended the eggs, using its long, golden beak to peck at the intruding snake. With a decisive thud, the snake's head and the branch were pierced through. It was surprising to witness the heron's formidable combat prowess, contrasting with its usual leisurely demeanor by the water's edge, where it often prowled for fish. No wonder, upon their arrival, they established dominance within their territory. Chapter 85. Who wouldn't want a hen that lays eggs? Upon returning home, Xia Qing disinfected and removed her protective gear, eagerly extracting 3 pale blue eggs from her small package. The evolved herons had grown in size, and these eggs were correspondingly larger, akin to the size of goose eggs before the natural disasters. 1 egg was sufficient for a single dish. Xia Qing first soaked the eggs for disinfection and then cracked one into a bowl. As she beheld the translucent egg white and the golden yolk, her mouth watered in anticipation. She placed a small sample into the element detector, and the red light illuminated normal. The second egg followed suit, receiving the same red light. However, On testing the third, she breathed a sigh of relief as the yellow light appeared edible. Xia Qing surmised that at least one of the two birds was a yellow light bird, which meant her supply of meat had just increased with a plump heron. Delighted, Xia Qing fed the egg white from the red light egg to the snake, while saving the dried yolk as a treat for her little kitten. She longed to taste it herself. Closing the microtiller, she retrieved her walkie-talkie. Chiga, are you there? Yes, came Chifu's voice promptly. Is your injury feeling any better? Much improved. How about your arm, Chiga? Do you know how many clutches of eggs a heron can lay in a year? Chifu chuckled, mentioning that there is only one brood a year, comprised of 4 to 5 eggs. If one desires to feast upon the egret's eggs, caution is paramount. Egrets have evolved into formidable beings. In my territory, a person who attempted to pilfer bird eggs was pecked, and had they not been clad in protective gear, their arm would have been grievously injured. With only one brood each year, we must refrain from total annihilation and allow a couple of birds to remain. Xia Qing sighed in disappointment. When she gazed once more at the water cypress forest, she was astonished to discover 2 additional birds accompanying the egret couple. She had encountered a species slightly smaller than the great egret, plumper with a shorter neck and a black-tipped beak, apart from its head and back, which were black. The remainder of its plumage was white, adorned with 2 long, ribbon-like white feathers atop its head. Could it be a night heron? Xia Qing pondered silently for a moment. Do night herons indeed operate under the cover of darkness? Looking again at the 2 night herons crouched near the egret's nest, Xia Qing felt a sense of unease. Just yesterday evening, she had collected 3 bird eggs, and now, this morning, the egrets had acquired 2 vigilant sentinels, active by day and night. Was this precautionary measure aimed at her or at snakes? Have the birds of Blue Star evolved to such intelligence? No longer wishing to gaze at the 4 birds fixatedly observing her, Xia Qing expressed her gratitude and was about to disconnect the intercom when she heard Zhang San's voice resonate. Xia Qing, are you craving bird eggs? Xia Qing. Zhang San continued to dangle a tempting offer. I possess evolved chickens. One is currently nesting, and by mid-June, it shall hatch chicks. Would you care for one? Xia Qing gritted her teeth, refusing to take the bait. Third brother, during the last bout of the crimson torrential rain yesterday, my spinach field unexpectedly exploded, leaving me without any spinach to barter, nor can I exchange seeds with others. I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing Xia Qing speak of an explosion, Chifu assumed it was a perilous situation and felt a twinge of regret. Huang Qingwei swiftly seized the opportunity to inquire of Zhang San, Brother San. May I reserve a chick with green light leaks? Who wouldn't desire a hen capable of laying eggs? Zhao Zhe promptly followed suit, Brother San. Could I exchange green light alfalfa for a chick? Chifu immediately joined in. Brother San, I have discovered 5 green and 2 yellow wild grapes in my territory, which will surely bear fruit in September. The fruits are approximately the size of soybean grains, with clusters containing a dozen or so, and they are quite flavorful. We refer to them as wild grapes, while others call them earth grapes, regardless of the quantity they yield. I will offer them to you in exchange for a small hen, if you please. Zhang San chose to engage in a transaction with Chifu, stating, I have tasted the dragonberry. I can provide you with a yellow light hen. However, should the harvested weight of the dragonberry fall short of 15 pounds, please compensate me with double the missing weight in green light food, excluding scallions, ginger, garlic, and leeks. A well-raised hen will start laying eggs in 4 months. Chifu was overjoyed, exclaiming, Of course, thank you, Brother San. Tang Hui could no longer contain himself. Brother San, I possess yellow light cicada larvae. They are delectable when fried. Could I exchange 10 pounds for 2 chicks? Zhang San's response regarding plot 2 was succinct. No exchange. Tang Hui, Hu Zifeng then interjected, Brother San, may I trade 40 pounds of green light bamboo shoots for 2 chicks? No exchange. It appeared that Zhang San had had his fill of green light bamboo shoots and was no longer interested. After Zhang San's resolute refusal, Huang Qingwei was also disheartened. And Zhao Zhe presented his own trading terms. Brother San, may I exchange green light alfalfa for a small hen? Zhang San did not outright refuse this time. How much do you weigh? Zhao Zhe, who was very eager to acquire a chick, revealed his assets. I can offer 6 gene today, and another batch in half a month. 30 gene of green light alfalfa for 1 hen. Let's settle it this year. Overjoyed, Zhao Zhe replied, All right, thank you, Brother San. After addressing Zhao Zhe, Zhang San turned to Xia Qing. Don't you want a chick? It was inconceivable that Xia Qing would not desire a laying hen. Brother San, I currently lack any substantial green light food, but but I do possess 10 stalks of green light sweet potatoes. May I reserve a chick with the sweet potatoes harvested in November? Zhang Xin declined. I already have sweet potatoes. Mentioning this made Xia Qing irate. They just took root before the torrential rain, and now only about 20 remain. They haven't even had the chance to recover. I do not know if they will survive. Tang Hui could no longer hold back and interjected, Xia Qing, are you offering green light sweet potato seedlings? I can trade them for cicada larvae. Hu Zifeng immediately chimed in, and don't forget about the losses from Field 1. You better compensate me for that as well. Tang Hui cursed vehemently, you lunatic. How can you even ask me for compensation? The sudden appearance of evolved ferrets and pangolins in Area 2 last night was undoubtedly your doing. You nearly drove me to my wit's end. Hu Zifeng sneered, if you have evidence, present it. If you do, I will compensate you. What if I lack evidence? The pangolins and ferrets must have come down from Mountain 49. Tell me, is Mountain 49 not under your Qinglong battle team's purview? Do the ferrets and pangolins you found not bear the mark of 49? Show me, so I may see for myself. Xia Qing activated the tiller, listening to their bickering while continuing to cut the weeds with rhythmic clattering sounds. The gunfight from last night had erupted due to the presence of a stoat and a pangolin within the second territory. While the stoat was a mere nuisance, the pangolin, being an expert burrower, could effectively obscure the traces of the tunnel that connected the third territory to the first. This tactic was truly ingenious. The Qinglong battle team was indeed formidable, possessing even a pangolin. It was about time for Brother Luo to make a public appearance, wasn't it? The clattering continued until noon when Xia Qing finally halted her work. She ventured to the hillside planting area to gather some green light alfalfa, yellow light ginger leaves, and green and yellow light chives, which she had exchanged with Zhao Zhe and Kuang Qingwei, respectively. Upon returning home, Xia Qing was taken aback. To her astonishment, several splashes of bird droppings adorned the glass of her second-floor balcony. Who was the audacious miscreant responsible for this? If I catch you, I'll steal your eggs. Grumbling, Xia Qing washed away the droppings with water before activating the elemental detector to analyze the elemental content of the plants. As she anticipated, Zhao Zhe's green light alfalfa exhibited the highest elemental content, reaching 3 parts per 10,000. Zhang San, during exchanges with the lords, only accepted food, showing a preference for those with elevated elemental content. The green light alfalfa in Zhao Zhe's territory could yield 6 pounds in a single harvest, which certainly constituted a substantial area. Was there also a spring in the 4th territory? The buffer forested slopes within Territory 4 are also situated beneath Mount 49. And while the possibility of a spring exists, it is rather slim. Would the destruction of the geological structure of the buffer forest beneath Mount 49 impact the springs within her territory? Unable to contain her curiosity, Xia Qing sent a message to Luo Pei inquiring about it. It turned out that they had already considered this aspect. She felt somewhat embarrassed for not having thought of it sooner. Setting her phone aside, Xia Qing felt a sense of relief. After 6 days of diligent effort, she had finally cleared the invasive weeds from the arable land into 3 villages. Xia Qing requested images of the water plant from Hu Zifeng. The appearance of the water plant was remarkably unremarkable, and had it not been for the photos, she might have mistaken it for another invasive species. Over the past few days, she had been simultaneously clearing the weeds while searching for the water plant. To her surprise, amidst a multitude of red light plants, she managed to find 6 edible specimens, 3 yellow and 3 green. Zhang San had already exchanged the water plants with Qi Fu. While it was impossible to trade these 6 for chicks, they could certainly be kept for her own consumption. Xia Qing constructed a small protective net to safeguard them from pests. With the land cleared, it was time to tend to the slopes. When she reached the dawn redwood forest, she was ambushed by a coalition of egrets and night herons. These 4 birds exhibited a palpable hostility towards her. Perhaps they sensed their inability to overpower her and took to defacing her windows with droppings in her absence. After collecting 3 bird eggs, Xia Qing had only managed to eat 1, and now she was on her 4th day of cleaning up bird excrement. While she could tolerate the defacement, she could not abide the 4 evolved birds preventing her from clearing the dawn redwood forest. After Summer Qing demonstrated to the 4 birds who truly reigns over Territory 3 with her slingshot and clay balls, she meticulously cleared the invasive plants within the water cedar forest and continued her advance. It is the Lord's duty to eradicate the encroaching invasive species within the buffer forest. Failure to do so could bring calamity to neighboring territories, necessitating compensation for their losses. Summer Qing had already received 2 solar panels as compensation from Territory 2, while other territories had also dispersed their respective compensations. However, Her request for compensation in the form of bullets and points from Territory 2 was met with resistance from the territorial management. In a bid to foster goodwill and facilitate future transactions involving greenlit food, Tang Hui generously offered Summer Qing an additional solar panel. She accepted it with composure, postponing any discussions of trade for another time. During the second invasive reign, a significant portion of the territory suffered severe damage. Yet, unless the crops within the territory were grievously affected or there were substantial casualties, who would dare sacrifice the imminent harvest of mung beans in a mere month or wheat in 2? These are essential food supplies. One wonders if anyone will reclaim Territory 9 after it has been abandoned, and whether the Qinglong battle team harbors such intentions. The statuses of the nearby Territories 8 and 10 remain uncertain as well. While Summer Qing was preoccupied with clearing the invasive plants and lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted by the distant roar of a helicopter growing ever closer. Exiting the woods into an open area, she beheld a small helicopter approaching from the west. Descending into Territory 1, Summer Qing activated her walkie-talkie, only to hear Tang Hui's voice exclaiming, "Hu Zifeng? Hu Zifeng? What are you up to?" Hu Zifeng, of course, was not online. Kong Qingwei speculated that the Qinglong team had indeed acquired the 49th mountain as a practical training base, and thus, it was likely that they were sending team members over for training in the mountains. Unlike Hu Zifeng, Kong Qingwei did not dare to argue with Tang Hui. Instead, he responded amiably, inquiring about Captain Luo's eye injury and expressing concern, as he had not heard from him in quite some time. The channel fell into a lull, only to be filled moments later with a cacophony of greetings, interspersed with Tang Hui's probing remarks, creating a lively atmosphere. It was not until Zhang San spoke up that the channel quieted down. No one dared to provoke Zhang San, partly due to his abundant resources and partly because he was known for his petty nature. With a languid demeanor, Zhang San casually suggested a verbal apology. "June is upon us. It is time to plant corn," Zhao Ze interjected. "Logically speaking, my territory is separated from the 49th mountain by the wild boar breeding center. So Luo's establishment of the training base should not affect me. However, since Luo has made a request, I cannot refuse to uphold his dignity. I shall accept the corn. And tomorrow I will send over some fruits and vegetables from my territory. Though modest in quantity, it is a token of my goodwill. So please do not look down upon it, Luo." Kong Qingwei and Chi Fu readily echoed the sentiment, offering to send some vegetables as well. Xia Qing chimed in. "Captain Luo, I am Xia Qing from the 3rd Territory. The cucumbers in my territory are ripe. I will send a few over tomorrow. May I apply to participate in the Qinglong team's cleanup of the 49th mountain? I seek to find greenlit food to exchange with third brother for chicks." Luo Pei smiled warmly, expressing gratitude to everyone. "Xia Qing, I will notify you when we commence the cleaning of the evolutionary forest on the mountain." Zhang San followed closely behind, and upon entering the mountains, Luo Pei discovered a green light indicating food available for exchange. If anyone wished to negotiate, they were to make a sound in the channel. "All right," Luo Pei replied, and immediately afterward, Tang Hui joined in. "Luo, may I team up with you to venture into the mountains?" Not only Tang Hui, but also several ordinary lords aspiring to ascend the mountain were halted by Luo Pei. Chapter 87. My cat gave birth to kittens. Li Si? The name. Could it be that the new lord of District 9 is Zhang San's distant cousin? "Third brother, it appears we are neighbors now." Zhang San's tone was languid, and the lords who had been acquainted with him for several months could discern his lack of enthusiasm. "Between District 9 and District 7 lie District 10 and District 6. We are not neighbors. What brings you here?" Li Si's voice was cold. "To cultivate the land." The crowd fell silent. In the channel, a hearty male voice rang out. "Hello everyone. I am Shi Zhuang from District 10. I just received a walkie-talkie from Captain Tan today, and I hope to receive your guidance." Shi Zhuang? While clearing the weeds, Xia Qing paused. There were few individuals with the surname Shi in the Huisam base, and by chance, she recognized one of them, Shi Du, a level 4 power evolver. Before Xia Qing could press the button, Kong Qingwei chimed in. "Sister Shi, hello. I am Kong Qingwei from District 6. Finally, you have a walkie-talkie too. Our communication will be much more convenient from now on." District 10 is adjacent to District 9, District 5, and District 6. From Shi Zhuang's words, it seemed he had previously exchanged supplies with Kong Qingwei. After Chi Fu and Zhao Ze introduced themselves, Xia Qing followed suit, saying, "Fourth sister, brother Shi, I am Xia Qing from Area 3. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice that Xia Qing was quite familiar with crackled through the intercom. "Sister Qing, this is Shi Du. My parents and I received our territory over a month ago. I never expected us to be so close. Indeed, there were very few people with the surname Shi in Base 3. Xia Qing pressed the intercom button, her tone softening considerably. It's been a long time. Like Xia Qing, Shi often participated as an auxiliary logistics member, working alongside the combat team to earn points and support his family. They had frequently crossed paths and had become acquainted over time. Excitedly, Shi asked, "Brother Luo, may I apply to join the cleanup mission at Mountain 49? Luo Pei replied warmly, "Of course you can." Zhao Ze, curious, inquired, "Does Team 10 provide intercoms for every territory from 1 to 10? What about Territory 8? Before Territory 8 could respond, Tang Hui coldly corrected Zhao Ze. "It seems you not only struggle with territory planning, but also have a poor memory. The intercom for Territory 2 was prepared by me." Zhao Ze. The crowd. Tan Junjia's calm and serious voice then resonated. To facilitate the exchange of agricultural experiences, the management department has equipped each lord with an intercom. This channel serves as a communication line for lords from territories 1 to 10. Should any territory encounter a perilous situation, it is still advisable to first contact the hazard inspection team through frequency 438500. In other words, the Lord of Territory 8 had also received the walkie-talkie. After Tan Junjie finished speaking, everyone remained silent, awaiting the Lord of Territory 8 to reveal their identity. Yet, after waiting to the left, no one spoke. After waiting to the right, still no response. Huang Qingwei could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Oh my, I'm going to burst. Are the brothers and sisters of Territory 8 online?" Still, no one answered, indicating their absence. The group, no longer inclined to wait, resumed their idle chatter. Shi Zheng and Qi Fu, along with Huang Qingwei and Zhao Ze, engaged in the most conversation, while Tang Hui would occasionally interject, followed by Hu Zifeng's teasing remarks. After listening for a while, Xia Qing found it uninteresting and turned off the walkie-talkie to focus on weeding. Suddenly, a vibration caught her attention. Upon checking her phone, she discovered a message from Luo Pei. "Li Si from Territory 9 is skilled in cultivation techniques. She spent 3 months at the Liuhua Battle Team's planning center. Exercise caution in any dealings with her." Luo Pei added, "She is aiming for Zhongshan. Let us meet at the northern quarantine zone of Territory 3 at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Bring a sniper rifle." Just as she arrived home, Xia Qing received a call from Zhongshan. His voice radiated joy as he announced, "Xia Qing, my cat has given birth to 2 kittens." Overjoyed, Xia Qing jumped up. "Can you send me a photo, third brother?" Zhongshan stipulated, "No, the mother cat won't allow it. However, I can guarantee you a healthy evolved kitten. In exchange, I require 200 spinach seeds. Don't tell me you don't have any." Zhongshan's tone reverted to that leisurely demeanor characteristic of the Lord Channel, revealing his displeasure. One should never provoke anyone, especially not third brother. Xia Qing spoke with increased sincerity. "Third brother, to speak candidly, I endured at least 30 lashes from potato vines in the rain, consuming merely 2 painkillers before resting. By the following morning, I felt significantly better. Upon reflection, I suspect it was due to the large plate of spinach I had that night. I am hesitant to trade spinach again, fearing its unusual nature may invite trouble. My survival through the 10th year of calamity is attributed to my caution." Upon hearing Xia Qing's reasoning, Zhongshan's tone softened once more. The mutated spinach indeed possesses properties that alleviate heat and toxins, invigorate the blood, and aid digestion. Your spinach contains a remarkable concentration of the UN element, reaching 6 parts per 10,000, thus its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary green light spinach significantly. Engaging in public transactions would indeed attract attention. Your prudence is warranted. Henceforth, let us conduct our exchanges privately. You shall provide me with 200 spinach seeds, and in return, I shall offer you a small kitten. My cat, when traded, fetches over 20,000 points. Each green light seed is worth 20 points, but your spinach's UN content is double that, and thus there is no public trading price. Considering the various spinach leaves you have sent me over the past 2 months as a deposit." Xia Qing calculated in her mind that it equated to one of her green light spinach seeds, for which Zhongshan had offered at least 100 points each, a rather respectable price, given that the germination rate of mutated vegetable seeds is less than 50%. Zhongshan proved to be quite sincere. Xia Qing agreed. "If third brother can ensure confidentiality, then I am willing to trade. How many can you provide for me?" Zhongshan was in high spirits. He was currently incubating 21 eggs, of which 10 were green light eggs. The gender of the chicks could not yet be determined, but he was willing to offer them all to you. Should you find this quantity insufficient, I could certainly hatch another batch. With a warm and benevolent demeanor, Zhang Sen requested that you first provide him with 200 spinach seeds at the price of hens. If roosters emerge, he would compensate for the price difference with resources. Surely, not all 10 eggs would yield hens, and the disparity would undoubtedly amount to over 1,000 points. Xia Qing could not help but inquire, Brother San, can the price difference be compensated with premium nutrient solution? Chapter 88. Zhang San's fan in good spirits. Zhang San became quite generous with the exchange of resources. You need not purchase the premium nutrient solution. I shall gift you 30 grams of the additive. Once your spinach is harvested, simply extract the juice. And by mixing 15 milliliters of spinach juice with 1 gram of the additive, the efficacy will surpass that of the premium nutrient solution sold in the safety zone. Thank you, Brother San. You truly are a kind-hearted individual. Despite his petty nature and tendency to hold grudges, Xia Qing resolutely became his admirer. Perhaps he was deemed unattractive? Incorrect. In the eyes of his fans, there are no unattractive idols, merely those with distinctive charm. Perhaps he was balding? His sacrifices in the pursuit of medical research to save humanity only elevated his sanctity, with each thinning strand signifying a more profound devotion to his cause. Do you know what the finest medicine I possess is? Zhang San cheerfully revealed, it is the liquid. While I cannot claim it to be the best in Huagua, it is certainly the finest at the Huiqing base, with minimal side effects. Others purchase a small pouch for at least 50,000 points, contingent upon my goodwill. If you desire it, I can offer it to you for 45,000. What do you think? How is it? Of course, it is splendid. However, I have already traded 400 spinach seeds of the new variety with Zhang San, yet I remain unperturbed. She poked her head out from the pit of powder, saying, Sengu, I truly do not possess that many spinach seeds. Could the price difference be compensated with the apparatus for crafting premium nutrient solution and the reagent bags for containing it? The absence of Xia Qing indicates her scarcity of spinach seeds. Zhang San expressed his regret, stating, you won't need the nutrient solution making apparatus. A juicer will suffice. The premium nutrient solution is highly potent, and it is advisable not to exceed 1 serving per day, as it could be detrimental to one's health. In 30 minutes, I shall send someone to retrieve the spinach seeds from the northern isolation zone of your territory. While you are at it, could you kindly pick 2 cucumbers for me? I shall prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with cucumber this evening. The premium nutrient solution serves as a vital means to swiftly replenish energy in critical moments and is not a substitute for meals. Xia Qing possesses this basic understanding. Very well, Sengu, the tomatoes from my field are ripe. I shall send 2 your way for an additional cold dish. Excellent. Zhang Sen responded amiably, adding, do not engage in trade with Li Si for any items originating from your territory. I have little regard for her. His disdain for Li Si was evident from their trading location. Previously, when Xia Qing traded with Zhang San, he would direct her to traverse the passage between territories 9 and 4, conducting transactions beneath the sign at the southern end of territory 3. Now that Li Si has taken residence in territory 9, Zhang San has relocated the trading site to the northern isolation zone of territory 3, avoiding even the passage adjacent to Li Si's territory. Without hesitation, Xia Qing agreed. Understood. After acquiring the elemental detector, Xia Qing assessed the elemental content of all edible flora and fauna within her territory, discovering that only the spinach exceeded the normal range. In recent days, she had exchanged cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, and green beans with the territories of 4, 5, and 6, citing the destruction of her vegetable crops as a reason for the trade. Naturally, all the exchanged produce was of the yellow light variety, and tests confirmed that the elemental content of their yellow light vegetables was nearly identical to her own. Hence, aside from spinach, Xia Qing felt secure in trading edible vegetables with other lords. However, after several months of exchanges, each territory had acquired a variety of vegetables from others, thus diminishing the demand for further trades. Consequently, only the newly joined members, Shizong and Li Si, might propose exchanges. Luo Pei mentioned that Li Si had experience in the Blaze team and was well-versed in cultivation techniques, prompting Xia Qing to cautiously decide against trading anything with him, except for yellow light pumpkins. Therefore, agreeing to Zhang San's request posed no difficulty for her. After hanging up, Xia Qing went and fetched spinach seeds. As she counted the seeds one by one, her spirits soared. She finally understood why the fire phoenix, perched atop a mountain, could sustain a battalion of hundreds. The spring water and the plants cultivated with it, boasting high elemental content, could easily yield tens of thousands of points. With such abundant points, how could one fail to sustain a battalion? Carrying the spinach seeds, she plucked cucumbers and tomatoes from the hillside cultivation area, all of which were of the green light variety. Trades with Zhongshan could only involve green light vegetables, and gifts could only be bestowed in green light as well. Since entering the territory, Zhongshan's sole transaction involving yellow light food was with the second territory, which resulted in the food spoiling. Consequently, the second territory found itself on Zhongshan's blacklist. Xia Qing, however, resolutely refused to be included on the idol's blacklist. The first page of the document was inscribed in bold handwriting, "Spinach Cultivation Guide," with a strict prohibition on dissemination. The bag of spinach seeds bore a printed label, "Spinach Seeds, Element Y2. 5 per 10,000, Element K4 per 1,000. Xia Qing comprehended Zhongshan's intentions. By providing her with the cultivation guide, he aimed for her to cultivate spinach proficiently. The provision of a bag of ordinary green light spinach seeds was a precautionary measure. As for the potential contingency, it was undoubtedly aimed at Li Si, whom Zhongshan disdained. Zhongshan indeed proved to be a commendable idol, ensuring that his fans faced no undue hardship. Xia Qing took the initiative to further dig into the pit and reclined comfortably. After the meal, she perused the guide from beginning to end. Adhering strictly to the stipulated cultivation conditions was essential for gradually enhancing the Y element content in the spinach across generations. Furthermore, any minor error during the cultivation process could lead to a decline in the Y element content. Not only did Xia Qing lack the necessary conditions to elevate the Y element content, but even if she did possess them, she would not engage in such endeavors. 4. Should she attempt to cultivate spinach according to these techniques, even with 18 clones, she would be overwhelmed. Instead, it was far more reliable for her to use the spinach seeds to exchange for Y liquid with her idol. Nonetheless, the cultivation techniques outlined in the guide held considerable value and were worthy of reference. To enhance the quality of the green light spinach, it is imperative to supplement the crop with well-rotted animal manure, with chicken droppings being the most advantageous source of nitrogen. Furthermore, ashes derived from green light plants devoid of insect eggs should be utilized to provide potassium fertilizer. The irrigation water must ideally be pristine, with distilled water serving as a commendable alternative. She possesses an abundant supply of uncontaminated spring water. Her green light chicks are already in the incubation phase, and when the spinach seeds emerge from dormancy and are ready for cultivation, she will have access to green light chicken manure. By the time harvest arrives, the green light plant ashes will also be at her disposal. The spring water is plentiful, followed by the green light plant ashes. While the supply of green light animal manure is scarce, as tin chicks produce only a meager amount of waste. Consequently, Xia Qing's attention shifted to the elderly ram, who had previously exhibited a volatile temperament during the first torrential rain of the year. The internal content of harmful elements should not be underestimated, yet testing is essential. The delay in testing was due to the necessity of drawing blood from the animal, and given the ram's irritable demeanor, Xia Qing feared that the procedure might provoke it to wreak havoc. Moreover, even if the ram were deemed consumable, she could not bring herself to partake in its flesh, rendering the test seemingly unnecessary. However, the time had come for such an examination. That evening, Xia Qing resolved to bathe the ram and simultaneously take a blood sample. The ram had long been trained under her persuasion to operate the shower head independently, allowing it to bathe and shake off the excess water, while Xia Qing merely awaited its completion to apply a scent-masking spray. Thus, as the ram prepared for its bath today, Xia Qing sincerely proposed, "My dear, shall I give you a bath tonight? Let us check if you have developed any parasites, such as ticks or nasal fly larvae." Chapter 89. The Allure of the Green-Lighted Sheep. All right, here we go. Xia Qing promptly followed, leading the esteemed sheep to the bathroom. She was acutely attentive to the health of her beloved sheep, administering medication daily, ensuring it was free of parasites. However, for the purpose of blood sampling, today was an exception. Indeed, there were some. Just endure a bit of discomfort and stay still. I shall remove the parasites. The sheep immediately tensed, not daring to move its head. Xia Qing deftly extracted a syringe and drew half a vial of sheep's blood, then pressed down on the puncture site, soothingly whispering, "All done, it's clean now." Only then did the sheep relax, allowing Xia Qing to dry its wool. With unwavering diligence, Xia Qing meticulously tended to the sheep before ascending to the second floor, equipped with the K, Ing, and Y element detectors to assess the sheep's elemental content. The results elicited an involuntary salivation from Xia Qing. The K-ing element measured at 0.48, although it hovered near the threshold of 0.5. it still classified the sheep as a green light animal. The Y element was at 0.04, ranking it second only to spinach among the edible creatures within her territory. The thought of consuming it. This was indeed the sheep's index value after having previously lost control in the decaying rain. How exceptional might its indicators be had it not faltered? Upon descending, the sight of the sheep, as pristine as a cloud, conjured images of the 18 delectable dishes of lamb in Xia Qing's mind, causing her mouth to water anew. Suddenly, she pondered that the reason the head wolf had distanced itself from the sheep was likely due to its fear of succumbing to temptation and, in a moment of weakness, fatally biting its friend. The green light lamb. How enticing. Xia Qing wiped her mouth and resolutely commanded herself to disregard the exquisite delicacy before her, refocusing on her daily training. Early the next morning, after completing her routine inspection and pest control, Xia Qing poured the soil from the pot designated for transplanting strawberry seedlings into a bag, replenishing it with fresh soil mixed with crushed and fermented green light sheep manure as fertilizer. According to the spinach cultivation guide provided by Zhang San, utilizing green light fertilizer for supplementary feeding of green light plants and irrigating them with pollution-free or distilled water can effectively mitigate the potential for plant toxicity, while possibly reducing the toxic element content and enhancing the beneficial element content within the plants. Although she had not inquired with Sun Jia, Xia Qing was certain that his worm castings were not derived from green light sources. Otherwise, he would not sell them at the rate of 2 pounds for 1 point. The guide also noted that due to the distinct characteristics of each plant species, the balance of toxic and beneficial elements within them varies accordingly. This explains why the toxic element content in green light mulberry trees is less than 0.025%, while the beneficial element content is merely 0.01%. In contrast, green light spinach exhibits a toxic element content of 3.8%, yet its beneficial element content soars to 0.06%. After replacing the soil, Xia Qing carefully placed the creeping stems of the strawberry plants, which had already grown over 1/2 meter long, into the new pot. She watered them with spring water to encourage the 2 young strawberry shoots sprouting from the creeping stems to take root in the fresh soil. The second rain had no adverse effect on the strawberries positioned on the balcony of the second floor. The 2 plants had produced 4 creeping stems, with the longest exceeding 1/2 meter, while the shortest was barely longer than a finger. Once the strawberries were properly planted, Xia Qing equipped herself with a double-share plow and proceeded to the fields to till the land, employing a weeding machine to cut down the invasive weeds. By turning the roots of the weeds up with the plow and subsequently burning them, she successfully cleared the area of unwanted vegetation. Now is not the time to till the land. Waiting for a few days until the earth is dried by the sun will only require more fuel. Just as Xia Qing maneuvered the tiller out of the village, Old Goat rushed forward to block the path, brandishing its spiral horns as an obstacle. Xia Qing patted the passenger seat beside him. "Come on, old one, let us plow together." However, Old Goat remained stationary, refusing to budge. Xia Qing narrowed his eyes, observing the visibly displeased Old Goat for a moment before exclaiming, "Do you wish to plow the fields?" Old Goat raised its head in response. It was evident that Old Goat could till the land faster and more efficiently than the tiller, and Xia Qing, out of concern for Old Goat, had intended to use the machine, not anticipating such stubbornness. Upon reaching the field, Xia Qing attached the plow to Old Goat and pointed forward. "All right, let's get to work." Yet, Old Goat stood firm, turning its head to look at Xia Qing with eyes filled with disdain. After a brief silence, Xia Qing conceded, "Fine, I will wait then." Old Goat pawed the ground a couple of times before suddenly dashing forward, pulling the plow with remarkable speed. Fortunately, Xia Qing possessed enhanced strength. Otherwise, he would have struggled to steady the plow. The area of land Xia Qing managed exceeded 2,000 acres, yet he had only cultivated less than 5 acres of crops, leaving the majority of the land barren, dotted with merely 8 small insect-proof nets he had erected, where he grew some water caltrop and red peanuts. In the grand expanse of over 2,000 acres, these 8 small plots were hardly significant. With the guidance of the tender shoots of Chinese tune, Old Goat, pulling the plow, joyfully traversed from the eastern edge of the territory to the western edge and back again. This round amounted to a total of 9 acres. As she plowed the field, Xia Qing paused to feed the lead sheep a modest amount of compressed feed, tender osmanthus sprouts, and spring water. While she and her companion rested, the birds in the territory remained active, flitting about the freshly turned soil in search of insects, creating a lively scene. Only the 4 herons refrained from joining the merriment, perched silently on the branches, fixated on Xia Qing. After a brief respite, they resumed their toil. The lead sheep, seemingly tireless, continued to pull the plow while Xia Qing supported it from behind. This economical yet efficient method of cultivation not only honed their endurance and arm strength, but also provided stability, a multifaceted benefit that required her presence. By the time they completed the third round, Xia Qing began to feel fatigued, yet the lead sheep showed no signs of weariness, prompting her to grit her teeth and persevere. As an advanced evolved being, she refused to be outdone by a mere prime delicacy. Upon finishing the fourth round, the lead sheep finally grew weary, indulging in food and drink before resting in the shade, even abandoning its usual reclining posture. Xia Qing, lying atop a sun-dried pile of cut grass, sighed in understanding. Old one, I comprehend your intentions now. As a being of strength evolution, she believed she grasped the lead sheep's motivation. It sought to exhaust itself through plowing as a means of self-improvement, aspiring to enhance its power. The lead sheep, of course, paid no heed to her musings. Yet Xia Qing felt vindicated in her assumption, for after a brief recovery, it requested to resume plowing. She found it perplexing how the typically lazy and gluttonous lead sheep had transformed into a fervent competitor, but she relished the change. Together, they engaged in a spirited contest. And by day's end, they had remarkably turned over more than 300 acres. Even considering their status as advanced strength-evolved beings, such efficiency was truly astonishing. After a day of arduous labor in the fields, Xia Qing found herself more fatigued than after a vigorous expedition into the evolution forest alongside Hu Zifeng in search of bamboo shoots. Consequently, that evening, while listening to the agricultural broadcast, Xia Qing did not occupy her usual spot at the table, engaged in note-taking. Once the broadcast concluded and she regained her composure, she switched to the Lord channel, where she listened to the Lord's casual conversations while commencing her training in fundamental shooting techniques and reaction speed. No matter how tired she felt, she could not afford to neglect her training. On the Lord channel, Lords 4, 5, 6, and 10 were engaged in a discussion about clearing invasive weeds. As Xia Qing absorbed their dialogue, she gleaned valuable agricultural knowledge. Xia Qing, are you there? Chapter 90. Diligently digging for worms, boss. Please press the intercom button for me. With a heavy load in her hands, Xia Qing was determined not to interrupt her training merely to converse with Tang Huai. The sheep, affectionately known as Boss, lying beside her, extended its front hoof and deftly pressed the intercom button, a skill it had mastered after witnessing Xia Qing perform the action countless times. Here, she uttered, then fell silent. The sheep, having released its hoof, squinted at Xia Qing. She quickly expressed her thoughts. Boss, you're quite clever. Truly worthy of being the sheep at the pinnacle of the Blue Star Pyramid, the one who has forged the history of evolutionary sheep on Blue Star. Tomorrow morning, I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. Pleased at the prospect of a culinary reward, Boss resumed its leisurely chewing. Meanwhile, Tang Huai, irate, inquired, what have you been busy with in the territory today? You've been running around with the sheep all day long. With plans discussed with Luo Pei now ready to commence their first steps, Xia Qing narrowed her eyes and instructed, Boss, press the intercom button. The sheep obediently extended its hoof once more to press down, as Xia Qing, filled with urgency, called out, Is Team Tan there? The second team intrudes upon my territory. I implore Captain Tan to uphold justice. Tang Huai. The crowd. The crowd. Tang Huai vehemently berates, Xia Qing, this is excessive. I merely inquired, what is your urgency? Or perhaps you have engaged in some clandestine affair that renders you guilty. You are mistaken. Xia Qing, uninterested in exchanging barbs with Tang Huai, is promptly interrupted by Hu Zifeng, who retorts, you have eavesdropped on others for an entire day, and yet you have the audacity to accuse them of harboring guilt about unsavory deeds. The one who should be ashamed is you. Tang Huai finds himself at a loss for words. I did not listen the entire day. Hu Zifeng scoffs, what? Are you now denying your own words? Everyone has ears, including Captain Tan. Tang Huai grows increasingly anxious. Captain, allow me to explain. I merely exaggerated a bit. I did not eavesdrop. Li Si from the 9th team coldly interjects. For those from the 2nd team, should you dare to linger near the 9th team to eavesdrop, I shall immediately unleash poison, silencing anyone capable of breathing within the 2nd team's confines. Tang Huai. Sister Si, I am Su Pin, the vice captain of the Su Feng team. I apologize on behalf of the individuals from the 2nd team for any offense caused to you. I shall address the matter with the utmost seriousness, rest assured. Su Pin, indeed adept at official discourse, has an equally irksome tone, Xia Qing muses. Li Si possesses the demeanor of a researcher. The Su Feng team? I have not heard of it. How you choose to deal with your people is your prerogative. It bears no relevance to me. I shall solely base my decisions on the current circumstances to formulate the most effective course of action. With a stone in her hand, Xia Qing nodded. Although her idol held a disdainful view of Li Si, Xia Qing found him quite agreeable. In the second territory, Su Pin, who felt publicly humiliated, wore a sullen expression and declared that the trouble he caused should be dealt with by himself. Tang Hui exited the house, simultaneously using a spray to fend off the evolved insects attracted by the light of his protective mask, while grumbling his way to the bus stop. Xia Qing, just you wait. I will surely find a way to eliminate you one day. After uttering this threat, Tang Hui realized he could no longer hear his brother Tang Heng's attempts to dissuade him, only to discover that Tang Heng was inside, busy trying to cheer up Su Pin. A surge of inexplicable emotions replaced Tang Hui's anger. Upon reaching the bus stop, before Tan Junjie could inquire, Tang Hui preemptively explained, Captain Tan, I did not eavesdrop on the happenings in the third territory intentionally. I was digging for insects and searching for mice in the northern part of the second territory, and the commotion from the third territory was quite loud. Hence I overheard it. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see. There are numerous holes from insect digging in that area. Wearing a protective mask, Tan Junjie questioned, from the location you indicated to the area where the third territory's lord operates, the distance is at least 500 meters. How could you clearly hear the sounds from the third territory? Not wishing to be regarded as an intruder into another's domain, Tang Hui felt compelled to prove his innocence. I am a level 5 auditory evolutionary. Xia Qing's activities were quite pronounced, which is why I could hear them. Tan Junjie nodded in acknowledgement and asked, why did you report yourself as an ordinary person when submitting the statistical data? Surrounded by the evolved insects, Tang Hui, feeling vexed, waved his arms to shoo them away. My concealment of abilities is, of course, for self-preservation. Captain Tan, is that not permissible? What, are you still unconvinced? Su Pin, with a grim expression, remarked, it seems you've become foolish from digging insects. Xia Qing from Area 3 was merely an auxiliary member of the Luo Pei squad while in the safe zone. And now she has aligned herself with Hu Zifeng by publicly exposing your transgressions in the Lord's channel. It is hardly surprising that she would seize the opportunity to curry favor with Hu Zifeng. Tang Heng pursued Tang Hui out of the house, softly offering comfort as they walked. The kitchen has prepared lunch. Brother, eat and rest for a bit. Let Chosun keep an eye on things for now. Although Tan Junjie had interrogated him for several hours, he still managed to eat. Tang Hui went directly to the overgrown grass separating Area 2 from Area 1. Lying on the ground and staring vacantly at the sky, Zhou Sun, sensing his superior's frustration, muttered under his breath, it's all that wretched woman's fault. We'll find a chance to deal with her sooner or later. Stay out of trouble. If anything happens, I can't protect you, Tang Hui replied, closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Luo Pei called Xie Yu, lamenting that Su Pin had unleashed evolved mice within Area 2, resulting in Tang Hui losing 2 ordinary team members, which only escalated his dissatisfaction with Su Pin. Furthermore, Tang Hui had developed a keen interest in farming and insect excavation, neglecting the surveillance tasks assigned by the Su Feng squad. I believe we can exploit this, he mused, to lure Tang Jingbo out of the safe zone to our territory, allowing us to grow stronger and erode the Tang family's influence from within. Get lost. Luo Pei chuckled. This isn't my idea. It's a friend's. Tang Jingbo is the father of Tang Hui and Tang Heng. As one can discern from his name, he is a cousin to Tang Jingrong, the deputy commander of the Huishan base, and Tang Jingsu, the captain of the Sufeng battle team. Prior to the calamity, Tang Jingbo was a prominent entrepreneur, faring significantly better than Tang Jingsu. However, after the disaster, both he and his youngest son failed to evolve, remaining ordinary individuals. His eldest son, Tang Hui, did evolve into a high-level ability user, yet his auditory powers lacked practical combat application. Consequently, their faction has gradually declined, overshadowed by Tang Jingsu. Although Tang Hui joined the Sufeng battle team, he was unable to ascend to a higher rank. Tang Jingbo is a figure of authority within the Tang family. Will he be able to make it in 5 days? Luo Pei inquired, chuckling. Indeed, prompt action is essential, he replied. The second territory belongs to Tang Lu, and Tang Jingbo would also face suppression upon his arrival. Conveniently, the 12th territory has become vacant. It would be more appropriate for him to assume the role of the 12th lord. Tang Jingsu and Tang Jingbo are at odds. with the former consistently undermining the latter to prevent any resurgence. This time, the brothers Tang Huai and Tang Heng have been dispatched to the Second Territory on a mission, undoubtedly at the behest of Tang Jingsu. Given this circumstance, relocating Tang Jingbua to the 12th Territory would enable their faction to rise again and engage in internal strife with Tang Jingsu. Thus, a wedge driven into the old regiment and the Qinglong battle team would transform into a dagger that rends the Tang family asunder. Chapter 91. The evolutionary wolves strike again at the Wild Boar Breeding Center on June 5th. Xia Qing completed the removal of the invasive weeds that had sprouted from the second reign of calamity within the territory. Other crops that had successfully endured the second bout of calamity, despite a slight increase in their internal levels of destructive elements, had transitioned from a green light to a yellow light. Regardless of whether it is a green or yellow light, the crops, having weathered the second bout of torrential rain, unfurl their branches and leaves, continuing to thrive according to the evolved habits of each species. The management of crops within the territory no longer demands excessive time investment. Xia Qing begins to accompany Luo Peijin to learn long-distance shooting on Mount 49. As they ascend the mountain, Hu Zifeng dispatches 2 team members to Territory 3 to keep watch over her. Mount 49 is to serve as a training base, necessitating no thorough cleanup. It suffices to eliminate the mid to high-level aggressive mutated venomous insects and snakes, rendering the mountain still fraught with danger, yet not lethal. Today, Luo Pei brings with him Xia Qing's forage project, which involves long-range elimination of venomous snakes. Tang Huai, concealed atop the roof of a single-story building in Territory 2, cannot suppress a gasp and quickly ducks down. Upon hearing that Luo Pei is to patrol Mount 49, Tang Huai scurries to the roof, using binoculars to search for Luo Pei's figure. Spotting a tree branch swaying at the entrance of Mount 49, he adjusts the focus, only to find himself staring down the cold muzzle of a gun. The sharpshooter Luo Pei from base Hui San has truly been reborn. Beside him, Tang Heng anxiously whispers, "Brother, did you see Luo Pei? If you're not afraid of death, take a look yourself." Tang Huai grumpily thrusts the binoculars into Tang Heng's hands. Understanding that his brother is still miffed, Tang Heng refrains from explanation and quietly inquires, "Has Luo Pei regained his peak strength?" Tang Huai's expression darkens. He reacts with remarkable swiftness, realizing that Luo Pei can detect my observation from 2 kilometers away and has aimed a sniper rifle directly at me. This is troublesome. I shall report to team leader Su immediately. Hearing Su's displeased tone, Tang Heng refrained from mentioning the need for supplies and personnel reinforcement at Site 2 and promptly ended the call. Standing atop Mountain 49, Luo Pei inquired of Xia Qing, "In the first wave of the torrential rain, where is the towering tree that evolved within your territory?" "It is located in the western buffer forest, but it is not visible from here," Xia Qing replied, indicating the position of the tree, which was a flowering palm. Team leader Tan had taken it away, roots and all. During the second wave of the downpour, saplings of the flowering palm emerged there, but I have already cleared them. The western buffer forest of Territory 3 had also been cleared last winter by Luo Pei, who held no particular recollection of that area. Thus, the suddenly evolved flowering palm must have grown quite unremarkably last winter. Luo Pei ascended to an altitude of 500 meters with Xia Qing, imparting to her the essentials of aiming with a sniper rifle. Having possessed the weapon for over 2 months, Xia Qing was no longer the novice she once was. With a single shot, she struck the tail of an evolved cheese snake perched on a branch 500 meters away, causing the creature to flee with its injured appendage. "Not bad," Luo Pei remarked, though his tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. Despite the wind speed being below 5 meters per second, it still affected long-range shooting. "Adjust your aim. Shoot at the position you just targeted." "Understood," Xia Qing responded, recalibrating her sight to continue her shooting practice. Meanwhile, young Lauda squinted lazily, uninterested in her endeavors. Luo Pei, preoccupied with numerous responsibilities, had no time to dedicate to daily shooting practice with Xia Qing. The following day, after surveying her territory, Xia Qing ascended to the evolutionary forest beyond the northern isolation zone of Land Number 3. According to the leasing contract she signed with the Qinglong battle team, the evolutionary forest, covering an area of 13,500 acres, situated north of the northern isolation zones of Lands Number 1, 3, and 4, fell outside the rental scope. Consequently, any dangerous and aggressive mutated creatures within this area would be her sole responsibility to eradicate. Were it not for her superior protective gear and advanced weaponry, Xia Qing would not dare to venture into the evolutionary forest, especially after 2 successive storms. This location served as her training ground, a unique wilderness gathering base solely for her. To grow stronger, she knew she must delve into perilous territory and engage in realistic combat training. Strengthening oneself required a gradual approach, marked by caution and prudence. The evolutionary forest within 50 meters of the isolation zone was relatively safe, frequently treated with pesticides and insect repellents by the hazardous inspection teams. However, venturing beyond that distance revealed an entirely different realm. 2 hours later, Xia Qing heard a faint rustling sound, indicative of large animals moving nearby. Instantly, she drew her knife and brandished her pistol, taking aim. A fully grown evolutionary porcupine, covered in sharp quills, came into her line of sight, filling her with excitement. Indeed, there was no shortage of wildlife on mountain number 49. Recognizing that porcupines were akin to pigs, she aimed for the creature's front leg, deciding to capture it alive. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, a mournful cry from a wild boar echoed from the foot of the mountain. Xia Qing's heart sank. There had been another incident at the wild boar breeding center. Bang! Xia Qing fired a shot that struck the front leg of the porcupine, deftly evading the onslaught of its projecting quills. With swift determination, she advanced to subdue the creature, securing its mouth and wounds with tape before binding it tightly and placing it into her bag. A chilling scream echoed, a wild boar's cry, as Xia Qing hoisted the bag onto her back and retraced her steps. Qingjie, Qingjie, came the voice of Qin Qing through the walkie-talkie, who was monitoring the territory in Xia Qing's absence. Received. Be cautious if you encounter a pack of wolves. Report your location immediately. Understood. It had been half a month since the wolves had last appeared. After running for a short distance, Xia Qing suddenly halted and swiftly ascended a nearby tree, her rifle aimed forward. A gray-brown evolved wolf leapt into view, accurately detecting Xia Qing's position. It retreated behind the trunk, revealing only part of its face, baring its teeth with fresh crimson stains upon its jaws, a testament to its recent hunt of 2 wild boars at the breeding center. Desiring no confrontation, Xia Qing lowered her weapon and gestured amicably. The evolved wolf, comprehending her intentions, leapt away and vanished from sight. Qingjie, Qin Qing approached, sniffing the air. The scent of porcupine. Did you manage to capture one? Upon noticing the sheep elder working at the water cart, Xia Qing exhaled in relief. Did you ascertain how many wolves have come this time? Not yet. Team Tan and Brother Feng have gone to investigate. Qin Qing sighed, from the sounds. It seems there are 2 adult wild boars. The people at the breeding center must be quite distraught. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xia Qing set her backpack down, retrieved the bag containing the porcupine, and prepared to test the blood for toxic element levels. The onlookers, including Qin Qing, expressed their regret as they witnessed the scene. The red light was a poignant reminder of the situation at hand. What plans did Sister Qing, the porcupine, have for resolution? Tomorrow, Zhang Tao would arrive to exchange supplies. Xia Qing swiftly applied a tourniquet to the porcupine's wound. A living creature is more valuable than a lifeless one. The following day marked the date she and son Xia had agreed upon for transporting the second batch of earthworm castings. It had been half a month since the torrential rain had passed, and the roads engulfed by the floodwaters had finally been reopened. Zhang Tao was part of the military patrol from Base Huisan, responsible for the supply convoy. They would not cancel their patrol operations merely because an evolved wolf had entered the breeding center and killed 2 wild boars. Chapter 92, Agricultural Product Trade Fair. Yang Jin, leading a team to Mountain 55, inquired about the situation. Luo Pei explained that an evolved wolf had just attacked the wild boar breeding center, resulting in the death of 2 wild boars. The wolf pack might have assumed that humans were coming to retaliate, hence the warning by slaughtering the boars. In the eyes of the evolved wolves, humans residing in groups constituted a single tribe. Should humans venture deeper, the wolf pack would undoubtedly strike the breeding center again. If the wild boars were to eliminate the humans without retreating, their attack range could extend to the territories of neighboring human settlements. Yang Jin gazed at the dense, towering evolved forest, swiftly making the most advantageous decision. Luo, report this upward. The more severe the situation is portrayed, the better. Urge the personnel at the wild boar breeding center to evacuate promptly. Also, inform Xiaoyu to find a way to persuade the safe zone to strongly allocate that piece of land for us. Circumstances had changed. Previously, Yang Jin had suggested establishing the breeding center in the valley to enhance the security of the surrounding territories. Now, Mount 49 has fallen under the dominion of the Qinglong battle team, and the wild boars at the breeding center have been nearly exterminated, rendering the center's existence virtually meaningless. The breeding center has once again been besieged by evolved wolves, prompting the military to bolster the protection of the territories surrounding the center. While all lords have been advised to remain within their domains, within the territory, life continues as usual. After enduring a decade of calamity, it is no surprise that wolves have claimed the lives of both livestock and humans alike. For those fortunate enough to survive, relentless effort remains essential for continued existence. The following day, Zhang Tao and Zheng Kuei deliver the 800 pounds of worm castings ordered by Xia Qing, arriving at the signpost of Territory 3. Zhang Tao accepted 20 seeds of green light spinach in exchange for the worm castings from Xia Qing and Sunja, feeling a genuine sense of admiration. It is quite remarkable that in just a few months, Xia Qing has managed to barter for resources using the seeds of green light vegetables. These 20 seeds, of course, were the ordinary green light spinach seeds provided by Zhang San. Xia Qing lamented the situation, noting that only a handful of green light spinach had been discovered in the territory. I have tended to them for over 2 months, and just as they were about to bear seed, misfortune struck with a storm, resulting in the loss of over half of them, leaving me with just over 200 seeds. If it weren't for the urgent need for worm castings to cultivate the land, I would be reluctant to part with them. Other crops suffered a loss of only 1/3. But the potatoes endured significant devastation. Xia Qing expressed her trepidation, recounting, 4 of my potato plants were dangerously attacked by evolved creatures, toppling my rain shelter. And I endured several lashes from the potato vines. Had it not been for my physical evolution, my survival would have been in jeopardy. Brother Tao, have you encountered evolved beasts? Through the protective mask, Xia Qing observed that both Zhang Tao and Zheng Kuei bore several fresh wounds, recently treated with disinfectant, indicative of a recent skirmish. Zhao Tao cursed vehemently, clarifying that they had not encountered evolved beasts but had instead been waylaid by robbers while traversing from Area North 1. Had it not been for the firearms possessed by Kuei and himself, they might not have survived the ordeal. The northern sector of Base Hui Sen encompassed 50 territories, divided into 2 expansive sections, one extending from the former regiment headquarters, territories 1 through 28, and the other, territories 29 to 50, situated nearer to the safe zone. Between these 2 sections lay nearly 100 miles of desolate towns and forests. Although the intervening area had been cleared, it remained fraught with peril. Logically, Zhang Tao and Zheng Kuei, having spent considerable time in the field, should have maintained heightened vigilance and formidable combat capabilities, making such an ambush unexpected. Before Xia Qing could inquire further, Zhang Tao continued, recounting an incident where he had encountered a woman clutching a child, pursued by mutated rats, which compelled him to dismount and render assistance. Despite a decade of calamity, it was astonishing that individuals still resorted to using children as bait. He nearly lost his life due to that woman's actions. Xia Qing was equally astonished. Since the 7th year of the disaster, China had instituted a series of protective measures for women and children. Within the safe zone, women of childbearing age and children under 12 were entitled to free rations to prevent starvation, with enhanced benefits for children exhibiting multiple evolutionary abilities. Under such policies, it was indeed rare to encounter a woman with a child forsaking the relative security of the safe zone to engage in robbery outside. After numerous transactions, Zhang Tao and Zheng Kuei were well aware that Xia Qing harbored no aversion to snakes, and thus, without further pleasantries, expressed their gratitude and accepted her assistance. Having acquired something, Zhang Tao became more loquacious. Fortunately, the girl was an evolved human, an ordinary person. If struck by the potato vines, even a mere 4 or 5 times would surely meet their demise. You must not have heard about it yet. Zhang Tao glanced around and lowered his voice. Xia Qing leaned slightly forward, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Tao, adopting a posture of earnest attentiveness. During the second wave of lethal rain, many territories fell victim to the perilous evolution of the potatoes, resulting in numerous fatalities. Zhang Tao raised 1 finger, then 2, and finally 3. 123 individuals? Xia Qing gasped, astonished by the sheer number. The injured were certainly more. The base did not even dare to disclose the figures. Our team privately assessed the situation, and in the northern district alone, those who suffered from the lashes numbered over 100, while the territories had only a handful of people. Zhang Tao sighed. Xia Qing feigned ignorance regarding the matter's connection to the Tang family, her face a mask of righteous indignation, exclaiming, how could the safe zone release such a perilous seed? Who would argue otherwise? Zhang Tao sighed again, mentioning he had heard that this incident was related to the Tang family. Logically, it shouldn't be so. Lying in the grass of Territory 2, Tang Huai's expression was decidedly grim. Understanding the direction of Zhong Tao's words, Xia Qing realized no further inquiries would yield answers. So she shifted the topic, asking if the base had mentioned any compensation for the lords due to the potato seed issue. Compensation is assured, however. A conclusive agreement has yet to be reached. I heard it involves seed compensation, and I will inform you once it is finalized, Zhong Tao added. After sharing this gossip, he smiled and inquired of Xia Qing whether her crops were abundant, as he and Kij wished to exchange for some. Out of caution, Xia Qing did not immediately agree. The losses from this recent storm had been considerable, and for the past few days, she had been exchanging vegetables with other lords. The crops that survived the storm needed some time to recuperate. By the time you come next, they should have grown. What would you like to exchange? Xia Qing also confirmed an order of 800 pounds of worm castings with Sunja, with the trading date set for 20 days later. Once the next batch of worm castings arrived, Xia Qing would need to harvest wheat and prepare to sow corn, mung beans, and rice, which required a substantial amount of organic fertilizer. At that time, she could trade some vegetables with Zhong Tao and the others. Zhong Tao eagerly responded, I want tomatoes and cucumbers. The good stuff in the safe zone is beyond our reach. My nephew at home is absolutely craving them. Zheng Kuei, more impatient, added, green beans, eggplants, pumpkins, whatever your sister can provide, I will take. Logically, Zhong Tao and Zheng Kuei had access to 50 territories where they should not be lacking in vegetables. Xia Qing did not inquire further and nodded in agreement. The pumpkins had yet to begin growing, but the others were feasible. If they ripen and you haven't arrived yet, I'll dry them first. Just give me a shout when they're about to ripen. We both run around outside every day, so it wouldn't be a bother to come over. Zhong Tao chuckled. Before leaving, Zheng Kuei revealed an important piece of news to Xia Qing. I heard that the base intends to hold a Lord's Agricultural Products Fair next month. A fair for agricultural products? This was fresh news. Xia Qing inquired further, what is the purpose of this event, and where will it be held? Before Xia Qing could respond, Zhong Tao shook his head, exclaiming, that's impossible. Zheng Kuei, however, holds a contrasting viewpoint. As long as the incentives are sufficiently enticing and the safety of the lords is assured, some lords will inevitably be swayed. Furthermore, after months of wear and tear, her agricultural, carpentry, and electrical tools are due for replenishment and replacement. Xia Qing is reluctant to overly rely on the Qinglong battle team, opting to exchange all vital supplies with them. Indeed, it largely depends on how the base arranges matters. Xia Qing inquires again, Tao Ge Kuei Ge, have you heard where phosphorus fertilizer can be purchased? My cotton fields are blooming, and I need to apply phosphorus fertilizer. Following the grand evolution of Blue Star, the application of organic fertilizers has become the sole means to promote the growth of evolved crops. Xia Qing recalls Qi Fu and Shi Zhan discussing that phosphorus-rich organic fertilizers mainly consist of fermented soybean cake and bone meal, and they lack the raw materials in their territory to produce organic phosphorus fertilizers in substantial quantities. Exchanging glances with Zheng Kuei, Zhong Tao's voice dropped to a whisper, inaudible even to Tang Huai, who was eavesdropping with keen interest in the second territory. Sister, you've hit the nail on the head. A batch of crab shell fertilizer has been smuggled from the Gue city base, but this matter must remain discreet, and it isn't cheap, sister. The news of the southern Gue city base being attacked by marine creatures has been reported for several months, and Xia Qing keeps a daily watch on it. Aware that the marine creatures targeting the safe zone of the Gue city base include a massive army of crabs. Crab shells can be considered bones, and thus crab shell fertilizer certainly qualifies as phosphorus fertilizer. Xia Qing lowers her voice, questioning, is it reliable? There must be numerous pollutants and parasites on the marine crab shells. Can they be used directly once transported? Zhong Tao leans closer to Xia Qing, whispering softly, absolutely reliable. We wouldn't deceive anyone, especially not you, sister. Guiqing employs crab shell fertilizer for agriculture, though the specifics of its processing elude us. This batch of fertilizer has dubious origins and has been severely undervalued by our base's agricultural center, prompting us to consider trading with the lords. Think, sister. How can the agricultural center even set a price for substandard goods? Is that so? Xia Qing inquired softly. How do they sell it? For points per pound. Any lower? And they'd simply hand it over to the safe zone. This price, 3 months ago, would have been deemed exorbitant by Xia Qing, but circumstances have changed. Her territory's crops now necessitate phosphorus fertilizer, and the investment in crab shell fertilizer could yield a greater harvest. However, I lack points. Do they require supplies? Zhang Tao nodded. The Xia Qing base is embroiled in daily conflicts, creating a pressing need for medicine. Do you still have the white-haired chicken dung vine in your territory? The cadmium content in the white-haired chicken dung vine is within acceptable limits for trade. Yes, but I've been swamped with field work lately and haven't had the chance to dry it. It will be a few days before I can deliver. Xia Qing acknowledged this. Sister, prepare for tomorrow. I shall transport it to you the day after. This venture carries risks for both me and Kuei Go, so it must remain confidential. Otherwise, we would be finished. Of course, we will also keep your fertilizer exchange under wraps. How many pounds can you provide? During their official duties, they risked much in facilitating private transactions. For Xia Qing, who was trading the white-haired chicken dung vine she had previously dealt with, the risk was virtually negligible. She nodded and countered, how many pounds can they offer? That I have yet to inquire, but it should certainly be in the tens of thousands. It is a rare opportunity. I shall order 1,000 caddies. Xia Qing lowered her voice, as she could not afford any more. Should the white-haired chicken feces vine prove insufficient, I shall supplement it with dried yellow bamboo shoots. Last time, due to inadequate fertilizer, Xia Qing was unable to provide additional nutrients to the cotton that had already entered its flowering stage. If phosphorus and potassium fertilizers are not administered promptly, even if the cotton buds bloom, they shall lack the nourishment to bear fruit. Those that do grow may ultimately drop off. After more than 3 months of diligent effort, the crops within the third territory are thriving splendidly, not to mention the fruits and vegetables cultivated on the hillside. The wheat seedlings in the fields south of the reservoir have surpassed a meter in height and are already bearing ears of grain. The first batch of flowering mung beans has matured into pods, ready for harvest, and the buds on the lower branches of the cotton plants have begun to bloom. Within the territory, Xia Qing's favorite spot is no longer the vegetable garden where she can casually pick melons to eat, but the cotton field. For the blossoms of the cotton plants are simply exquisite. The petals of the evolved cotton flowers undergo a mesmerizing transformation in color. On the first morning of blooming, the petals are white. As they bask in the sunlight, they gradually turn red, becoming a beautiful pink by the afternoon. On the following day, the petals transition to a deep crimson hue. Xia Qing captures one photograph after another of the cotton flowers, documenting the changes in the petal colors. Not only with the cotton, but she meticulously photographs and records the growth processes of every crop within the territory, accumulating knowledge for next year's planting endeavors. Upon removing the insect netting, the 2-meter-tall evolved cotton plants also began to flower. Were it not for the purpose of documentation, Xia Qing would have had no desire to photograph those dark, purplish flowers. After the enchanted flower withered, if cotton pods were to burst open and a few little fairies emerged, Xia Qing would not find it surprising. Cotton is indeed beautiful, yet it attracts pests excessively. Zhao Zhe lamented in the Lord's channel, lamenting that the insect net was teeming with bugs. Qi Fu, perplexed, inquired if he had not sprayed any pesticides. Following the significant losses from the second wave of rain, Zhao Zhe's attitude towards farming had become notably more earnest, humbly seeking Qi Fu's advice. I have sprayed, but it was ineffective, he confessed. What pesticide did you use, and how often do you spray? On the 10th field, Shi Zhuang sought Qi Fu's guidance, asking, how should I dilute the juice of the evolved aconitum? Qi Fu shared his wisdom, stating that a 1:20 ratio is optimal, as a higher concentration would scorch the leaves. Qi Fu then inquired about Shi Zhuang's pest control methods. Shi Zhuang shared his own experience, noting that he found insecticides to be largely ineffective, prompting him to utilize sticky insect boards, which yielded commendable results. Sticky insect boards? Xia Qing, who was in the cotton field digging trenches in preparation for fertilization, perked up at the mention. Shi Zhuang elaborated on the method for creating sticky insect boards, explaining that it involved mashing the evolved pumpkin vines that had been damaged in the rain and spreading the juice onto cardboard, applying it generously for optimal stickiness against pests. The sticky concoction from the evolved pumpkin vines was so potent that it could corrode even a shovel, let alone tiny insects. Xia Qing absorbed this knowledge, feeling a twinge of regret for having sold all the evolved pumpkin vines to his idol, Sengu. Qi Fu shared his sentiments of regret as well, asking, Shirgu, do you have many of those evolved pumpkin vines? I would like to exchange some to try. Fortunately, when the second wave of rain arrived, the 10th plot was still devoid of walkie-talkies. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang San had collected the mutated pumpkin vines. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have sold them to him, unaware that the mutated sticky pumpkin vines could also be fashioned into sticky insect traps. In Chapter 94, Relocation of the Breeding Center, Chi Fu exchanged a yellow lantern scallion seed for a mutated pumpkin vine, while Zhao Ze traded for one with green lantern alfalfa seeds that would only yield after 2 months. Xia Qing, possessing an exceptionally effective deodorant obtained through an exchange with her idol, was able to mask the fragrance released by blooming crops that attracted pests, thus rendering sticky traps unnecessary. She chose not to partake in any exchange. As she pondered why Huang Qingwei, who was perpetually online, had remained silent, his excited voice suddenly rang out, "Everyone, great news. Great news. The personnel from the Wild Boar Breeding Center are moving their belongings. It appears they are relocating." It turned out he had gone to observe the commotion. As Xia Qing dug trenches, she contemplated who would claim the land once the Wild Boar Breeding Center vacated it. Most likely, it would belong to her without her having to intervene. With Yang Jin's miserly disposition, he must have calculated it all out in advance. Chi Fu, concerned about the specifics, inquired, "Wei Gu, have they taken the pig manure away?" The Wild Boar Breeding Center's valley lay just beyond the northern isolation belt of the 4th and 5th territories, visible to Chi Fu if he climbed the tall trees in the buffer forest. However, fearing an encounter with wolves and with his arm still in a sling, he opted to stay put. Zhao Ze remained silent, evidently sharing Chi Fu's sentiments. Huang Qingwei discreetly scoffed, continuing to speculate, "The staff may be moving out. But surely they can't take the wire fences and the buildings inside with them." Uncertain of their departure, one wonders who claims that area. Should it be abandoned, we may seize the opportunity to dismantle it, as it holds great value. After concluding his call, Tenjunjia lifted the cup of tea poured by Luo Pei and took a sip. "Regarding the breeding center's land, what are your intentions?" Luo Pei, not wishing to conceal anything from his old comrade, expressed his plans to acquire it and continue with the breeding. In a hushed tone, Tenjunjia inquired whether the Qinglong squad intended to detach from the safe zone and establish a new one here. Luo Pei, half jokingly yet half seriously, posed a question. "If I were to say yes, would you consider joining me?" Tenjunjia took another sip of tea and shifted the conversation, saying, "Old Luo, Shuyan has been gone for 5 years. You must look ahead. Xia Qing is a good option." Luo Pei reminded Tenjunjia that his sister-in-law has also been gone for 7 years. "I am not like you. I have Chi-Chi," Tenjunjia replied, his voice softening at the mention of his daughter. "To live is to have someone in your heart that you cannot let go of. This is what makes life precious. In times of hardship, thinking of family gives one the strength to endure. Otherwise, surviving through calamities becomes unbearable." Upon hearing Tenjunjia's words, Luo Pei had a sudden realization. Since the relocation from Base Hui Yi to Base Hui San, Yang Jin had become significantly more composed. Could it be that his encounter with Xia Qing at Base Hui San led him to cherish life more? Noticing that Luo Pei seemed to grasp the implication, Tenjunjia decided to stoke the flames of possibility. "If you truly have feelings for her, be proactive." Luo Pei chuckled, "I do not mean that. Do not meddle in matters of romance. By the way, did Tang Hui express interest in claiming Territory 12? Tenjunjia nodded in affirmation. However, his thoughts were futile. Ever since you seized Mount 49, the surrounding territories have become exceedingly coveted, with many eyeing Territory 12. The northern section of Base Hui San is divided into 2 vast areas comprising 50 territories. The region encompassing territories 1 to 28 is encircled by mountains on the east, west, and north, while the south is dominated by extensive ruins of towns, presenting a greater danger compared to the territories closer to the safe zone. Before the Qitian battle team captured Mount 49, this area was not particularly sought after. Now, Luo Pei has persuaded Tenjunjia, although calamities continue to unfold, it is unlikely that any catastrophic disaster will strike our vicinity. You should also consider claiming a piece nearby, as a gift for Chi-Chi, providing her a space to explore during her summer and winter breaks, thus widening her future opportunities. Tenjunjia nodded, expressing his intention to claim Territory 15, and he had come today to request some points from you. Luo Pei immediately inquired, "The section south of Zhongshan? A prime location. And there are even more people eyeing that land. Tell me what obstacles you're facing, and we can devise a solution together." Meanwhile, within the adjacent territory too, Tang Heng whispered, "Brother, are you serious about this?" Tang Hui, displaying rare seriousness, responded, "Luo Pei has already cured his poison. Why does the Qingtian battle team still hold onto Mount 49? Is Yang Jin a fool, or is Xie Yu the fool? If Yang Jin, the stingy miser, and Xie Yu, the mind domain evolver, are considered foolish, then there would be no wise individuals left in Blue Star." Tang Heng grasped his brother's implication, stating, "So, You mean that by purchasing Mount 49, they intend to establish dominion over it like the Fire War team? But there are no unpolluted springs on Mount 49. The poison afflicting Luo Pei cannot be alleviated without at least 15,000 liters of spring water. Yet, he now strides about with a sniper rifle, full of vitality. Can the Qilong combat team afford to lack spring water? Tang Hui, with a serious expression, pointed to the map spread across the table. The inability of Su Pin and Tang Zhong to find spring water on the mountain does not imply that the 49th site lacks other value. Tang Heng's heart raced. Does the 49th mountain conceal mineral resources? Would the Qilong combat team divulge such confidential information to him? Tang Hui shot his brother a glance. Regardless of the circumstances, there is undoubtedly treasure on the 49th mountain, and we must seize the opportunity to claim the 12th site before others do. Once this area flourishes, we shall no longer have to endure the disdain of those people. Tang Heng was momentarily taken aback, his voice choked. Brother. Tang Hui patted his shoulder reassuringly. Xia Qing, an evolved being, is just a woman, yet she dares to cultivate the land and lives a fulfilling life. Why can't we, as brothers, do the same? Even in the face of calamity, we must not become the very beings we detest. I cannot bear to see you trying to appease Su Pin. Brother, enough. Let us not dwell on the 15th site, for we cannot claim it even if we desire. First, let us strategize on how to seize the 12th site. Tang Hui took a deep breath, knowing he must first persuade our father and sister to negotiate with Tang Jingrong. Meanwhile, as others schemed over territorial matters, Xia Qing had already prepared the fertilization trenches for 2 cotton fields and began tending to the cotton plants. Chapter 95. Efficient composting bacteria powder. Xia Qing relished the process of cleaning the cotton plants, carefully removing the small buds and tender leaves, which she did not discard but instead collected in a bag. Once dried, they could serve as fire manure, or rather, plant ash, to fertilize the next crop. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xia Qing's mind. She pressed the intercom and inquired, Gu, are you there? Xia Qing. I recall you once mentioned that direct composting is not advisable due to the presence of microorganisms and insect eggs on the leaves that remain unaffected by normal fermentation temperatures. Moreover, using potent insecticides could easily incite plant evolution, she continued. However, our crops are now shielded by insect nets, preventing moths from entering. So there should be no insect eggs on the leaves. Can we use them for composting? Xia Qing's question momentarily caught Chi-Fu off guard. I actually hadn't considered that. Logically, it should be feasible, right? Shizheng interjected. Even if our insect nets can deter insects, they cannot stop microorganisms. I recall hearing on the broadcast that the impact of harmful bacteria is more significant than that of pests. Indeed, it had been stated. The flicker of excitement in Xia Qing's heart was extinguished by Shizheng's words. The channel fell silent for a moment until a calm female voice broke the stillness. Plants protected by insect nets from evolutionary pests may be composted if they show no signs of disease. However, your crops were covered with nets only after the second heavy rain, so we cannot guarantee that there are no heat-resistant insect eggs on the plants. Luo Pei had mentioned that Li Si was well-versed in cultivation techniques, making her words quite credible, and Xia Qing quickly took note. Chi Fu then sought Li Si's advice. Sister Si, my vegetables were covered with insect nets shortly after being transplanted in early March. Can they be used for composting? Xia Qing recorded the conversation on her mobile device and continued to inquire. Sister Si, is the peanut stalk a herbaceous stem or a woody stem? Although Li Si's voice was somewhat cold, she remained patient, responding, the peanut is indeed a herbaceous stem and can be composted. How long do you think composting requires? Zhao Zhe quickly chimed in. Sister Si, you truly possess extensive knowledge. Have you spent time in the core department of the cultivation center in the safe zone? The businessman Quang Qingwei also interjected. Sister Si, with your expertise, you must know where to procure composting bacteria powder and tools for temperature and humidity control, right? In Territory 9, Li Si adjusted her glasses with an upward motion of her palm, stating, you can create the tools yourselves. I possess efficient composting bacteria powder, which I am willing to exchange. She elaborated, 1 bag of bacteria powder mixed with 100 kilograms of water can ferment 5 cubic meters of leaf and stem fertilizer. You may exchange green light vegetables with me, 2 pounds of vegetables for 1 bag of bacteria powder. Upon hearing Li Si mention the exchange of green light vegetables, Xia Qing's heart skipped a beat. The efficient bacteria powder and composting method were rare treasures that could scarcely be found. Chi-Fu quickly inquired, Sister Si, may I exchange 2 bags for green light eggplants from Zone 5? Li Si declined, stating, I have no shortage of vegetable varieties distributed from the safe zone. Do you have anything else? Xia Qing's suspicion regarding Li Si's motives deepened upon hearing her rejection of the vegetables from the safe zone. Was she seeking to test the content of the toxic elements in the native green light vegetables from each territory? That is acceptable, Li Si affirmed. Kuang Qingwei promptly followed up, Sister Si, this is Kuang Qingwei from Zone 6. My territory has green light Malabar spinach. May I exchange for a bag? That is fine, she replied. Zhao Zhe added, my Zone 4 also has Malabar spinach. The wild vegetables have already been exchanged. Do you have anything else? Tang Heng preempted Zhao Zhe with the proposed exchange terms. Sister 4, there are wild green lantern chrysanthemums in Area 2. May I exchange for a bag? Certainly, came the reply. Zhao Zhe lamented. Apart from what they mentioned, he was left with only the wild green lantern ferns sun-dried in spring. Can I trade this? He inquired. Li Si's voice was icily indifferent. No, I do not favor dried vegetables. Was it merely a matter of taste? Or was it that the nutritional content of dried vegetables was difficult to ascertain accurately? As Xia Qing pondered this, she heard Li Si, who had just negotiated a deal with Shi Zhan for wild water celery, call out her name. Xia Qing from Area 3, do you not intend to exchange? Li Si asked coldly, having already traded for green lantern purple perilla. Do you not have green lantern spinach? Li Si pressed on, unwilling to relent. Seeds would suffice as well, 200 spinach seeds for a bag of mycelium powder. Once the green lantern vegetables reached maturity, even in the event of disastrous rains, they would not entirely succumb to degradation, and your seeds would still be valuable. Xia Qing explained, Sister 4, my spinach matured in the disastrous rain, so thoroughly. Therefore, I cannot guarantee its quality remains that of green lantern, and I also cannot provide 200 seeds. Li Si questioned, did you not have a dozen spinach plants? How can you lack even 200 seeds? Ah, I see. From Li Si's tone, it seemed she genuinely lacked understanding of the market value of vegetables and seeds. Then let it be 5 seeds per bag. Thank you, Sister 4. I shall exchange for 2 bags of mycelium powder. In the region where Xia Qing cultivates, there exists a plethora of compostable vegetables. However, she prefers to keep this knowledge private, thus opting for a trading volume identical to that of Chifu, who Zifeng initiated the conversation. Fourth sister, may I trade 6 bags of mushroom powder for fresh green bamboo shoots from Area 1? The languid Zhang San joined the discussion. Hu Zifeng, have you ventured into the mountains to forage for shoots? Chapter 96, The Potential and Perseverance of Xia Qing. Responding to Zhang San's inquiry, Li Si's voice carried warmth, expressing a desire to savor the flavor of the spinach leaves cherished by San Ge. Following the completion of the mushroom powder trade, Xia Qing extended an invitation to Uncle Shi for a transaction involving water celery. Uncle Shi, may I trade for your green light water celery roots? I would like to exchange them for green light chives with roots. Xia Qing, being of a similar age to Shi Du, refrained from addressing him as Brother Shi like the other lords, instead choosing to honor him as an elder. Shi Zong inquired, Xia Qing, have you traded green light chives already? Do you have anything else? None, she replied, though she certainly possessed more, but felt it inappropriate to disclose in front of Li Si. Shi Zong, tugged at by his son, was nearly dizzy but managed to chuckle and ask, Xia Qing, do you have an abundance of wheat in your territory? If so, once you harvest it, could I trade some water celery seeds for some of your wheat? We have a pig at home, and no amount of grain can withstand his appetite. From the tone of Shi Zong, it was clear that the pig he referred to as his son, Shi Du indeed. The consumption of evolved individuals surpasses that of ordinary folk. Xia Qing responded with a smile, once I have harvested the wheat, we can negotiate the quantity for trade. No rush, he replied. The water celery will take time to seed as well. The voice of Shi Zhuang was warm and concerned. When you found yourself overwhelmed, you could allow Xiaodu to lend you a hand. Xia Qing, not one to be easily deceived, understood the implication behind Shi Zhuang's words. She promptly expressed her stance, thanking Uncle Shi, stating that she was also an evolved individual capable of handling such agricultural tasks. With Xia Qing's words laid bare, all parties involved grasped the underlying message. In an effort to alleviate any potential awkwardness for Shi Zhuang, Chi Fu abruptly shifted the conversation. Noting that it had been several days since anyone from the 8th plot had spoken a word, surely their walkie-talkie had not malfunctioned? Kuang Qingwei joined in the light-hearted banter, suggesting it was a possibility, and inquired if Feng Ge had ever encountered anyone from the 8th plot. The first territory lay directly north of the 8th, making it the closest among their lands. Following this, silence enveloped the channel. According to customary agreements, lords exchanged provisions with the assistance of the inspection team. Xia Qing counted out 10 seeds from the spinach provided by Zhang San and handed them to the inspection team. The one who delivered the fungal powder to Xia Qing was Hu Zi from the inspection team. Hu Zi presented 2 bags of fungal powder along with a double-sided printed composting process, lowering his voice as he remarked, "Sister Qing, this exchange for the fungal powder is exceedingly favorable." Each bag weighed 4 pounds and came with a detailed composting guide. The green light spinach seeds she used for trade were a complimentary gift from Zhang San, making it indeed a worthwhile transaction, to which Xia Qing nodded in agreement. Today's trade took place beneath the sign at the southern end of the territory, and Xia Qing had not donned a protective mask. From Hu Zi's vantage point, he could clearly see her long, thick eyelashes and her delicate nose. Although Xia Qing's skin bore a dark red hue in Hu Zi's eyes, she remained a strikingly beautiful woman who stirred his heart. The heart of Hu Zi raced with excitement as he quietly confessed his feelings. "Sister Qing, call upon me any time when the work in the fields becomes overwhelming." Summer Qing's naturally unsmiling face appeared even more distant, yet he found himself busily engaged. Hearing the commotion, Tang Hui hurried over to collect the composting bacteria powder. In the safety zone, even tasks as seemingly simple as fertilizer production were regarded as skilled labor, reserved for those with experience. Summer Qing had just begun her first year of high school before the calamity struck, and after that, she had no opportunity to pursue her studies, leaving her without any technical skills. Consequently, she was relegated to laboring with the construction crew. This document was evidently penned by a professional. The tools, conditions, and processes for composting were articulated with precise data, specifying, for instance, that the wooden boxes used for composting must be crafted from pest-resistant camphor wood, pear wood, or beech wood, with a board thickness no less than 1.5 centimeters. The process was comprehensible to anyone who could read, yet executing it required skill. Fortuitously, the very skills needed were those that Summer Qing had mastered. As for the fodder for the sheep, that could be arranged later. Following the guidelines laid out in the document, Summer Qing adeptly constructed a composting shed in the yard, ensuring it was moisture-proof, sun-shielded, and adequately ventilated for the placement of compost boxes. Unlike a vegetable shed, the floor of the composting shed needed to be covered with a rainproof tarp to prevent pests from infiltrating the compost boxes from beneath, thereby compromising the composting effectiveness. During the day, the shed was to be draped with insect nets, while at night, when temperatures fell below 20 degrees, a rainproof cover was required for insulation. Furthermore, the document provided a detailed exposition on the methods and precautions for turning the compost and controlling moisture levels throughout the process. Summer Qing felt a pang of guilt towards her idol, for with each step taken in accordance with the process of composting, her admiration for Li Si grew ever stronger. To exercise caution, Xia Qing immersed half a cup of crab shell powder in hot spring water, subsequently utilizing an air detector to assess the steam, confirming the absence of toxic gases. Following this, she employed a toxic element detector on the crab shell water, although the result displayed a red light. The concentration of toxic elements did not exceed 20 parts per thousand, which is considered low. This outcome, of course, is linked to Xia Qing's rudimentary sampling method of soaking. After these 2 tests, Xia Qing scattered worm castings and crab shell powder into the trench she had dug 2 days prior, then leveled the trench, completing the fertilization for the cotton blossoms. She then supplemented the vegetables in her garden and the flowering mung bean plants with crab shell powder. For the potatoes, which were on the verge of blooming, she decided to wait a few days before fertilizing. However, for the pumpkin vines that showed no signs of flowering, she refrained from fertilization, fearing it might grow excessively. Once the fertilization was complete, Luo Pei informed Xia Qing that the evolutionary wolf crisis had been averted and instructed her to continue her training at Mountain 49. Each morning, Xia Qing attended lessons with Luo Pei to acquire various skills, while in the afternoons, she ventured into her private evolution forest, where she cleared evolved creatures and practiced diligently. Undaunted by hardship, exhaustion, danger, or injury, she followed Luo Pei's rigorous training regimen and made rapid progress. Luo Pei, an exceptionally strict instructor at the First Military Academy, bestowed upon Xia Qing high praise. However, Yang Jin disagreed with Luo Pei's assessment, noting that while Xia Qing had not undergone formal training, she had been engaged in practical combat scenarios since the age of 15, and her physical condition remained unblemished to this day. She is a highly evolved individual of the 3 systems, undoubtedly possessing greater potential than I. However, due to our differing objectives, She is utterly indifferent to the combat power rankings. Even if one day a farming leaderboard were established within the base, it would not concern her in the least. Indeed. Luo Pei could not help but chuckle. Your assessment of Xia Qing is quite commendable. Yet, should Xia Qing overhear this, her immediate reaction would likely be to assume you are attempting to negotiate a lower price in a trade. After Luo Pei was poisoned, Yang Jin led a team through the dense forests of evolution to reach Fengshan at Base Huiyi, where they struck a deal with the Fire Phoenix of the Fire Brigade. One of the conditions of this agreement was that once Luo Pei was cured, Yang Jin would accompany the Fire Phoenix on a mission. Due to Xia Qing's appearance, the Qinglong Brigade only fetched water from Fengshan once. Yet Yang Jin still resolved to undertake the mission. This was partly due to his initial promise to the Fire Phoenix, and partly because he was genuinely intrigued by the mission's content. Additionally, a new agreement had been reached between Yang Jin and the Fire Phoenix, wherein the benefits from this mission would be divided 70-30, with the Fire Brigade receiving the larger share. This allocation was a gesture of gratitude from Yang Jin for the Fire Phoenix's willingness to provide water during Luo Pei's perilous situation. In these calamitous times, each meeting might be the last, and every farewell could signify an eternal parting. Luo Pei solemnly placed a hand on Yang Jin's shoulder, stating that the sea is far more treacherous than the forests of evolution. Shall I contact Yen Long in exchange for a set of the latest underwater combat gear? Yen Long, whose real name is Deng Yen, possesses exceptional underwater combat capabilities and had served as the captain of the Special Forces Frogman unit of the Hui City Army prior to the calamity. The code name Yanlong was not of her own choosing. It was bestowed upon her by the Special Forces operatives. She is the dragon of the waters, unmatched in her aquatic domain. Yang Jin shook his head, asserting that the latest military equipment could never be available for trade. I have already contacted Old Wan. The military academy welcomes thousands of new students each year. While students easily remember their teachers, the reverse is far more challenging. Luo Pei had no recollection of this name. What had happened to him? He was currently by the side of the Fire Phoenix, having spent half a year mingling with Su Pin after the calamity began. Yang Jin explained. Understood. Yang Jin straightened, saluted Luo Pei, and turned to leave. That boy, standing on the military academy training ground with a face full of youthful bravado, had truly grown up. Luo Pei adjusted his cap and inquired, Chengdong, what is the planting team busy with? Upon his return, Luo Pei's first task was not to clear Mount 49, but rather to transfer 2 planting teams from the Qinglong Brigade's cultivation area to the 1st Territory for agricultural endeavors. This was also the reason why Hu Zifeng exchanged 6 bags of fungal spores with Li Si, as soon the fields of the 1st Territory would be filled with crops. After months of listening to other lords share their experiences, Luo Pei gradually developed an interest in farming. Witnessing the seedlings grow bit by bit is indeed quite relieving. Whether it is relieving or not varies from person to person. In the Lord's channel, Zhaoze was fretting, my nails and glue have run out. How can I construct a waterproof wooden box? Huang Qingwei promptly came online, I have nails and glue. How many wooden boxes do you intend to make? And what will you offer in exchange? Zhaoze, however, was unwilling to trade. Wei Gu, my supplies are truly depleted. Is there a method to create a watertight wooden box without the use of nails or glue? Huang Qingwei's interest waned significantly upon hearing Zhaoze's refusal to exchange information. He admitted ignorance on the matter and suggested seeking out a skilled carpenter. Zhaoze, with a clear intent, addressed Qi Gu and Shi Gu, inquiring about their methods for constructing wooden boxes. Shi Zheng chuckled, mentioning he still had nails and glue at his disposal. Luo Pei, with a gentle demeanor, interjected, asking Qi Gu if it would be possible to send 2 individuals to learn the craft of box making from him. Qi Fu, taken aback by the request, readily consented, noting that he had no pressing tasks at the moment and they could come by any time. Naturally, the finest ingredients from the surrounding territories would first be selected by Zhang San and Li Si. Only those deemed unsuitable would then be accepted by Luo Pei. After Qi Fu concluded, Tang Jinghua also spoke up. His voice was neither subservient nor domineering, his speech measured and articulate, exuding the aura of a cultured elder. Qi Fu, may I join you to learn how to make wooden boxes? By the rules, the 12th Lord should not intrude upon the communication channel of Lords 1 through 10. However, Tang Jinghua justified his presence by citing that all participants were familiar acquaintances, seasoned in agricultural endeavors. Indeed, the group comprised individuals acquainted with Tang Jinghua. His 2 sons resided in the 2nd Territory. Qi Fu from the 5th Territory had previously worked as a truck driver transporting goods for him. Quang Qingwei from the 6th Territory had once rented a shop from him, and Zhao Zhe from the 4th Territory had constructed a city park funded by his donations. Were it not for the impending natural calamity, Tang Jingbo would remain an unattainable figure for the likes of them. In the aftermath of the natural disaster, human society underwent a reorganization based on capability. Tang Jingbo, the chairman of the largest hotel chain in Huicheng, has also ventured into agriculture. Qi Fu, who has been aligning closely with the Qinglong battle team, is keen to avoid any entanglement with the Tang family. However, when Tang Jingbo extends an invitation, Qi Fu finds himself unable to decline, responding courteously that Mr. Tang is welcome to visit at any time. Qi Fu harbors a desire to express that his carpentry skills are not yet on par with Xia Qing's, contemplating whether the Qinglong team and Su Feng's members might seek guidance from her, yet he dares not voice this thought. Currently, Qi Fu, Zhao Zhe, and Quang Qingwei frequently hear the sounds of Xia Qing diligently clearing the evolutionary forest on Mount 49, her reputation growing in reverence. The Qinglong battle team has officially commenced the clearing operations on Mount 49, with both Xia Qing and Shi Du participating. However, they are not in the same team. Xia Qing is assigned to clear the evolutionary forest north of territories 1, 3, and 4. Having accepted her task, Xia Qing can now freely access her private training ground for clearing and practical training each day. She is currently engaged and fulfilled in her endeavors. Chapter 98. Guide to Mung Bean Cultivation. The author of the comprehensive planting guide pales in comparison to Li Si. The guide merely states that mung beans can be harvested once they turn black and should be dried and sealed for preservation. However, it fails to elaborate on the drying process, what constitutes as properly dried, or the conditions for sealing. Li Si is unavailable and does not respond. Zhang San, in a languid manner, chimes in, Xia Qing, bring me 2 pounds of mung beans. It's hot, and a couple of bowls of mung bean soup would be refreshing. Xia Qing's 2 acres of mung bean fields contain only 27 green beans, while the rest are yellow. She is hesitant to consume the green beans herself, wishing instead to reserve them for seed. Idols, of course, should indulge in mung beans, but that must await the ample harvest of green beans. Upon hearing the mention of yellow beans, Zhang Sen lost interest. Does anyone possess green beans? The other lords remained silent, but Li Si spoke up. I have some. I will deliver them to Brother Sen shortly. Zhang San, languid in demeanor, remarked, I only consume the new beans from this year. His silence evidently signified his agreement to this transaction. Through this exchange, Xia Qing discerned that Zhang Sen held a lesser disdain for Li Si than for Tang Huai. Additionally, when Qi Fu called out to Li Si earlier, she remained mute, yet she appeared promptly when Zhang San spoke. If this was not mere coincidence, it suggested that she had designated Zhang San as a particular point of interest. Does the intercom possess such a function? Or has she assigned someone to monitor the intercom round the clock, ensuring immediate notification whenever Zhang San was online? Xia Qing plucked several more green bean pods and stuffed them into her bag, reiterating her earlier inquiry. Sister C, I am Xia Qing. May I procure a cultivation guide for mung beans from you? Certainly, thank you, Sister C, Xia Qing replied joyfully. Without a doubt. Li Si sought the green light cucumbers out of curiosity for the flavor of the cucumbers that Zhang San relished. 2 cucumbers exchanged for a comprehensive guide on the advancement of mung bean cultivation was a lucrative deal for Xia Qing. Qi Fu hurriedly interjected, Sister C. I am Qi Fu from Plot 5. I too wish to trade for a mung bean cultivation guide. Would 2 green light eggplants suffice? Zhang San had also tasted the